Ah, time travel. When others are reborn, they all have cheats, reaching the peak of their lives, marrying rich and beautiful women, but she faced a tragedy during her confession, getting friend-zoned. However, none of this matters, because this world has gone completely insane. What the hell are these things in front of me? Sometimes they suddenly appear behind you, whispering in your ear that he can see them. Let me eat him. Sometimes they suddenly appear at home, even smiling at you, catching you off guard, and even more, they disguise themselves as humans and lurk around you. What on earth is happening in this world? It's full of monsters and demons. There's nowhere to run. Are you ready for this kind of challenge? This man is called Suchi. A few hours ago, he was leisurely driving a car. Suddenly a sharp turn. A big truck is coming from the opposite direction. Suchi frantically turns the steering wheel. The terrible thing finally happened. Suchi and the car fell into the abyss. The scene shifts. It's the city school. Someone, help. Someone confessed on the spot. Sorry, I'm not ready to date yet. Even though we've been childhood friends, I've always considered you a friend, a girl said apologetically. Suchi suddenly opened her eyes. What's going on? Where am I? The girl brushed her hair back, and said, you're a good person. The classmates around us started murmuring. I got rejected in my confession, and my head hurts. Didn't I just have a car accident? How did I end up here in a flash? Is this a dream, or am I hallucinating? Looking at the students around me talking, Suchi suddenly understood. This isn't a hallucination. They're all real. And what is that? Suddenly catching glimpses of shadows. Is that smoke? Why is no one else reacting? Can't they see it? At this moment, Suchi broke out in a cold sweat. What are you looking at? The girl across suddenly asked. Suchi turned his head. What came into view were all shadows. Coincidentally, a shadow came toward her. The terrified Suchi turned and ran. Could that be a ghost? Are there ghosts in this world? Suchi hurriedly ran out of the school, running and saying, what kind of place is this? How is it completely different from where I used to live? After saying that, I realized I was still wearing my school uniform. Isn't it strange? Have I traveled through time? As I was running, my wallet fell out. I picked up the money casually. There was an ID card in the wallet. The name on it was also Suchi. Suddenly, I felt a dizzy spell. What's going on? What's that sound in my head? A flood of unfamiliar memories surged in. Then a wallet appeared. Looks like I guessed right. That car accident not only reborn me, but also transported me to this place called Luoshi, becoming a high school student. What was that black smoke just now? Is it a specialty of this world? Everyone else was so calm. Anyway, running away was the right choice. At least it's safe for now. Just as he finished speaking, Suchi suddenly saw the corner mirror nearby. Something unexpected happened. There were suddenly two more things in the mirror. Suchi was stunned on the spot. His heart started to race. Whispers echoed in his ears. He saw us devouring him. A sensation of luxury followed. Suchi pretended to stay calm. But inside, it's like 10,000 alpacas running wild. What the hell is this? A car accident off a cliff, but fully revived. Yet the whole world has gone mad. At this moment, Suchi looks at the mirror with a terrified face. Is it a ghost? Am I haunted? Wait, they said if you can see it, you can eat it. Then, he composed himself, and immediately reacted. If I pretend not to see them, will they wake up? Then he clenched his fist, and suppressed the shadow of fear, slowly continuing to walk forward, even to ease his tension. In the atmosphere, Suchi whistled. He seemed unable to see us. What a pity, we can't eat it. Then silently left. Suchi turned to look back. It seems we fooled him. Finally, a sigh of relief, then started running. I quickly looked for a safe place. Right, first go home, back to the home of this body. After a while, Suchi stopped, following the instructions on the ID card. This should be the place. Then opened the door. Panting, Suchi took off his shoes. Finally home. It should be safe now. Suddenly a voice came. Xiao Qi, you're back. Mom has been waiting for you for a long time. Mom? Suchi was instantly puzzled. Didn't the mother of this body pass away long ago? Suddenly, a long-haired female ghost appeared in front of Suchi. She said, hurry, get inside. Little Chi kept repeating, if she sees it, she'll eat it. What's going on? Can't we have some fun? Just escaped the tiger's mouth, and now into the thief's den. In an instant, Suchi calmed down, and spoke the same words as the ghost earlier, then tiptoed a step back. Let's get out first. But who knew it was blocked behind? Xiaoqi, your mom is talking to you. Why aren't you answering? We're doomed. Caught between a rock and a hard place. What should I do? The parents of this body are both ghosts. I must pretend not to hear them. I can't see them and walked straight into the house, completely ignoring their presence, humming a tune. I took off my coat. He went to his room, and immediately locked the door. Suchi was leaning against the door, breathing heavily. His face was covered in cold sweat. His heart was pounding non-stop. This house is not safe at all. He looked towards the window. This won't work. We can't escape at all. But then a voice came from outside the door. Something's wrong. Usually, he comes out to eat at this time. He saw me just now. He definitely saw. He can see us. Go in and eat it. Then the door was opened. A claw reached in. This scared Suchi out of his wits. But then he calmed down. Suchi couldn't panic. He just had to act according to this body's habits. Then Suchi opened the door, walked straight out, looking at everything outside the door, trying hard to remind myself I can't see it. Can't see Xiaoqi. I know you can see us. Stop pretending. On the other side, Xiaoqi is being tempted crazily. Mom made your favorite food. Did you see that? Suchi was inwardly cursing. You want me to eat this? You're clearly testing me. You want to eat me, don't you? I thought home was a safe haven. Who knew Suchi's parents were scheming to eat him? Suchi took a lunchbox out of the fridge, and started eating. Ignore them. During the meal, Suchi's parents repeatedly came to bother him. The result is predictable. Suchi was not swayed by them. He kept eating diligently. After a while, finally quieted down. Unfortunately, he can't see, can't eat candy, probably fooled them, doesn't want to be eaten. From now on, he has to keep pretending to be deaf and mute when he goes home, to avoid suspicion from these two ghosts. Seems like these ghosts can only eat people who can see them. After eating, Suchi stretched lazily. He murmured about going out for some activity. Finally, he found an excuse to go out. This place really isn't fit for humans. How can I return to the original world? Suddenly, Suchi stopped in his tracks. The scene before him had overturned his understanding. Suchi's face turned pale, eyes wide open. The whole city is filled with demons and monsters, like a living hell. This world has gone completely insane. Even so, Suchi's heart ignited with a strong desire. I must find a way to survive. Thus, the first night after rebirth, Suchi didn't sleep all night. The next day, Suchi left home early. Damn it, this thing is everywhere. It seems I can only rely on this identity for now. I'll figure something out later. As he walked, Suchi noticed something. The people around didn't seem to be aware of those things. At this moment, a bus arrived at the stop. Suchi ran towards it. Good morning, student. You're very punctual today, the driver greeted Suchi. Suchi quickly responded, good morning. Exams are coming up. No slacking off. I felt a sense of relief in my heart. After seeing so many strange things, suddenly meeting a normal person was even a bit pleasant. Before I could finish speaking, the driver's face split open. With fangs bared, he said, so diligent, truly a good student. At this moment, Suchi was terrified. What is going on? He endured the pain and walked to the back of the carriage. Suddenly, he understood. So, people who look normal could also be ghosts. What kind of city is this? How many ghosts are there, hiding among the crowd? Being able to see these things, is it because of me, or the original owner? How many secrets does this world still hold? Suchi was puzzled. Before long, the bus announced the stop for the city high school. Suchi got off the bus. Walking all the way, Suchi remained silent, because the city was almost overrun by these guys, then continued walking towards the school, wondering what the situation inside would be like. Arriving at the school, the students were discussing animatedly. Look at the rankings for this exam. Suchi got first place again. However, regarding this, Suchi turned a deaf ear. Suddenly, Suchi seemed to see something. There are no ghosts in the school. The shadows from yesterday seem to have disappeared. Then he suddenly turned his head. But outside the school, there are still those things wandering around. Suddenly, something caught Suchi's attention. He quickly walked over and pinched it with his hand. This talisman should be used for exorcism. Could this be why they couldn't get in? Although this rock talisman doesn't seem to be placed here intentionally, it's good that it worked for them. A gentle breeze blows. Suddenly, a bell rang. Suchi discovered something on the tree. Looking closely, it turned out to be a demon-breaking sword. Could this be intentional by someone? Then Suchi fell into deep thought. Does this thing really work? He accidentally saw a demon-breaking sword stuck in the tree. Can these really stop them? As Suchi was deep in thought, someone patted him on the back. A voice sounded in Suchi's ear. This sudden act scared Suchi half to death. The person was Suchi's classmate, Xiao Yushu. Seeing Suchi's pale face, he said, "Come on. Did patting you scare you that much? Your face looks terrible. Didn't you sleep well last night? This place is full of ghosts. No wonder you can't sleep well." Of course, Suchi didn't say what he was thinking. Then Xiao Yushu continued, "Is it because you were hurt by the rejection yesterday?" Xiao Yushu kept chattering in Suchi's ear. "I knew it all along. Xiao Yi has feelings for you too. Your confession yesterday was too sudden. He was probably scared, that's why he rejected you." But Suchi didn't pay attention. Instead, he focused on something else. "There's not a soul in the school. It looks like this can be a safe zone. That's great. Can I hide here and figure out what's going on?" Suddenly a voice called out to Suchi. Suchi turned around and saw, it was Sen Xiaoli, the girl Suchi confessed to yesterday. "I'm really sorry about yesterday's confession. There were too many people yesterday. I refused instinctively." Suchi quickly explained, It's okay. Xia Yosu, who was beside him, joined in. "That's it, it's okay now. Or maybe he's just numb from overstimulation. Who cares about confessions? Compared to those terrifying things, confessions are nothing." Suchi was speechless and couldn't even speak. "Xiao Qi, you won't ignore me because of this, will you?" The girl across, Xiao Yi, looked shy. She tried to hide her embarrassment. Although this girl is a bit suspicious, she's still better than a ghost. At least she doesn't want to eat me every day. Suddenly, there was a tree below. She gave Suchi a push. "Why are you still standing there? Why not come for a loving hug?" Out of nowhere, Suchi directly had an intimate contact with the girl. Suchi quickly retreated, and apologized promptly. "I'm really sorry." Before finishing the sentence, the scene opposite stunned Suchi. Where's his head? Why is it missing? Then eyes moved downward, holding something in his hand. Then a voice came, "It's okay. It's just a hairpin. Can we still be friends?" Then Xiaoyi slipped away from Suchi's hand, holding my head and running. "I'm heading back to the classroom first. If you don't agree, I'll take it as you agreeing." "What's wrong with you?" Xiao Yushu on the side hugged Suchi. "You knocked off her hairpin. Why are you acting so foolishly?" Little did they know, Suchi was feeling awful inside. The demon-breaking sword and curses were useless. There is absolutely no such thing as a safe place here. Then I made a decision. I can't tell if the people around me are humans or ghosts. I mustn't let them know I can see you. So I touched my head and said, "Hey, I've been having nightmares lately. I wonder if I've encountered something dirty." As soon as she heard this, Xia Yushu got excited. "For this kind of thing, you should ask the river god of our class. He's the expert. His father is a famous priest of the Luo clan, and he himself is a shaman." Hearing this, Suchi suddenly found hope. He thought he would be at a dead end, but accidentally learned there was a way to deal with ghosts. Suchi no longer had the heart to attend class, listlessly thinking all the time. River God Witch. Fujing Shrine. Fujing Shrine is the oldest shrine in Luoshi. Generations of exorcism and blessing. Hundreds of ghosts retreat. This world is full of ghosts that want to eat people. It's normal to have a shaman who can exorcise ghosts. It's not surprising. From this perspective, maybe she really can solve my problem. A box of books. I'm saved. Suchi felt relieved. He immediately relaxed. The teacher is writing furiously on the podium. "Classmates, I mentioned this type of question last time. It wasn't on the exam last year, but it will definitely be on this year's exam. So listen to me carefully." However, Suchi is dozing off, struggling to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, "My head feels fuzzy. Where is this place? Why is it so cold? Could this be the sea?" Suchi keeps sinking down, then sees a string of numbers. What are these numbers? 1, 1401, 150. Could this be a gauge? As the depth of descent increases, "I can't take it anymore. It feels awful. I can't breathe." Suchi looked terrified. Suddenly, Suchi woke up abruptly, and cursed out loud. "What the hell is this?" He realized he was still in the classroom. I immediately understood. It was just a dream, but everything that happened just now is still vivid. What exactly is that deep sea thing? Why would I have such a dream? Suddenly, The class bell rang. A shrine maiden and a god. How should I start talking to him? I can't just say I can see ghosts, right? At this moment, Suchi looked hesitant. Then he picked up his phone. Forget it. I'll send him a message to test the waters first. He found the river god's contact, getting ready to send a message. Suddenly a voice behind him interrupted. Suchi looked up. So it turns out the person behind it all is actually the river god himself. This sudden scene startled Suchi so much that he fell off his chair. The river god looked at Suchi, who was sprawled on the ground, and said, "Were you about to send me a message? Do you have something to tell me?" Suchi, looking embarrassed, said, "River god, can I talk to you alone? Follow me." The river god turned and walked out of the classroom. What's going on? Why is Suchi looking for the river god? Didn't you hear? He got dumped by Xiao Yi yesterday. He's already found a new target so quickly. How come we never noticed he was such a jerk before? The bystanders watched the two people in the distance, and immediately started discussing the topic endlessly. They arrived at the rooftop. The river god flicked his hair and said, "Go ahead. What do you need me for?" Xiao Yu explained, "You are the shrine maiden. Do you have exorcism services? I've been having bad luck recently. My health isn't very good either. Maybe I've come into contact with something dirty. I want to hire you as an exorcist," Suchi said solemnly. As for seeing ghosts, Suchi was also cautious. I could only express it in a roundabout way. The river god glanced at Suchi. "You want to exorcise the evil." Then he looked at the ghost behind Suchi, and said indifferently, "Your complexion really isn't good. Being haunted by a ghost is a minor issue. Come find me during your lunch break. I can solve everything." Then he left immediately. "In this room, you can see that I'm haunted. Could he be like me?" Watching the river god gradually recede, Suchi was shocked. Then he felt a surge of joy. "This is great. There is actually someone else like me in this world. He can not only see, but also exorcise. I'm finally saved." By coincidence, Suchi actually met a kindred spirit. He can not only see ghosts, but also exorcise. That's really great. No more living in constant fear. A long-awaited smile finally appeared on Suchi's face. But who knew? The river god turned around and said that exorcism is a legitimate business, and requires a fee. Suchi quickly nodded. At the moment, for him, money was a minor issue. Those ghosts are the real trouble. Before long, lunch break arrived. The two went to the empty gymnasium. "Is it really necessary to be so secretive?" Suchi asked cautiously. The river god turned his head. "Of course it is. If the director catches me, he'll say I'm running an unlicensed business again. He might even give me a warning." Suchi said awkwardly, "You know this is unlicensed, right?" But for now, he had no other choice. Hishin extended his phone towards Suchi. "Pay up before the exorcism. Friendship price 88. For good luck." Suchi took out his phone and scanned, looking embarrassed. He thought shrine maidens were wholly dedicated to the gods. Didn't expect them to love money too. Shrine maidens need to live too. The gods won't give me pocket money. The river god smiled and said. Seeing the unreliable appearance of the river god, Suchi felt anxious inside. Is this person reliable or not? Not devout at all. Feels like a life of trickery and deceit. Suddenly, the river god opened the door, and said to Suchi, "Come in. Time to get to work." Suchi glanced up and down at the river god. "Why aren't you wearing the priestess's attire?" The river god replied calmly, "You don't have the money for that. Besides, for such a minor demon, a jade tablet will suffice." Suchi took a glance inside. "How about we change places? This one looks a bit creepy." Suchi was having second thoughts. "Stop talking and get in here." The river god pulled Suchi in at once. Then he fiddled with Suchi for a moment. "Don't move. This is to ward off evil for you. We'll have to rely on him soon. Don't be nervous, it'll be over soon." After saying that, he placed the jade bie on Suchi's head. Then the river god began to perform the ritual, and started chanting an incantation. Suchi's head began to emit a white light. Suddenly, the ghost behind Suchi started screaming. His body started to grow immensely large, and charged straight at Suchi. Suchi instinctively raised his hand to block. At this moment, the river god stood in front of Suchi, and took out the secret weapon, divine water, prepared earlier, and lunged at the ghost in front of him. Where the divine water passed, the ghost's body slowly began to melt, and soon disappeared without a trace. Alright, the exorcism was successful. The river god confidently turned and said to Suchi, "It's done." Suchi looked incredulous. The river god extended his hand and retorted, "How dare you doubt me? My family has been exorcising demons for generations. Besides, I have the best talent among my peers. Give me the phone. You just used an extra bottle of divine water. You need to pay me more." Suchi took out his phone and handed it over. He asked cautiously, "Will I be haunted again in the future?" "Stop overthinking it. How could you be so unlucky? Besides, how can there be so many ghosts in this world?" However, Suchi couldn't agree with that. Clearly, there are ghosts everywhere in this world, because at this moment, the gymnasium is full of bizarre, indescribable monsters. I thought I found a shaman to exorcise them, but ended up exorcising loneliness, seeing countless demons and ghosts around him. Suchi had a soul-searching thought. This river god is useless. He's just a fraud. Relying on the shaman to exorcise is completely unworkable. Watching the river god's departing figure, Suchi stood there in a daze. The river god seemed to only see some of the ghosts. "The horrifying things I see, he can't see at all. There's no one like me in this world. This world full of ghosts and spirits. I'm still all alone." Scene changes. After school, a kid runs up excitedly to greet me. "How's it going? Have you consulted the deity today? Did it work?" Suchi lazily replied, but inwardly, he was venting his frustration. What a load of crap. He's just a fraud. All he did was deal with a little dog. But Xiao Yushu was very surprised. "Weren't all the problems solved? Why do you look even worse now?" Suchi was speechless for a moment. He could only swallow his bitterness. "I thought there was hope. Turns out I just ran an errand. No wonder I looked terrible." Of course, these were just Suchi's thoughts. "Suchi, you haven't left yet?" Suddenly being called out, Suchi casually asked, "Why are you here?" The person who came was Jin Duo, a fellow club member of Suchi. "I heard you got dumped. Afraid you haven't recovered from the heartbreak." Suchi rolled his eyes. "Is this really worth you blocking me for?" Jin Duo explained, "There's an event at the card department today. The coach specifically asked for you to be there." Suchi was silent for a moment, but he was thinking in his head, "Of course I have to go. I must follow the original owner's routine. It's the best survival rule." Jin Duo saw Suchi hesitating and not speaking, and pulled him over by his tie. Let's go. Don't think you can avoid this." Xia Yushu looked bewildered. "Really can't understand it. Is card cutting that much fun?" The river god who suddenly interrupted explained. "Of course, Mr. Gu, who created the card cutting club. He was a genius card player. He stayed in the clubroom until he passed away." The scene shifts. A tea room behind the school. Jin Duo cracks a wide grin. "Coach, I've brought Suchi here, because we were late." Suchi quickly apologized. "It's okay, you arrived just in time. This person is the coach of the dissection department." Then he started the introduction. "This is last year's graduate, Tianyi, and this is Suchi. I mentioned to you before, about the new member who joined this year. Suchi has been playing pigeon cards since middle school. He's very skilled, not necessarily worse than you." The coach had a smug look on his face. The two shook hands, and exchanged pleasantries. "You rarely come back. Why don't you give us some pointers?" Suchi said with a smile. "Oh, come on, I bet you just want to see me make a fool of myself." Tianyi replied with a laugh. Then the coach whispered to Suchi, "You better win for me. When this brat graduated, he gave me a tough time. Give me some face back." The coach is so cunning. Suchi looks embarrassed. Both sides are ready. The coach said to use the bare hands to test the gold medal this time. There will be 15 minutes to memorize the cards before the match. Cutting cards is a traditional card game competition. Different cultures have different ways of playing, similar to word relay. The reader reads out the first half of the poem. The competitors quickly answer with the second half. This really tests memory and physical strength. When 15 minutes are up, both sides set up their cards. Ready for battle. Received a big boost. The original owner's understanding of the rules and lost memories still exist in my mind after rebirth. It's truly amazing. The coach reminded. Start listening to the questions. You can know the sigh lost in the bell and drum. With a snap, Suchi grabbed the card with lightning speed, taking the first point. He's so fast. He reacted after hearing only the first half of the sentence. Tianyi broke into a cold sweat. Suchi is indeed impressive. Jin Duo beside him looked smug. At this moment, Xia Yushu, who didn't know the situation, asked how they determine the winner. The side whose array resets to 0 first wins, Jingduo explained confidently. Next question? Hao Qian closes his eyes. I don't believe Tianyi won't go wild this time. Instant score, just like that, 1 point for you, 1 point for me. The battle between both sides entered a heated phase. The onlookers became indifferent. The score is now 23-18. Su Qi is temporarily in the lead. At this moment, something strange happened. What's going on? The coach has already finished refueling. Why is Tianyi not making any moves? Su Qi looks puzzled. Suddenly, another hoof sound came. It's completely different from the previous one. Su Qi's eyes were wide open. Why are there 2 poison plates? And 2 hands? The difference is, this time Tianyi moved. Tianyi directly scored. Tianyi also noticed Su Qi's abnormality. He made a move even before the coach read the first line. Why didn't he take action? At that moment, a whispering sound reached Su Qi's ears. He could hear it. He couldn't hear it. Su Qi's heart was pounding. Cold sweat was streaming down his face. No wonder they read the cards twice just now. There are actually ghosts in this house, and they're reading the cards. I thought we were just playing a card game. Didn't expect our lives to be at risk. A ghost suddenly appeared out of nowhere, and it's imitating the coach reading the cards. What should we do? Waiting online for help. What if I take the wrong card? Wouldn't my life be in danger? At this moment, Su Qi started to feel confused. While Su Qi was in a daze, Tianyi across from him pressed on, gaining 3 points in quick succession. What's going on with this little brother? It's as if he doesn't dare to raise his card anymore. 1 time is a mistake, but 2 or 3 times? Tianyi's face showed a trace of confusion. However, at this moment, Su Qi didn't have the mind to pay attention to what to do about it. The ghost's voice, not only the tone but the accent, is exactly the same as the coach's. Even the direction is right behind me. If you rely solely on hearing, it's impossible to distinguish which is the person and which is the ghost. No, absolutely cannot take the card. Su Qi secretly made up his mind. The onlookers also noticed something unusual. What's wrong with Su Qi? Why did his condition suddenly become so bad? Could it be that he remembered being rejected when he confessed? Not taking the card at worst means losing the match. If he takes the wrong card and gets found out by the ghost, we'll definitely die. But then something even worse happened. Why isn't he drawing a card? Can he hear us? That's great. He can hear us. He can actually hear us. This ghost must be cursed. You even care if I don't pick a card? Can we still play properly? Su Qi's face was ashen, but he quickly calmed down. This definitely won't work. If I do nothing, he'll get even more excited. Then Su Qi glanced back. He immediately came up with a plan. As soon as Tianyi made his move, I would take the opportunity to turn my head and take a look. I had to first confirm what was behind me. Finally, the question came. With a snap, Tianyi made his move. Now was the time. Su Qi quickly turned his head. Behind the professor, the monster looked like an octopus. Its menacing tentacles were terrifying. At this moment, Su's heart clenched. Damn, it's looking at me. Its bell-like large eyes locked in a deadly stare with Su. Then the monster let out a roar. It could actually hear him. It immediately bared its fangs, rushed straight towards Su Qi. Faced with such a predicament, Su Qi was no pushover. Her body became stiff. She had to act naturally. It was time to test her acting skills. Success or failure hinged on this. Then she slowly turned her head. Senior is really amazing. Ghost looks utterly confused. Pants are off, and you show me this? Muttering that he can't see it. What a pity. Unaware, Tianyi is also clueless. Can't make heads or tails of it. I can't figure out what Su Qi is trying to pull off here. However, the situation with Su Qi hasn't changed at all. No, I can't keep bluffing like this anymore. If I don't make a move soon, this guy will see right through me. The next round is starting again. Damn, the sounds are exactly the same. I can't hear any difference at all. Su Qi's brain is working at full speed. What should he do? It would be great to see the coach. He can tell which words are being read by their lip movements. Nearby, Tianyi sees Su Qi's pale face. He quickly asks, "Are you okay? Do you want to take a break first?" Su Qi smiles faintly. Probably nothing. Maybe just didn't sleep well last night. Then stood up. I'll drink some water to wake up. We'll continue shortly. Su Qi drank water, and thought, how could he openly watch the card hustler? Meanwhile, the ghost was doing everything possible to devour Su Qi. also frantically looking at the card formation, suddenly had an idea. Suchi slowly crouched down. "Senior, let's try a different way to play. How to survive in a world full of ghosts and spirits." Thought I was doomed. At the critical moment, Suchi had a sudden inspiration. "Pick up the cards on the ground. The remaining 30 cards. Shall we have a blindfolded match?" Hearing this, the opponent, Chanye, also got interested. "Interesting, coach. Is this okay?" "No problem," the coach on the side answered. "What is blindfold play? Playing cards while blindfolded?" Xiao Yushu asked the river god naively. The river god explained, "Not at all. Blindfold play is to memorize the content and positions of all the cards on the table. After the match starts, you can't look at the cards. You can only listen or watch the card reader raising the cards. This really tests the opponent's intellect. You have 10 minutes to memorize the cards." The coach now stands aside and says, "When the countdown ends, please turn your back to the card formation. The blind draw begins." At this moment, Suchi faces the coach, with a smug smile. "Next, it's my turn to perform. Only blind guessing allows me to judge from the coach's mouth shape which line is read by a human, and which line is read by a ghost, because only this way can I eliminate the ghost's suspicion." As soon as the coach reads the question, Suchi immediately turns around to take the card. In the next few rounds, Suchi was like a pillar of strength, scoring continuously, leaving the bystanders stunned. Suchi is actually this good, he's so strong. Remembering the contents and positions of dozens of cards is already very difficult, but his skill clearly goes beyond that. At this moment, Suchi's gaze was resolute. There was no ripple in his heart, because he knew, in this card-cutting game, his opponent was never the senior opposite, Tianyi. It was the ghost hidden behind him. Time slowly passed, and the cards in the array gradually decreased. The last question, "Get ready." At this moment, the coach's voice followed. Before the question was fully read, Suchi made his move. Suchi's movements were as fast as lightning, rushing towards the last row. The competition ended. After Suchi Sheng's intense exercise, Suchi's face was covered in sweat. Suchi let out a long sigh. "This should be enough to get by, right? His skill far surpasses mine." "Truly, the student surpasses the master," Tianyi said lightly. "It's been a long time since I've had such a full-on match." "Suchi, you're really impressive." Xiao Yushu rubbed his chin and wondered. "Suchi's skills are decent." Hearing this, Jin Duo immediately roared. "What do you mean decent? Such a complex formation, he didn't make a single mistake. You're simply a genius at card cutting." Although he lost, Tianyi smiled and said to Suchi, "I look forward to our next match." "Okay, senior. Friendship first, competition second." Suchi and Tianyi shook hands amicably. At this moment, bystanders gathered around. "Suchi, you're my idol. You are so cool." Suchi looked like he was under a spotlight, especially conspicuous, passed down through generations. Suddenly, a discordant voice came. Suchi glanced over. "What is that ghost saying?" "I don't know until I look. It's shocking once you see it. That ghost with the poison card is disappearing." "No, it seems to be changing." In the blink of an eye, it turned into a person. Then it turned around and left, only leaving behind 2 words, "Passing the torch. Someone to succeed." After everyone left, Suchi sat there in a daze. The poison card ghost had disappeared, leaving behind a wet wipe. Staring at the wet wipe on the ground, Suchi remained silent. Unlike the ghost driven away by the river god, this one passed away very peacefully. So passionate about card games, he must be Mr. Gu. So has he become a Buddha? Did I help him transcend? I'm getting more and more confused. There are still so many things in this world I don't know. I'll understand them slowly in the future. He then touched the book of songs. What's this? Then Suchi's head started to ache intensely. Suddenly a sharp pain hit. Suchi clutched his head tightly. After a while, the pain finally disappeared. What just happened? It really hurts. Suchi muttered to herself with her eyes closed. Wait, hold on. Suchi realized something extraordinary. I just had my eyes closed. I think I saw something. Everything around was outlined in lines and strokes. It's the walls of the Karuta Club. This is the roof. This is outside. Suchi quickly stood up. With eyes closed, he walked outside. It's truly unbelievable. He can see his surroundings with his eyes closed. He can even walk around the school without any obstacles. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in front of Suchi. It's so dazzling. This big tree is too bright to figure out what's going on. Suchi suddenly opened his eyes. It turns out all the light gathered here, under the big tree. Suchi unexpectedly found a living shrine, and was instantly puzzled. What's going on here? Does this indicate that this area is marked by me? And places that are visible with closed eyes are also places I've been to before. So Suchi boldly guessed, could it be that things I see with my own eyes can be reconstructed in my mind using this ability? Suchi's face was expressionless, but his heart was bursting with joy. If he could use this ability to sketch the entire Loshi, even with eyes closed, you can go wherever you want. Those scary ghosts will never have to see Suchi's smug face again. Then they left the big tree. The scene shifts. If the deal is made. The abbot of Yujing Temple said in his book that when ghosts and gods become Buddhas, they leave behind objects of attachment. Why has EQ never seen them? The speaker is a young monk from Yujing Temple. The abbot Ishu explained, only those destined to guide spirits to Buddhahood can see objects of obsession. Then the young monk Ishu asked the abbot, can I guide spirits? The abbot quickly stopped him, saying, Ishu, don't even think about it. If you succeed, you become a Buddha. If you fail, you become a demon. Those who fail to exorcise ghosts will surely die. On the way back, Suchi was walking and thinking about what just happened, but he had no clue. Forget it, let's go home first. With the help of the Book of Songs, implementing things will be smooth in the future. No need to worry about those scary things. On the way home, Suchi carefully observed the surroundings and found some important clues. In this world outlined by lines, gray mist is normal people or things. However, the black mist is a terrifying ghost. But problems followed one after another. If we want to map out the entire city, we have to walk through this city full of ghosts, because we can't see places we haven't been to. This is a big project. It's getting late. Let's call it a day. Go home and plan well first. Suddenly, an image appeared before Suchi's eyes. It was a huge demon with a fiery red body. It was eating another ghost. Suchi immediately calmed down. He must leave here quickly. He can't attract its attention. Once discovered, the ghost that was eaten is my fate. Suchi pretended to be calm. While escaping the crime scene, his eyes became resolute. I must survive. I must do whatever it takes to live. This is also Suchi's only wish since being reborn in this world. Tired after a long day, when you want to take a bath to relax, but find a ghost living in your bathtub, wouldn't you just instantly freak out? Suchi had just locked the door after coming home, when Little Chi's mother's voice came over. Little Chi, you're back. Suchi ignored her. Yawning, he walked towards his room. Suchi's mother was still not giving up. She continued to ask, hasn't Xiaoyi come to play at our house recently? Did you two have a fight? He entered the room. Suchi plopped down and sighed with relief. He loosened his tie and lay down. Then he started to recall, although it's been only a few days since my rebirth, it feels like I've experienced a lot. So far, it seems that the ghosts in this world can be divided into many types. Most of them wander the streets unconsciously. They lack intelligence. They only eat people based on instinct. And there are ghosts mixed in with ordinary people. For example, Sun Jie. He won't be seen as unusual. He can even blend in and live a normal life. Although I don't know why he does this. But one thing is for sure, I can't let him find out that I know he's a ghost. And then there's those with obsessions. This is quite simple. We can find a way to exorcise it. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. Little beggar, do you have any clothes to wash? Lastly, there are ghosts like mom and dad. They're like robots, repeating their habits every day. Suddenly, out of nowhere, startled, Suchi jolted awake. He was really afraid that one day, being absent-minded, he might answer incorrectly and get killed for good. Suchi grumbled in his heart over and over. Regardless of the type of ghost, they all have one thing in common. Not only do they eat people, but they also eat each other. Seeing them is definitely not a good thing. There is even a risk of being eaten. Suchi was deep in thought while taking a bath. Then he glanced behind him. Just like that guy. Since the first day I came here, he has been staying in the bathroom. Don't be fooled by his stillness. As soon as I crash someday, he'll definitely come at me ferociously. Suchi picked up a towel and wiped his hair. But there's something rather strange. I've seen so many more ghosts than river gods. Could it be that there are different levels of seeing ghosts? If you think about it this way, does that mean my level is much higher than his? Sigh. messing around like this. Ordinary people who can't see ghosts are the safest. In the dead of night, Suchi quietly fell asleep alone. But the worry on his face didn't lessen at all. In his dream, Suchi entered the deep sea again. These days I've been sinking. This time the gauge is deeper than yesterday. It has already reached 1,380 meters. Suchi continued to sink down. Suddenly, something small below caught Suchi's attention. Looking closely, it was actually a small shrine. Then Suchi swam towards it. Holding the small shrine in one hand, he swam up towards the surface. Rising from 1,400 meters all the way to the water's surface, the scene shifts. Is everything normal in the school campus teaching building area? Patrol team, please respond. A voice came through the walkie-talkie. A security guard was patrolling with a flashlight. Everything is normal. The security guard calmly responded and went home. Suddenly, there was a small shrine under the big tree. The security guard was so scared he wet his pants. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was gone. Unbelievable. Was I seeing things? I just saw something under the big tree. It looked like a little white shrine. How did it suddenly disappear? What do you think is the luckiest thing? Maybe it's mom waking you up for breakfast every morning. What is unfortunate is that your mom is a ghost, telling you to get up for breakfast, but it's actually to eat you. After getting up, Suchi started brushing his teeth and washing his face. Nan said that yesterday she dreamed of the deep sea again, and it was becoming clearer and clearer. I even dreamed of a small shrine, exactly the same as the one I saw under the big tree in the Book of Songs. Deep sea shrine. What do the markers represent? Suchi had no clue. On the way, Suchi was checking the navigation and thinking, before being driven mad by the ghosts here, I must build the shelter as soon as possible. After setting the destination, let's start from here today. Going to more places can be considered as training. The terrain here is a bit complicated. It will probably take 3 to 4 days. Suchi, who is already familiar with the routine, can now easily handle the ghosts behind him. After some time of surveying, Suchi realized it was almost time to go to school, so he started heading towards the school. The scene shifts. There is a tree greeting under the school classroom. Weak Gomsi, you look more troubled each day. Come clean. What have you been doing at night? Suchi looked up, with a face full of exasperation. I said, why are your dark circles getting worse again? Haven't you been sleeping? Then I asked, did you go to the river god to dispel the danger? Suchi said weakly, I even contributed 100 yuan. Seeing the river god walking over, Xiao Yushu directly complained, no way, you're making money off your own classmates. The river god shrugged, don't you get it? This is normal charging. When you pray at a temple, don't you put money in the donation box? This is the money I collected for the gods. As soon as he finished speaking, someone hugged the river god from behind. The river god was startled. It was Sen Jaiye. Hey, what are you guys talking about? Not understanding the situation, the river god quickly untied the rope. As a result, Jaiye's hairpin accidentally fell off. He looked at the hairpin that fell to the ground. Sorry, Jaiye, I don't like others touching me. I'll help you cut it. But who knew? Jaiye bent over and said to Suchi, Suchi, can you help me pick it up? However, from Suchi's perspective, it felt different. Damn, still trying to test me. Suchi smiled faintly. Sure, come on, if you want to play, I'll act with you. Acting is my specialty. Then Suchi reached towards Xiao Yi's head. At this moment, Xiao Yi's head whispered, Xiao Qi, can you pick me up? If you can see me, I'll eat you. Suchi pretended to nonchalantly pick up the head, but inside, he felt a whirlwind of emotions, a mix of every possible feeling, even more nauseating than last time. Then he handed the head over to Xiao Yi. Here you go, make sure it doesn't fall off again next time. Wait, Xiao Yi, your hairpin was suddenly broken by the river god. Could it be that the river god also noticed something wrong? Suchi turned to look at the river god. The river god stroked his chin. He carefully examined him inside and out. Then his eyes lit up. This hairpin is so cute. Where did you buy it? Let's go together next time. This is really something extraordinary. As long as we capture this, we're sure to win the prize money this time. Just a few minutes ago, the head of the photography club was grumbling while holding the camera. Now our photography club only has you, me, and Chiaki left. If we don't win the prize money this time, our photography club will really be disbanded. By the way, where's Kwayamu? Then she asked the person behind her. Him? He's under that big tree behind the school building. No idea what he's doing, but he's been squatting there for a long time. Then the two of them went to the tree. Kwanmu, what are you looking at? Kwanmu looked surprised. I saw something subtle. Then I picked up the camera and snapped a picture. That's why we have the opening scene. It turns out that what Kwanmu saw was the small shrine Suki saw earlier. What's subtle about this, Kwanmu? It's neither aesthetic nor well composed. Isn't it just a tree root? But in the president's world, it's a different scene. Kwanmu turns his head and smiles at the president, but doesn't respond. The scene shifts to the photography club room. The president is sitting in front of the computer. Upload all the photos taken today, and don't forget the one that Senmu likes. With a few swift edits, the photos are ready. Then they are posted on the forum. A classmate casually scrolls by. This photo is nice. The little shrine under the tree even glows. It's really well made. Then share and support it. So here's the title. Those who see this substitute will be blessed by the shrine. Then many netizens started commenting. Where's the shrine? I only see tree roots. I see the shrine. So methods to see the shrine started spreading everywhere. It's said that those who can't see the shrine will be surprised if they open the picture at midnight. Or you can hold a mouthful of milk. I saw that the shrine had the words Fallen City God written on it. As soon as this news spread, a bunch of keyboard warriors jumped on the bandwagon. The 3 words Fallen City God dominated the screen on social networks. This is a place where rumors run wild and everyone's words are taken as gold. It's also a place where truth and fiction intertwine to create gods. The scene shifts. Suchi is as usual mapping the city. He has almost finished mapping the school and nearby streets with wet wipes. Since he has this ability, he can't just sit and wait. It's impossible to find a way back in a short time, so he should study other uses of the Book of Songs. Suddenly, Suchi felt a shiver near a small shrine. A noise came from the shrine. What's going on? Why am I sensing the shrine? And what was that noise just now? To find out, Suchi jogged all the way to the tree. I saw 2 squirrels. One of the little squirrels was chattering noisily. Suchi was puzzled. He could also see the small shrine. Was he just worshipping at the shrine? It seems the one next to it is injured. He picked up the injured little squirrel. Suchi gently stroked it and said, "Poor little thing, don't be afraid. I'll take you to see a doctor now." Arrived at the infirmary, after a while, the school doctor said, "His leg injury is not serious. No need to go to the animal hospital." Also gave him an anti-inflammatory shot. Bandaged the wound. It will recover after a while. I can't tell. Suchi, you are quite compassionate. I just happened to see it while passing by. Thank you. After speaking, Suchi left with the squirrel. Suchi came to the base of the big tree again. So you're still here. Have you always been waiting for your friend? You two have a really good relationship. Then Suchi sent the injured squirrel over. The squirrel brought back a pine cone. I didn't expect the squirrel to know how to repay kindness. Then Suchi stared at the pine cone in a daze. He prayed to the shrine. Then I could sense what this was all about. Come, let's see your fortune in marriage. The students crowded around the river god, eager to be first. I'll pay 100 to go first. My friend Xia Yushu jumped up directly. Having money makes you great, huh? Don't cut in line, go queue at the back. The other students weren't happy. Suddenly, a tragic scream was heard from behind. Don't hit people in the face. Xia Yushu, what are you doing? Why is that little money grubber so popular? The person arriving is Suchi. We're looking for a match with the fortune teller. The person seeking the reading is talented and beautiful, modest in behavior, the dream girl of all the boys, the acknowledged campus belle, Shaji. But Suchi suddenly interrupted. But he's a charlatan. Do you really believe him? You don't understand. Xia had an obsessed look. He's not just calculating for Shaji. Just now, 6 or 7 people asked him to predict their love fortunes with you, and one of them was a guy. These words made Suchi's hair stand on end. Then Xiao Yushu hugged Suchi directly, and with a mischievous smile said, I didn't realize. Brother Chi, you're quite the heartthrob. Suchi was speechless. Suddenly, Suchi was startled. The small shrine made noise again. This time it felt like a cat. After speaking, Suchi ran straight to the tree. Suchi, you came over just to feed the cat. If I had known, I wouldn't have come. I have no interest in cats at all. Complaining under the tree branches, this cat must be lost. It looks like it's been hungry for a long time. I'll post it online. Let's see if we can find its owner. Off to the side, Xia Yushu remarked, "You're really nosy." Then he took out his phone. "By the way, have you seen the latest trending topic? It's the super popular Luo Du Shen." Su Qi shook his head. "Doesn't this big tree look a lot like the one behind our school building?" Su Qi. Suddenly a voice called out. Su Qi turned his head to look. "Oh, it's the campus bell, Saori," Su Qi said indifferently. "Saori, are you looking for me?" Saori asked with her arms crossed. "I heard you rescued a kitten. I came to see it." She squatted down and started petting it. "I think it must be very grateful to you." Xia Yukshu, who was beside them, heard Saori had come, and immediately pushed Su Qi aside. Sachi rushed over. "Why are you here? Are you here to see the cat too? Let's help the kitten find a home together." At this moment, Yusuke's eyes were shining. Sachi picked up the kitten, and kept teasing it. "I really like cats, but my mom is a clean freak. She won't let me keep one." At this moment, Xia Yushu's eyes were full of admiration for Xia Ji, a face full of flattery. "I see. Then let's go to the cat cafe together. I love cats too." Hearing this made Su Qi cringe. "Oh, you little rascal, that's not what you said earlier." However, Su Qi saw a different scene. The campus queen was also a ghost. Sure enough, this world never lets you relax. One careless moment and you fall into their trap. At night, Su Qi started dreaming again. "What are these threads? The shrine was created by me. It's not surprising it appears here, but what's with these threads?" And this time, it sunk even deeper. It's already reached 2,000 meters. What exactly is this deep sea? Grateful for faith, trust, and bonds. These emotions will become a bond, a net that firmly ties you down. It's a signal to prevent you from getting lost in the deep sea. But host, how is this related to the many people who sacrificed themselves but still couldn't eradicate the demons? The host said slowly. "We have to start from the beginning. Many years ago, these spirits came here with the Western fleets, but no one noticed. As civilization developed, they grew stronger, but now they have sunk into the deep sea, a chasm unreachable by humans. Can they rise to the surface again?" Young monk Iku continued to ask. The abbot consoled. "No, they don't have emotional bonds. They will be forever lost in the deep sea, never to resurface again." When the abbot mentioned the names of the three ghosts, the young monk continued to ask. The next day, when Su Qi opened the window, stunned by the sight before him, three gigantic figures were hovering above the city. "What on earth are these?" He heard the host's voice coming from a distance. "The names of these three terrifying spirits are Tin Angel, Bronze Angel, and White Angel. This is unbelievable." Su Qi hurried outside. "What the heck are these things? It's beyond human comprehension." Suddenly, a giant figure appeared before Su Qi's eyes. "Why am I suddenly seeing these things? The deep sea from last night." I sank a bit further. Could they be related to the deep sea? In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. "Shall we go out for a walk together sometime?" Xia Yushu asked Su Qi about something. "No time today, I still have to work," Su Qi answered while tidying up. "Are you talking about that office? You've been there for over a year, right? It shouldn't matter if you slack off occasionally, right?" Xia Yu hurriedly caught up with Su Qi. "That won't do. Uncle Du Shen has helped me so much. He even got me a part-time job at his place. I can't let him down. I'll go ahead. I'm going to be late." After saying that, Su Qi started running. "For my own life, I'll follow the original owner's normal path." The scene changes. Du Shen Law Firm. Su Qi tilts his head in thought, wondering if he can find other clues to help me live safely. Little beggar, little beggar." Suddenly a voice came through, instantly interrupting Su Qi's thoughts. It was an intern lawyer, Shang Diren. "Please help make 3 copies of this contract. Lawyer Du is looking for me. I need to go over there quickly." Then Su Qi went to the printing room. Sure enough, there was this thing too. Suddenly, Suki's gaze shifted. The Biatang law firm across the street is truly bustling with people, but here at Uncle Du's place, it's completely deserted. That Biatang lawyer is quite impressive. It's said that they haven't lost a single case so far. Hey, being right across from such a golden signboard, it's no wonder business is bad. "Hello, may I come in? I'm looking for Lawyer Du." The visitor is Zhang Shen. He then walked in. Su Qi quickly asked, "Do you have an appointment?" Then Su Qi seemed to think of something. "Are you referred by Biatang law firm?" Zhang Shen nodded. "I just came from Biatang's law firm. He referred me here. He said you all are more suitable than him. It's indeed the actions of the big lawyer from the other side. Then Suchi invited him in to rest. He went to call someone. Every time they didn't want to take a case, they would push it over here. Either it's high risk, or the client is difficult to deal with. I don't know which type this one is. Suddenly, Zhangxian started making a big fuss. I want a lawyer. Someone killed my wife. I want to sue him. Suchi quickly stopped him. Brother, this is an office. Don't shout. I'll get lawyer due right away. Xiao Qi, let this gentleman into my office. Hearing such a commotion here, Dushen also came out. He came to the office. While looking at the materials, Dushen asked, "You said last week your wife died of a medical accident at Hasegawa Beauty Center?" Zhang Shen sat beside him, answering honestly, "Yes, the forensic report can prove that the examination results showed an injection of procaine containing anesthesia during the surgery." Dushen asked again what the beauty clinic said. They insisted that a liability waiver was signed. They don't want to take responsibility at all. Did you look at the agreement? Dushen turned and asked. The person next to him looked. The terms are indeed legal and rigorous. It's extremely difficult to claim compensation. Hearing this, Zhangxian immediately shouted, "Lawyer Du, you have to help me. I love my wife very much. What will happen to me and my child without her?" But Suchi on the side felt something was wrong. It's hard to say specifically. Dushen comforted Mr. Zhang. "Please calm down first. Right now, it's important to minimize your losses. This is our agreement. Take a look. After you sign it, we can start working on your case with our team. Let's go to the beauty salon to find evidence, and help the poor husband who lost his wife, to sue the unscrupulous clinic. Once it's successfully on the news, it will be a huge benefit for the clinic. By the way, did you bring the self-defense device?" One of the colleagues joked. "It's so dangerous. Is the beauty salon run by the mafia?" Suchi was so scared he almost peed himself when he heard this. "Don't worry, it's fine. If he dares to mess with me, Lawyer Du can make him pay until he's bankrupt." At midnight, Suchi and the other person arrived at the beauty salon. The quiet beauty salon seemed particularly deserted. However, in Suchi's eyes, it was bustling. "Doctor, look at my face. I think it can still be saved. Doctor, can my nose be made higher? Doctor, my chin isn't sharp enough." Then a ghost approached. "Do you think I'm pretty?" At this moment, Suchi's heart has never relaxed for a moment. Because the clinic refused to provide the surgery video, the two had to leave. In the elevator, Suchi looked worried. "Lawyer Shang, do you think we can win?" Lawyer Shang firmly said, "We can definitely win. We can post online." Originally, a happy family of 3, but the wife died from a minor cosmetic surgery, causing the family to break apart. With such unscrupulous beauty clinics, the next victims could be our friends and relatives. Who knew lawyers had so many tricks up their sleeves, trying to use public opinion pressure to force him to comply. As the saying goes, public opinion is as sharp as gold. Destroy and obliterate. Currently, there is no better way, so the two of them had to go to Mr. Zhang's house to check the situation first. "Here it is, let's go up." The two drove downstairs and rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was Zhang Shen. There's also a cute child inside, very shy, hiding in the corner, afraid to come forward, just waving hello from afar, so young and already lost their mother. It's really pitiful. Suchi also felt very sympathetic. Zhang Shen invited Suchi and the other to sit down. Then he said to the child, "Xiaobao, go inside first. Daddy and uncle have something to talk about." Xiaobao obediently walked toward his room. But the moment Xiaobao opened the door, a chilling aura poured out from the room. Seeing this, Su Kuaishi felt a shiver down his spine. Attorney Shang began to speak, saying he wanted to know about your family situation, and some information about your wife. Then the two of them started a long conversation. At this moment, Suchi was not in the mood to care about this, because the ghost in the room kept staring over here. Will there be a problem with the child being alone with the ghost? And I don't even know what kind of ghost this is. If he, like Mr. Ghost, has unfulfilled wishes, I can find a way to help him move on. Then I can gain another ability. Then Suchi stood up. "You guys chat first. I'll go take a look." Xiaobao, what are you doing?" The moment he walked in, the ghost at the door made a face. However, Suchi completely ignored it. But the ghost didn't give up. Suchi looked at Xiaobao on the bed, and glanced at the ghost beside him out of the corner of his eye. What is he doing with the lipstick? He saw the ghost pick up the lipstick and start drawing on his own face. Suchi was lost in thought. Is his obsession with becoming beautiful? How do I help him pass on then? Give him plastic surgery? Isn't that ridiculous? Better find Xiaobao for some information first. Then Suchi sat down. Brother Xiaobao, can I play with you? Who knew the kid would refuse right away? Suchi didn't give up. He continued his relentless persuasion. Xiaobao, what are you drawing? The sea? Xiaobao, do you like the sea? Never been there. Why are kids so unfriendly these days? Suchi asked again. Then why draw the sea? Hearing this, Xiaobao looked sad. Because Dad and Mom said they would take me to see the sea, but Dad said Mom won't come back. But I know Mom is already dead. This child is so mature for his age. It seems we can't get any more information. He looked around. Suddenly, a piece of paper caught Suchi's attention. He then picked it up. Is this the sea that Xiaobao wants to go to? Xiaobao's voice suddenly came, saying Dad wants to go, but Mom won't sign. Hearing this, the ghost nearby immediately stopped. Then it started to go berserk, shouting nonstop in the room, sign it, sign it, sign it. Seeing this scene, Suchi's hair stood on end. Could his obsession be related to the signature? Suddenly, Suchi thought of something. Signed for travel insurance. Then Suchi hurried out. Mr. Zhang, can you show us all your wife's insurance? I mean all of it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shen's face darkened. The truth of the scam was finally revealed. It said that everyone has a desire for beauty, but a medical accident cost you your life. Yet the person who shared your bed not only didn't seek justice for you, but also gave up the compensation from the beauty clinic. Little did they know, a conspiracy was quietly taking shape. The head of the beauty salon found the most famous lawyer, Bi Tangya, hoping to resolve this medical accident. In order to settle this matter, they even offered their utmost sincerity. Bi Tangya looked at their sincerity and said, with a faint smile, I can help you, but have you ever considered, why would an ordinary working-class person give up a large compensation? I just hope you apologize publicly. Seeing the other party shaking their head cluelessly, Bei Tanya continued, then let me explain carefully. Then she glanced at her watch. It is said that marriage is the grave of love. Everyone longs for it, yet everyone fears it. There was once a man. He fell in love and married a woman. They lived together for 6 years. They even had a child. To the neighbors, they were a model couple, perfectly harmonious. Until one day, the wife died. Because she went to a beauty salon for an improperly performed surgery, her husband lost his beloved wife. He decided to sue the beauty salon, to expose the matter to the public. He tried to gain public sympathy, but then the husband went to the insurance company with a policy naming him as the beneficiary, to claim the insurance. He received a compensation that he couldn't spend in a lifetime. How do you all feel about this story? You mean he wanted to commit insurance fraud? The person in charge of the beauty salon was sweating profusely. Bei Tanya adjusted her watch. No, it's just a story. Whether it's true or false is no longer important. What's important is whether the listener believes it or not. Bei Tanya blinked, with a smile. As long as you believe the so-called truth I speak, I can see through your life. It turns out this watch is not an ordinary watch, but a relic of the gods. According to Rashomon's testimony, anyone who believes the holder's truth, the holder can understand the entire life this person has experienced, real or illusory. Trust what I say, all past events are in my eyes. Now look at Suchi. On the way back, the investigation of the huge insurance indeed had many doubts. The lawyer truthfully reported it. Lawyer Du ultimately refused this case. Senior, do you think he really committed insurance fraud? Suchi asked with a puzzled look. Maybe only he himself knows. Loving couple, but the person next to your pillow is plotting your death. Truly, human hearts are more treacherous than ghosts. The lawyer beside him laughed. Xiaoqi, the way you put it, it's like you've seen a ghost. Suchi returned home without saying a word. After revealing the midline insurance fraud, the painted skin ghost self-purified. It also left behind this lipstick. Then Suchi picked it up. Suchi grabbed his head and screamed. It was more painful than absorbing the wet crystal last time. It felt like two forces were clashing inside him. Could it be that the two abilities are repelling each other? Suchi is holding on desperately. After a while, it finally stopped. It seems to have been absorbed smoothly. At this moment, Suchi's face was ashen. But suddenly, Suchi's hand uncontrollably picked up a blade, and cut his finger. Her left hand seemed to be controlled by something. Wiping across her mouth, Then the skin on her face started falling off piece by piece. Suchi screamed hysterically, her face twisted and contorted. Finally, she calmed down. Suchi understood her role, a relic of the gods, a painted skin with no original face. Disguised as a ghost, the user will strip away humanity, but he can make himself play a ghost or god. Great, you can see now. Finally, I can eat you. After saying this, the ghost mother bared her teeth and claws and lunged at Suchi. What exactly happened? Did Suchi fail? Just now, Suchi experienced a little high point in his life. I never thought I could become a ghost god one day. That feeling is incredibly exhilarating. With the relic of the ghost god, Suchi played the role of a ghost god for the first time. Let's experience it now. It's showtime. Suchi opened the door. I didn't expect Mom to be waiting for a long time. Xiaoqi, are you going out? Suchi looked straight ahead. Interestingly, my heart felt no fear at all. It was as if the person in front of me wasn't a ghost, but someone of my own kind. Seeing Mom rushing towards me, Suchi grinned. Take a closer look, then open your mouth wide. Shout at the ghost opposite you. Who can you see? Who do you want to eat? The ghost mother didn't expect such a terrifying existence to be opposite her. She was so scared that she turned and ran. Soon, Suchi's ghost face began to peel off. In an instant, he regained his humanity. Divinity destroyed, humanity restored. So the time has come. Cold sweat dripped down Suchi's face. The slowly recovering Suchi could only hold his head with his hand. Although he could become a demon god, his mind was just full of madness and eating fish. And the time was too short. We must try a few more times. After saying that, he continued to squeeze the wound. Then he wiped it on his mouth, to see if there would be any other reaction after using the mask. Suchi pushed the door open and walked out. After trying a few times, Suchi discovered a pattern. The time the mask portrays the ghost is only a few dozen seconds. The more you communicate with spirits, the shorter the duration. Also, the limit for using the painted skin continuously in a short period is 3 times. As you approach the limit, your mind gradually becomes insane. After 3 times, you must rest for a while, to stabilize your humanity. In his dream, Suchi entered the deep sea again. These 2 threads, one is from the squirrel, the other is from the black kitten. It seems that for every new deity, a new thread connects Suchi to the shrine. Then I checked the sinking speed. It used to be 200 meters a day. But today it's far more than that. Could it be related to the new abilities? Suddenly, something caught Suchi's attention. There seems to be something below. Then Suchi swam towards it. It looks like an octopus. What on earth is this thing? And it's already at a depth of 2,800 meters. So the next day, Suchi seeks the river god for dream interpretation. Hearing there's business, the river god immediately takes out his phone. 10% discount for old customers. Looking at this little money grubber, Suchi says, dreamed of a placenta and a giant octopus. The river god's lips curl into a smile. Do you subconsciously want to have children with an octopus? Suchi was stunned. Then his thoughts returned to the past. After the car accident, although he was reborn, what about his wife and unborn child? Are they dead or alive now? Suddenly, Xiao Yushu pressed Suchi's head. Suchi shivered in fright. What are you talking about? I heard something about having a baby. The river god said indifferently. Why don't you come to my house on Saturday? My dad is a famous shaman in Loshi. He might be able to help you interpret your dream. I'll send you the address later. There's a vertical cut path below. Hey, since when did you 2 get so close? River god, why didn't you invite me? Are you possessing his body? Go to hell. Suchi picked up the box and threw it. After school, Xiaoyushu asked, are you really going? But suddenly, Suchi's phone rang. Something's not right. Wasn't the phone out of battery? Then Suchi picked up the phone and looked. Why is the battery fully charged? And the caller ID says Miss Mary. Who is this? Suchi's eyes widened. Instinctively, he answered it, only to hear a voice on the other end say hello. I'm Miss Mary. Can I come to your place tonight? Then she just hung up. Who called? Yushu Xia came over. Isn't this due? What call record? It's from yesterday. Is your phone broken? Xia Yushu can't see. Did Suchi panic immediately? A chill surged from her feet to her head. The call just now was from a ghost. Then whispers came from the other end. You can see. You can really see. Suchi broke out in a cold sweat. He said he's coming to my place. Guys, I can't believe I screwed up. Damn, What should I do? Waiting online as night falls, Suchi didn't rush home, but stayed at Dushen law firm. Because of the accidental exposure during the day, Suchi felt increasingly uneasy. That Miss Mary must be a ghost. Otherwise, Willow couldn't have missed her. I've been exposed. He'll definitely come and eat me. He's even scheduled a time. I need to think of a way quickly. Suki washed her face and cleared her head. At this moment, the phone rang again. At this point, there's no use in avoiding it anymore. Might as well answer it and get some useful information. So I answered the phone directly. The voice on the other end said, "Hello, this is Miss Mary. Is no one home? I'm at the Dushen law firm." Suchi was so scared he wet himself. He thought hiding here would be safe. But how did they find him anyway? Does this ghost have a built-in GPS? The lights flicker on and off as the knocking keeps on coming. Then the phone rang again. "Hello, my name is Miss Mary. I'm now at the law firm." Sue's scalp went numb. Cold sweat broke out. Then the sound of high heels came from outside the bathroom. "Hello, my name is Miss Mary. I'm now outside the bathroom door." Suchi was incredibly nervous. It was already too late. Creak, the door opened. A figure with a 40-meter-long sword burst in. A shadow slowly approached Suchi. "Hello, my name is Miss Mary. I'm right behind you now." After speaking, he swung the large knife towards Suchi, but suddenly, it stopped in midair. It turned out that at the moment the knife was about to fall, Suchi used the painted skin technique, directly covering his human form. "Hello, my name is Mary. I am looking for..." It turned out that after Suchi used the painted skin, Mary suddenly lost her target, but the mask's effect is too short. The longer you look into his eyes, the faster it wears off. Must escape before the mask fails. Suddenly, Suchi's ghost face started peeling off. Oh no, it's failing. At the same time, Mary immediately locked onto Suchi's position, immediately raised the broadsword and slashed over. Suchi was scared out of his wits. At that moment, the blade was only 0.01 centimeters away from him. Fortunately, it was blocked by the windowsill. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This Miss Mary is more ferocious than any previous ghost. Suchi did not hesitate. He immediately used the painted skin. "We must use this limited time and rush out as quickly as possible." Consecutive uses of the face-changing spell have begun to reveal side effects. While Suchi struggles to stay conscious, he staggers toward the exit. It's time to test the face-changing spell again. Mary immediately senses Suchi's location, a loud shout to kill, and then ran towards Suchi. Mary, who had come outside, found no one again, and shouted loudly, "Where are you? I'll kill you." Suchi hid by the table, not daring to breathe. After a while, there was no sound. Have they left? Suchi was also puzzled inside, looking for you to kill. Just as Suchi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard Mary's voice coming from above his head. Mary then made a horizontal slash, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Mary was left standing there in a daze, because he lost his goal again. Over here, Suchi, to stay alive, had to use the last mask. After being toyed with repeatedly, Mary tore off her mask and went berserk, wildly swinging her knife. Her attacks were as fierce as a storm. However, across from Mary, Suchi was struggling to keep his inner calm, but the last time the mask failed even faster. Suddenly, Mary opened her mouth wide in front of me. "I saw you. This is the most vicious ghost I've ever seen," drawing a knife at the slightest provocation. Using a chaotic wind blade technique, in a split second, he swung his sword 81 times. Fortunately, Suchi dodged skillfully, but the third use of the disguise technique failed too. Miss Mary also noticed Suchi. With no other choice, Suchi could only make another desperate attempt. He used the disguise technique again. Grinning, he said, "No, you didn't find me. You were just bluffing." Unable to find anyone, Mary slowly left, while Suchi stood there in a daze, feeling extremely anxious inside. "Hurry up and leave. I can't hold on much longer." Suchi watched Miss Mary leave. Finally gone, Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. Then the phone rang. "Hello, my name is Miss Mary. Couldn't find you. I'll leave for today." So persistent. Suchi wore a bitter smile. Suddenly, Suchi started convulsing. His mind was in chaos. "No, I can't go crazy. I must return to humanity." Then Suchi collapsed to the ground. He had just used the skin-changing technique 4 times. Surprisingly, he broke his previous limit. Suchi felt deeply uneasy, but grateful to still be alive. He gasped, saying this was the closest he had ever been to death. Avoiding these ghosts and spirits is just too hard. After calming down, Suchi packed up his things and prepared to go home. Suchi, right? Suddenly a voice came. Suchi looked. It turned out to be Baetangya. Baetangya said calmly, "Just got off work. What's going on? Why do you look so pale?" A bit of mental overexertion. Suchi casually made up an excuse. Mental overexertion? Then replenish with some sugar. Let's go. I'll treat you to strawberry cake. I'm a member of the Luo's Dessert Association. Since they weren't familiar, Suchi directly refused. Mr. Baetang, a voice suddenly called out. Regarding the recent child abduction cases, a suspect has been caught. The prosecutor wants your help with the interrogation. The ones coming are Officer Black Curtain and Officer White Matter. And this is for you. Officer White Matter takes out a bag full of goodwill. Baetangya accepts the bag and says with a smile, "Suchi, it looks like we'll have to go for dessert next time. Here, this is for you." After speaking, he throws a candy towards Suchi. I heard the suspect is called the Gullwing Gang. In the distance, Officer Black Curtain's voice is heard. The Gullwing is that legendary monster. Whatever, as long as it's not related to ghosts and spirits. After saying that, he took the candy that was just thrown and put it directly in his mouth. Wow, it's really delicious. Suchi looked utterly delighted. On the police car, Baetangya was still thinking about what had just happened. The enticing bird turned right at the shore. Looks like it's going to be busy again. 3 days later, Suchi's phone rang. "Hello, my name is Miss Mary. I'm coming to your house tonight." As soon as Suchi heard this, he casually threw the phone onto the bed. "Here we go again. Every day, I have to clock in once a day. Is it easy for me?" Thinking about the previous times, I was either on the verge of being chopped up, or forced to turn into a ghost or demon. At this rate, at least my life is saved. But my spirit will be drained eventually. When will it ever end? Suchi leaned back, and collapsed onto the bed. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Suchi picked it up and saw that Hishen had sent the address of the shrine. He also reminded him not to forget. Suchi immediately realized, damn, today is Saturday. Fujin Shrine. My lifeline is here. To save his own life, Suchi went to Fujin Shrine as agreed. This is the place. Their shrine is so impressive. After arriving here, Suchi found that the long-standing fear and repression had completely disappeared. This shrine is actually useful. Suddenly, Suchi saw a sign, "Shrine temporarily closed today. This river god is too unreliable." Suchi muttered, "Suchi, you came." Suddenly a voice was heard. Suchi looked intently. Suddenly, the river god appeared in front of Suchi, wearing a shrine maiden outfit. "Sorry about that. There are too many people today. I couldn't come to pick you up." The river god looked apologetic. The river god explained that there was an auction held by a collector today, so it wasn't open to the public. Collector's auction. Your father is still into antiques, huh? But the river god retorted that what's being auctioned aren't antiques, but relics of gods and spirits. Hearing about the relics of gods and spirits, Suchi became interested immediately. The river god feared Suchi wouldn't understand, so he explained it. It means literally, it's a treasure left by gods and spirits. I'll handle it for you. You should have known then. This world isn't as clean as you imagine. Suchi looked helpless. Of course I know this world isn't clean. I've seen more terrifying things than you can imagine. So he immediately asked, where did all these ghosts come from? These ghosts all have unknown origins. However, their causes are varied, related to human obsessions, phenomena, legends, and so on. Are the relics of gods and ghosts rare? Suchi continued to ask. Of course, it is said that the relics of gods and ghosts can grant people mysterious powers. But last time you exorcised me, there was nothing. The river god responded with a shocked expression. Isn't that obvious? Only ghosts who attain enlightenment can leave behind relics. Let me put it this way. Ghosts who attain enlightenment let go of their attachments and transcend themselves. Exorcism forcibly destroys them. As they talked, the river god grew impatient. It's not that easy for ghosts to become Buddhas. Even if I explain, you won't understand. Suchi looked speechless. I don't understand? I've already transcended 2 of them. The 2 of them walked towards the shrine. The river god continued, although there are ghosts in this world. But you don't need to worry. This is the pure land of the divine kingdom. Evil things can't get in at all. Isn't that nonsense? They can't get in? Something this big is floating here, and you say it can't get in. A giant Uruma doll is floating in the air like a human pyramid. Barry, what? Nonsense. It's too difficult. Even the official organization I had high hopes for can't save me. Let's go. I'll show you around. The auction is quite lively. The river god suddenly interrupted Suchi's thoughts. There are so many people here. Are they all spirit mediums? There are also foreigners. Suchi was shocked by the scene in front of him. Collectors' auctions are not common. Those who come here for the auction are all psychic abilities from around the world. They all rushed here specifically upon hearing about the auction. These people are all psychics from around the world. The reason they all came here is to attend the auction held by the collector. The river god finally brought Suchi to the venue. Ghosts and gods are rarely seen in everyday life. The only relatively stable source is collectors. So who is this collector? Suchi asked the river god. The river god explained that collectors do not refer to a specific person. Rather, they are a group or organization. They may have some special means to acquire the relics of ghosts and gods. You have no idea how rare. Spectral relics are in the psychic circle. Suchi looked speechless. Are you sure they are that precious? I've only been here a few days and I already have two. However, the collector seems to be an incredible person. I need to learn more. These are spectral relics. Suchi stands in front of a cabinet. He sees a crystal cabinet. Inside is an old-fashioned eye. It even has a name. You probably can't see what's inside the crystal, right? Ordinary people can't see relics of spirits. I can't see most of the things in here either. Only those with strong spiritual power can see them. The river god came over and said, "Yes, I'm just here to join the fun, to see the names and prices." Suchi casually brushed it off, but in fact, Suchi could see half of the things here. Then Suchi turned around and asked, "That collector must be quite impressive, right?" "I don't know. Anyway, it's quite mysterious. But since it can obtain ghostly relics, it must not be weak. But you can't even see it. Do people really buy it?" "Of course, it depends on how you think. It's just that you don't have the ability to see it. Or does he really not exist?" Suchi was completely baffled. Suddenly, a priestess approached. "The river god and the secretary are looking for you." The river god said to Suchi, "My father is looking for me. I'll go over there first. Feel free to look around. I'll ask him to interpret your dream later." Suchi had to agree. Then Suchi started wandering around, to see what there was. A cat with a wooden comb. Wow, so expensive. A golden wooden comb. Can't afford it. Sorry for bothering. The most absurd is the protection of the hero king. This one doesn't even have a price. Can it be like this? The holy sword of physics. This is the cheapest in the whole place. Suchi came to the front of the cabinet, murmuring if he had to buy something, he could only afford this one. "Hey, isn't this thing supposed to have fought aliens with Dr. Gordon Freeman?" Suchi quipped. Suddenly, Suchi stopped walking. "Why is this empty inside? Is the big crown real? Or am I just not seeing it?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. "Mr. Hans, Anderson sends his regards." Suchi turned around, and saw a man behind her, in a suit, holding a hat, with a cane. "Hello, I'm Suchi. May I ask who you are?" "I am the host of this auction. They all call me the collector." "You are the collector who can bring out a large number of supernatural artifacts." Receiving a definite answer from the other side, Suchi looked surprised. "Shall we take a walk?" the other side suggested. The two walked out of the venue. "You don't have a bit of delicacy in you, but you have strong intuition. That is, the ability to see ghosts. This is rare," the collector suddenly said. Suchi was shocked. Even the river god didn't realize I could see ghosts. Yet can this person also see those ghosts? Then Suchi's expression became serious. "In other words, you can also see those guys in the shop behind?" "Of course, otherwise I couldn't become a collector." Hearing this answer, Suchi's eyes widened, and she was ecstatic inside. "Great, this is a real kindred spirit." Oli was right about what the river god said. Collectors are really capable. This shrine trip is truly electrifying. I thought I had found a kindred spirit. However, Anderson's next words left Suchi, who was full of joy, feeling cold inside. Anderson calmly said, "You'd better ignore them. Those two fox spirits are formidable beings. Not everyone can see them. I'm getting more and more interested in you now." Upon hearing this, Suchi was stunned on the spot. Compared to that guy, the two fox spirits were nothing. In Suchi's view, behind the two foxes, that giant-like demon stood like a towering pillar in the sky. Then, Sukotan sighed. Ah, no, it's totally impossible. This collector is also unreliable. The scene shifts to the living room of the Fujin Divine Society. The living room was already full of people. The head of the police action team members, Father He, the high official, and the abbot of Yujing Temple, as well as his disciple, EQ. The head of the action team spoke. The interrogation expert we invited has obtained information about the seductive bird gang. The scene flashes back to a few days ago at Lost City Police Department. The interrogation room door flung open. Biatanya came out from inside. He then said, "It is indeed a gang operation. The gang leader is called Ghoul Bird. His subordinates are known as Ghost Car. They specialize in abducting children. After Ghoul Bird selects a target, he marks it with blood. Ghost Car carries out the capture." The team leader quickly asked, "What about their motive and hideout? Did they find out?" "The motive is unclear. The Ghost Car only follows the commands of the bewitching bird." Biatanya shook her head. She said that to know the motive, we must catch the bewitching bird. And those kidnapped children are hidden in an abandoned textile factory 4 blocks from you. The team leader was furious. "Right under our noses. It's truly darkness under the lamp. They're completely disregarding the police." Then, a loud shout. "Field team, prepare to deploy." Last night at dawn, the field team captured the Guhuo Niao gang, but after entering the textile factory, no more news came out. The bewitching bird and the chief officer murmured that they had no impression, and it didn't match any of the previous information. Suddenly, Eugen Four Pillars had a sudden realization. Could it be the chief officer? It turns out the chief officer and the host had the same thought. Upon hearing this, the captain on this side became unsettled. "What are your thoughts? Please tell us. It's a matter of life and death. We have not only lost contact with the officers, but also several children are missing. We don't have much time left." The abbot said that we suspect it might be a deep-seated spirit. "This is my disciple EQ. He will lead the team and coordinate with you in this matter." The operation leader was anxious. The abbot said it is a matter of life and death. "We still hope that you and the grand officer can personally take action." But the host shook his head and said we cannot intervene. If we go and provoke more powerful spirits, it would be truly beyond our control. The Grand Officer and I have very strong spiritual sensitivity, and the spirits we encounter and attract would be even more terrifying. Because my disciple's spiritual sensitivity is not very strong, sending him is the safest method. Senior official also agreed, saying this is our rule, can't see the knight's safety. If you can't see it, it's safe. The captain of the action team was confused by what the chief officer said, so the next step was to develop a rescue plan. Organize people to investigate the abandoned textile factory. The auction should have started. Let's go take a look. Then Anderson asked Suchi if he was interested in any of these relics. Suchi looked helpless and said, "I'm just a poor student. Even if I like something, I can't afford it." To his surprise, Anderson smiled and said, "No problem. Whatever you like, I'll give it to you. This is the one thing I have plenty of." Suddenly, he saw an empty cabinet. Suchi curiously asked, "What's this one for?" The imperial physician actually found nothing. "I made it up." Anderson laughed insidiously. Suchi looked speechless. Then he gave a thumbs up and said, "Well done, sir. Aren't you afraid of revenge?" Anderson laughed and said, "They can't tell people apart. They always trust their own understanding more than their own eyes. By the way, are you interested in collectors?" Anderson suddenly turned around and asked. Suchi looked confused and said, "Do you mean to come here before 8 p.m. tomorrow? The address is in here." After saying that, Anderson took out an envelope and gave it to Suchi. Suchi picked it up and saw Black Gate Club. Then, with a puzzled look, "Why did you invite me? We've only known each other for less than 10 minutes. Anderson gave a look. "I definitely have my reasons for finding you. Besides, you don't want to get lost in the deep sea, right?" Hearing this, Suchi was shocked. Deep sea, he actually knows deep sea. After the auction ended, Suchi left the shrine, the holy sword of physics. He indeed gave the cheapest one. "How exactly do you use physics?" Then he picked up a stone. "Let's do an experiment with this first." So he tapped the pebble. The effect of the demonic relic, physical distortion, inertia cancellation. Then Suchi tossed the pebble upward, but the pebble fell straight down. The pebble wasn't thrown up, it dropped directly as soon as it left his hand, because it lost its inertia. Can this ghostly thing erase inertia from an individual? Try a few more times. After 10 minutes, after several experiments, I even hit myself, finally figured out something. This holy sword has a corpse. Hitting with force, it even hurts a bit. You can create inertia, it can immobilize the target. The heavier the object, the better the effect. The harder you hit, the longer it lasts. Repeated knocking has no cumulative effect. So Suchi had a sudden inspiration. Would this also work on ghosts and gods? I went to find shrines, and to find collectors. Isn't my ultimate goal just to save my own life? Then Suchi saw a ghost hanging there, covered in tumors. How disgusting. Suddenly, a bold idea arose. Why not just use you for an experiment? After saying that, Suchi took the holy sword, and struck the ghost god's back with a stick. In this world full of ghost gods, suddenly having a way to deal with them, what would you do? Definitely hit him hard. Just heard a bang. The ghost got hit by a stick. After hitting, found the ghost stopped immediately. Great, it works on the ghost. Now I have another lifesaver. Then Suki hid behind the pillar. Let's see how long he can be immobilized. Take out your phone and start timing. Awesome. This guy was immobilized for a full minute. Today we still need to complete the fiction on the commercial street. By the way, find a few unlucky guys. Let's see if there are any other effects. The scene changes. The commercial street is bustling. Suchi found some isolated ghosts. After testing, she found that there was indeed a difference. The effect on heavier ones is particularly good. They can hardly move at all. The effect on lighter ones is poor. They can barely move. The effect lasts longer on smaller ones, and shorter on larger ones. Master this rule, and you can use this thing with ease. Suchi comes to a phone booth. A small shrine slowly forms. Okay, finally completed the second full area fiction. I hope to complete the whole implementation soon, so I can be relatively safer. Tomorrow night, I still have to go to the Black Gate Club. By the way, let's fictionalize that area as well. Cut 2. The next day. The Xinjiang district is the most bustling commercial area in Luoju. It's not just a place name, it also represents a culture of consumption, high-end brands and fashionable tastes. Suchi arrives at a building according to the address. This should be the place. I didn't expect the Black Gate Club to be located in the city center. Entering the building, Suchi couldn't help but marvel at how expensive it looked from the outside to the inside. It really looks quite pricey. Collectors really are rich. Entering the elevator, Suchi pressed the button for the restaurant. The moment the elevator doors closed, a hand reached in. Suchi was startled. Then two people appeared in front of Suchi. A man dressed in black, wearing a tall hat, with a sinister face. He was pushing a wheelchair. In the wheelchair was a little girl holding a bunny. A head of golden hair stands out remarkably. The pitch-black pupils glimmer with hints of gold. Cat-like eyes appear especially eerie. Who are these two people? Su swallowed nervously, his face full of worry. They keep muttering whether you can see them or not. Can you see them? It shouldn't be ghosts or spirits. But why are they so silent? And they're staring at me constantly. Suchi felt a chill inside. In the blink of an eye, they reached the tavern. There's no turning back now. Let's just get out first. Suddenly, Suchi stopped in his tracks. There's only one door. This should be it. Suchi slowly pushes the door open. Excuse me, is anyone there? Mr. Anderson. Suddenly, a piece of paper appears out of thin air in front of Suchi, startling Suchi. The paper reads, "The lost lamb returns to the old imprint of literature." Then it caught fire. Suchi was sweating coldly. Is this a welcome message, or a warning? Seeing no response, Suchi gathered his courage and walked in. Wow, this is so luxurious. But why isn't there anyone here? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Mr. Suchi, I knew you'd come back. Suchi immediately turned around. It was a handsome middle-aged man. You are Suchi? He asked, looking puzzled. At that moment, the two people from the elevator also walked in. Mr. Anderson, I have returned with my subordinates. Hearing this, Suchi was stunned. This person is Anderson. What's going on? Anderson said calmly, I know you have many questions, but let me introduce first. This is Alice, the head of our Blackgate Roche branch, and her assistant, the Doll Hatter, and this is Suchi, a newcomer I invited. Then the Mad Hatter doffed his hat to Suchi. Anderson continued to introduce Alice, one of the directors of the Blackgate Club. endlessly inspired, a human approaching the homotherm level, known as a crazily advanced immortal. He's already over 200 years old. Suchi looks shocked. Shanghai Ho Mua level. A 200-year-old lolly is really unexpected. Alice takes out her pocket watch and looks at it. She says, "Mr. Anderson, it's getting late. I'll leave this to you for now. I'm going back to my room. I'll organize the items we moved." Anderson responded, 200 years old. Can someone really live that long? Suchi started to doubt inwardly. Then Anderson explained Alice's ghost relics, the Mad Wonderland and the March Hare. The pocket watch can stop his time and age. Suddenly realizing, Suchi exclaimed, "You are Mr. Anderson, so the elderly gentleman from yesterday is." Anderson slightly bowed and said, "Let me reintroduce myself. I am Anderson from the Black Gate Club. During the auction, I hide my true appearance. After all, in our line of work, safety is a must." Sue broke out in a cold sweat. "So that's how it is. It's quite amazing, but I can't agree with it in my heart. No wonder he sells fake goods. Afraid of people coming after him, huh? Our Luo division has just been rebuilt. Help us unpack the boxes first. I will slowly explain it to you too." That year, the Good Luck Island incident broke out. In order to submerge the resurfaced Lord of Radiation again, everyone in the Roth division of the Black Gate Club perished. All perished. So tragic. Hearing this, Suchi was shocked. "So the Roth division has been on hold. We were only sent to rebuild recently. Help move the books to that bookshelf." After saying that, he handed over a book. "What exactly is the Black Gate Club?" Suchi asked curiously while arranging the books. "I thought it was just a club for people with superpowers, or a mysticism research organization, but now it doesn't seem to be the case." Anderson explained, "The duty of the Black Gate is to maintain human order." Does this mean maintaining world peace? This probably isn't a safe thing to do, right? Suchi boldly guessed, "Are you safe now? Those who can see ghosts and spirits can't say they are safe." Then his eyes became resolute. The Black Gate was established with a mission. "Let's tidy up first and then start from the beginning." After some time, we finally finished tidying up. "Let me show you this." After saying that, Anderson took out a notebook. "Welcome to the circle of the mysterious world. Now let me tell you about the thing you're most concerned about." Pick up the notebook, open it and take a look. What is written here? Ghost idealism, supernatural phenomena, mysticism, belief in divine power and communication with gods. Mysticism, gain knowledge and divinity from the mysterious. Suchi continued to read on. Inspiration recognizes the ability to perceive spirits, the power possessed by psychic spirits and psychics, divine objects, that is, relics of spirits. Looking at the contents in the notebook, Suchi asked in confusion, "Wei-sen? Secret artifacts, mysteries, I don't quite understand what it means." Anderson explained it simply. "These are the three main pillars of the mysterious world. Reformers represent spirits, which are those guys we see. Mysticists are those with spiritual abilities like witches. For example, the people at fucking shrine. We, on the other hand, have intuition but no spiritual power, is referred to as the mysterious one." Suchi continues to flip through. Sees the deep sea, the mystery of the world. As one delves deeper into the sea, the more mysteries one uncovers, until getting lost in the depth of the mysteries. Sue immediately understood the deep sea. "This is familiar to me. I dream of sinking into the sea every night. The deeper I sink, the more ghosts and gods I see, the more terrifying it becomes," Anderson said while drinking tea. "Everyone has their own deep sea. The deep sea is inspiration. The deeper you sink, the stronger the inspiration, the stronger the ability to see ghosts. Generally, the deep sea is divided into the epipelagic zone from the surface to 100 meters. The mesopelagic zone is from 100 to 500 meters. The bathopelagic zone is from 500 to 2000 meters. The abyssopelagic zone is from 2000 to 20,000 meters. The Moho layer, from 20,000 to 50,000 meters. The Gutenberg layer, from 50,000 meters to 3 million meters. The core layer is called the Gutenberg layer." Looking at the depth comparison, Suchi realized he was already at the abyssal layer at 5,000 meters, and at the current descent speed, he would reach the final layer in at most a month. Suchi was shocked, and quickly asked what would happen if he went too deep. "The deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets, especially when you lack the necessary skills. A lot of unexpected things can happen. The most common is being eaten by spirits." "Being eaten? That's the most common. Suchi looked incredulous. If it's serious, one could get lost in the deep sea, lose their mind and become distorted, lose control in the chaos of insanity, transform into an idealist, which is what we see as ghosts and spirits. Oh my goodness. Suchi was increasingly shocked. Anderson put down the teacup. Continuing, he said that it's common for the mystics to lose control. Many people sink too deep and can never come back. By the way, how deep did you go? Don't give a specific number, just be vague. And remember, never reveal your exact depth to anyone. Once you say the real number, it will summon unspeakable horrors, Anderson warned. I've sunk to the abyssal layer. Suchi was drenched in cold sweat. Have you felt very forgetful lately? Like when you come to your senses, you can't remember what you did. Isn't that dementia? That's not the case, Suchi answered cautiously. Then you are safe for now. But your depth is too dangerous. You need an anchor, to avoid getting lost. Anderson continued. Then he took out a red stone. My deep sea tells you what an anchor is. Suchi looked puzzled, but the next second, Suchi's vision went black. A huge water pressure hit. This is Anderson's deep sea. It turns out in others, in the deep sea, you can't see the scale numbers. Suddenly, someone patted her from behind. Suchi turned her head to look. It was Anderson floating in the sea, and a huge indescribable corpse. Then Anderson's voice sounded in Suchi's ear. Welcome to my deep sea. A voice came from behind Suchi. Suchi, this is my anchoring line. Then Anderson started to explain. Anchoring is a bond that maintains the relationship between the mysterious and the world above the sea. It includes complex thoughts and behaviors such as gratitude, faith, trust, and bonds. Anderson grabbed the anchoring line next to him and said, believing in people, gods, or feet is a way to create an anchor. Suchi was shocked. You don't want me to start a cult, do you? Let people believe. In this day and age, how can anyone still believe in this? Establish your own anchor from scratch. That's the most complex and difficult way. It requires many opportunities. It needs faith and the sacred to echo each other, sufficient deep sea depth, and so on. This process is very complicated. It requires not only a long time to accumulate, but also the right timing and circumstances. As far as I know, very few people have established their own anchors. Fortunately, the mystics discovered a shortcut a long time ago. What shortcut? Suchi urgently asked. There have been many anchorages in history. The original owners of these anchorages have long since died, but traces related to them still exist in the world as ghost relics. You can use ghost relics to become them, gradually taking over their anchorages. At this point, that ghostly face came closer. Suchi was forced out of the deep sea. Waking up, Suchi was shocked. Let me show you anchoring firsthand. You'll have a more intuitive understanding of the concept. Anderson looked at Suchi and said. The red stone in his hand had turned into fragments. This just happened. Suchi was still slowly digesting everything that had just occurred. The shortcut just mentioned should be imitating and acting. Eventually became that person, continuing to live as that person, replacing him and him. So, Anderson, isn't your real name, right? Suchi asked suspiciously. What was my original name? I no longer remember. You must abandon your original self, and live like the original owner. Only then can you accept the flaw, and replace it. Suchi asked again. The original owner must have more than one divine item. Your thinking is quite sharp. After saying this, Anderson took out a lighter, holding a cane in the other hand. Yes, for example, the Emperor's new clothes and the firelighter I have now, are two divine objects owned by the same original owner. If an original owner is chosen as an anchor by two or more mystics, what should be done? One of them will definitely lose control. Accidentally choosing the same original owner as someone else is a very cruel thing. The deeper the mysterious ones descend, the more urgent their need for anchoring. The struggle for an anchoring position is usually very bloody. Unfortunately, I have encountered such conflicts before. The outcomes were never good. Can't we just switch to another original host? Suchi spoke up. Of course not. Shortcuts are irreversible. Replacing the original host will make the mystic immediately lose control. So, you must be extremely cautious when choosing the original host. In the next few days, study the basics of mysticism, while considering contradictory matters. Suchi quickly said, but I haven't decided whether to join yet. Having the deep sea is a dangerous talent. You need esoteric knowledge to control it, to prevent it from losing control and becoming a ghost or god. We are not stingy with our knowledge. The fewer ghosts or gods, the better. It's beneficial to us. So what did you mean by the mission to maintain human order just now? The Black Gate Club was founded to prevent ghosts and gods from harming human society. Suchi was suddenly stunned. Ghosts and spirits can harm humans. Aren't they in the deep sea? Humans can't see them. Anderson nodded. That's true, but if they come up to the surface, it's a different story. Ghosts can even float up. It's truly outrageous. If ghosts float to the surface, everyone will be able to see them then. They possess supernatural powers. Ordinary humans can't resist at all. They will even eat those who can see them. Suchi's pupils widened greatly. How did they float up? It's because ghosts and spirits also have tether lines. Faith and perception are their tether lines. Ghosts and spirits are called idealists, because the more we believe in them, the more they rise. Eventually, they get closer to us. Like with cults, it's a way to summon ghosts and spirits. Natural disasters also cause panic in human society, creating a lot of conflict points. Ghosts and spirits take advantage of these conflict points to emerge. The deeper the abyss they come from, the more terrifying they are. So the job of the Black Gate Club is to eliminate ghosts and spirits. Suchi summarized. Gods below the abyssal layer cannot be easily eliminated. Then Anderson held up 2 fingers. There are only 2 ways to eliminate gods. One is to make them attain enlightenment. The other is to sink them back down. Send them back to where they came from. So how do you sink them down? It's very simple. Destroy the gathering place for the cult's ritual. Stop the believers from summoning the ghost god through the ritual in advance. This will break his anchor line. Suki grinned. Isn't this just like busting a pyramid scheme? Then Anderson took out a stone. There is another way. Use the Philosopher's Stone to sink him. The Philosopher's Stone is a miraculous creation researched by alchemists of the mystic sect. It can give people a brief glimpse into deeper depths. Not only does it help acquire the ability to see invisible spirits and relics, but it also makes spirits sink into the beautiful scenery of the deep sea. Come, let me show you something. Anderson stood up as he finished speaking, and went to a mechanism. He arrived at a mechanism, just a quick turn, and a hidden door opened. Unexpectedly, there was more space here. Suchi was shocked. Inside, there were all kinds of weapons, daggers, guns, bullets, grenades, and even a rocket launcher. Each one had red stones on it. Is it the Philosopher's Stone? Seeing this room full of weapons, Suchi joked, are you here to protect Luoshi, or to blow it up? Anderson explained, this is our armory. It was left by the previous branch. Until the funding comes through, this is all we have. Suchi thought for a moment, why did they find me for the last question? But suddenly, a gun was pointed at Suchi. What do you think? Suchi broke out in a cold sweat. Sir, what do you mean by this? Anderson raised the gun and said, every day, I witness horrors that don't belong to this world alone, constantly facing the threat of death. Aren't you afraid? I once wandered alone in fear too. I even thought about leaving this world. I understand that feeling. But fortunately, someone reached out to me back then, and pulled me up. Now it's finally my turn to help someone. Then Anderson put the gun away. She showed a brilliant smile. Suchi was speechless, almost scared to pee. Seeing you now, it's like seeing the old me. Before he finished speaking, Suchi interrupted, Sir, I'm ready. I want to join the Black Gate Club. And can you also give me some weapons? These are much more practical than that holy sword. Suchi is seen, holding a gun in his left hand, and a grenade in his right hand. Not impressive at all. But at this moment, Anderson is scared to death. You little brat. Put that down. Do you think these are toys? Scene changes. Lobby living room. Suchi says solemnly, Sir, I want to join you. Have you thought it over? I've thought it through. Suchi replied. Suchi had already made up his mind. Given the current depth of the deep sea, once the deep sea spirits emerge, I'll be the first to encounter them. I won't even know how I died. Might as well join the Black Gate. There is still a glimmer of hope. Then Anderson stretched out his hand, and said, We usually observe the situation of the ghosts and gods in Luoshi. In case of emergency, I will contact you, and we also take on some commissions. Whether it's handling emergencies or completing commissions, there will be rewards. Suchi looks surprised. There will actually be a reward. Of course, we can give the mysterious ones more tangible rewards. Also, I have some experience to share with you. Try to restrain yourself. Stay silent. The fewer secrets you reveal, the lower the chances of being discovered by ghosts and losing your sanity. But sir, you just told me a lot of secrets. Suchi looked puzzled. That's because we are behind this door now. The old mark of the black door can ward off the prying eyes of ghosts and gods. It's relatively safer. Unknowingly, it's already 12 midnight. Anderson said it's very late. Do you have any other questions? Suchi continued to ask. I have 2 more questions. First, how do I overcome the fear of ghosts and spirits? Although I've gotten used to them being around me, it's hard not to fear what the mysterious ones might do. Even in extreme situations, even when I'm almost in shock, I can still perform normal actions. Anderson lowered his eyes, and said, so, the fear of ghosts and spirits is uncontrollable. Suchi slumped helplessly. Slumped, so even if you're afraid of dying, you still act recklessly. Then what about your second question? Suchi took out his phone and said, recently there's been a ghost called Miss Mary. He comes to chop me every day. Anderson said calmly, a ghost that appears at a fixed time every day. You can effectively avoid danger. No need to resolve it. Isn't that great? Suchi retorted. What's so great about it? Living in constant fear, chased every day with threats to kill me, exhausted like a dog. Anderson helplessly said, we mystics have limited power against ghosts and spirits. Other than turning them into Buddhas, we can only make them sink back down. Suchi hurriedly asked, isn't there any other way to eliminate them? Spirit energy is the only effective means of attack, and those who possess this ability, one is a mystic, the other is an idealist, that is, a ghost or spirit. Hearing this, Suchi's face changed. Ghost or spirit? Do you mean? That's right, just as you think. Anderson took out a case record, and said calmly that Miss Mary is a very suitable tool for dealing with ghosts, as long as you can use her well. Then Anderson opened the case record, and found a case. Tomorrow night, half an hour before he arrives, we will meet at the phone booth at the entrance of Banyan Park. Then he gave Suchi a look. I'll teach you how to use this spirit. Hearing this, Suchi finally felt relieved. It's getting late. I should take my leave. Suchi stood up to leave. After saying goodbye to Anderson, Suchi took the book and left. As soon as Suchi walked out, the doll pushed Alice in. Sir, just received a new commission. The cabinet's Chimera bird call group. They kidnapped and fled, fabricating ghost and god legends, causing panic. They even established a ritual to summon an evil god, passing through the shrine and Okane temple faction. They deployed 20 secret disciples. The police made thorough arrangements, but the operation ultimately failed. The disciples suffered heavy casualties. 2 died on the spot. 10 were seriously injured. Anderson's face changed slightly. He said that followers gain power from evil gods through summoning rituals, which hastens the rise of spirits and gods. Things are not looking good. Alice agreed, saying indeed that's the case. The bewitching birds have already risen to the abyssal level. Alright, I'll go prepare. We need to deal with those followers as soon as possible. The current Black Gate cannot defeat an ancient evil god. I'll leave it to you, sir. The situation is urgent. Please resolve it within a week, sir. Alice has given a death order. I'll leave the rest to you. Please be careful. With that, he turned his wheelchair and left. Oh, by the way, take the new guy along for this mission. Scene change. It's midnight, crackling thunder and lightning. It's pouring rain outside. It's really raining hard. Aunt Jong, I'm back. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was a public phone. So, I picked up the phone and answered. Hello, who is this? I heard a voice from the other end. Sister, it's me, Huey. Sister, come save me. Hearing this, I panicked. What's going on? Speak clearly. But the other side is already in a hurry. There's no time to explain. Do you know the phone booth at the entrance of Pine Park? Oh no, she's coming in. Help, sister. Save me. Then I heard a scream from the other side. The call was disconnected. What's going on? At this moment, the sister looked terrified. Then she drove to Banyan Tree Park in the pouring rain. She saw a phone booth from a distance. This must be it. But where is the person? So she dialed her sister's mobile phone directly. This is really nerve-wracking. Why isn't she answering the phone? Suddenly, a phone rings. Turns out it's the public phone ringing. My sister runs over to check. Could it be that this is the one Huey just used? It's not ringing now. That's so strange. Let's call the police first. So I took out my phone, but the phone screen was black. What's going on? It was fully charged just now. Then the phone rang again. The phone suddenly rang. The woman picked up the phone and answered it, but the voice on the other end said, "Sister. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be like this. You should call for help quickly, it might still be in time." The sister was terrified, and immediately panicked. "Huey, what are you talking about?" But there was no response from the other end, only the sound of beeping was heard. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared. She suddenly saw a huge figure in the darkness. She was startled and said, "What is that?" Then she tried to open the door and escape, but the door just wouldn't open. In a panic, she could only call her husband for help. "Honey, please come save me. I'm at the phone booth at the entrance of Banyan Park. The door is locked. There's a strange person outside. I'm scared. Please hurry." At this moment, the ghost outside bares its fangs. It is banging against the phone booth. The woman is so scared she drops the phone. Could only shout for help. "He's coming." But the next second, the ghost and the woman both vanished. Only the lonely phone booth remained. The clueless husband was still desperately shouting, asking what happened. "Wait for me, I'm coming right now." But looking down, in the corner of the phone booth, there was a puddle of blood and a fallen high-heeled shoe. Not long after, her husband arrived. Muttering, he said, "Only the phone booth. Where's the person?" Then, the previous scene replayed. The scene shifted. On the school rooftop, Xiaoyuchu exclaimed in horror, "River God, can you please stop telling ghost stories? They're really scary." "Alright." Su Beggar looked curious. "Where did you hear it from? Could it be a true story from your shrine?" River God took a sip of milk tea. He said, "From the internet. Recently, there's something called Decapitation Cycle. It's very popular." "What does he film?" "Various horror stories. Each story is made into a vlog. They look so real. And that's popular? Only you like watching that," Xiao Yushu said indifferently. But Saj is also watching. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. The next second he made a 180-degree turn. "Think carefully. If this doesn't get popular, there must be a reason. Also, do you have any friends like Kasha? Let me take a look," said the river god. "Sure, but I'm a bit tight on money lately. I can barely afford food." But Summer Willow said directly, "No problem, Lord River God. I'll cover all your lunches next month." Su Kuaishi was speechless. A money grubber, a lovesick fool. What kind of friends do I have? Suddenly, a strange sound came from the small shrine. Su Chi listened carefully. All he could hear was a sizzling sound. Turns out it was a hungry little mouse. Then Su Chi said, "I still have something to do. You all go back first." Under the big tree, Su Kuaishi complained a lot, always coming to freeload. Even the little squirrel used to bring some pine cones. "But you guys, you're just freeloading for nothing." Su Chi looked helpless. "There's no way. To avoid losing control in the deep sea, we rely on your faith to sustain us." Mao Dingshu traded a sausage for a believer. Think about it carefully. It's not a bad deal. Petting a cat feels great for a moment. Keep petting, keep enjoying. Su Chi petting the cat, while lost in thought. Isn't it supposed to be difficult to establish an anchoring system? Like me, setting up a shrine and it's done. It probably isn't that simple, unless something significant happened with this shrine. Suddenly, Su Chi received a message. Tomorrow night at 8:30, there is a mission at Pine Tree Park. Seeing this, Su Chi was startled. Could it be that the ghost story about Pine Tree Park is true? The scene changes. The next day at Pine Tree Park, Su arrived early at the destination. He took out his phone and checked. It was only 8:20. It seemed he was a bit early, so he thought about yesterday's question again. What exactly happened with this godly publication? He had to look it up. The information he found through the phone browser was not what he wanted at all, so he tried another approach. If it weren't for social media. Suddenly, a video caught Su Chi's attention. This should be the person who spoke to God. Look at this #1 in views. Su Chi was amazed. Search for hot topics, hoping to find some clues. Suddenly, a word caught Su Chi's eye. In the small shrine of the Luoju god picture, it was actually a photo of myself. These people forcibly created a god out of thin air. Could this be the reason? It seems that my shrine's anchor is based on online fabrications. This is exactly how the Luoju god was established, for sure. The internet is indeed a good medium. If I can continue to play the role of Luoju god, I can create urban legends about myself. Maybe my anchor will gradually stabilize, and no one can know that this god is impersonated by a human. We need to increase the mystery and ritual of the god of Luo Capital, and gain more followers. I want to make the false god of Luo Capital real. Suddenly, a bold idea emerged. Soon, Anderson also arrived. Suchi said worriedly, Miss Mary usually appears at 9 o'clock. From appearing to leaving, it took about 3 minutes. In front of me, it was 20 to 40 seconds. Anderson looked at Suchi. When he appears, can you get accurate information? Yes, he will call me. Suddenly, the phone booth rang. Suchi and Anderson were startled. Then a woman walked over, while making a call and shouting Zijia. Zijia, where are you? Ah, then she ran towards the phone booth. Anderson picked up the staff and blocked her. Ma'am, the person you are looking for is not here. He has already gone home. Then the woman started screaming, who are you people? Move out of the way, or I'll call the police. Seeing that persuasion had no effect, Anderson rolled his eyes at her. The person you're looking for isn't here. He has already gone home. Then he used the effect of the divine relic. The Emperor's new clothes, blurring reality and illusion. In the next moment, the woman seemed to be hypnotized. She kept murmuring that Zijia is not here. He has gone home. I also want to go home. Suchi, who was beside her, was stunned. Anderson's divine creation is amazing. It can actually change people's thoughts. Then Anderson held the scepter. With a look of pain, he couldn't even maintain himself. Using power requires a price. Activating a divine artifact requires conditions. The stronger the effect of the divine artifact, the harsher the conditions for activation. Sir, are you alright? Suchi looked worried. Panting, Anderson said, don't worry. I'm just out of chakra. I just need to rest for a bit. Hearing this, Suchi immediately burst into laughter. Sir, you really love to joke. Then he asked, what are we doing here? Anderson replied calmly, waiting for the ghost. Aren't we supposed to wait for Miss Mary? Then why are we still cramped in here? Suchi was very puzzled. Anderson replied calmly, not just her. There's another one. Recently, there's a horror video online called Decapitation Cycle. Host, do you know? Yes, her video was shot right here. A ghost lures people here to this phone booth and eats them. The more Suchi talks, the more scared she gets. So, could the ghost in the video be real? Who knows? Anderson asked in return. Think carefully again. Suchi suddenly realized, I get it now. It doesn't matter if it's real or fake anymore. The horror video has already built a phone booth in the audience's mind. The image of the ghost gives it the ability to appear in human society, allowing it to harm ordinary people. The decapitation cycle deliberately uses the horror video to perform a ghost ritual. Anderson also became serious. That's right, we received an investigation commission. From early yesterday morning until now, 7 people have gone missing here in a row. Suddenly, Suchi's phone rang. Sir, Miss Mary is calling. At the same time, Anderson also took out the tinderbox, and said, he's here. Suchi turned his head to look, and saw a ghost face outside the phone booth baring its teeth at them. Can you see it? I'll eat you. The glass of the phone booth was about to shatter. Suchi was sweating profusely. He quickly said, Sir, the phone booth can't hold much longer. Suddenly, the phone rang. Suchi immediately answered, Hello, this is Miss Mary. I'm at the Banyan Tree Park phone booth now. I've come for you. The two looked outside carefully. They saw Miss Mary standing outside. She was holding a big knife. Without any grandeur, lying in front of her was the corpse of the ghost just now. It had been split in two by Miss Mary. Suchi trembled and said, Sir, Miss Mary is here. Don't move. Then Anderson picked up the tinderbox. With a click, there was a sound outside. Hello, I'm Miss Mary. Where are you? Anderson over here had already lit the tinderbox. Calmly said, Don't worry, as long as I light my tinderbox. Within the range of the light, ghosts and spirits can't see us, so you don't need to worry. Then Anderson looked at Suchi, and gave a reassuring look. Really? Your divine object is quite good. This sudden scene scared Anderson so much he almost wet himself. What the hell is this? At this moment, Suchi had already used the Wapi technique. It was as if a ghost or deity had descended. Anderson was scared out of his wits, shouting, Don't come any closer. Suchi hurriedly reassured him, Sir, stay calm, stay calm. It's time for me to renew the magic skin. Suchi inside was revealed. Suchi looked embarrassed. This is my divine object. I used it to avoid Miss Mary. To calm down. Han said, I see. Besides the one I gave you, You've got yourself another divine artifact. The ability of this divine artifact is quite special. Hearing this, Suchi looked bitter. It's really hard to explain. Miss Mary never stays long each time. She leaves on time. Then Suchi's phone started ringing. Hello, I am Miss Mary. I couldn't find you. I'm heading back now. Finally, she's gone. Let's go out. It's safe now. Anderson picked something up from the ground and said, see, only the power of gods can kill gods. Sue asked in confusion, sir, why did Miss Mary suddenly attack? The ghost that stops phones. Miss Mary is the type of ghost that locks onto a target. She treats her target like a beast protecting its food. Why do those ghosts eat people, and consider humans as food? Anderson said, did you notice? Once the spirits realize that someone can see them, whether it's a human or an animal, or even another spirit, they automatically enter feeding mode. It's a natural law. Then, staring at the thing just picked up, he continued, your Miss Mary doesn't seem simple. Two spirits targeting the same food at the same time. There will inevitably be a fight. This is the natural law of idealism in the mystical world. Miss Mary appears at a fixed time every day. This means that at this time every day, you can have a power that can harm ghosts and gods. So, my little brother, you need to get along with her. Anderson I. Lian Wenwei looks at Suchi. Have you ever seen someone borrow a knife to kill? Have you ever seen someone borrow a ghost to kill a ghost? Miss Mary, without saying a word, killed it with one strike. The phone ghost. Speaking of the phone ghost, what did it do to deserve this? After confirming Anderson's safety, come here, buddy, help me take a picture of this thing, he said as he handed over the phone. Suchi took the phone, and snapped a few shots. Then Anderson muttered Isaac's prosperity, and lifted the umbilical cord, raising the fetal membrane, followed by a hexagram instantly forming, centered on the block just picked up. A crystal cube appears out of thin air. Turns out Anderson is using the crystal fetal membrane secret technique. A mystic can create a fetal membrane with isolation and preservation effects, through 3 casting conditions, elements, rituals, and spells. Then the body on the phone track sizzles and turns into black smoke, dispersing between heaven and earth. Picking up the crystal fetal membrane, Anderson said, let's go, we're going to get our reward. This thing can get us a reward? Suchi was incredulous. Of course, I told you before. The scene shifts. Loki Coco, Mr. Loki, are you sure it's this place? They arrive at a shop. The shop is called Toxic Thrift Store. Anderson explains, don't be fooled by its appearance. This is the Black Gates repository for divine artifacts in Loki's, and we take on commission files here. Income can be exchanged for divine items. Then the two of them walked into the store. After Anderson greeted, a woman in a cheongsam came out. She is Ms. Guanjin from the antique store. Oh, it's Mr. Anderson. What brings you here? After a bit of small talk, then Anderson took out the previous placenta, and asked me to exchange it. Alright, just a moment. So Ms. Jing started working on the computer. It didn't take long before it was done, showing, on the display, telephone booth incident handled by Suchi, reward, 100,000 coins, and a lightless layer file certificate. Then he took out the payment, and pushed it towards Suchi. Suchi picked up the voucher and asked in confusion, unglitched layer voucher? What is it used for? The voucher is used to redeem divine artifacts. The unglitched layer on the voucher indicates the level of the redeemable divine artifact. It's the same as the depth of the deep sea. The highest level divine artifacts in this Luaju shelter are only 3 pieces of mysterious confusion, without Gutenberg level divinity. There's mystery. The faction's Black Gate relies on divinity. For its foothold, we have mastered systematic mystical knowledge, obtaining divine items, creation secrets, and sales channels. Is it a ghost auction? Suchi chimed in, that's right. The auction is one of our channels. In the circle of psychics, we have 2 other identities, collectors and custodians. After finishing, Anderson picked up a piece of paper and said, this is the list of god relics that can be exchanged in the dark layer of the Luaju Asylum. You can choose what you want to exchange for. After saying that, he handed it to Suchi. Suchi opened it and looked. Wow, there are so many. Don't rush, take your time to choose. If nothing interests you, you can save them up, or sell them. 100 low-level ones can be exchanged for 1 high-level one. Then Anderson reminded, although in theory the mysterious one can absorb divine power infinitely, absorbing too much mixed power makes it easier to lose control. Getting the anchor line becomes more difficult. so you must be cautious when choosing. In this world full of ghosts and gods, a high school student actually wants to create a god. What a crazy and great idea this is. He works towards his goal step by step. Here Anderson reminds Su Kwai-dao to remember, the power of the god token is just a convenient means. Our ultimate goal is still to use this method to obtain more manhwa. Su Chi frowned deeply, but internally agreed with his statement. My mangacollection needs more methods to build. Soon, Su Chi determined the target. Su Chi pointed on the paper. This is the divine object, called the fire of transmission, the flame of rise and fall, eternally lasting. Returning home, Su Chi took out the book from before and looked at it. This book is full of esoteric occult diagrams, truly obscure and difficult to understand. Hair all puffed up. Better try the divine object from before first. So she picked up a pen. Fire of rise and fall, in endless eternity. The next second, all of Su Chi's blood started to boil. What's going on? Body is heating up. It was like it was on fire. Su Chi had a look of horror. Then the pen fell. Just now, it felt like the blood was burning. This is the price of using the fire transmission. Su Chi was sweating profusely, breathing heavily. Su Chi looked at the pen. Su Chi murmured, wondering if he had just succeeded. After saying that, he touched it again. Then images of the past appeared in Su Chi's mind one by one. These images were all previous knowledge, experience, and memories. Suddenly, Su Chi understood. The power of this divine object is equivalent to a recorder. The owner can convert what they see and hear into images or sounds stored in the object. Anyone can see the information imprinted in the object. Then the pen fell down again. Su Chi said weakly, it seems the more complex the information we want to leave, the higher the cost. Burning more blood. Looking at his right hand, Su Chi said helplessly, it's really not enough. Just 3 seconds and I'm already feeling weak. Better replenish quickly. Then she took out a piece of chocolate and started eating it. Although there were many divine beings on the roster at that time, I wanted to create my own god. The ability to pass through fire is currently essential. After eating the chocolate, she instantly felt revitalized. Su Chi felt awake again. Let's try a few more times. The next day, Su Chi came to the big tree. The place was quite lively. 2 little mice were joyfully playing. As soon as the 2 little guys saw Su Chi coming, they ran away. In front of the shrine, there were a few scattered items. Are these to replenish yesterday's offerings? Have the little guys become enlightened? Su Chi was all smiles. Then let's start the experiment with you. Su Chi then took out a picture. I simplified it as much as possible. You should be able to understand it. Then he touched the altar, muttering under his breath, flame of rise and fall, forbidden for eternity, yearn for my mystery, crave my knowledge, fear my unnameable. The burning pain in the blood sweeps through in an instant, but Suki continues. I want every creature standing before the shrine to be repeatedly influenced by this information, and a feeling will arise in their hearts. In the face of mystery, the longing and awe for the unknown existence. After doing all this, a flash of white light, then Su Chi stood up. There was some mystery, but it still felt like something was missing. How terrifying are ghosts and gods, those who have seen know. In order not to get lost in the deep sea, Su Chi started his journey to become a god, but looking back, he felt like something was missing. Suddenly, Su Chi had an epiphany. Right, it's agency. I not only need the belief of the masses, I also need some devoted followers who can act on my behalf, and I must make them believe that I am a deeper existence beneath the deep sea. Let's try again. So Su Chi reached towards the shrine again. Life of the primordial wilderness, manifestation of ancient evil, supreme lord of the 81, great existence submerged in the deep sea. I just came up with these lines for now. Let's leave it at that for now. It fits the mysterious and indescribable identity, just like a god submerged in the sea. A divine appearance. Su Chi thought again. A trigger mechanism needs to be set. This ritual must be set so only those below the level of Chengru Wang can see it. Only those who set up the formation and perform the ritual, to obtain information about the great being, and even learn about the gods. Su Chi leaned against the tree, while eating chocolate, and said listlessly, I'm so tired. I just did it 3 times in a row. I'm almost exhausted. For my own hairline, this is all I can do for now. I'll arrange the other shrines when I have time. It probably won't have much effect in the short term, but once the shrines are set up everywhere, there will definitely be results. The scene shifts. School playground. A classmate suggested, "Let's go play pinball." Yeah, I heard they got some new pinball machines. Why don't we give them a try? Yushu echoed, but Tsukuishi wasn't interested at all. Suddenly, there was a noise from a shrine. It sounded like a little mouse. Is there something going on? Let's go check it out first. You guys go ahead, I have something to do. After speaking, Suchi turned and left. This guy sure knows what's up. What's going on? You have no idea. Ever since Suchi's confession failed last time, he hasn't been quite right. I think he's sick. He needs treatment. Oh my goodness, has this mouse become a spirit? Suchi was hiding far away, watching. On the ground, there was a hexagram drawn with chalk. A little white mouse actually drew the formation. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even if the sky falls, I won't believe it. Can he really think like a human? Can he understand the meaning of each position? Then Suchi took a look. The vegetation position, the dead leaves are correct. The metal position, the ring pull is fine. Even the corpse position is correct. Suchi's mouth dropped open. This is no longer just a matter of wisdom. It also requires knowledge of the occult. But how could a little white mouse be the one to place the final stone? Then the little white mouse started to pray. Ancient life's transience, the evil of old days, above the 81, the great being submerged in the deep sea. After silently reciting this, the little white mouse then expressed its wish. Suchi, beside it, was shocked. Through the shrine and the ritual array, the content of the little white mouse's prayer, Suchi clearly received, and also received the little white mouse's wish, cheese. Seeing such a simple wish, Suchi showed a bit of disappointment. No matter how intelligent, it's still just a small animal. Then Suchi directly took out a piece of cheese and threw it in front of the little mouse, and then left gracefully. They're all just animals. Why is the gap so big? Even the little mice can understand, and they do it so well. You're such a dumb cat, so timid and foolish. Ah, there's no hope for you. You're already a useless cat. Click. Suddenly, the sound of a photo being taken came from afar. Suchi turned his head and saw the eerie sounds of the forest. He demonstrated his power. Suchi held the cat, and calmly looked at him. Classmate, do you like cats too? He's very well behaved. Do you want to hold him? After speaking, this ghost with human features came closer. The face full of eyes was really creepy. Kwyanmu, you're being very rude. A voice came. It was the head of the photography club speaking. I'm really sorry. The head just thought it was a great composition. For a moment, he couldn't resist taking the shot. Hurry up and apologize. The minister pulled Chimu and said. After Chimu apologized, the two of them walked away. Oh my gosh, that really scared me. I have trypophobia. This Quinmo is just like Saori Koya. They're all human ghosts. People like this, human ghosts. I asked Anderson about it before, and checked some information. Didn't get a clear answer. I'll just have to be more careful in the future. Suddenly got a message on my phone. There's a new mission at Blackgate. We're going to the abandoned textile factory tonight. Cut 2. Abandoned textile factory. Numerous police cars have already surrounded the place. Then the police started to take action. Sir, what's going on here? Suchi inquired about this mission. According to the official statement from the Metropolitan Police Department, this is a cult specializing in child trafficking, and this textile factory is their hideout. But this is just beyond belief. Suchi's face changed. Anderson echoed. Yes, according to the informant, there is an ancient evil god inside, and the ancient evil god has already risen. Looks like a tough situation. The mystic can't handle it, right? It's not difficult to deal with a believer who gains some power from spirits. This isn't hard to handle. The mystic is afraid of provoking the spirits, so they are cautious. After all, he has reached this far. Anderson looks very serious. What's that? Suchi's pupils suddenly dilate. Opposite, an indescribable ghost is screaming hysterically. It turns out that this ghost is the deep sea ghost, Blackgate's target this time. Guhundao Anderson continues. Look, these hairy lines dragged it from the deep sea to the shallow. If we continue to ignore it, it might appear in the human world. Deep ghosts are not comparable to ordinary little ghosts. If they really come to the human world, it will be a disaster for humanity. Then Anderson, while opening the box, said, so, before it fully surfaces, we need to sink it again. We have to cut its anchor line. After speaking, Anderson took out a sniper rifle. Seeing such a flashy move, Suchi was shocked. The violent ones will go after the believers, as long as the criminals are caught. And the child is rescued. Once the news reports it, the panic will be alleviated. Without panic as a contradiction, this thing will naturally settle down. We're just here as a precaution. What do you mean by precaution? Suchi asked back. This time, to deal with the believers, the officers of the large temple and the abbot of the Yuqing temple came. Their inspiration is much higher than that of the disciples. If they take action, the demon might have a flower. So we'll be responsible for containing the demon. Cover them. What should I do? Then Anderson said, improvise. Suchi felt a wave of frustration. That's so unfair. They didn't even give me a gun. How am I supposed to react on the fly? How do I adapt? Oh right, there's a walkie-talkie in the box. The police department and the undercover agents use it to coordinate missions. You help me listen in too. Suddenly, a voice came through the walkie-talkie. Explosives ready. Everyone, stay safe. Preparing to force the door open. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. The gate of the textile factory was blasted open. Many children were imprisoned in a cage inside the abandoned textile factory. At this moment, followers of the bewitching bird surrounded the cage and set up a bizarre formation. They were also the real culprits behind the serial abductions. Thus, a battle for the survival of humanity began. The leader of the followers shouted loudly, enticing the mother bird goddess's devotees. You will be blessed by the mother goddess. The mother goddess will save you from a miserable fate. Suddenly, an explosion interrupted their thoughts. The followers began to flee in panic, but the leader quickly stopped them, saying, do not panic. We are all pitiful people, abandoned by the god of creation. The mother god of the bewitching bird is our only way out. The lead believer became more and more excited as he spoke. As long as we offer enough sincerity, the great mother god of the bewitching bird will surely perform a miracle. She will grant us the ability to conceive, so we can have our own children. As long as you bring the children back, to participate in the sacred ceremony, sacrifice other people's children to the mother goddess. You are the most loyal followers, the mother goddess' favorite followers. Then you will have your own children. But those heretics are hindering us. They are disrupting the ritual. Taking the children, we must not let them succeed. We need to protect the children. As he finished speaking, he drew out a gun. Then all the followers in the audience erupted. After a flash of light, driven by the strong desires of the followers, their arms turned into wings. Blood streamed from their eyes. They had lost the last of their sanity. Then a lot of cute creatures appeared out of nowhere. Master EQ, it seems there's someone up there, a little novice asked. EQ said calmly, don't worry, that's the mysterious one from the Black Gate. He's our ally. And don't get distracted. Although the host and the chief officer are here, we still need to be careful. We can't repeat the same mistakes. Prepare for action. At the command of the police. Last time, because of the unexpected fog, we suffered heavy losses, a police officer complained. Don't worry, this time we invited two great masters. We saw the high official draw the demon-slaying sword. With one strike, it shot out. We saw the demon-slaying sword pass through as if no one was there. With a whoosh, it went straight through the followers. Then the thick fog started to disperse everywhere, revealing the humanoid bird monster inside. The followers inside had all mutated. Minister, he had already turned pale. His expression changed. Could it be a monster? The bewitching bird also noticed the situation here, and flew towards Minister He and his men. Oh no, danger. The abbot quickly warned them. Eaten you, he finished saying. The bewitching bird opened its large mouth, and saw its father motionless. The river god panicked, and ran over shouting father. However, at this critical moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A hole was directly made in the bewitching bird's head. It turned out to be Anderson, who was watching from the side, who took action. Then there were a few more shots. The head of the bewitching bird was riddled with bullets. The bewitching bird screamed in pain. As the thick fog dissipated, the people here also began to take action. EQ said from the side, let's go in too. The believers have strange methods. We need to help solve this. Then everyone started moving toward the warehouse. But the river god suddenly said, Father, I suddenly can't see this ghost. With the divine sword in hand, I rule the world. How cool and awesome it is to slay demons with one strike. Let's not talk about its effectiveness, but just look at that pose. Absolutely perfect score. Hearing the river god say that, the spirits disappeared. The chief river officer looked up. Indeed, I can't see the spirits either. Then he asked the abbot beside him, "Is it the same for you?" The abbot looked relieved. "Yeah, thanks to our friend, who provided timely support at a critical moment. This works too." Suchi looked surprised. It seems that even deep-sea demons fear sniper rifles. Anderson next to him explained that it's the effect of sage time. It can temporarily submerge demons or parts of their bodies, creating a deep-sea difference, making it impossible to form a feeding logic with shallow people. "But we are just sinking one head, sir. Fire more shots. That guy has 9 heads. Suchi reminded from the side that sinking one head. "We've already used 3 philosopher's stones. As long as there's suspicion and Mao-Dingxian, if we use the string holder support to force him to sink, that would exhaust Blackgate's armory." Not long after, the true form of the bewitching bird appeared again, letting out a roar. Suchi and Anderson's faces instantly changed. "This is bad, he hasn't sunk deep enough, and he's noticed us too. What's worse is, we are still within its feeding range." Just a single call made Suchi's limbs go numb. Is this the fear brought by the deep spirits? No, I need to calm down. At the critical moment, Anderson looked at Suchi and reminded him not to daze off. "Prepare your divine item. He might come over in a moment." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Suchi. "Look, that guy lost another head. How is that possible? He clearly only hit one." Anderson looked confused. Then Anderson's face changed dramatically. "Suchi, dodge that head. It's not missing. Wait for me. I need to get the holy sword." "What are you waiting for? Don't take it, there's no time. Also, be ready anytime." After the conversation, Anderson hurriedly left, but Suchi still chose to take up the holy sword and give it a shot, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. But who knew the next second, that missing head appeared next to Suchi. The head could actually teleport. No time to be surprised. Suchi picked up the holy sword and struck it. Physical distortion, inertia cancellation. Then the bewitching bird stopped. Taking advantage of this gap, Suchi started running. Then with a bang, Anderson also made a move, directly hitting the bewitching bird's head. However, it was useless. "I just knocked him out. He can't move for now." Suchi mumbled something. "Hurry, let's get out of here, it's too dangerous." Then they quickly left. Suchi didn't care anymore. She used the painted skin directly. Then Anderson said to split up and run. "I'll distract him." But things didn't go as planned. The bird of prey went straight for Suchi. Anderson was sweating profusely on the side. "I've already fired 4 shots, but this guy's attention is still on Suchi. How deep is Suchi's depth after all?" Meanwhile, Suchi was inwardly cursing like crazy. "I was so anxious I almost cried. Big brother, don't come over here. I just tapped you. The hatred shouldn't be on me. These followers are too scary. Don't think they're just women, but they're ruthless when they strike." A battle between both sides is nothing short of a small war. The cultists have gone completely mad. With the high priest, "You all should evacuate quickly." After saying this, the high priest took the river god and fled the scene. Seeing this, the followers launched another fierce attack, but to avoid hurting the children, the police outside could only retaliate passively. "Let's check over here. A few minutes ago. Damn it, in the blink of an eye, where did Suchi go?" Anderson looked around, but didn't see any sign of Suchi. No choice. The firefight has already started inside. We need to save those kids first. He finished speaking and crouched down. With a click, he flipped the switch on his prosthetic leg. Clatter, clatter. Several round balls rolled down. Then the balls slowly turned into little people. Anderson said softly, "Go, my steadfast tin soldiers." The next second, these little figures were walking forward in an orderly line. Before long, they arrived at the battle scene. "Commander, look quickly." "What the heck is this?" A sharp-eyed officer spotted them, and quickly asked, "Don't panic. These are the little Creek soldiers sent by our friends." Taking advantage of a lull in the battle, little Zai soldiers huffed and puffed their way into the warehouse. The cult leader also noticed something unusual. "What the hell is this?" Suddenly, he turned his head and saw, damn it, the sacrifices have all escaped. As the children freed themselves, the anchoring lines broke one by one. The power obtained from the evil god is also gradually fading away. Anderson came to a crossroads. Suki's direction just now should be here, right? Suddenly, Suki sprang out. He quickly said, "Shoot quickly, Mr. Suki. Careful, run behind me." Anderson raised his gun, ready to fire, but suddenly, the mesmerizing bird disappeared. Anderson immediately realized, it seems the children are safe. It appears the termination event was aborted. It sank to a depth I couldn't see. But when my eyes fell on Suki, what's going on? Why is Suki still running? Is the harpy still chasing him? Anderson turned pale. How is this possible? His depth far surpasses mine. The cultists are about to be exhausted. The battle was nearing its end. Seeing the sacrifice escape, the leader angrily shouted, "Get them back quickly." But the next second, the leader was kicked away by one of them. "Yuzai, what are you doing? Are you stupid? I'm not one of you lunatics. Tell me where the Pioneer Church and the little people are." It turns out this person wasn't really Yuzai, but Liang Jiutao disguised as a believer. Seeing this scene, a follower beside him scolded and said, "Yuzai, what are you doing? Why are you attacking one of us? He is the youngest of the followers. He must have been frightened." Then the leader said, "My child, don't be afraid of the bewitching bird. The mother goddess will protect you." But then a slap landed on his face. With a thud, he flew several meters away. At this moment, the leader finally got angry and cursed. "You dare?" He grabbed the gun and aimed at him. But who knew, the next second, Yuji snatched the gun. Bang! A shot was fired directly. "If you don't want to die, speak quickly. Where are the church and the little people?" The leader realized at this moment that Yuzai was an infiltrating spy. "You can forget about prying into the church's secrets." With a snap, Yuzai hit his head with the gun. The leader's face was covered in blood. Then he burst into laughter. "What do you know? The great pioneers are liberating humanity. Our revolution will bring evolution to mankind. Are you out of your mind? One last question. Who is the little person? Is it the leader of the Pioneers' Church?" Yuzai aimed the gun at the leader. However, the leader acted like a madman. "Little people are everywhere. He lives in everyone's deepest desires. The revolution of the pioneers is about to begin." Then with a pop, a strange creature emerged from the leader's forehead. "What the hell is this?" A strange creature emerged from his head. Ryo Kuroi exclaimed, "Little man." Unexpectedly, the creature's body started to ignite. It roared, "Little man, forever in your shadow." Under Ryo Kuroi's incredulous gaze, the strange creature was burned to ashes. Kuju Ryoichi tore off the red robe on his body. "Damn it, I've been undercover in the cult of bewitching birds for so long. Finally found a clue about the pioneer's intersection, but it got cut off again." Looking at the body on the ground, I had no choice but to take this guy back to see the body. See if the interrogation can get anything out. The police are about to rush in too, taking advantage of the chaos to leave. After speaking, Liang Ju grabbed a leg and left. Meanwhile, Suchi had used up his 3 disguises. How is this guy still haunting him? What should he do? Suddenly, Suchi stopped. Damn, it's a dead end ahead. This time he can't escape. Then Suchi fiercely turned his head. Looking at the approaching bewitching bird, he gritted his teeth and cursed. "Damn it," he shouted. "Let's see who's really afraid." At this moment, the bewitching bird was already very close. Suchi closed his eyes, braced himself and swung the holy sword wildly. He kept shouting to encourage himself, "Die, go to hell," but after a long time, nothing happened. Suchi cautiously opened her eyes. Nan Dao had disappeared. She was almost dead. Then Suchi took out some chocolate and started eating it. The work at Black Gate is really dangerous. It's practically a death warrant. No wonder everyone else sacrificed themselves earlier. But by using threats, we can learn the methods of dealing with the occult more quickly. During the search for Anderson, suddenly someone appeared. Why is this person dressed so strangely? And why is he here? His suitcase is huge. There was even a hint of blood. There also seemed to be something mysterious. This person is strange. Then Suchi followed them, to see what they were up to. So Suchi followed the woman to the bar, had a cup of hot chocolate, instantly felt much better. The man just went in 20 minutes ago. He still hasn't come out yet. Half an hour ago, Suchi learned from the walkie-talkie that a follower had escaped. That person must be a follower of the bewitching bird. Suchi didn't capture him, because there was something mysterious in his box. That's so intriguing. After informing Anderson of his safety, Suchi pondered for a moment. Just waiting around isn't a solution. Maybe he should try to establish contact with him. Then Suchi went to the bathroom. Spreading the fire should work. The fire of rise and fall. Eternal ban. Suchi used the ghost god relic on the doorknob to break in. Then he hurriedly left. In the bathroom, Zhu Chaoliang couldn't find a better way to escape. and the leader had been dead for a long time. They needed to start the corpse meeting quickly. The longer the time, the harder it would be to extract useful clues. Then with 9 strokes of conscience, he pulled his suitcase, ready to take a risk. But the moment he touched the doorknob, a flood of inexplicable information surged into his mind. It was about shrines and the Luo family map, and even the police's control measures. It was amazing. Could it be that the gods were secretly helping me? Just when I felt sleepy, someone brought a pillow. No matter what, there's no other way. Let's give it a try first. Before long, Kujiro managed to escape. I didn't expect this divine strategy to be so effective. The obstacles set by the police department were exactly as he had indicated. The whole way was incredibly smooth. It's truly unbelievable. Have you ever seen a dead person speak? If not, then you're seeing it now. The corpse on the operating table suddenly started to move. It even let out a sinister and eerie laugh. This is one of this woman's unconventional abilities. She called her a corpse. The woman at the seminar is named Ryo Kuju. Her profession is a forensic scientist. She is a medical instructor at Loshi University Medical School. When she was young, her parents were tragically killed in a cult terrorist attack, the Loshi subway sarin gas incident. It shocked the entire Loshi at that time. Upon learning that behind the cult there is a religious organization called the Pioneer and something called the Little Man, Ryo Kudan has been relentlessly pursuing clues about both. The cult of the enchantment bird is a branch of the Pioneer. He went through a lot of trouble to get inside, but ended up not finding any useful clues. During this time, he also encountered supernatural forces that do not belong to this world. However, it didn't shock him too much, because when he was young, you saw some strange things. Jiu Tao Liang, who escaped with his life, arrived at Luoshi University Medical School, then changed his clothes, and put on gloves. Just now, Shen Shi hinted that I should go to a place, but let's talk about it tomorrow. There's still something important to do now. So he closed the doors and windows. Then Jiu Tao Liang said to the corpse on the operating table, I made some coffee. I want to talk to you. But there was no response. Then he said, it's been 10 minutes. You've got to talk to me about something. Then the corpse on the operating table sat up, and said eerily, I don't like coffee. Jiu Ryo looked disdainful. It's a pity you don't have the right to choose. About the Pioneer Church in Xiaoming, tell me everything you know. Then the corpse sneered coldly, and ripped off the white cloth on it. Let's look at Su Qi. Su Qi went home to wash up. After the shower, I just lay down flat. By the way, did that woman receive my message? Will she go to find Xiaoshan? Previously, we used animals for testing. This time it's on a human. I wonder if it will work. Forget it. Let's just take a chance. Let's sleep. Let's sleep. We still have to go to the Black Gate tomorrow to get our reward. Speaking of which, I can still get the reward. What a huge bonus. Even running for my life earns money. Su Qi was both amused and helpless. The night was already deep. In his dream, Su Qi returned to the deep sea. Suddenly, he found the fault line in front of him was thicker and brighter. This should be the lab rat for the ceremony, right? Let's check the depth. It was 5,400 last time. Previously, it dropped about 200 meters per day. It was quite stable. Today should be similar. Then Su Qi turned to look at the gauge, and saw a long string of numbers. Wow, it actually reached 10,000. What the hell? Why is this happening? Su Qi held her head and screamed. Confirmed it again. 4 zeros, really 10,000. How did I drop off a cliff? There was a record in a book I read before. Normally, it sinks a few meters every day. After reaching a certain depth, the sinking might even stop automatically. That's why someone like Alice, who lived so long, just grew grievance grass. Su Qi had a helpless look on his face. If this continues, I'll have to keep company with ghosts and spirits every day. A single harpy almost took my life. If there were any more. Suddenly, Su Qi seemed to realize something. Last time, the deep-sea curse minister exposed himself, and it was Miss Mary. So far, it's been discovered 3 times. 2 times it happened. Why didn't it happen at the curse minister's phone booth? Was it because that ghost died? Ah, I really don't get it. There's nothing like this in the books. It seems we can only speculate. There are too many unspeakable knowledge and secrets in the world of the occult. Then a wave of water rushed in, and Su Qi suddenly woke up. Then he sighed. Talking to himself, he says love starts today. He will face a world of millions of meters. A gentle breeze comes. A breeze brushes his face. but Suchi's heart is already unsettled. Amazing, this truly is a world of millions of meters. The things he sees have indeed become stranger. He sees two giant creatures rampaging through the city. Suchi stands on the school rooftop. His inner feelings are beyond words. At night, Suchi and Anderson went to the ancient hall. This time, the reward for the pied crow is 1,000,000 loesch coins, and 4 shadow layer document vouchers. Then Anderson waved his hand. This is yours. Suchi looked surprised. Give me half. But I didn't do anything. Anderson said calmly, you've been stalling the bewitching bird for so long. How can you say you did nothing? Quite the opposite. I think you're the most dangerous one. You have 2 vouchers. You can exchange them for 2 divine items. What do you want to exchange for? All right then, I will humbly accept. Then Suchi took out the divine artifacts catalog, and looked at it carefully. He had to find something useful for creating gods. It didn't take long for Suchi to decide on it. It's you. The name of the divine artifact. Utopian thought of the ideal state. Fruit of the ideal god. Anderson saw that Suchi chose this one. With a helpless look, he said, your choices always surprise me. I didn't expect you to be so interested in objective materialism. Suchi was just about to explain, but was interrupted by Anderson. Suchi, do you remember what I taught you? Don't speak without a name, don't inquire. Then they both said in unison. Anderson picked up his credential and said, mysterious. Mystery is only mysterious when fewer people know about it. Intentionally trying to ruin someone's mystery is quite malicious. It's something a person just wouldn't do. Then he handed over the evidence. Keep my evidence. To exchange for deeper layers of the abyss. Then the two turned and left. Oh, that wish. Suddenly, Suchi was stopped by Ms. Jing. What's the matter? Suchi looked puzzled. Ms. Jing said calmly, it's very rare for a mystic to be willing to be a teacher to newcomers, because imparting knowledge might affect their own mysticism. It could even risk losing control, so every knowledge inheritor must be knowledgeable and possess excellent qualities. Chen Cheng, you have such a great teacher. Every aspect of him is worthy of respect. The scene shifts to Mr. Anderson at Black Gate Club. Any discoveries in the Siren dossier? All Siren members have been wiped out. They all have documented criminal records. They were recruited into the organization through pyramid schemes. I found something else on the scene. I did some investigation. Then he took out a photo. There is a larger, more secretive religious organization behind the Guhuo bird. They call it the Church of the Pioneer. This organization was born out of the chaos 100 years ago. It mutated during the Great Depression. It gathered a large number of antisocial elements. At first, it was just gatherings and terrorist attacks. Later, I encountered weapons of greater destructive power through occultists and consciousness discovery. That is, the evil gods. The precursor church has a total of 12 cults. They possess 12 rituals to communicate with the ancient evil gods. They operate in secret. The lure bird is one of them, and their core mystery is something called the little people. Hearing this, Alice said with a strange smile, is the little person human or ghost? Or perhaps some kind of knowledge, or a divine being? Anderson replied helplessly, it's not clear at the moment. Let's wait for the cabinet's stance first. Returning home, Suchi quickly checked the fireworks to see what the divine artifact was like. The first divine relic, Li Shengo, an ideal divine realm where one can create anything with desired effects. Then a flash of light appeared in Suchi's hand. In the next second, he arrived in a mysterious space. Suchi looked around, and murmured, oh yeah, it seems I made the right choice. It's exactly as I imagined. From now on, this will be my own ideal realm. You might not believe it. One person actually created a nation, a so-called ideal state. The land of 81 trials. Above the 81 trials, the great existence of the god sinking into the deep sea. This is a spiritual space created through the divine ideal state, although it can only construct inanimate things, but it's enough for now. As the ruler of Utopia, Suchi has the highest authority. He can bring others in through rituals and similar methods, but if they are ignorant and crazy, they are better off not being included. Then Suchi began to contemplate. If he chooses believers, they should be those who can help make anchors, and those who can maintain mystery and obtain the necessary resources. Additionally, I need a secret association to support my mysterious identity. 9981 is the Mysterious Association 12 Zodiac Round Table that I have always envisioned. I will use it as a ritual that can support a great existence. But the prerequisite is finding people who meet the requirements. Suddenly, Suchi's eyes opened. She withdrew from the mental space. What's going on? Suchi looked terrified, and incredibly thirsty. His throat felt like it was on fire. He picked up the water nearby and drank it all at once. But it wasn't enough. It didn't quench his thirst at all. Suchi remembered there were a few bottles of water in the fridge, so he staggered over. After drinking several bottles in a row, Suchi gasped for breath, finally survived. Sitting on the ground, Suchi murmured that his body felt completely drained, blasted clean. It seems, this is the side effect of the ideal nation. Suchi remembered there was a second divine artifact. Just in time, there's still some time left. By the way, testing this. Arriving in the living room, the bag of this divine token is bulging. Looks like there's quite a bit inside. Taking a look inside, aren't these just common items you can buy at a pharmacy? There are boxed calcium tablets and vitamins, and an instruction manual. Pick up the manual. Suchi took a look. It turns out it's a creative divine object. You have to buy more materials after using them. Let's try it first and see. Then Suchi opened the boxed water. After mixing the items together, then extended his hands. Concentrate and initiate. Then a flash of white light appeared. A cross materialized out of thin air. Suchi injected all his genetic inspiration into it. The next second, fine lines appeared on the cross. The ends of the lines were connected to a humanoid figure. Looking at the doll, Suchi stroked his chin, a face full of confusion. Obviously, the puppet was created using my genes, thoughts, and soul. How could it look like this? It's so ugly, and it doesn't even have a face. You can't see any expression. Then Suchi closed his eyes. He said, "Why not try lighting the fire? Show him the perception as well." In an instant, the humanoid puppet grew larger. It now looked exactly like Suchi. Ghost relics, Frankenstein's relics. Effect, a wise creation materialized into a puppet. Seeing the puppet suddenly grow larger, Suchi looked completely panicked. What kind of crappy manual is this? Could something be wrong? I'd better call Anderson to check. Then Suchi got up, but when he turned around, Suchi was shocked. He saw that the puppet opposite him was mimicking his movements. This guy moved on its own. Watch me spread my wings. Then the puppet opposite mimicked the same pose. Next, I made a few more movements and found that the puppet opposite was really imitating me. Then I picked up some chocolate and started eating. The puppet actually ate too. It even burped. A puppet created by divine power. Not only can it move, it can also make sounds. Actually, I didn't really swallow it. I could also feel a slight sense of fullness as he swallowed. It's really interesting, but it's a bit dangerous. So Suchi took out a blade. Then he made a quick cut. This guy injured himself. Suchi actually felt the pain. Although there was a wound, there was no bleeding. Suddenly Suchi's gaze became resolute. Only the last experiment remained. She glanced at the distant window. Then Suchi quickly rushed over. Then, the puppet suddenly leapt out of the window. The next second, Suchi was throwing up over the toilet. Her head hurt, her stomach hurt. Is this the cost of killing the puppet? After a while, Suchi finally felt better. It seems that for the controller, when the doll dies, it hurts so much it makes you nauseous. You feel like you need to throw up. Take out a hanger and cut it, and the result becomes doll. The manual says, this kind of substitute doll is born from the fearless creations of mankind. It's a monster released from the inner self. That is to say, what your heart is like, is what Frankenstein will be like. Once the substitute puppet dies, it takes 3 days to recover, Suchi said with relief. Luckily, it doesn't take 3 days to use this divine object again. Looking at the remaining materials on the side, Suchi then took them all out. Use up all the materials, make a few more. The doll repeated the previous actions. The resulting doll startled Suchi. What the heck is this? This is truly an eyesore. Suchi looked embarrassed, muttering, how could my inner Frankenstein be like this? So, we separated them. Damn, they were holding on tight. After cleaning up, the next step is to think about the content of the fire transmission. So, the ideal world starts at 10 p.m. on Saturday. Inject this information into the puppet. After everything is done, Suchi collapsed directly on the sofa. First it's the fire transmission, then the puppet. I'm totally exhausted. Then Suchi fell asleep directly. Without a doubt, he reached the deep sea again. This time he only descended 1,000 meters, though better than the previous 5,000 meters in the dust storm. This descent, the speed is still terrifyingly abnormal. It's really upsetting. Then something in the distance caught Suchi's attention. What is that? Suchi took a closer look. It turned out to be the original owner of the ideal state, Plato. Looking at what was in front of him, Suchi began to ponder. It looks like I have to make a decision. Should I, like Anderson, accept the influence of the original, and change my life, becoming another Plato to replace him, accepting his contradictions, or should I give up? In the next second, Suchi said with a wry smile, is there even a choice? Although my life is not that great, I, Suchi, still have a strong sense of self-esteem. I can't abandon myself to play another person. I really can't do that. As if sensing Suchi's decision, Plato left. Suchi waved goodbye to the departing Plato. Sorry, I still want to be myself. Scene changes. The next day, Suchi is daydreaming in the classroom. A doll has been placed in both the shrine in the business district and the one under the school tree. No one knows who used the dolls first. Suddenly, Suchi jolts. Is there a reaction from the shrine? No way. Could it be that little white mouse again? Even mice have become refined these days. Suchi watched from behind the big tree from a distance. Just like last time, he was talking, and this guy seemed unbelievably smart. Then, the doll appeared in front of the little white mouse. The next second, Suchi was shocked. The little white mouse, following his hints, injected genes, thoughts, and inspiration into the doll. Then the doll quickly grew larger, and turned into a ginseng mouse-headed being. Wow, it can be played like this. Seeing this scene, even Suchi, who had seen a lot, was shocked. The moment the white mouse touched the doll, Suchi's mind was filled with the white mouse's memories and experiences. This white mouse was born in a breeding farm. Like other animals, he was studied since he was young. However, he was never content with the status quo. He escaped from the lab with other mice. Then he came to the school, and blended in with the school mice. The little mouse, with his unique intelligence, became the leader of the group. With a strong thirst for knowledge, the little mouse delved into books with the help of his followers, absorbing knowledge. As knowledge increases, the little mouse becomes more intelligent. The sudden transformation into a human-sized mouse startled the little mouse. But the insightful little mouse quickly calmed down. So this is the perspective of bipeds? They're so tall. Why do they walk on two legs? It's so uncomfortable. To match the image of the rat man, the white mouse stood on tiptoe and tried. This white mouse is amazing. Suchi, who was next to him, was stunned. But the next second, Suchi saw the rat man fall down. It seems you shouldn't speak too soon. The white mouse can actually generate human-like dolls. It seems Frankenstein's user is not limited to humans. The form of the doll generated depends on the user's mindset. The fact that the mouse could generate a human-shaped doll suggests that it developed a more human-like way of thinking. Not long after, the mouse gradually became familiar with it. It even learned how to climb trees. It scurried up quite skillfully. Suddenly, Suchi received a text message asking him to visit Blackgate when he had time. In the evening, Suchi arrived as promised. He saw a stranger as soon as he entered the door. The man said, "I'll leave this matter to Hyman." Another unfamiliar face. Suchi didn't know this person. Then he noticed the badge on the man's chest. Could this person be from the cabinet? This thought suddenly popped into Suchi's mind. "Sir, who was that person just now?" Suchi tentatively asked. Anderson took out a document and said, "The Secretary of State's secretary." "So young?" Suchi couldn't help but exclaim. "Don't be fooled by his youth. He's quite a remarkable character. That's why I asked you to come over. It's about that matter too," he said while handing a file to Suchi. "Is there a new commission?" Suchi looked at the file and asked. Anderson waved his hand. "It's not a big deal, just asking them to provide some information. Just told to pay attention to it." "What needs attention?" Suchi looked at the files and asked. "The Pioneer Church is a terrorist and antisocial religious organization. Here is their information, just in the recorded files. There are over 100 suspected locations where the Pioneer Church conducted or prepared for rituals. I marked out 30 for you. We will split up and act separately, then submit the investigation report." Hearing this, Suchi had an idea. "My ideal stage is already set. These investigations can be used as a test. This Saturday at 10 p.m., the first mysterious hall meeting. Let's give it a try," Anderson instructed. "During the investigation, if there's anything unusual, notify me immediately." Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "A letter," Please sign for it. Anderson glanced at it, muttered something. My head hurts. What's wrong, sir? Suchi asked. Anderson was sweating profusely. As Liang Gang entered the phone booth, suddenly the whole world changed. He saw a small shrine next to him. Suddenly, various images appeared before Zhu Tao Liang's eyes. This is the ritual formation for the small animal's prayers. Luckily, the materials on hand were enough. After setting up the ritual, he decided to test if it would work. Then, he started praying. The next second, a string of mysterious messages appeared in Zhu Tao Liang's mind. Saturday night at 10 p.m. Open the mysterious hall. Then a puppet suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Tao Liang. Next, follow the instructions to inject gene thinking inspiration. A flash of white light. Suddenly, the phone booth opened. A puppet walked in. Strangely, the puppet had 9 heads. On the way back, Kyutaro was still confused. That puppet disappeared as soon as it hit the ground. The hanger also dimmed. What the hell is this? Suddenly remembered that strange message. Since that's the case, let's first see what this Lord of the Deep Sea is capable of. Anderson looked at the letter, and said it was a transfer notice. Blackgate should send us a few people. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you look a bit unhappy, sir? Anderson sighed, and said, it's a long story. When they come, you'll understand. At the latest, next week. Looks like it's a big trouble. Suchi was also frightened for a moment. Suddenly, Suchi had a quick thought. Is there a reaction from the shrine? Someone is praying, and it's on the shopping street. Then Suchi reacted. It's actually him. I thought he wouldn't come. Turns out Ryo Kudo received the message left by Suchi. He arrived at a phone booth in the business district. Is there really a deity here? Ryo Kudo walked in, half believing, half doubting. Thus, the opening scene unfolded. Now let's look at Suchi's side. Now there are 2 people. The first time opening the mysterious hall, having multiple participants, will be much more convenient. Then Suchi took out the previous files. After much consideration, Suchi finally decided on the script to test the waters and opened the ancient tram theater files. According to Suchi's understanding, most of the Blackgate files are based on questionable rumors or events. After the fortune-telling house files a case, they have members investigate to see if this train theater case can be used as a script. It seems necessary to take a look. No time like the present. That evening, Suchi alone arrived at Keigu. There are 2 places with the most young people in Luaju. One is the Shen Mountain area. The other is Keigu. Seeing the young men and women coming and going, Suchi couldn't help but marvel at the exuberance of youth. According to the address in the files, Suchi arrived at the destination, the tram theater. The sign at the entrance read Macbeth is being performed. I didn't expect the almost bankrupt underground club to have this kind of performance. Then Beggar Sue entered the venue. As soon as he came in and looked around, there were barely any scattered spectators. No wonder there aren't many people. Such a classic show performed so boringly, and the acting is really beyond criticism. But one thing is very certain, so Sue Beggar didn't come to the wrong place. He saw a giant skull with a dagger, its eyes glowing red. Eerily and sinisterly, it appeared above the stage. A giant skull right in front of you, holding an enormous dagger. Are you scared? The data mentioned. This is a demon from the Moharavasic discontinuity. Currently in the abyss layer, this ghostly depth and danger is perfect for a tabletop RPG experiment script. Also, Suki has already thought of a name for this script. It's called Macbeth. Returning home in the evening, Suki looked at his deep sea. Recently, it's been descending 1,000 meters per day at a steady pace. Suchi frowned deeply. At this pace, I will reach the final layer by the latest next week. I have already reached 19,200. Suchi looked helplessly at the hairline. Just a few strands. It's pitiful. Who knows how long they can last. I must hurry. The scene changes. Saturday night at 10 p.m. It's time to start. Suchi used the Divine Physics Utopia. Under the construction of the Utopia, the Hall of Mysteries officially opened. Meanwhile, Jiu Tao Liang and Little White Mouse also entered chanting spells. Looking at these 2, Suchi felt very relieved. Having them appear in the hall as puppets was the right choice. They needed to conceal their identities, thus creating mystery. Then the 2 of them came to the round table. Suddenly, the projection on the table became enormous. It asked the 2 in front of it, "Why do you seek my mystery?" After asking several times, Zhu Chao Liang is very cautious. Let's see how Shuto responds first. Then he glanced to the side. He found that the mouseman was praying devoutly. It seems he can't be relied upon. Not answering is not an option. We need to break the current situation quickly. So he said, my entry here was by chance. But this answer was directly ignored by the projection. Could it be that the answer was incorrect? Kujuryo looked embarrassed, so he tried a few more times, and found that they were also ignored. While Kujuryo was at a loss, a mirroring voice came from the side. She's. Upon hearing this, Kujuryoma is confused. What is this? What is he talking about? But the next second, the chair moved out a bit. The Ratman immediately held a meeting, and sat down directly. Then it was Kujuryoma's turn again. Kujuryo thought for a moment. Since droughts can pass, there must be no standard answer. He kept asking, why do you spy on me, God? So it shouldn't be about how to answer. Then the projection spoke again, asking Kujuryo. After some contemplation, Kujuryo finally had an answer. So he said it's a demand, and also an exchange. After saying that, the chair moved back. The reason Suchi asked this question was mainly to ask what you all pray to me for. By answering, you can understand each person's demands, desires, and character. From the answer of the nine-headed doll, he should be a very disciplined person, with a strong sense of purpose. After speaking, he looked at the corresponding person. As for this guy, his desires are very simple. Suddenly, Juto asked, excuse me, where is this place? Could it be that you are the great being mentioned in the shrine? Suchi spread his hands and replied, this is my mystery. I come from the truth. You can also call me that. For those who seek the mysterious will ultimately find the truth. Hearing this, Liang Jiutao felt a secret joy. After searching for so long, the mysterious world had finally crossed the threshold, so he couldn't wait to ask how to get in touch with the mysterious world. Then a piece of paper appeared out of thin air. It was an exchange. The paper read Kaika Streetcar Theater Incident. Understood what Suchi meant. Jiutao Liang spoke of a farmer who could handle corpses, hoping it could be an exchange condition. To exchange for mystery, I offer mystery. This is a rule set by Suchi. Jiutao Liang thought for a moment, and understood Suchi's intention. Then he turned to Shuto and asked. However, Shuto only answered with 2 words, Gon Lao. Jiutao Liang looked confused. He really couldn't understand what this guy was saying. Then Jiutao Liang spoke. Mr. Truth, do you need the mystery? I think we can make an exchange. You can tell me the location. I can try to bring the mystery back, as part of our exchange. Finally, getting to the point, I've been hinting around, just to make them ask for it themselves. Only this way fits the setting of a great existence. Suchi finally breathed a sigh of relief. In this information age, playing the role of a supreme god is too difficult. It's better to play a quasi-logical entity, not giving them explanations, but letting them explore and discover for themselves. Unless necessary, try not to speak up proactively. This way, you can also reduce the risk of exposure, and more naturally induce them to present their own needs. But before exchanging secrets on the same level, some restrictions need to be made. Suddenly, Suki thought of a method, a mysterious object, indescribable, all is destined. After speaking, a head appeared out of thin air. A clear head can be spoken of, a hidden head cannot be spoken of. Then Suchi threw the head to Jiutao Liang. Then Jiutao Liang threw the head, with the clear side up. In other words, sharing mysteries can lead to reasonable exchanges. Then, with a gesture from Suki, a name appeared in the Hall of Mysteries. You can choose a code name from here. White-haired mouse to Dawn. The white mouse chose this ideal code name, White Mouse. Nine-headed prince consort to Buddha's treasure. And Kudo Ryoma chose this utopia, codenamed Nine-headed. Everything has been arranged almost perfectly. So Suchi said that the time has come today. The mystery returns to oblivion, sinking for 7 days. With a swish, he exited the Hall of Mysteries. Then dust rose all around. With a whoosh, Li Shangbo disappeared along with it. Kujuryo suddenly woke up. He glanced at his watch. Then his face was full of surprise. How is that possible? Only 10 minutes have passed. Then he recalled the last sentence. 7 days of silence. Is it really just these brief 10 minutes every week? I don't know what kind of existence Mr. Truth is. The cult of the enchanted bird often prays to something. That should also be a mysterious existence. I guess Mr. Truth won't be much different. Finally, we're on the bus. Next, we need to consider how to go deeper. But we need some leverage to maintain the relationship with Mr. Truth. That means, I need to provide some information to Mr. Truth, in exchange for what I want from him. Suddenly, I recalled Mr. Truth's demonstration at the Kobutrem Theater. Then Ryokuga made up his mind. It seems necessary to meet him. Let's go and check it out first, and see how things go. Thus, the first mysterious hall gathering concluded successfully, much smoother than expected. Suchi looked at his phone. The 10-minute control was also good, although they could chat for as long as they wanted. Setting a short time reduces the risk of exposure. After speaking, he picked up his water cup and drank it all. Although today's operation was deliberately complicated, he had Beishu and Juto investigate the haunted tram theater incident, share the survey results at the next meeting. They should understand the rules of this game. All that's left is to wait for the results. Hopefully, there will be some gains. If not, there's no loss. After all, I'm a charlatan. Getting something for nothing suits me best. As for using investment to judge this thing, is still under my control. When asked a question I don't want to or can't answer, I refuse by nodding slightly. It's discreet and classy. Rules aren't constraints for me, they're a disguise. To reduce their suspicion of me. At night, Suchi came to the deep sea again, looking at these two thick anchor lines. These two should be for the white mouse and number 9, right? They're much thicker than last time. The effect of the gathering is really immediate. There are also some small branches. They should be the branch anchors established by the white mouse. It's derived from the trust and belief the mouse group has in it. These branch anchors support the white mouse. At the same time, they further anchor me. Anyway, I am the biggest beneficiary. Cut 2. In the library, Suchi is reading a book, muttering to himself, today the shrine is really quiet. The squirrels and mice didn't come. That stupid cat hasn't shown up for a few days either. I wonder if its owner found it. So this is where you're hiding. Suddenly a voice came. Can you not just appear out of nowhere? I was scared to death. The person who came was Xia Yushu. Xia Yushu immediately retorted, it's your lack of awareness that didn't notice me. I came to check this out to refresh myself. As he spoke, he took out his phone. Then he said, look at this. This horror video has been really popular lately. Who knew Suchi would immediately interrupt, saying he wasn't interested, and went on watching the show. Come on, just take a look. Good things are meant to be shared. You'll understand once you see it. Xiao Yushu pleaded. Keep your voice down. Don't get me kicked out too. This is the beheading loop. Suchi glanced at his phone and said. Xiao Yushu said with a mischievous smile. That's right, you're pretending not to be interested. But actually, you secretly watched it many times, haven't you? Otherwise, how could you know it was him just from the intro? Suchi retorted helplessly. Go, go, go. Isn't it you guys who share this all the time? It's hard not to see it, but I don't know much about the beheading loop. Why don't you, the loyal fan, explain it to me? From your experience, is this video made by a team, or by an individual? Xiao Yushu firmly said. It doesn't really look like a person's ghost. There must be some special effects, unless he filmed a real ghost. Then he laughed out loud. And now he has his own website. The video premieres there. He also sells some merchandise there. He even sells merchandise. Suchi asked in confusion. You didn't think of this, did you? Xiao Yushu had a smug look on his face. Even Gu Shui, my classmate. Suddenly Xiao Yushu waved to the opposite side. Why are you calling me? I'm watching the decapitation cycle. Hadn't even finished speaking. The lake looked over this way. Suddenly saw Suchi also looking this way. The lake suddenly became shy, timidly asked, what do you want with me? If a new student suddenly joined the class, and no one else noticed, only you knew, what would you do? Xiaoyushu said to Gushui, last time you mentioned you bought some decapitation cycle merchandise, can you show it to me? Gushui blushed and said, why should I show you? Xiaoyushu grinned and said, it's not me, Suchi wants to see it. Upon hearing this, Gu Shui instantly deflated. I didn't buy this because I like it. It's my brother who wanted it. Bought it but never used it. Gu Shui mumbled a bunch of explanations, then took out the merchandise. Look, this is it. Suchi picked up the merchandise and looked at it. It's a backpack charm. It's quite cute. Suchi, what kind of taste is this? How is this cute? I like this charm. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Xiao Yushu. Xiao Yushu was scared out of her wits. Then she shouted, River God, you scared me to death. Blessed amulets for protection, authentic from the shrine, certified by shrine maidens, 20% off for a limited time. Anyone interested? Here comes the little money grubber again. Suchi she looks speechless. Then the river god took out many talismans. Xia, the sorcerer, looked embarrassed, not knowing what to do. He didn't like talismans. No problem, there are also consecrated phone screens. Lucky rabbit, peace at home. How many do you want? No, I don't need it. Xia Yushu quickly shook his head and said, Hessian, what strange thing did you bring to school this time? Suddenly there was a roar. How many times have I told you, you can't sell things at school? The people who came were the class monitor Yuan and the dean. Suddenly, Suki turned her head, and saw that the river god had disappeared without a trace. Isn't this the merch from the episode about the non-existent transfer student? The class president picked it up and looked at it. It's non-existent, she said. Transfer student Suki looked puzzled. The class president explained. That episode is about a girl who transferred to the school and was bullied. Finally, he jumped off the school building and committed suicide. The dead transfer student turned into a vengeful ghost haunting the school. Every school year, it randomly appears in a class, but no one notices. If someone notices an extra person in the class, and discovers the ghost of the transfer student, they will be pushed off the building by the ghost the next day and die. Such a thing is somewhat ominous. It's better to not carry it too much, the class monitor reminded Gu Shui. Gu Shui agreed. There's a story like this in our school's ghost legends. A transfer student. It's said that everyone who sees him jumps off a building and commits suicide. Xiaoyu said carelessly. Do people really believe in such old-fashioned ghost stories? There are only 49 people in our class. I've never seen an extra person appear suddenly, but this does remind me that for this year's culture festival, we should make a haunted house. So the class monitor suggested it. Upon hearing this, there are trees and water below, happily jumping up and down. However, Suchi beside him looked speechless. Then his expression became serious. Wait, why do I always remember there being 50 people in our class? No matter how I count, it always adds up to 50. I know everyone, so who is the extra person? When did the extra person appear? I have no impression of it. This is troublesome. Perhaps this ghost can distort people's perceptions. If a ghost suddenly appeared like the one from the card-cutting club before, I might not even have time to react. What should I do? Suchi looked worried. They say love has no boundaries, not even racial differences. So, what would it feel like to date a ghost? Hearing about Suchi's current situation, Anderson said helplessly, this is really difficult. It's a bit troublesome. You know he's hiding in the class, but you can't do anything about it. If direct methods don't work, you can try indirect ways. Look for old news from the school, Anderson suggested. Suchi replied, I am already looking. I just worry that as soon as I find him, he will immediately attack me, and enter a feeding frenzy. It's really hard to avoid detection and find him at the same time. Could it be that he's always been forgotten? Anderson gave a look. Forgotten? What's that? Sue hesitated or questioned. They are a special type of ghost. They can be seen and recognized, but they don't follow the logic of consumption. Instead, they follow a different logic of forgetting. If you see them, the moment you look away, you will forget them. This is the logic of forgetting. Unless you can realize it immediately and pause time, you can record its existence. It's acknowledged in the occult community that only time-related beings can capture the forgotten. I'm researching this topic. What's in your class might not be the forgotten. Spirits can only exist in one logic. They can't exist in two at the same time. Forgetting can't hurt anyone. Its existence might just be some teenage troubles. Alice then took a sip from her teacup. Then she said that adolescence is delicate and fragile. Maybe you could try a gentler approach. Like what kind of approach? Suki asked. Alice calmly replied, date him? In the evening, Suchi arrived at Keigu District. The main street and these two areas are also sorted out. I estimate that the virtual creation of Keigu District will be completed in another week. The third place to set up the shrine. I originally wanted to choose Zanjane District, but because I'm currently investigating the Macbeth file, I'll choose here instead. And this place is much more complicated than the school and the commercial street. There are also many hidden small shops in the streets and alleys, and underground establishments, adult shops, and love hotels are found here. Truly unconventional in every sense. Suddenly, a voice called out, hey, handsome, come on in, buy one get one free at the Maid Cafe. The voice gave me goosebumps. A place where subcultures gather. There are indeed many interesting things here. Then Suchi's expression turned serious. Only by truly delving into these alleyway shops can you discover many hidden spirits here. Some of these spirits are worth noting. One is the slit-mouthed woman in front of the maid cafe, another is the skeleton with a camera on its head, and there's a huge metal ball smashed into the building. Suchi looked puzzled. This doesn't look like a ghost or spirit at all. But why can't ordinary people see it? What on earth is this? Suchi couldn't figure it out. Forget it. Let's not delve into it for now. It's better to be cautious, especially for those dealing with mysteries. Curiosity can be fatal. Besides, I have Frankenstein now. I'll use the puppet to check it out when I get back. See if I can make a new script. I've seen divas before, but never like this. The show is about to start, and he's dead drunk. Then the producer, holding his nose, said to Rongming, "You smell too much like alcohol. How much did you drink this time?" Drinking before a performance, even in a small theater with few audience members, is not allowed. Unexpectedly, Rongming dismissively replied, "Come on, I'm the only famous star you have. Leave me alone." The producer shrugged helplessly. "Let's talk about something else. Huang Kuayo complained to me about your workplace harassment again. This is the second time this month. Can't you restrain yourself a bit?" Hearing this, Rongming said, "Isn't he just a bit part actor? Since when did his words carry so much weight?" The producer saw it had no effect. Then he sternly said, "Even so, I don't want to see these small-time characters causing trouble in my theater. You better not get caught with any evidence, or else what? Are you threatening me?" Rongming immediately sat up. "You should know, half of those audience members outside are here because of me." Then he stood up. "Don't worry, the great King Macbeth will bring you luck and wealth." The producer sighed helplessly, looking drunk and out of sorts. "Wake up quickly, don't end up passed out on stage like last time." After saying that, he snatched the bottle away. "You need to sober up before the show. I might have to consider using an understudy." He felt distressed hearing this. Rongming exploded in anger, feeling sorry for that apprentice actor taking my place. "You must be kidding. Why not?" The producer explained that he's been in the theater for over a year. "You never show up for rehearsals. He always rehearses for you. He also memorized the lines perfectly." Rongming immediately shouted angrily, "Enough. That kind of unknown young man. Is the audience here to see him? This is my stage, my role. You want that inexperienced kid to replace me? Don't you want to make money? I'm telling you, as long as I'm still alive, that kid can forget about making it in this lifetime. Give me back the wine." Immediately grabbed the wine back, gulped it down. The producer looked speechless, thinking you were beyond help. Little did they know, someone saw everything. Someone witnessed it all through a crack in the door. His fists clenched tightly. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Rongming, as long as you live, how can I ever have a chance to succeed?" Meanwhile, outside the tram theater, Juto Renew arrived at the address. Juto Renew looked at the sign outside and murmured, "Nowadays, it's hard for such classic yet old-fashioned shows to win the audience's heart. Maybe there's a unique setting or audience. Otherwise, it would definitely be a losing business. Let's go inside and take a look first." So, we opened the door. On the way, Nine-Headed Doll said puzzled, "It's so strange. I should be very noticeable in my current state, but the people around don't seem to notice me at all. Could it be that only those in the hall can see me? Can ordinary people not see it? And what concerns people the most is, this diluted drama clearly has a sense of incongruity." Then I opened the book, and looked at the introduction to Macbeth. In the first act, the witch's prophecy of greed leads Macbeth to seize the throne. The witch's spell is said to be real. There was once a saying that this play was cursed because of the spell. Although it sounds absurd, it's somewhat an idea. The show is about to start, while no one's paying attention. Let's start from here. The Nine-Headed Doll went straight in, and then opened the dressing room. "Everything looks fine here. I could only apologize and say I went to the wrong room. Then I went to several other rooms. There were no problems. So I came to the last lounge. As soon as I opened the door, Liang Ju was stunned. This room indeed had a problem. I saw a veteran lying motionless on the ground. Then the 9 mannequins went to check. They found there was no breathing, so they hurried to perform an autopsy. Then the 9 mannequins touched here and there, moving this and that. The face of the corpse was red, and the conjunctiva had blood streaks. The trachea was blocked, causing death by asphyxiation. Suspected disulfiram-like reaction. In layman's terms, acetaldehyde poisoning. Preliminary estimate of time of death is less than half an hour. Considering environmental factors, if I were the first discoverer, I would boldly guess the time of death might be even less than 10 minutes. Because there's no way to escape, there's no more information we can get from the body on a physical level. Then the 9-headed puppet took out a cup of coffee, secretly glad he had one with him. Then he said to the body, "I brought coffee. I want to talk to you." Then Rong Ming's corpse sat up. "I don't like coffee. Do you have wine?" The scene changes. The next day, the news on TV reported that Rong Min, an actor at the Tram Theater, was found dead in the backstage lounge last night. It is suspected that drinking alcohol after taking antibiotics was the cause. Su Chi murmured, "Something happened at the Tram Theater. It trended so quickly, and what a coincidence. They had an incident right after I gave them the Macbeth file as the script. This is trouble." Su Chi looked worried. This time the ghost anchor is different from the luring bird. It doesn't entirely rely on panic. Instead, it relies on the stored curses, legends, and people's curiosity. Although the heat generated by this accident is not enough to bring the ghost up through the ritual, if there is another murder in that theater, it will eventually meet the conditions to summon the ghost. Since Jitu and Beimu are investigating, let's wait for their results. Then Su Chi became serious. The most urgent issue to resolve now is still that non-existent transfer student. To find the missing transfer student, Su Chi summoned a puppet during class, and then controlled the puppet to go to the library. "I hope I can find information about the transfer student from the news reports of the time. Take advantage of the fact that no one is outside or in the library during class. Gotta get it done quickly." The scene changes. The setting is a high school library. Sure enough, as Su Chi expected, there's no one in the library. "Let's start looking in the archives room." Then Su Chi started to ponder. The non-existent transfer student shouldn't be a recent matter. Otherwise, not so few people in the school would know about it. At least more than 1 year. Whether it's 3 years or 5 years is still uncertain for now. After the doll found a shelf, there was none here. Let's try looking on the 5 to 10 year shelf. After searching again, I found that there's nothing in July 2010 either. What's going on? I checked all the shelves, still couldn't find any records of a student falling. How could there be none? It's one thing if it's not online, but I can't find it in the archives either. Su Chi looked puzzled. Forget it for now. So Su Chi put the doll away. Then Su Chi took out paper and pen. There are 2 hypotheses now. First, this incident happened earlier, and the media industry was not developed at that time. Second, this incident was suppressed. It was only spread by word of mouth among students. No records were kept. Which one is it exactly? Su Chi muttered to himself. The scene shifts. There are trees below the school rooftop. That non-existent transfer student. Where did you hear that from? I heard it from the senior students, but they also heard it from others. Are you interested in this? Xia Yushu answered indifferently. If you're really interested, you can leave a message on his website's message board, and ask the streamer about the beheading loop. I think he has done his research, very attentive to detail. For example, the transfer student's ghost uniform in the video. Hearing this, Su Chi immediately got interested, immediately asked what's up with the uniform. That uniform is from our school. Then Xia Yushu took out a photo. Su Chi grabbed Xia Yushu, and hurriedly asked, "How did you know? Who is this with you?" "This is my sister." "Be gentle," Xia Yushu said in pain. He said our school's uniform looks great, but the year he enrolled, the style changed. "It's the one we're using now." He complained about it for a long time, so I remember it. It was about 5 years ago, and we change our uniforms every 5 to 10 years. You're really impressive. After saying that, Su Chi smiled and left, leaving Xia Yushu in a mess. Then Su Chi took out the graduation files and started checking them. He noted down anything suspicious. After some time, he finally finished reading them all. Then Su Chi leaned back on the chair. By narrowing down the time frame, there were a total of 5 matches. The transfer student should be one of them, but how to be sure? Call them. That's not an option. It's too unsafe. Suddenly, Su Chi saw a list of graduates, then had a brainstorm. These 5 people transferred in 1st or 2nd grade. They should have all filled it out. Then Su Chi started flipping through again, muttering that if it wasn't filled, he might have already died before that. An hour later, a total of 4 were found. All turned out to be ordinary graduation phenomena, just missing the one named Jingyu. Shortly thereafter, the last person has also found the result. His vision boldly stated 4 big words: want to survive. He thought his investigation was unnoticed, but his actions were actually under the watchful eyes of the spirits. "You found me." A cold voice suddenly spoke from behind. Sue's face was covered in cold sweat. "Are you kidding me?" "I'm freaking out." "Stay calm, then pretend to tidy up." "Excuse me, can you see me?" The ghost wasn't giving up. She kept asking. Suchi was panicking inside, but still chose to ignore it, then stood up. "First, put the materials back. Classmate, let's have lunch together. I know a good place." Suchi felt a chill inside. "Humph, don't try that with me. You just want to make me your lunch, right? If you don't want to eat, we can go for a walk in the playground," the female ghost suggested. "You're too persistent, sister," Suchi said helplessly. Then he swallowed hard and prepared to leave quickly. "I know you can see me. It's been a long time since anyone talked to me." The female ghost was still relentless. Suchi felt a wave of irritation. Why is she still following? "I need to go farther." Then Suchi left the library. Seeing the female ghost didn't follow, Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. Take advantage of this gap to leave quickly. Then Suchi started to complain. "What a headache. Like a ghost that has never been seen before. It won't let me off easily. I have to keep moving forward." Suchi walked further and further away, then glanced with the corner of his eye. He found no one was following him, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a voice came. "Hey, did you see what I dropped? What did you lose? I'll help you look for it." Suchi answered without thinking, but then something terrible happened. A pig-headed man immediately turned around, holding a pig slaughtering knife, and said viciously, "You can see this? Damn, this is a big mess." Suchi was scared out of his wits. Then Suchi turned and ran. "Damn it, I got careless." However, the pig-headed man was relentlessly chasing from behind. "What's wrong with this guy? Is the cafeteria serving food again?" The onlookers on the playground saw Suchi running frantically alone, and looked puzzled. Suchi kept running, his mind racing. There were not only many ghosts and spirits here, and it's hiding humans and ghosts. You can't use the holy sword in the school. It would be troublesome if exposed. Right, a demon can kill a demon. Suddenly, Suki thought of a brilliant idea. Use demons to kill demons. Then she ran towards the gym. There are many demons in the gym. This time, we can also test the new operation. Suchi used the skin peeler, while also using a puppet. Then Suchi bent down to dodge the pighead man's attack. The puppet suddenly appeared out of thin air, and continued running toward the gym. Who knew the pighead man would fall for it immediately? Chased after the puppet, Suchi controlled the puppet and said, "Now the rest is easy." Entered the gymnasium. The puppet shouted, "Ghosts and spirits, I can see all of you. Come eat me." Countless ghosts and spirits turned to look at the puppet. Then the pig-headed man arrived. It bit the doll in one bite. However, the next second, a giant ghost appeared in front of them. It bit towards them. At the moment when the pig-headed man and the doll were eaten, Suchi spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is the price of the doll's death." Suchi wiped her mouth and said it was almost over just now. This world never allows any relaxation. Then Suki came to the classroom. She suddenly saw the transfer student in the back. Suki was sweating coldly. Why is he in the class? He wasn't seen before. Could it be because they found out his name? Suchi pretended to be calm as he reached his position, secretly relieved that he hadn't been noticed. It seems he hasn't forgotten. He's muttering logically. He should be a normal spirit. Then he took out his phone and checked it. Using the sage's time for such a spirit is overkill. It seems the only option is to let him attain enlightenment. Police are handling the case here. Do not watch. Leave quickly. You can see a police line around the tram theater. The producer beside it trembled and said, "Officer Kuroki, can you not file a case? If you do, we can't open for business. If my small theater doesn't operate for a few days, it will go bankrupt." Kuroki tilted his mouth and said, "Brother, I'm a person who also hates trouble. I don't want to file a case either, but there's a body in your theater. You can't just leave it unexplained." The producer immediately said, "It was just an accident. Rongmin drank too much. He's never been very bright. It really is a good idea." Then the dark figure took out a walkie-talkie and said, "You can try it. See if this reason can convince the deputy director." Upon hearing this, the producer also compromised. "So when can we start operating?" "Wait for the investigation results. You need to get your staff to cooperate and give proper statements, so this can end sooner, right?" Then call Officer Shirashi over, and go check the surveillance footage with him. Remember, don't overlook any clues. Not long after, the case analysis report came out. This case was a murder disguised as an accident. I heard from the producer that the woman in the white coat isn't a theater employee, she's the prime suspect. Then the Black Curtain instructed to notify everyone in the theater that no one is allowed to leave from now on. At this moment, a figure slowly appeared in the distance. His name is Shanyuzoro. He calmly said, "Lodu this place is really interesting." Finished speaking and then took a taxi and left. The scene shifts. Blackgate Club. Anderson is reading the Los Angeles Daily News. He is immediately drawn to the murder case at the ancient Tram Theater, mumbling, "Isn't this the place Suchi was investigating? I'll ask him about it later." Suddenly, someone hugged him from behind. Anderson was so startled that he jolted. The tea he was drinking sprayed out. It turned out this person was one of the dispatched members. Then Anderson said, "You arrived earlier than Grimm." Upon hearing that Grimm was coming too, Scheherazade immediately got interested. Then she said, "That would be a disaster. Do you think it's still possible for me to turn back now?" Anderson calmly replied, "If you had applied before coming to Luo, maybe it would have been possible, but since you stepped through this door, you should abandon that thought." Scheherazade raised her arm, and said helplessly, "It looks like you'll have to accept a little bomb crazy comrade. You know, last time in Berlin, he once blew off one of my arms." Anderson had a helpless look on his face. Yes, he avoided you for 2 years after that. He doesn't know I'm here, right? That's great." After saying that, Scheherazade touched her arm, with an excited look. "Hopefully, he has been working out well for the past 2 years. Otherwise, I'm afraid before I leave Luoju, he won't be able to leave the hospital." Who is the mastermind behind the Tram Theater incident? The real culprit is gradually emerging. After Suchi experienced a thrilling encounter with the pig's head during the day, for the sake of his own life, he came to the Black Gate at night, to seek advice from Anderson, regarding the matter of the transfer student ghost, how to handle it safely. Suchi knocked on the door, and greeted Anderson. Then found there were other guests inside. Next, Anderson introduced them to each other. "This is Miss Scheherazade, one of the 2 members transferred from the Black Gate to the Luodu branch. This is the new recruit Suchi just mentioned to you." Then Scheherazade came over to greet the new recruit. "Hello, you're still a student, aren't you?" Then jokingly said to Anderson, "Is it okay for us to use child labor?" Anderson's face turned dark. He awkwardly smiled and said, "I think it should be fine, as long as he doesn't report us himself." Then he looked at Shanyuzode. "Since you're here, do me a favor, can you help him with physical training and firearms training?" Hearing this, Suchi looked puzzled. "I need this kind of training? Do I also need to use a gun?" Then Anderson became solemn. "Of course, you have also seen the deluding bird, and know the teachings of the pioneers. When there are spirits or secret initiates that are hard to deal with, you need to have some basic coping skills. My attainments in this area are not deep, good enough for personal use, but still lacking for teaching others. I've mentioned to you before that Black Gate members are divided into collectors and custodians. Simply put, custodians are responsible for collecting divine objects, while collectors handle sales." Anderson looked back at Suchi. "Lady Sheruza, as a custodian, is more professional in dealing with ghosts and spirits. Did you hear that? Newcomer, you'll be under my care from now on." Sharzad smiled at Suchi, but this smile made Suchi's heart shiver. He just nodded dumbly. "Since that's the case, let me check you out first. Let me see your potential." Then Scheherazade started checking Suchi from left to right. After a while, Scheherazade said, "Your physical fitness is basically passable. It looks like you usually exercise. Next, let's check your concentration. Aim and throw this dart." With that, Scheherazade handed Suchi a dart. Suchi focused his mind. He threw the dart towards the target. The dart flew forward with a whoosh, a flurry of moves, swift as a tiger, but the score was 0:5. Seeing this, Shahrazad calmly said, "I didn't expect you to be such a trickster. Your posture and strength are decent, but still far from enough. Next time we'll go to the shooting range for training. I'll let you handle a gun, and I'll teach you some basic close combat techniques." Then Suchi came to Anderson's side, and started asking questions. "The transfer student at our school, I discovered something new about Ghost. No rush, take your time." Anderson motioned for Suchi to sit down. "That's how it is. "Sir, what should we do next?" It took a little time. Suchi explained the whole situation. "You mentioned wanting to investigate his background before. I think it's worth a try." Anderson pondered for a moment. He gave Suchi a suggestion, then adjusted his glasses. "This is the fastest and safest method at this stage. After all, safety comes first." The scene changes. The theater is completely dark at this moment. Suddenly, a shadow appears in Rongming's lounge, then starts writing and drawing on the floor. "Looks like you really can't stay calm." Suddenly, the lights in the room were turned on. A voice suddenly sounded. This scared the man in black half to death. It turned out that the one speaking was the nine-headed puppet. Then the nine heads said, "Interested in explaining why you killed him?" At this moment, the man in black had to play dumb. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm just here to look for something I dropped." Jitu looked at the pattern on the ground and said, "I don't think you look like an innocent person. Rongming didn't die by accident. You killed him, right?" It turns out the man in black was no one else, but the actress Chiaki from the train theater. So, could the killer really be Chiru? People say angels represent purity and beauty, but this angel, even with tears, is determined to kill. Why is that? Last time, Kudo pointed out that Chiru was the true culprit, but Chiru immediately denied it. However, Kudo didn't give up so easily. Coldly said, "I'm not making this up. Rongming told me this himself. You took advantage of his drunkenness, and forcibly injected him with antibiotics." Qian Chu was shocked, and said, "That's impossible. He's already dead." Jitu retorted, "I'm a forensic expert. For me, corpses often speak more than the living. Why did you kill him? Was it because his workplace harassment drove you crazy?" Hearing this, Huang Kuayo immediately crouched down holding her head, her body trembling, begging, "Stop saying that." Then number 9 seemed to think of something. "No, it's probably more than that. Miss Huang Kuayo, may I ask, are you and Mr. Zentang lovers?" Upon hearing this, Huang Kuayo took off her headgear and retorted that this had nothing to do with Zentang. "It's all Ruman's fault. It's the theater's fault." At this moment, Chiaki already had tears in his eyes. Then he explained that the one on stage every time was that drunkard, a lazy clown. Feeling sorry for the character who has been practicing, and gave so much, yet it's unfair. Then Q2 touched the pattern on the ground. "So you killed him. Do you think killing him means you can take his place?" Then Quan Kuayo started choking up. "You don't understand what it means to care. He's out of chances. He was diagnosed with vocal cord inflammation. If he doesn't want to lose his voice completely in the future, he can no longer perform high-intensity shows. His acting career is over. He will leave the stage forever." Suddenly, Quan Kuayo realized something. Constantly because of that damn drunkard, he never even made it to this stage. Juto looked at the pitiful Quan Kuayo, helplessly said, "But it can't be your reason to break the law." Then he took out his phone and snapped a picture of Quan Kuayo. He also took a picture of the scene, then sighed. "Sane people are fragile. Madness is like a severe illness. It only takes a gentle push for emotions to overpower reason, and evil will be born. But what else can I do? I am not reconciled. I feel heartbroken and unwilling. Huang Kuayo across from me is already crying like a baby. This theater is guilty. It was their greedy, profit-driven actions that killed Zentang's acting career, that killed his stage dreams." The ghost in the deep sea seems to have sensed something. It has already started to rise slowly. However, at this moment, Quan Kuayo is on the verge of collapse. Then he started to roar hysterically, "I will make them all pay." Rongming was just the first. Next is the producer, and this theater. Before the words were finished, Jitu interrupted, "No, you'll be arrested soon." While Jitu wasn't paying attention, Huang Kuayo suddenly pulled out a dagger, and stabbed towards his own palm, then loudly said, "I won't be arrested, because the angel will come to help me." Then, the blood from Huang Kuayo's hand dripped onto the ritual pattern. Then a sound of something breaking through the air was heard. "The one who defies the angel shall ultimately become an angel." A stone statue of a two-winged angel suddenly appeared before them out of thin air. The statue was crying, "What's going on? Why does this statue in front of me feel so eerie?" A touch of evil amidst the holiness. Jitu is puzzled. The great weeping angel will bring purification to this filthy theater. Then Quan Kuayo started praying. Afterwards, the weeping angel looked at Quan Kuayo with a gaze full of coldness. "Damn this piece of junk. Something's wrong. Retreat now." Jitu immediately reacted. He then dashed out the door. Suddenly, a cracking sound came from behind. Jitu curiously turned his head to look. He saw Quang Quio's neck completely broken. Seeing this scene, Jitu was terrified. In a moment of inattention, his foot got tripped, and he fell heavily to the ground. He thought to himself, "This is bad. This is the end." Watching as the figure walked towards him step by step, Jitu's heart was completely overtaken by fear. Crisis strikes. Can nine heads escape safely? Chased by an angel, is it fortune or misfortune? At this moment, nine heads dares not be careless, running wildly, with only one thought in mind: escape first. After some effort, finally arrived outside the streetcar theater, then stopped, looked back, found that the weeping angel didn't follow, seemed to have avoided it. Juto breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly saw the broken glass at his feet, suddenly realized something was wrong. Then, he looked up, and saw the weeping angel attacking from above. He couldn't dodge in time. With a snap, his neck was twisted off. The scene shifts. If the university medical department sensed the doll's death, he would be vomiting uncontrollably. Is this the so-called side effect? The stomach pain feels like it's burning. Looking at the doll cross, mumbling that the doll is dead after all. The doll can only be used again 3 days after its death. Mr. Truth seemed to say that. Then he picked up the water glass and took a sip. Even though he died once, but through brief escapes, you can still vaguely sense some patterns in the weeping angel's actions. I remember when looking at it, it wouldn't move. It was in a statue state. Once you stop staring at it, it moves quickly. Juto also tried to use this pattern to deal with it, but his reaction was too quick. In the end, he still caught him. Nine Liang Nan. Could it really be fatal? Still have to retrieve the doll, because Frankenstein needs to be retrieved. The doll must also return to the user, and the phone was left in there. There is evidence that I am investigating the murder case. Luckily it was a person. If it were me, I would have lost my life. I need to thank Mr. Truth properly. Then Ryota Kudo started to pray. After praying, Ryota Kudo thought for a moment. It's still too risky to return to the theater right now. There's a monster in there that I can't handle. And that terrifying angel statue, could it be running around? If we need to be on guard early, who should we get to solve this? And tomorrow morning, if someone unaware enters the street where the theater is, they'll be attacked by the statue. He might even run outside and hurt more people. No, that monster is too dangerous. We can't just sit and wait for death. We have to find a way to tell them. Then he took out paper and pen, hoping this would work. Meanwhile, Suchi was sleeping like the dead. Then Anderson called. "Suchi, did you check the files of the tram theater?" As soon as he heard tram theater, Suchi immediately sat up. "What happened to the tram theater? Did something happen? Do you know? The actor playing the king in the theater died, and something happened again today." Then Suchi picked up the phone, and checked the news. Suchi asked with a puzzled look, "Sir, what happened today?" "There's nothing online," Anderson calmly said. "It's not public information. The police received a letter from a mysterious person, and acted in advance. Seal off the scene." Suchi was getting more and more confused. Why would the mysterious person want to seal off the tram theater? What's the real focus here? Anderson said that both are the focus. "Come to Black Gate tonight. I'll explain it to you in detail." He hung up the phone. Suchi lies back. The crown ghost was just visited a couple of days ago. It's still a long way from resurfacing. Why is there another incident? Could it be the nine-headed doll and the little white mouse? But these two haven't even started on the occult. How did they cause such a commotion? Suchi smiled helplessly. This is getting more and more interesting. Indeed, Suchi couldn't figure it out. He just wanted Juto and Beishu to team up. He never expected things to get out of hand. It was completely beyond his expectations. Next week's midterm exam. Everyone, review well when you go back. Students who fail the exam will not be allowed to participate in this year's cultural festival, the teacher said sternly from the podium. The students below complained loudly, "Teacher, don't do this, it's too cruel." However, Suchi on this side looked relaxed. The original owner's grades were already very good, and after coming here, Suchi hasn't relaxed at all. But what concerns Suchi is, in the original owner's memory, it seems like every time before an exam, something needed to be done. What was it again? Suchi couldn't recall it at the moment. Then suddenly, there was a loud bang. A big stack of books was heavily placed on the table. Then Senjaiye lay on the books and said, little Chi, let's have a study session this week. Chi was startled, suddenly enlightened. Yes, this is it, Jie. Not good at studying, always has to have a study session at home before every exam. How could I forget about this? Then Xiaoyi started acting cute. Xiaoqi, can I? If it were an ordinary cute girl, I'd agree immediately, but this is a headless person, a ghost. Chi was sweating coldly. What should I do? How should I refuse? I didn't expect the transfer student to join in as well. Can you teach me too? I also want to go to your house. Why is he joining the fun too? Looking at the two troublemakers in front of him, Chi was about to cry. What is all this? Xiao Yi is one thing. Why did this transfer student suddenly jump into the conversation? Does this have anything to do with you, Xiao Yi? Something happened at home recently. Chi was about to say this, but seeing Xiao Yi's eyes, he immediately realized, no, I definitely can't say that. Let's pick a day, when I'm free. How about Saturday? Unexpectedly, both ghosts said in unison, is that okay? I'll come to your place on Saturday, and bring you something delicious. Chi looked speechless, a childhood friend who made a U-turn, a transfer student ghost, and an annoying bathtub in the bathroom. Oh wow, great, my house has turned into a haunted house. At night, Chi came to the Black Gate. Anderson spoke up. Let's talk about business. There's new information about the tram theater and the mysterious person mentioned on the phone. Let's talk about the theater first. We received news through a special channel. A monster has appeared there. A monster? Is it a ghost? Chi asked in return. It's not a ghost. It's an occult creation, a weeping angel. After saying this, Anderson pointed to the photo, and said it was a byproduct of the occultists' research on ghosts and spirits. No one knows what mutation occurred at that time. To this day, no one can replicate the chance occurrence. In short, this troublesome anomaly was born, Alice added from the side. The occult community temporarily categorizes the vertical angels as a type of anomalous consciousness creature. When observed by people, they remain in a fixed stone statue form. However, once the observer looks away from them, they quickly move and twist the observer's neck. Then Anderson became serious. Since their appearance, too many people have died. Our predecessors went through many dangers to summarize the pattern. Mature vertical angels cannot be killed, they can only be contained. But ordinary materials cannot contain them, because once they become familiar with the environment, they can escape through ordinary buildings. So special containment equipment is needed. Hear this. Chi was shocked and said, then he could run around at any moment now. Anderson gave a look. That's right, at any moment. What's worse, we don't have a specialized container to contain the weeping angel right now. The biggest problem is that it can reproduce any recorded image of it, whether photo or video, or even a mirror reflection, will increase their numbers, so any image of the weeping angels must be destroyed before it forms, or another immortal monster will appear. If the weeping angels escape from the small theater, spreading and reproducing through cameras, mirrors, TVs, and the internet, it can infinitely reproduce, and is an otherworldly being with strong offensive capabilities. It's even more terrifying than nuclear weapons and viruses. That's the situation in the theater. You're still a newcomer. It's not appropriate for you to get involved. Sherazade is already handling it. He will find a way to temporarily confine him in the tram theater, until the container arrives. Chi secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, there is an organization like Blackgate protecting ordinary society in the shadows, isolating the terrifying influences of the mysterious world. I called you here to investigate another matter, the mysterious person who sent the letter to the Metropolitan Police Department. Then Anderson handed over a letter. Chi opened it and saw. His expression changed slightly, because the paper had his own insignia. It turned out to be a letter from Juto. Chi instantly understood. Anderson continued. This is the letter from the mysterious person yesterday. The police handed the letter to us. Chi pretended not to know. He murmured, there's a shrine above. 9981. Then Anderson gave a certain look. We guessed it was a mysterious organization. This shrine symbol matches some elements of occult symbols. 9981 and that nine-headed creature both come from a legendary ancient book, Journey to the West. In summary, it might be related to the recent online sensation, the God Lord of Luoju. Su Qian swallowed, thinking deeply and feeling terrified. Are you the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang? You've already guessed almost everything. I can't let you find out more, I have to mislead you. Then he said, is this like a decapitation cycle live streamer? Anderson immediately retorted, no, this should be a more ancient and mysterious organization. What the heck? Suchi looked bewildered. Then Anderson said, I used a special mechanism in the Black Gate's divination room for divination, trying to find the root of this organization. But this time, the divination result pointed to an existence not belonging to this world. The more Suchi listened, the more confused he became. Alice calmly said, the divination result can't be wrong. What I know is that it's a crazy time rift. We call it the old days. Hey, what are you guys doing? Why are you suddenly stuffing so many imagined settings into this? Heaven and earth, I swear, I was just trying to create some conflict lines. Suchi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Scene change. Abandoned city. A woman is setting up a strange ritual. Suddenly a man approaches. He begins to speak. Disseminator of truth and knowledge. Great alchemical sage. Chaos enduring punishment. Salutes you. Why are you here? Do you find the long time spent in the Earth's core too boring, and want to end yourself early? The woman gave a look, and sternly said, I just completed the national alchemy. I will help you. Just stand still. Great sage. You plan to go to the cage, don't you? My price is fair, only 3 sage's stones. I will prepare a way to Luoju for you. However, the woman didn't pay attention to him. She kept chanting spells. Soon, a large door appeared out of thin air. What does this old day mean? Suchi asked. This concept must be explained starting from the mystics' school of thought. Anderson was just about to explain. Sir, let me do it, when Alice suddenly interrupted. Without sufficient depth and anchoring, discussing the deep mystery should not be taken lightly. It could lead to mystics losing control. Suchi wondered, could even the master lose control? Anderson then replied that there was indeed a risk. Lishi said it would be safer. Then Alice calmly said, as the gentleman mentioned, to understand the system of knowledge of the mysterious one, you have to start with the door. Then she glanced at the hatter, and said, hand me the old book on the top shelf of the bookshelf. Then Mojang took a book down from the bookshelf. Then he handed the book to Alice. Alice opened the book to the 3 stones of the mysterious world. Idealist, mystic, and occultist. You already know. Next are the 3 doors leading to the ultimate evolution corresponding to the 3 stones. Suddenly, the surroundings changed instantly. Suchi was shocked. The gate of truth corresponds to the occultist. The gate of nothing corresponds to the Mysterian. The silver gate corresponds to the idealist. Idealists and Mysterians believe that as long as they can reach the other side of the gate, they can find the source. The Mysterians' belief is that the other side of the gate is the true self. They want to guide the source on the other side of the gate, to find themselves. Hearing this, Suchi immediately asked, is this true? Where is this door? Has anyone reached the other side of the door? Alice said calmly, no, but it's a consensus in the mysterious world. Since the beginning of writing, it has been passed down among every mystic, initiate, and reformer. A few reformers through some means. Forget it, you can't access it for now. Let's not talk about this. Today's focus is the Gate of Truth, the carvings on the Gate of Truth. We call it the Island Life Technique, Kabbalah Life Technique. It's the blueprint and origin of constructing the universe. Representing Ishizuka Kai, is the mystic system of the world's origins. Ancient mystics relied on this system to establish the most primitive and oldest 10 original valley schools. These 10 original schools disbanded, in the tide of history, becoming many smaller schools and organizations. However, the existing systems of mystical knowledge all originate from these 10 originals. Suchi's head is already buzzing. The most knowledgeable and authoritative alchemy school today originates from the cornerstone system of the Bone School. They possess some knowledge of all things and core principles. The occult knowledge system of the Black Gate Club comes from the Kingdom system. We possess some knowledge of human and material sciences. All the ritual knowledge of the Black Gate also comes from this system. So what does divination count for? Suchi asked puzzledly. Divination is deep enough to trace the origins of all mystical sects. It can distinguish the source of knowledge. The only mystical organization that can't be divined can only be from outside the 10 mystical scholar systems, that is, the old ones. After all this, Suchi still didn't understand. What exactly are the old days? What exactly are the old days? Even top student Suchi was utterly confused. Alice continued, for people like us who can pause time, A brief observation and exploration of time's mysteries revealed a flaw in the world's temporal logic. That unnatural flaw is like a patch on clothing. A trace left after modification. Time has been altered. This is beyond Suchi's comprehension. He's feeling a million grass mud horses galloping inside. He doesn't understand at all. Why isn't he transported to a world where he can level up by fighting monsters? That would be so exciting. Then Alice slowly closed the book, and the illusion disappeared with it. Let me tell you a fairy tale. Alice continued to speak. She took out the pocket watch. Relic of the spirits, March hare. Pocket watch. Relic effect, March tea party. Eternal wonderland. Then Anderson was instantly frozen. Alice became serious. I paused the time. It's relatively safe in the stone pavilion. Prevents me from losing control. Only 3 minutes. I won't waste any time. Then Suchi reached the deep sea. Alice's voice sounded in his ear. In the unknown tens of thousands of years in the future, a group of life forms far superior to humans will appear on Earth. Monsters of unknown origin, that live on eating humans. In the future, humans are all eaten by them. Extinct. They find no food. They too will be lost, even disappear from this world. In the long run, they will go extinct too. So they started traveling through time, back to earlier worlds, to eat early humans. After eating, they traveled forward again, until they crossed history, back to the dawn of humanity. They realized, this is the last of the food. During this time, many monsters began to sink. Then they discovered that they didn't necessarily need to eat people to sustain their existence. Cognitive belief and fear could achieve a similar effect. But it required a lot. Humans couldn't meet the demand at that time, so the remaining monsters built cages before they sank. Thus, they raise humans, waiting for the day to be reawakened. The many disjointed time gaps are due to the historical losses caused by the monsters' rewind events. We call this part of the vanished history the old things. Suddenly, a strange sound came. Who's talking? It sounded like a whisper. Then Suchi started sinking down. Suchi murmured, what's going on? It seems like something is pulling me down. Don't I have an anchor? Then he looked at the anchor line, and saw something very terrifying. Suchi grabbed his head and exclaimed, not good. The anchor line is about to break. It's over. It's over. The anchor line is about to break. We're done for this time. Suchi keeps sinking into the deep sea. Whispers keep echoing in his ears. Sink to the bottom of the deep sea. There lies infinite truth, infinite knowledge. In these whispers, Suchi gradually started to go mad, step by step transforming into a demon. Suddenly, a cat's meow was heard. It completely startled Suchi awake. Awake, Suchi was drenched in cold sweat. Is he back? And the whispers had disappeared. Then he saw an unknown object in his hand, and murmured, what is this thing? Then it turned into a cloud of gas and flew away, and eventually slowly formed into the shape of a cat. Alice waved her hand, and the ghost cat immediately flew towards Alice. Then she said to Suchi, you almost lost control just now. Suchi heard this. Almost wet my pants. Almost lost control. I think I just heard something. And then it sank. Alice immediately interrupted, you don't have to explain. Having an experience on the edge of losing control is good. It's a kind of mental training, even though this kind of experience is dangerous. Then Suchi said he understood. I'll help you put the book back. But Alice directly refused. No need. I'll do it myself. Aren't your legs unable to stand? Suchi looked puzzled. Alice explained that being grounded was the price of stopping time. Then she stood on tiptoe trying to put the book up there. But because of her height, she didn't succeed. It was quite awkward. Then, blushing, she said, aren't you going to help me? Here I come. Suchi laughed heartily. Then Alice opened the pocket watch. 3 minutes are up. Anderson recovered as well. He asked Alice if she was done talking. How do you feel? Not great. He just heard some old mysterious roars. Nearly lost control, Alice replied calmly. Hearing this, Anderson immediately became serious. Once Suchi loses control, she will become a ghost or god, irreversible. So having signs of losing control is very dangerous. A wave of worry hit her heart. Suchi's deep sea is terrifying. There is a significant gap in her contradictions. Misalignment indeed has a high risk of losing control. Then he urged, you must accelerate your progress in learning occult knowledge. Next week, I will apply to the headquarters to send you a book on the kingdom system's occult knowledge. Suchi became puzzled. Apply? Is it different from the previous introductory books? Of course, true knowledge of the fundamental system is the core secret of each school. Even the members of Hyman need to have contributions or merits as a base and be recognized by the club to be able to learn. Suchi awkwardly scratched his head, but I don't seem to have any contributions. Anderson handed Suchi a file, with the previous Highland Park and Lurebird files, plus this investigation of the mysterious organization 9981 and the God Lord of Luoju. It should be enough for the application. Remember to investigate secretly, don't make it public. Inform me immediately if you find anything. Your task is only to find clues. Don't put yourself in danger. Suchi felt a bitter smile inside. Can I really find danger investigating myself? Then he made a decision. We'll have to keep a low profile from now on. But the kitchen god needs rumors to spread. It's really a headache. Anyway, at the next gathering, we'll need to remind Juto and Beishu to stay hidden. Also, we need to add another layer to the shrine ritual logic. Only those who pass my review can sense the great presence. In any case, we must be cautious. I want the literature I spread to be disseminated, want to keep the mystery from being discovered, and pay attention to the divination items. After all, my 9981 was discovered by him. Suchi sighed deeply, and said, this is truly a massive project. Since the master asked me to investigate the mysterious person, nothing has happened again. The tram theater and the nearby streets have been sealed off because of the weeping angel. There was no movement suddenly. Received a text message. Due to handling the angel, special training was postponed. Given the situation, Suchi made a decision to continue investigating Jinyu. First, they had to contact his former classmates, but the contact information is locked in the archives, although if Tianjin has it, but Suchi really doesn't want to find him. With no other choice, Suchi had to bite the bullet. Then went to Tianjin's class. Excuse me, is Senior Tianjin here? Asked Suchi. You came. The senior smiled mischievously, then turned around and shouted, Tianjin, your junior Suchi came to see you. Tianjin smiled and said, Suchi, what brings you here? Coming to the classroom to find me is quite rare. I have something I need your help with. Suchi quickly replied, but the onlookers around them were not calm. Shouted, keep it down. I'm recording a video. Suchi looked helpless. These women are way too enthusiastic. This is why I didn't want to look for Tianjin. Then Suchi said, I need to borrow the key to the archive room. I need to check something. After saying that, Tianjin handed over the key. Seeing this, Suchi immediately teased, aren't you afraid I'll use the key for something else? However, Tianjin simply gave Suchi a look. Is there anything about you I can't trust? Oh my god, I'm stunned. The onlookers were shocked. Did you record that? Oh my god, that's blinding. Ate a mouthful of dog food. Upon seeing this scene, Suchi quickly fled the scene. In the evening, Suchi returned home, and made several phone calls based on the information. Most of the former classmates from the police academy didn't remember him. Only one or two said he was very reclusive, often taking sick leave, and eventually stopped coming to school altogether. Suchi's mind was racing, cycling through the information. The transfer student in the video was bullied and fell to his death. But Jinyu's classmates didn't mention any of this. If this school legend is false, and was deliberately fabricated, then the only way to solve it is to find out the real cause of Jinyu's death. It's really frustrating. It's giving me a headache. Then Suki stood up. Let's go out for a walk. I can finish the fiction of opening the valley. The scene shifts. The narrow alleys of Electric Town come to life. At a corner, placing the shrine here might be too hidden, but ordinary people can't detect the shrine anyway. For those who can sense it, concealment doesn't matter. Then, they started without hesitation. The fire of rise and fall. Eternal prohibition. Before long, Suchi muttered, everything is ready. Let's see if this third shrine can bring me new followers. Then, they left. Suddenly, a shop caught Suchi's attention. This shop is so special, so she came to the entrance to take a look. Customer, are you here to buy something? The sudden appearance of a figure startled Suchi. She quickly explained, I'm just looking. The person was Hugo, a cyber electronics store clerk. A voice from inside said, welcome to our store. How can I help you? Then the store manager appeared behind Suchi, dressed as a biker gang member, looking quite intimidating. Suchi awkwardly smiled. No, I'm just passing by. After saying that, Suchi turned and left. But Changuo took a photo of Suchi, then operated on her phone. Let me see who you are. but the screen directly showed insufficient balance. Please pay a usage fee of 5 million. That's really expensive. Chan Guo also looked pained. After paying the fee, Chan Guo murmured while looking at the information on the screen, so his name is Su Qi. He looks pretty good. He's also a mysterious person. Ever since the last time the Black Gate fell and they were wiped out, I haven't seen them for many years. What are the Black Gate people sneaking around here for? Chan Guo also looked puzzled, seeing that ahead was a dead end. Let's go up and take a look. Then I found something in the corner. I wondered, what is this? When did such an interesting thing appear here? Can living people become spirits too? In this world full of spirits, anything is possible. Su Qi, who was sleeping on the train, a quick move. The shrine of Kai Gu was discovered so quickly. Let me see who it is. Isn't this the cyber electronics power supply from earlier? Hugo looked at the small shrine. No signs of loss. It must be the power of spirits. How interesting. Is there still such a believer in Loshi? Check it with the matrix system. After saying that, he took out his phone and snapped a photo. A payment screen popped up. It's so expensive just to look something up. After completing the payment, information about the small shrine appeared. Train Theater, Weeping Angel, Lord of Loshi, 9981. Seeing this, Hugo finally understood, murmuring, no wonder Blackgate is looking for special containers and sealing streets. Could it be that the god of Luo City is the ghost matrix communicating with the mystics, most adept at gathering intelligence? Since I joined, I have never heard of this mystery within the system. The mysterious person at the Black Gate should be investigating the Lord of Luoju. I wonder if there's any discovery. However, all of this was observed by Su Qi. From his murmurs and behavior analysis, he's definitely a mysterious person. He even knows the intelligence about the Lord of Luoju and the Black Gate. He seems interested in further exploration. What should I do? Su Qi then faced a dilemma: reject him and sink the shrine out of his sight, or let him perceive the Lord of Luoju, thus entering my mysterious court. If I let him in, will this fake shaman be exposed by him, and thus affect my plans? Let's do it this way then. Su Qi finally made a decision. Saturday came in the blink of an eye, and the appointed time arrived. Su Qi opened the door. It was Sen Jie. Buy one, get one free. Jingyu was following behind. Su Qi was speechless. One Sen Jie is already annoying enough. Now there's a transfer student ghost, plus the ghost woman in the house. We can practically make a mahjong table. Then Su Qi goes to pour a drink, and comforts himself. Calm down, just get through these few hours. Suddenly, the phone rang. Su Qi answered it immediately. A voice came from the other side. This is Jingyu. Sorry to bother you. I heard from a friend that you've been asking about me. Hearing this, Su Qi was stunned. Jingyu? Jingyu fell to her death, didn't she? I didn't even notice the drink was full. Then who is the ghost behind me? Can a person become a ghost while alive? This is absurd. Jingyu continued. I am from Luoshi High School's student council. I need to confirm some things with you in person. Is it convenient to meet? Then Su Qi arranged a time and place. Tomorrow night at 8. Let's meet at the cafe next to the school. After hanging up the phone, Su Qi's back was soaked. It really scared her. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Little Qi, Xiao Yi is here. Should mom prepare some food for you? Su Qi looks helpless. They keep taking turns one after another. How am I supposed to survive like this? Su Qi is almost in tears. Then he starts tutoring Xiao Yi. Didn't we just cover all this in class yesterday? Forget it. I'll start from the beginning with you. You need to remember this formula. Plug the numbers into it. Then, after finishing the lecture in 2 hours, go through it again from the beginning. Reinforce it. Su Qi then looked distressed. What's the situation with this transfer student? Mysticism research shows that ghosts and spirits have their own behavior and logic. Logic matches the present. Behavior reflects the past. Just like my ghost parents, the reason they appear at home is related to their actions in life. Wei Jinyu's fall should be due to school bullying years ago. Logically, it shouldn't have anything to do with me, but now they all come to my home. Also, the person who called just now, Jingyu, doesn't seem to be a ghost. What's going on? Can living people also produce ghosts? A ghost is one thing, a cyber wanderer is another. Source code of effect, cyber hand. Then countless mechanical arms grew from the girl's back. Be careful on your way home. See you on Monday. Su Qi and Sen Jie said goodbye. Finally got rid of those 2 ghosts. Miss Mary will come tonight. I still have to open the Mystery Town today. So many things to do. It's almost 10 o'clock. Utopia Mystery Town opens. Didn't expect Rat Head and Nine Heads to be so punctual. Then a clicking sound came. A mecha girl slowly approaches. This should be the suspected mysterious person from Hugo's video store. Letting him in was a well thought out decision. After all, this place was built to deal with mysterious beings. We must bring in mysterious beings. Better early than late. Moreover, if this contact with the mysterious being succeeds in achieving our goal, the road ahead will be much easier. Then Suchi asked why you were spying on my mysterious scene. Back to 3 days ago. Come home with me. Let me see your little secret, Hugo murmured while holding the doll. This is the ritual for communicating with spirits and ghosts by Mitchits. This form is really rare. Then he turned on the computer. Analyze this guy. Let's get to work. Then Hugo used the divine neuromancer. Countless mechanical arms appeared out of thin air. Then the analysis results came out. Turns out this is a ghostly power that can create and control clones. Although it's simple in structure, it can replicate the user's divine abilities. Interesting. Really interesting. The suspension frame is used to control the puppet. Relic effect. Wisdom creation. Embodiment of puppet ghost relic Frankenstein. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Hugo's eyes lit up. I like this. Let's see if we can replicate it. In the knowledge of the wisdom system, we can decode spirits or divine beings to gain their abilities. A few minutes later, no, this is at least a power from the shadow realm. It's beyond my analytical capacity. Let's try another method. After 4 hours of effort, none of the attempts worked. The encryption is too complex. Maybe we should buy a decryption package. Seeing the account balance, could it be that if I buy it, I'll really go bankrupt? But this doll is so tempting. Never mind, I'm going for it with a reckless mind. I want to buy the mystery cracking toolkit for the shadowless layer. Forcefully decode and see. Then Hugo shouted loudly, guys, I've been saving up for 3 years to get you all together. Don't let me down. Half an hour later, the results are out. The decryption rate is 7%. The usual decryption rate of the no-light layer is 20%. This 7% is barely acceptable. The puppet control function is complete. It has been completely cracked. Unfortunately, the functions of reading thoughts and sensory connections, as well as inheriting abilities couldn't be fully analyzed. Then Hugo quickly started operating. Since that's the case, let me see what interesting things you can come up with. Almost there, almost there. Hugo's fingers flew over the keyboard. In no time, he murmured, done. The screen displayed Ghost Story. Game creation complete. Then he stretched out with a big yawn. It took 3 days and 2 nights, combining several divine ability plugins. Finally, the game was made. Plug in the data cable, install and test it. I added the decoded doll code to the game. Players move forward in the game, while avoiding being caught by ghosts. If caught, they fail the level. After entering the game, the character's phantom will appear in reality. It will disappear only after exiting the game. Then he turned around and looked, and saw a figure appear. Hugo showed a delighted smile. It worked, although the game character couldn't speak, and ordinary people couldn't see it. There were still some other issues, but it had preliminarily achieved the effect I wanted. Then he exited the game. The figure instantly disappeared. Players and characters are not connected. It's just an account. With the help of other plugins, players can still see ghost images in the game interface. I'm such a genius. Then I gave myself a big thumbs up, and then I packed up the game. Find a game chat group and send it out for testing. Someone logged in very quickly. Then the number of people kept increasing. Come on, a few more. A few more. I'm counting on your feedback. To make further fixes and development, to maintain my focus. Time returns to the present. Suchi asked Hugo, why do you spy on my secrets? Hugo raised his finger and said, because it's interesting. Then the chair moved a bit. It seems he answered correctly. I'm truly a genius. Hugo proudly praised himself. Then he greeted the 2 people next to him. Hello, seniors. But inside, Juto felt a pang of bitterness. This cool girl and the white mouse big shot beside her are definitely stronger than me. Then Hugo asked again, Masked Senior, what are we supposed to do now? Tell me about it. Jitu explained that this is the town of mysteries. The one in the middle is Mr. Truth. We exchange mysteries for mysteries. Hearing this, Hugo got excited immediately. Exchange mysteries? Interesting. Very interesting. If that's the case, I think your mystique can be spread even wider. Then you can be closer to us. That is indeed what I want. But it can't come from me. One must maintain a mysterious persona without breaking character. Although Suchi was excited inside, she still calmly said, I am the truth, exists in all things. However, Hugo fell into thought. The ghost's instinct is to rise to the surface, yet Mr. Truth was not tempted. The more rational the ghost, the more mysterious. So interesting. At this moment, Nineheads spoke up, Mr. Truth, this week I investigated the clues you provided. There truly is something unknown there, and it's very dangerous. Then he pointed with his finger. Someone performed a ritual here, and summoned a terrifying monster. Hugo looked, and wondered why the tram theater had been sealed off since the accident. Turns out it was because of this. Then I asked what kind of monster it was. An angel statue. People wouldn't understand if they saw it, once it's out of sight. Before I could finish speaking, Hugo blurted out, Weeping Angel. Wow, truly an experienced mystic. He knew it was a weeping angel right away. Suchi saw through it but didn't say anything. Hugo thought for a moment, then said this is really a problem. Few outside the wisdom system know. He put this thing into the city. It's like dropping an atomic bomb. Fortunately, Blackgate is already taking action. At this time, Jitu raised a question, can we trust them? Hugo immediately gave an affirmative answer. Of course, Blackgate is an expert in this area. I recently met some of their people in Taigo. How does he know about my relationship with Blackgate? Suchi's face tightened. I need to ask the gentleman what he means by wisdom system. Hugo expressed his curiosity. Who is hiding the weeping angel? Hearing this, Jitu said, I'm very good at questioning. If you can give me some help, I can help you investigate. Hugo followed up, what do you need, for help? Jitu gave a look. A corpse. Get me a corpse. I need a corpse. If you can get me the corpse of that woman who summoned the angel, I can get the clues. Jitu said calmly, this is difficult. Hugo felt very awkward. The theater is now sealed by the Blackgate people. I can't intervene to bring the body out. Jitu silently prayed. The first exchange has reached a deadlock. Let's see how you solve it. But the guinea pig raised its hand. He pointed at himself. The nine-headed one asked in confusion, you mean, you can bring out the corpse? The rat-headed one nodded, indicating agreement with his statement. Then the nine-headed one said, I think we can complete this transaction. What do you need in exchange? The rat-man only said 2 words, cheese. Cheese again. What does it mean? Juto was puzzled. Hugo, beside him, explained that it's the cost of abilities. This answer immediately gained Juto's approval. That's right, I handle corpses myself. Even meetings require consuming coffee. Then he said okay to the White Mouse. Mr. White Mouse, if you can bring Quinkwayo's body, I will pay you a lot. Do the job and then hand over a business card. Call this number once you have it, and use Wu Huawei to collect it, and you will be paid. They will absolutely keep it confidential. The new girl knows so much. He can't even get a corpse, but the white rat can. No wonder he's a boss. However, what the white rat didn't expect, is that in Ninehead's heart, the white rat is already like a god. Masked face, what do you want? To exchange, Juto calmly talked about some books on mysticism and contact channels with mysterious organizations. It seems my previous guess was correct. Masked face is a novice. It's common for awakened deep-sea mystics who have no way to join a system or school. Since he is confident in stealing corpses from men's subordinates, he must be a mystic far more experienced than I am. Just don't know which system or school he belongs to. No problem. I'll call the funeral home in 3 days. You have them bring the message in exchange. And so, the first trade of mystery for mystery was made. Mr. White Mouse, do you have any other questions? Hugo shouted at White Mouse. However, White Mouse remained silent, continuing to pray devoutly, so calm. Definitely a big shot. Hugo gave White Rat such a persona. However, White Rat's inner world is like this. Time is running out. Then Ninehead said the mysterious town opens for 10 minutes each time. It really is short. So he asked Mr. Truth, Suchi, can we have more time? Then the dice suddenly appeared, following the rules set by Mr. Truth. The dice decide whether the vote is open or secret. This is his protection mechanism, to prevent uncontrollable danger. Unexpectedly, Hugo quickly saw through the secret. Then he cast the dice. It was the dark side. This was also to be expected, but there's another concern. Then I asked Jitu, You just said the rules set by Mr. Truth, as long as he agrees. The rules here can be modified or added to. Is that correct? Suchi felt a little excited inside. This little thing is really a genius. The first time I came in, I discovered the key points I had buried. Give him the doll. It was absolutely the right thing to do. Then Hugo turned to Suchi and asked Mr. Truth, the Hall of Mysteries, as your ritual, is grand and profound, but we cannot find order here. The masked face performed a transaction for you. Mr. White Mouse possesses the ability to investigate mysteries, while my strength lies in setting the stage and constructing the mystery. Your greatness can disregard order, but small humans like us need the constraint of rules. Suchi is very pleased. That's great. Hugo proposed this concept on my behalf. Division of labor and points. Then Hugo rolled again. This time it annihilated, representing my mystery and order. Then something appeared above everyone's head. Lingo's investigative scales. Yushi's trading pyramid, equivalent to fabrication. This concludes the second Town of Mysteries meeting. The Town of Mysteries is progressing from chaos to order and development. Unexpectedly, because of Hugo, these three artifacts were brought out so early. The scale of exchange, the spirit of investigation, the pyramid of fabrication. Then Suchi said that Juto will manage the exchange order. Finished speaking and sent the scale over. Jitu immediately expressed gratitude. Seeing this, Hugo immediately said, "What about me? What about me, Mr. Mouse? Don't I get one?" Suchi said calmly, Jitu completed the transaction process, and can become the template of order. Hugo immediately realized, so that means, we don't have a successful case yet, do we? Suchi said, responsibility determines order. Hugo clasped his hands. He understood the division of labor and professions, just like how a mage needs to deal damage in a game. Famous in the mysterious town, you can choose a code name. Hugo looked for a while. He said, I chose this, because it's similar to my neuromancer. My code name will be Spider. Suchi looked at this Hugo. What an interesting guy. Then he said, time's up. Mystery returns, submerging for 7 days. The next second, everyone started to return. On Hugo's side, he returned to reality. The southern barbarians had never heard of the god of Luo. I must thoroughly investigate this Mr. Truth. This guy dares to call himself Truth, and establishes a ritual with it, to hold an opportunity. It might be related to the Gate of Truth. This is getting more and more interesting. Let's check on Suchi. I didn't expect the second attempt to be so successful. Not only did new mystics join, but order was also established. It will be more convenient to guide members to carry out the activities I need in the future. Then Suchi lay down on the bed, mumbling that today is a good day. Everything will go well. Sleep, sleep. The next day, Suchi looked very troubled. Waking up from sleep, her good mood was gone, and she felt even worse. It won't take more than 5 days. I'll reach the 20,000 meter deep manhwa layer. This is really hard. Even the 200-year-old lolly boss hasn't reached this depth. What should I do? This is such a headache. I should go to the Black Gate first, asked the gentleman. I'll go meet that living scenery again. The scene shifts. The Black Gate intelligence system. Why did you think to ask that? Anderson asked in confusion. Suchi had to find an excuse and replied that he met someone. He seems to be related to this. In one of our top 10 academic systems, the academic achievements of the wisdom system are the highest. It has produced many celebrities, and initiated several technological revolutions for humanity. There were the Nixon School of earlier years, the Steam Party, the Alternating Current Society, and the Mensa Club. In recent years, the Scholar Faction, etc. In modern times, with the development of the Internet, a hacker branch has also emerged. Most of them gather in a mysterious organization called the Matrix. They rely on the internet for their occult activities. There are many key figures created by the wisdom system, so their battles for supremacy are the fiercest. The rivalry among Newton, Galileo, and Einstein caused hundreds of occultists to lose control, and the ownership is still undecided to this day. They're just a bunch of egomaniacs, who think they're giants standing on the shoulders of giants. Suddenly Scheherazade came over. Almost. In the eyes of those in the intelligence system, we're probably all underdeveloped apes. Then Anderson quietly said to Sucher, don't mind him. His predecessor was from the intelligence system. The breakup wasn't pleasant. The other party seemed to have said something about him being a brainless muscle monkey. Suchi grinned. There's actually such a piece of gossip. I didn't expect you to love gossip so much, sir. Suchi thought for a moment. Wisdom system matrix. That ancient one is probably related to them. Then Shaluzuo said, waited for so long. The first batch of containment equipment parts has finally arrived. Anderson breathed a sigh of relief. He said, with these, you can proceed with the first step of containing the weeping angel. Yes, I'll head back to the tram theater first. After saying that, Sanrazaj waved his hand, and didn't forget to remind Suki before leaving. Remember to free up some time. Our teaching and training are about to begin. Places with human gatherings are called prosperous. Places with ghost gatherings are called remote. There are too many fallen ghosts and mystics. Relatively speaking, they are dangerous and remote. Got it? So what other places are remote? Suchi asked. Most parts of the East are remote to us. Ancient and distant, rich in history, breeding grounds for ghosts and spirits, harmless to ordinary people, but a disaster for the mysterious. Just a century ago, the mysterious world had a gold rush. Several heavyweight schools were organized by some renowned mystics, intending to explore the deep mysteries of the Eastern world. Many people ended up dead, even more lost control. Most senior mystics met their end in the East. A few less advanced mystics survived. Upon their return, they were secretive about the East. Suchi felt a chill in his heart. Maybe this is what they call the land of immortals, where everything is so miserable. A mysterious Eastern force where anyone who comes here ends up in trouble. By the way, how's that transfer student? Anderson suddenly asked. Some progress, maybe, as Lee said. It's just the turbulence of adolescence. But can ghosts and spirits really be born from such ordinary thoughts? Anderson said helplessly. Who knows? The birth of an idealist is itself a mystery. Although patterns can be sought, they can never be fully understood. If the truth were discovered, Pa would have lost control long ago. At dusk, Suchi arrived at the coffee shop as agreed, then picked up the phone and called. He found out the other party had already arrived. Suchi hung up the phone and went to find them. That should be him. Just to be sure, Suchi immediately took out the holy sword and hid it behind him. Hello, are you Senior Jingyu? Suchi greeted him. Hello, you must be Suchi. Then Jingyu awkwardly apologized. I'm sorry, the child is too young. I don't feel comfortable leaving him at home. You don't mind, do you? Hearing someone speak, Suchi was scared stiff. Oh my god, it's Jingyu in the flesh. No ghostly whispers, he really is a normal person. What's going on? Jingyu smiled and said, you want to ask about my school days, right? It's quite embarrassing to talk about. It was because I was sick. I couldn't go to school properly. Many classmates don't know me. Was it very difficult for you back then? Then Suchi touched his pocket. He took out Jinyu's graduation intention form from before. Then he asked if she had encountered campus bullying. But Jinyu waved her hand and said, don't misunderstand. The classmates in the class are all very nice. This can only be considered a little girl's self-pity. Because I was always sick, I couldn't fit in with the class. I didn't have anyone to talk to. Being alone all the time felt really lonely. Besides, people aren't bound by the past. I'm very happy now. I have a loving family. The only regret is that I couldn't make friends back then. A bit regretful, right? Hearing this, Suchi asked, Senior, can I ask if you ever longed for campus romance at that time? Jingyu said in surprise, why ask this? Let me think. Probably back then, if I could have lunch on the rooftop with a boy I liked, or share an umbrella and walk home together on a rainy day, I'd be very content. Hearing this, Suchi smiled knowingly. It seems there's a clear way to deal with Gui Jingyu. How can you date a ghost? And avoid being eaten by him? Let's see how the male lead Suchi flirts with the ghost. The class bell rings. Gui Jingyu leaves the classroom with her lunchbox. Suchi watched Gui Jingyu's back, and murmured, what a good opportunity. Then he picked up his boxed lunch and ran out. Unexpectedly, someone grabbed him. It was Sha Yushu calling him to eat together. Suchi said helplessly, another day, I have something to do today. And then he left. Gijiju vanished without a trace. Sha Yushu is really causing trouble, Suchi muttered. Looking in the direction Gijiju went, he should have gone to the rooftop. Then Suchi headed towards the rooftop. He found Suchi and immediately saw Gijiju in the distance. Then he gathered his courage. Isn't it just a campus youth romance drama? I acted and then walked towards Gui Jingyu, thinking about the dramas I've seen as I walked. My gaze inadvertently showed gentleness, calm yet unpretentious. My natural movements made me the focus of the opposite sex, but I seemed oblivious to their attention. Suchi has the potential to be a real jerk. Looking at Suchi beside him, Gijuju's eyes widened, muttering, "Can he see?" This scared Suchi. He swallowed. His mind strongly denied it. "I can't. I'm not. Don't say that. I can't see." Yang calmly took out a sandwich and started eating. Seeing the ghost eel beside him flailing its teeth and claws, Suchi was thinking intensely. He is now in a state of determining between habitual behavior and eating logic. He must make him lower his guard. Then he directly ignored the ghost eel beside him, picked up the milk and started drinking it steadily. Then the ghost eel returned to normal. Returning to her usual behavior, Gui Jingyu showed nervousness and shyness. This ambiguous and eerie atmosphere is really hard to handle. Suchi felt uneasy inside, but Gui Jingyu was secretly pleased. She showed a gentle smile. Suchi took out his phone to check the time. He deliberately said, "Time flies. Lunch break is over. It's time to go back to class," he said, and then got up to leave. However, the cunning Suchi didn't actually leave. He hid in a corner sneakily, watching Gui Jingyu's reaction. "Great, finally someone is having lunch with me, and that person is Suchi." So happy, her face turned red, eyes full of affection, mumbling to herself, "Does he like me?" Then she started singing. She even began to dance. Hiding aside, Suchi murmured, "Does this mean I've succeeded?" But it seems there's still a little bit to go before he reaches enlightenment. One more unfulfilled wish should be enough. Then he looked at the notes on his phone. Next is a rainy day with umbrellas. But look at this sunny weather. Suchi suddenly wilted. When will it rain? The weather forecast says it won't cool down for at least half a month. It would be great if there were artificial rain services. Oh, my little brother, why do you suddenly want it to rain? Is your dried up soul in need of some nourishment? Xia Yushu suddenly walked over, and said slickly, "Be serious. I really do need some rain. Do you think asking a shaman for rain would work?" "What are you talking about? I think I heard someone needing Lord Ming's help," Yushui mocked. Suchi said he wanted to ask the shaman for rain. Isn't that a coincidence? You and the fairy just arrived. A lie is a lie, no matter who tells it. Ask him. The river god rolled his eyes. Shut up, you. I am a shrine maiden, with a business license, not a fraud, though I can't summon rain. There are legends of rain girls who can influence the weather, and they do exist, as long as you can afford it. Suchi looked speechless. I knew it. Xia Yushu asked about the afternoon dismissal time. How much for 2 hours of rain? The river god said, summer rain service. 500,000 coins, clearly priced, fair for all. This is what Lady Foolish wants. I didn't make a penny. Suchi pouted. While paying, he said, it's so expensive. Do you guarantee a refund if it doesn't rain? The river god stuck out his tongue. You can run away from the witch, but you can't run away from the shrine. Don't worry, 10 times compensation for fakes. Wait until it rains. I'll notify you. Scene transition. Tram theater. Scheherazade looked around, and said to herself, very good, there is nothing unusual here. Then I used the divine object Alibaba. Open sesame. The divine object Alibaba. An object that can unlock all locks in the world. Locks everything in the world. Alibaba. At most 3 hearts can exist simultaneously. When a new lock is created, an old lock will disappear. Using containment equipment is the most convenient. But it's not time to take away the weeping angel yet. Local mystics are eyeing the mystery in the theater. They dare not act because they fear the weeping angel. Once the weeping angel is gone, the mystics backing police department will take over the black gate of the theater. They'll lose the advantage in investigating the ritual. The gate has been opened. Scheherazade walked in. Since the police blocked it off, no one should have entered. Suddenly, a rustling sound came. It was Boss White Rat leading a group of underlings to the train theater. This little white rat is incredibly fast. Keep up. The little white rat gave an order. A gang of underlings swarmed out, neatly charging forward. They arrived at a ventilation shaft. The army of rats finally stopped. The white rat took out a hanger, and used a ghostly relic. Then a giant rat-headed puppet appeared in the room. Afterwards, the white rat pointed and said, little ones, slowly, follow him. After speaking, the mouse-headed puppet started to run away. In no time, they arrived at the lounge. Looking at the tragic scene on the floor, the mouse-headed puppet was also quite scared. It's really horrifying. Guys, go ahead. Carry him away. The mouse-headed figure directs you to lift your feet, and lift your heads, with the count of 1, 2, 3. The mouse-headed army heaves together, the body is lifted immediately. The remaining mice don't forget to clean up the bloodstains. 1 pours water, 2 wipe the floor. We were really busy. In the blink of an eye, the body had already been moved out of the room. After a while, we arrived at the previous vent. The mouse-head doll immediately removed the cover. Then it started pulling up the body. It took a tremendous amount of effort. Finally lifted him up. Boss, boss. Suddenly, the sound of mice came. Turns out 2 little mice found a phone. The mouse-headed doll picked up the phone and looked. It should be Jitu's phone. Might as well give it to him together. Suddenly, the 2 mice in front were shocked. A terrifying figure fell on Rathead. Rathead looked back, feeling bad instantly. It turned out the noise here alarmed the angel inside. Reacted too slowly. Rathead was directly grabbed by the neck. The phone in his hand fell and shattered. This time, he's doomed. The rat's head was being squeezed so hard it couldn't breathe. In a panic, the 2 white rats took advantage of the moment to grab their phone and escape. At this time, Scheherazade heard the commotion, and rushed over, her face full of confusion. Someone actually broke through the blockade? How was that possible? The white rat boss over here saw Scheherazade running away, and muttered that they couldn't be seen by anyone. The puppet had to be abandoned. At this moment, the weeping angel's eyes were filled with tears, which streamed down one by one. By some stroke of luck, they fell directly onto the rathead's face, and the next second, the rathead puppet began to petrify. Then it shattered into pieces of small stones. At this moment, Shanzuozuoz arrived just in time. Seeing the scene before him, he could hardly believe his eyes. Am I seeing things? I think I just saw a man with a rat's head. Why did he suddenly disappear? With the puppet's death, the white mouse started vomiting violently. Then the rack crashed into pieces. Looking at the broken rack, the white mouse was at a loss. The little buddy beside him comforted, "Boss, do you want some cheese?" However, what's worse was, the white mouse's paws were also slowly disappearing. Watching his own body disappear, the little white mouse was utterly terrified. A group of clueless underlings hurriedly stepped forward to comfort the boss. "What's wrong with you? Don't scare us." However, it was a false alarm. The little white mouse recovered, and collapsed directly to the ground. He looked exhausted, but suddenly felt a surge of energy inside him. So he ran to the wall alone, told the guys nearby to turn around. No peeking. Then he reached out his paw and touched the wall. "Let's give it a try first." Unexpectedly, he went right through it. "What the heck is this?" The mouse looks bewildered. It's said that dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, and mice dig holes. But this mouse is different. Not only can it dig holes, it can also pass through walls. Scheherazade accidentally bumped into an angel. Looking at the weeping angel in front of him, Scheherazade could only stare at him intently. He couldn't give him a chance to attack. Seeing the weeping angel's strange posture, it must have moved just now. Scheherazade fell into deep thought. Could it have been the rat man just now? That's impossible. He can bypass Alibaba's blockade, and still make me unable to sense him. How did he do it? Never mind, let's get to business first. He finished speaking and started forming seals. Aladdin's magic lamp appeared out of thin air. Then he touched the magic lamp, and began chanting a spell. "Summon my past self. Summon my future self." These 2 people just appeared out of thin air. It turns out this is also a ghostly thing. A ghostly effect, crossing time and space, summoning past and future. At this moment, the short one had a fierce look on his face. He shouted, "Why did you call me to such a remote place? I'm at a crucial part of my comic book." But now Scheherazade coldly said, "Quiet down. If you keep whining, I'll spoil it for you. First, help me deal with this guy in front of us." After speaking, the short one turned and looked ahead. Oh my gosh. The weeping angel Scheherazade takes out the container. "Sisters, keep a close eye on him." The 2 respond in agreement. "No problem. If anything happens, you have to protect me. Without me, you'll all be doomed." The short one shows a worried face. "Shut up. I have a long life ahead." If it's a short person, it would have been blocked right away. After 10 minutes of fussing around. Hey, are you sure you want to handle him like this?" The weeping angel before them was already tightly bound. Scheherazade of the past and future looked speechless. However, the present Scheherazade sternly said, "Why do you care how I tie it up? You all keep a close eye on it. Otherwise, the three of us will have to step in, and it'll be more than we can handle." Just as we finished speaking, we were interrupted by the future Scheherazade. "Hey, correct us, please, that's you up there. We can only be spectators. After all, we can't affect your timeline. If we cause a time-space paradox, none of us will get off easy." Got it. Scheherazade looks impatient now. "You guys keep an eye on it for me first. I'll go inside and check things out. Something feels off." Then I took out a flashlight and shone it on the ground. The ground was densely covered with small animal footprints. Judging by the shape, they should be rats. Scheherazade murmured that these footprints must be related to the rat-headed person earlier, then followed the footprints forward. Unexpectedly, it led directly to the accident scene. Looking at something on the ground, Scheherazade seems to have discovered something. "It looks like someone established contact with a spirit here, and gained some usage of a test. Moreover, the corpse disappeared. Then they took out their phone and started taking pictures. Spirit test formation. It seems the unknown organization of mystics needs to be investigated thoroughly." Then he looked around elsewhere, but unexpectedly found a piece of paper on the table. He picked it up and opened it. "What is this? It's a rat again. Could it be left by that rat-headed person again?" Looking at the altar and the number 81 on it, he suddenly remembered that Suchi was investigating this recently. Take it back to him. Cut 2. A narrow alley in Keiyu district. The army of rats obediently waits without looking back. They quietly await the leader's command. At this moment, the white mouse has returned through the wall across. It softly says, "Slow one, you can turn around now." The rats looked at each other in dismay. "What's the boss doing?" Then the little white mouse bragged, "Let me show you my new ability." It prepared to go through the wall again, but it failed miserably. The little white mouse's body turned into stone. "Oh no." The little mouse was shocked. "Is it that you can't walk through walls when you're being seen? Otherwise, you'll turn to stone." Seeing the petrified boss, the mouse army cheered joyfully. "Wow. Boss, you're awesome. How did you do it?" "This way, even a stray cat can't bite the boss." Then the little white mouse recovered again. Truly worthy of being the boss. Hearing the praise from the underlings, the little white mouse thought, "Damn. I clearly wanted to show off my wall-passing skills." Then the little white mouse sat down. "So hungry, I really want to eat some cheese. A lot of it." This female ghost is too perverted, doesn't learn the good stuff, but learns to peep on others. Such a shameless ghost, I've never seen in my life. A dark and windy night, 2 men in black suddenly arrived at a remote alley. They were funeral home staff. "It says right here, it shouldn't be wrong." Then they took out a picture and looked at it. Suddenly saw a phone. They followed the direction of the phone to a nearby trash can. Could the goods be in there? The two came to the side, and opened it to look. Sure enough, it was here. There was also a note inside. "Does it mean to put the cheese here?" The two of them busied themselves for a while. Then they left with the body, leaving a large pile of cheese behind. The two had just left, when 2 little mice poked their heads out, and quickly notified the boss that the goods had arrived. Then, Jiushuliang received the call. The transaction was successfully completed. After hanging up the phone, Jiushuliang couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of being the boss of the mice." The scene shifts. The next day, Suchi looks exhausted. "What is going on? Ever since I flirted with the ghost yesterday, Gui Jingyu has been acting strange. He keeps making ghostly faces. No matter what I do, he's always nagging behind me. They won't even let us use the restroom. What are we supposed to do? It's so frustrating. You can hear the whispers of ghosts and spirits in the school all the time. Who the hell can stand that? I really can't take it anymore." Then Suchi sent a message to the river god, "Pretty sister, can the rain come earlier?" And the reply was, "Keep dreaming." Suchi is slumped over the desk, with a look of utter despair. It will be a few more days before it rains. He has to endure for a few more days. His lovesick gaze is really damn hard to bear. What's hard to bear? Unexpectedly, Sun Jie suddenly appeared in front of Suchi. Suchi looked up and said, "Xiaoyi, do you want to hear a ghost story? The midterm exam is the day after tomorrow. If you fail again, you won't be able to go to the school festival. You're such a conversation killer." Sun Jie walked away angrily, and plopped down on her seat. "I won't talk to you anymore, you big jerk." Suchi smirked. "So mindless, and now you're upset." "After school in the afternoon," Xia Yushu said, holding his phone. "Unbelievable. Big news. Someone's robbing the bank. Then Suchi saw a video playing on his phone. Several bandits were wearing masks, holding guns and robbing the bank. Suchi was shocked. Robbing a bank in broad daylight, how bold is that? They even have guns. This world is really unsafe. After these bandits stole the money, they drove along the road, throwing bills everywhere. The video suddenly became unavailable as I was watching it. It must have been taken down. Suchi said, "Don't bother with it. It's probably just a prank." In the evening, Suchi left the Black Gate and headed home. He saw a bank downstairs. He joked that it seemed like a new bank had opened. "Another place for your fraud money, sir." Suddenly, 3 cars appeared and surrounded Suchi. Suchi was shocked. What's going on? Why do these cars look familiar? The next second, a group of people got out of the cars, wearing masks, holding guns. Aren't they the ones robbing the bank? Suchi was so scared he backed away, cursing internally. Could I be this unlucky? Suchi was about to turn and run, when one of them pointed a gun at him and said, "Kid, you're really unlucky." Then they threatened, "Put your hands on your head and come with us. If you don't obey, we'll put some holes in you. Behave yourself." Suchi was helpless. He had no choice but to comply. He sighed. Luodu really never has a moment of peace. Robbery, robbery, everybody get down. With a loud bang, the bank's main door was opened, and the masked robbers walked in. "Who are you? Get out." The security guard, unaware of the situation, angrily rushed over, but the next second, he got hit by a few bullets. At this point, the gang leader said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please cooperate. We are about to start a robbery. Everyone squat down and don't move. If anyone dares to call the police, we will kill you." Then they found the bank manager, and asked where the keys to the vault were. The bank manager was so scared he cried. He trembled and said the vault requires fingerprints, iris scans, and a password, and a key. Hearing that it needed all these, it was such a hassle. Then he told his subordinate to blow open the vault. He then took out a grenade and said, "Let's play a game." He handed the grenade to the manager. He even pulled out the safety pin, and made him hold it tightly, not forgetting to warn him to hold on to it. Otherwise, there would be a bang and everything would be gone. Suchi watched on in terror. What kind of people are these? Are they all lunatics? He thought about how to deal with them. Thought about it for a long time. His few abilities are useless against ordinary people. Forget it, might as well give up. Suddenly there was a loud bang. Suchi was shocked, quickly turned around, saw the little monkey had fired a shot at the chair. Then he said, angrily, "I told you to put your hands on your head and lie down, don't you understand?" But the man in front of him calmly said, "How rude. Your toy has dirtied my clothes." The next second, he immediately turned and attacked the monkey. The monkey was directly knocked away. Seeing this, the remaining people immediately turned their guns. However, the man here was fearless, calmly saying, "Cinderella, you are the most beautiful and elegant lady I have ever seen. May I have the honor of inviting you to stand by my side?" The bandit nearby was utterly confused. What the hell is he talking about? But the next second, a woman appeared directly behind the man. Then a white mist followed, instantly enveloped the entire room. The bandit was dumbfounded. What's going on? This isn't scientific. At this moment, Suchi was also in disbelief, mumbling, "The uncle and Cinderella just disappeared, and this thing can even isolate life." Suchi sensed it. It seems the bandits haven't noticed yet. Then he took out the holy sword. "Now it's my turn to strike." I struck one bandit hard on the head, knocked him straight to the ground. Then I went for the second one. In just a few breaths, 2 bandits were knocked down by Suchi. Although it's invisible to the naked eye, Suchi can clearly see it with his supernatural insight. He sees everything here very clearly. Next comes Suchi's highlight moment. In no time, 2 more are taken down. But suddenly, the mist disperses. Then a voice says, "Who would have thought? There's a young mystic here." A man and a woman slowly appeared behind Suchi. The lost lambs appear, returning to the door. Just hearing this, Suchi wondered, could they be from the Black Gate? Then Suchi said, "Hello, I am Suchi." The man took the opportunity to introduce himself. "My name is Green. So you're the new guy. Hurry up and clean it up. I want to go meet an old friend here, Mr. Anderson." A few minutes later, the bandits were all under control. At this moment, isn't there one less package for Suki? He was too dramatic earlier. It had a profound impact on him. After a while, the police took over here. The robbers were also arrested by the police. At this point, Green suddenly said, "We'll leave the rest to the police. Now we're off to handle something else." The scene changes. A woman is walking down the street. How unlucky. Then she pinched her ear. In the next second, she turned into a man. Unexpectedly, she ran into two mysterious people. Are there so many mysterious people in Luaju? But it still doesn't matter. They still can't catch me. What a couple of useless fools. But then suddenly stopped. In shock, he asked, "What's going on? Why can't I move?" At that moment, Suchi appeared slowly behind him with the holy sword. "Small people forever live in your shadow." Just as he finished speaking, a monster burst out from his forehead, and then immediately caught fire, turning into a pile of ashes. With a thud, the bandit fell dead. Time goes back a few minutes earlier. "How did you find him?" Suchi grinned. "Of course, by memory. When using the Book of Songs, the number of people didn't decrease. That only means they escaped by blending into the crowd, and not just by changing clothes, but also by altering appearance and attire. They must have used other tricks." Suchi smiled faintly. "Luckily, I was prepared. When I was taken hostage by the bandits, I used the ghostly relic to transfer fire, leaving a mark on him." Then Green started to check. He took something out of his pocket. On closer inspection, it turned out to be the first ghost. He turned out to be a mystiker. Then he said to the bandit, "Looks like we need to have a good talk." But the bandit wasn't buying it. "You think I'll talk?" Then Green shrugged. "That's not important. I don't necessarily need to talk to you while you're awake." Then he started, "Oro 2, you are the most elegant and serene lady in the world." It gave Suki goosebumps all over. After Green finished praising, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared out of nowhere. She was a ghost. One item was a golden spindle, another had the effect of overwhelming drowsiness, hypnotic control. Then she stabbed it into the bandit's forehead. The bandit began to feel drowsy. Then they started asking which organization you belonged to. First go to the church leader. Who is collaborating? What are the ghosts and gods? The bandit was just about to answer. Suddenly his face turned ugly. Then his whole body started twisting. He shouted, "The great pioneers will liberate humanity. Our revolution will bring evolution to humanity. The revolution of the pioneers is about to begin." Then a monster emerged from his forehead. So that was the opening scene. Watching the bandit lying on the ground, now dead, Suchi and the other person looked at each other in amazement. Grim was very surprised. What on earth was that thing? Suchi calmly took out his phone and took a picture, then went to the church with Xiao Xiao, a very active terrorist organization recently. Grim looked helpless. No wonder they confirmed Luodu. It seems there are quite a few problems. Then a mask floated out from the bandit. Grim explained that this should be this guy's divine artifact. It looks like he relied on this to change his identity. Suchi was very puzzled. It wasn't there just now. How did it suddenly appear? Galeen immediately explained that when the host dies, their divine essence overflows. In other words, it becomes unclaimed. If left unattended for long, it will turn back into a spirit, so it must be sealed quickly. He then muttered some words, and a cube appeared out of thin air, trapping him inside. Looking at the object in his hand, Green said, "This is your loot, but it belongs to someone else. It's not very safe for you to keep it. It's best to exchange it." The scene shifts. Black Yates, Grimm and Anderson finally meet. Then they ask who is in charge of the Low Capital branch this time. Anderson calmly replies, "Alice Lee." Grimm breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She's stronger than that troublemaker Dorothy. By the way, your student is quite good. Calm in the face of trouble. Quick reaction, but it hasn't been systematically arranged. Anderson smugly said, "My student is certainly not bad. I will freely arrange his studies. You don't need to worry about it." Then he kindly reminded, "You should care more about yourself." Then Grimm left the room. Anderson then took out a book. This is the Book of Kings, a textbook requested from headquarters. The mark on the book represents the kingdom system. All kingdom systems have this symbol. It is the source mark. Through it, we can confirm which system the other party belongs to. The source mark is the core. It possesses unimaginable energy. Without it, the life of the mysterious one cannot operate. But the ghost god does not need it, because the ghost god already possesses energy. Suchi muttered, "Do I need the original mark to activate the formation?" This left Suchi completely dumbfounded. Because his great existence has no origin, didn't luck make it work successfully? What is going on here? What the hell is this? I don't have an origin mark, yet the ritual was activated, and I'm not a ghost or a god either. Suchi looked puzzled, then he asked if there was any other way to provide energy for the ritual, besides ghosts and origin marks. Anderson answered confidently, no, there are only two sources of energy, source marks and spirits. So where exactly does my energy come from? Is it something yet to be discovered? Suchi was sweating coldly. Suddenly, a low murmur sounded in Suchi's ear. Descend into destruction. Suchi jolted, and the book in his hand fell down. Anderson quickly reminded him not to let his imagination run wild. It's very dangerous. Suchi felt a chill of fear. Luckily, he was interrupted. Something seemed to be on the verge of emerging. He almost lost control. Then he picked up the book. Forget it. Better not think about it. Anyway, I can't figure it out. Then I briefly read a book, muttering, it's so complicated. It's a world apart from the introductory book. At this moment, Anderson said, turn to the last page of the book first. Then he began to explain, this is anchoring a lifetime. It's equivalent to the practice and pursuit of a mystic. Through one lifetime, we've a mysterious amplification. Anchor this as the construction of a light layer in one lifetime. He needs at least 4 lifetimes of magic sound. Successfully built, it can achieve the effect of 8 lifetimes of magic sound. My magic sound has already reached the abyss layer, and Alice Lee reached the end layer more than 10 years ago. Lee's deep sea hasn't reached the end layer yet, right? But the magic sound has. Why is that? Suki expressed confusion. It's quite normal. The magical sound acts like a protective net. The depth of the protective net far exceeds the depth of the deep sea. Only then can it offer protection. The magical sounds of the mystics are generally in the aphotic and abyssal zones. Mystics like Alice, a magical eagle, reach the netherfire zone. Fewer than 100 are still alive. According to historical records, fewer than 300 people reached the castle level with the Dark Eagle. Is it necessary to go that deep? Wouldn't it be safe just at sea level? Anderson said. Some people increase the Dark Eagle not just to prevent losing control, but also to pursue the ultimate, as well as the gate of truth and myself, to glimpse deeper secrets, would find ways to descend. This is also to prevent losing control indeed. There are always those who seek death. Suchi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Then Anderson said again, Alice is one of them. His demonic voice has been stable at the last confusion layer for 50 years. Within 10 years, he should attempt to enter the final confusion layer. Upon hearing this, Suchi was greatly shocked. It takes 10 years? Anderson coughed. Of course, it's not easy to sink into the deep sea. In the past 100 years, the deep sea hasn't reached the backstage layer even once. Now Suchi is completely unsettled. Not even once. Then what is this thing I have? The deep sea symbolizes talent. Some people have deep seas. Some people sink quickly. 2 centuries ago, there was a once-in-a-century talented mysterious person. The number of meters descending each day is astonishing. Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are similar people. Finally, there's a template. Then he asked, how much does he descend each day? Anderson replied indifferently, 10 meters, 100 times the average. Suchi was completely confused. This is still a once-in-a-century occurrence. What the heck? Then Anderson murmured, I'm so envious, sinking so quickly. If only I had such talent, it would be great. Suchi looked speechless. Some suffer from drought, while others drown. You big shots are really fearless. So what happened next? It's out of control, Anderson said calmly. Suchi was stunned. Out of control at just 10 meters a day? Then what about me doing thousands of meters a day? Am I not far from death? In 2 more days, we'll reach the moho layer. What should we do? Why has no one else reached the moho layer? It's not that no one has. It's just that most didn't survive. In the past, some people pursued self-breakthroughs. They forcibly descended to the lowest levels using sage time, but most of them lost control after a month. Some even disappeared, and some became ghosts and gods. Subager looked dejected. So many big shots lost control. I'm already at 18,000, but I haven't started weaving mysteries yet. It's over. It's over. We're doomed this time. You had a way out, but you didn't take it. Instead, you came straight to Hell's Gate. Shouldn't we catch up now? Such a genius. Gone so soon. How can I live well now? Suchi tilted her head, lost in thought. My fur is too unstable. Seeking help would expose my mystery. It might get out of control. It could even attract ghosts and spirits. What a headache. Looks like I can only rely on myself. In the end, I silently bear it all. I can only learn and use it at the same time. Let my small organization add some Mao Ding lines. Then Suchi pointed at the pattern in the book and asked, "What does this mean?" Anderson took a glance. "This represents a divine being." Suchi didn't understand. Does Yushi still need a divine being? Of course. This is what makes Mao Ding Yushi special. Anderson then began to explain. Each layer requires a divine entity to provide divinity. You can freely choose the divine entity. However, once the divine entity is placed in an epic, it will have a closer connection with you. Either you become more like its original owner, or it evolves because of you. If you are not confident in dealing with the original owner, then don't choose his sacred token. Instead, choose what's more important to you. Hearing this, Suchi suddenly realized. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Then the delivery guy came in. "Please sign for the package." After signing, Anderson breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally complete. The custom equipment for containing the weeping angel has finally arrived. He then turned to Suchi and said, "Go to the tram theater and hand it over to him." "I'll go with him." A voice suddenly interrupted Anderson. It was actually Grimm who had arrived. "I heard from Lee that a weeping angel appeared here. This is incredible. No idea where they got it from. No time to lose. Let's go now," Anderson said intermittently. "You actually don't need to go." Grimm immediately retorted, "I have to see it myself. I can also teach the newcomers how to become a qualified keeper." After speaking, he called Suchi to set off together. Anderson sighed, "It's not that I won't save you. It's that you are heading towards a dead end yourself." The scene changes. In the tram theater, Grimm said calmly, "Let's go. Let's go in and have a look." Suddenly, they found the door wouldn't open. "It's still sealed." Then he muttered, "This method looks familiar." He turned to Suchi and asked, "Did you seal this theater?" Suchi awkwardly said, "I don't have that kind of power. I sealed it." "Do you have a problem with that?" Then a voice came from the side. Grimm heard the voice and turned to look. "This is unbelievable." Grimm was immediately scared out of his wits. He said in shock, "It's you." Standing on the bridge was Scheherazade. What exactly happened between them? Why do they start fighting as soon as they meet? Grimm was shocked, and said fearfully, "Nini, let go of what, your sister?" Then Shanluzuoda punched him. Grimm was hit so hard he was crying. The trip to Berlin. Leaving without saying goodbye. "Didn't you leave a bit too hastily?" Shanluzuoda shouted harshly, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense." Grimm's face turned pale instantly. Then, Xerxes angrily shouted, "Before that operation started, didn't I tell you not to use your stupid blasting methods?" Grimm immediately retorted, "I was being proactive. Who could have expected it to turn out like that? Do you know how I've survived all these years?" Xerxes gritted his teeth, "To repair this arm you blew up. Do you know how much money and effort I spent to find a restorer?" Grimm panicked. "It was really an accident. You know, Little Red Riding Hood is a brat." Scheherazade shouted, "Is this the reason you left me and fled Berlin overnight?" Grimm also became incoherent. "No, that was me." "Right, that was me. I happened to have a task." "Absolutely not. Afraid you'd kill me. I know you're not a brute." Suchi was completely dumbfounded. "You're beyond saving. You're recklessly testing the limits of death." Hearing the words Ape Man, Shanluzad immediately prepared for action. Eyes shining, he loudly said, "You're still the same. You've never truly reflected on yourself. Let me educate this unapologetic brat for your parents." Seeing Shanluzad's stance, Grimm was completely at a loss. Stammering, he said, "Nini, what are you going to do? Calm down." Then Scheherazade took out Aladdin's lamp, muttering incantations, and summoned the past me, summoned the future me. Then the two appeared out of thin air beside Grimm. Scheherazade jumped down and said, "Today, no matter what, I must teach you a lesson." Then the three surrounded Green. With a tearful face, Green said, "Let's talk this over nicely. You must stay calm. I'll pay for the medical expenses. I'll pay you double the medical expenses. Triple is fine too." Scheherazade took a stance, angrily saying, "Talking money hurts feelings. I think breaking your arm and letting you find a repairer yourself would be more fitting. We've been colleagues for so many years. Give me some face in front of the newcomers." Suddenly Green felt something on his leg. Looking down, it turned out that to prevent him from escaping, the short guy was holding on to his leg. Then there was the opening scene. Green was covering his face, almost crying. "Don't hit someone in the face. How can you have no professional ethics at all? When you called us staff, you didn't hold back your words either. Then came a kick, and then it turned into chaos. A voice came through, start by hitting him in the face as hard as you can. After you're done, break his arm. Watching this made Suchi feel uneasy, so he said, ladies, don't be impulsive, let me say a few words. Then he was viciously threatened, get lost. If you say another word, you'll get beaten too. Grim is angry too, you all have gone too far. Suchi, watching the commotion, was shocked. Are they going to fight back? Am I about to see a showdown between masters? Cinderella, you are the most beautiful and elegant lady in the world, shining like a crystal. May I have the honor of inviting you to stand by my side? Then suddenly, it got foggy. Afterward, Scheherazade realized that Green took advantage of the gap to escape. No way you're getting away. Scheherazade immediately summoned the magic carpet. She said fiercely, I'll let you run. I'll break your legs. Hold on tight and broaden your horizons. Watching them fly away, Suchi murmured, what the hell? They all ran away, but the equipment is still with me. What should I do? The gate is blocked by Shahrukh. I can't get in either. Better wait for him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Are you Suchi? The person began to introduce himself. I am Shahrukh from 10 years in the future. I come from the future, summoning my future self from 10 years later. That's really impressive. Suchi sighed internally. So the other one is from the past, right? Why didn't you go with the two of them? The two of them together can handle 10 of him with ease. Suchi felt a bit sorry for Green. Then he asked, what do you need from me? Then Shanruzuo said with a smile, I really miss it. I never thought I'd see you alive again. Suchi felt a chill at that moment. What does that mean? Could it be that I'm already dead 10 years from now? Will I die in 10 years? Hearing this news, Suchi couldn't believe it. I hurriedly asked, Senior, will I really die in 10 years? And how will I die? I can't say, but don't be sad. Then the future Shahrazad gave a look. You might not actually die. It's just what the future me thinks. Suchi was confused, mumbled, what do you mean? Then Scheherazade comforted him. Yes, the one who decides the future is you, not me. My perception may not necessarily be the future reality. In that case, maybe I can still save it. Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at his original self. I've been summoned. I have to go. Even though this door is sealed, if you have any other ideas, I can give you a little hint. Then gave Suchi a look. No divine being is invulnerable. After saying that, vanished on the spot. Looking at the door in front of him, Suchi murmured that divine beings are not invincible, while Shahrazad is still not back. Let's hurry in and see if Shudo left any evidence. We can't leave any more traces. Then he placed his hand on the seal. Alibaba, isn't it just open sesame? I gave it a try. Sure enough, 3 marks on the side disappeared. I tried again. This time the marks disappeared in a different place. After trying a few times, the marks disappeared in different places each time. Suchi was clueless. Forget it, let's wait for Shahrazad to come back. Then Suchi sat on the ground. Suddenly, he remembered the marks were interlinked. Immediately, Suchi realized. He murmured, there's linkage. That means there's a pattern. After a few more attempts, Suchi finally figured out the pattern. Triggers 1, 3, and 4 disappeared. Trigger 2 and 5 disappeared. 4 appeared again. That being said, axial symmetry is their linkage. In this case, it's easy to handle. I'm really a genius. Then Suchi's lips slightly curled up. After a brief thought, Suchi quickly figured out the sequence to open the door. It was 1,241,351. He then tried it in that order. Sure enough, the seal was immediately lifted. Suchi chuckled. Divine objects aren't that hard to crack. Then Suchi walked in. Wasn't it said that the weeping angel had already been preliminarily sealed? They're just waiting to be put into containment equipment. But it's empty inside. Where exactly is it sealed? Suchi said as he walked. To be safe. He even took out the holy sword. But in the next second, Suchi suddenly stopped. In front of him were chaotic strips of cloth everywhere. Looking at the strips of cloth covered with spells on the ground, Suchi murmured, this looks so familiar, but why do I have a bad feeling about this? However, what Suchi didn't expect was, danger was approaching quietly. A fallen angel suddenly appeared behind Suchi. He was charging towards him. The cherub punched him. Unaware, Suchi was still looking at the cloth on the ground. Seeing the attack about to hit, A sudden sixth sense made Suchi quickly turn his head. Unexpectedly, he ended up face to face with the cherub. Then, the attack followed immediately. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed to pieces. But unexpectedly, Suchi forcefully withstood the blow. It turned out that at the critical moment, Suchi immediately used the holy sword, firmly blocking the hand of the weeping angel, causing it to be immobilized. Looking at the weeping angel, Suchi muttered, "What the hell is going on? Could it be a ghost?" But the next second, Suchi realized, "Is this the weeping angel?" Suchi grasped the holy sword, cold sweat streaming down. This guy is so heavy, wasn't he sealed? Could it be that a duplicate has already been created? Taking advantage of this gap, Suchi quickly escaped. Remember, he has a weakness. When you stare at him, he is motionless, but once your gaze shifts away, that would be troublesome. Suki breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, she blocked it with the holy sword, otherwise, her life would have ended here. She must not blink. Suki's face turned serious. Then, while staring at him, she began to retreat. But after a while, Suchi couldn't hold on anymore. Keeping his eyes open without blinking was too uncomfortable. He really couldn't hold on much longer. What should he do? Suddenly he had an idea. He had a solution. Then he extended 2 fingers. "I can turn a blind eye. Rest one eye at a time." Suchi smiles knowingly. "I'm really clever." But deep down, he feels uneasy, still unsure if this is the original or a copy. If there's another one, even with 4 eyes, I wouldn't get out of here. We must find a chance to leave here quickly. Then he took out the cross. He directly summoned the puppet. "Go, Frankenstein." The puppet walked step by step towards the weeping angel. Suchi silently cheered from behind. "Just like that, keep going. Watch him for me." Seeing that it was almost over, Suchi turned around and ran. But the next second, the doll was smashed by the weeping angel. Suchi held back his nausea, his back already drenched in cold sweat. "Damn it, the doll is useless. It's over, it's over. This time I'm doomed." He looked back at the weeping angel approaching, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a flying carpet appeared, wrapping around Suchi directly. Suchi's face changed. He shouted loudly, "Oh my god, what is this now? Can you just give me a quick end?" But Suchi was directly pulled back. The attack from the weeping angel missed. A voice from behind said, "If I had been 1 second late, your life would have been over." Acting on your own, and releasing my seal. What are you trying to do? Are you looking for trouble in the bathroom? The person who came was Scheherazade from before. "No, listen to me." Suchi, lying on the ground, quickly tried to explain. "Shut up, let's handle business first. We'll talk later." Scheherazade gave a look. "You need to cooperate with me now." Suchi had no choice but to agree quickly. Then he asked, "Where's the container box?" "It's right in front of you on the right." Suchi replied helplessly. Then Scheherazade picked up the box. While holding the equipment, she said, "Keep a close watch. Don't get distracted. I'm going to contain it right now. As long as the containment goes smoothly, just not staring at him, he will also maintain a sensible state." Then Scheherazade began to chant a spell, and then swiftly threw the equipment out. The equipment instantly formed electric nets, tightly trapping the weeping angel. The weeping angel sensed danger approaching, and started to struggle desperately. It was about to be shaken open. Scheherazade shouted loudly, "No way to break free." Then he started to form seals. Then the thrown angel's body started to disappear. Then the head vanished. Finally, only the halo above the head was left. Watching the sealed thrown angel, Scheherazade breathed a sigh of relief, muttering, "Troublesome guy. Finally dealt with. Can't beat him, can't escape either." A furious green, with a black eye, fumed, yelled at Anderson, "You heartless guy. Why didn't you tell me? That crazy woman is here too." Anderson is speechless. After dealing with the weeping angel, Suchi wondered, wasn't he already sealed? How did he break free? Little did they know, Scheherazade was also puzzled. He couldn't possibly break free, unless it was done by someone. Scheherazade looked at Suchi and said. Suchi was shocked. Did someone secretly lift the seal? It's possible. The rune strip was already removed when I came in. I sensed you breaking Ali Baba's code, so I rushed back immediately. Someone else actually came in, and released the weeping angel. I had no idea. Come with me, I'll show you something interesting. Then we came to the ritual array. The weeping angel should have been transmitted through it. There were also some traces like rat footprints. Suchi looked for a while, and said there was no personal mark. This is about ghosts and spirits. Did you go to church for this again? But it was immediately rejected by Sanlu Zuo. By investigating the woman who summoned the weeping angel, I found this. Then she took out her phone. Suchi took a look. What is all this? So eerie and terrifying. One look and you know it's nothing good. Then Scheherazade starts tapping on the phone. Enter the name of the person you want to curse. It will provide you with curse methods. Then many curse methods appear on the phone. Also, behind these curses are the sorcerers. They possess abilities like spell casting, spirit communication, and summoning, using names and other information to curse others, causing them to suffer misfortune, serious illness, or even death. This group is said to be related to the god of calamity. To pray for peace, people also worship the god of calamity. It's normal to form spirits and ghosts. Suchi asked if the Stick Master is an illegal organization. Do we even have to regulate such ghostly and godly websites? Hyman usually doesn't bother with this small website. But this time is different. They broke the rules. They summoned a weeping angel in Luo City. Next week, you and I will investigate this matter. Find out where they got the weeping angel. But Mr. Anderson asked me to investigate. Go teach first. He was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Let Green handle that. Now he can only follow orders. After speaking, Scheherazade recalled how Green was beaten up just now. It instantly lifted her spirits. At midnight, Suchi went to the deep sea again. The numbers in front of Suchi broke his heart. Only 1 kilometer left to the moho layer. Then he looked at the hairline. These 3 thick and bright ones should belong to the white mouse 9-headed spider. These 2 ordinary ones should be the squirrel and the fat cat. These are general hairpins, right? So small and so thin, it makes you tremble just looking at them. Then he sighed. I only have a pitiful second-rate demon eagle. Even the simplest anchoring ritual requires a 4th-order demon sound. It's really a headache. No matter, I'll just grit my teeth and do it. Otherwise it'll be too late soon. The book says that the outer functions of the anchoring rituals of the 10 systems are quite similar. The only difference is the core mark in the middle. Since I can drive the 81 without using my own seal, doesn't that mean I can also directly drive the Maldine for a lifetime? If that's really the case, I won't reveal which system I belong to. I really am a clever little devil. In the blink of an eye, it's already dawn. I've been busy all night, and only managed to build a part of it. I estimate that the existing anchor lines will be used up in 2 days. This is really troubling. These few anchor lines are completely insufficient. Scene changes to the Black Gate. Suzai notices that everyone is gone. Then she looks at the books on the shelf. So many books. Let's see if there's anything about anchoring. Then my attention was caught. Is this book about the lost treasure? I opened it right away, and found that it was handwritten notes. Seeing the handwritten words, Suchi's heart sank immediately. Legend has it that in the distant east, there is a treasure trove. There I gained a lot of mysterious and lost knowledge. Although some people lost control after coming back, it wasn't a big problem, because I gained much more than I lost. Before long, I sank deeper. I began to see some older scrolls. I discovered incredible things, among the gods' confessions, and the feast on the divine corpse. What on earth is this? Suchi was utterly confused, but he kept watching patiently. Soon, Suchi saw that the master would break through the perplexity layer today, with the blessings from the east. The anchor of 30,000 demonic sounds should be enough to sustain. Seeing 30,000 here, Suchi's eyes lit up. What? 30,000? That's just maintaining. Muttered, hey, let's see how the 30,000 demon sound boss navigates the fire end layer. See if we can gain some valuable experience. But the further down we look, Suchi felt increasingly cold. He saw the words, I made a wrong decision. I shouldn't have gone down. Damn it, what is all this? I want to go back. Let me go back. Suchi continued reading. I need to be more careful. We can't let them find out. This world is crazy. I can hear. They can't look up. Seeing Suchi's face turning grim. Then on the last page, it clearly says I'm going to die soon. He found me. We are all fodder. After closing the book, Suchi murmured, the boss has lost control. It took only 3 weeks. From his entry into the Hormi layer to his babbling. Even the boss with 30,000 magic voices crashed. Wouldn't someone like me be just giving away my life? Then Suchi picked up a piece of chocolate and started eating it. I really didn't expect this. I didn't gain any experience, but I did add a lot of burdens. Then Suchi stood up, ready to leave. No more thinking, no more thinking. Take it one step at a time. At night, Suchi went to the deep sea again, praying hard with eyes closed. Please don't be the manhwarecap discontinuity. But when I opened my eyes, 19,999, only 1 meter away from the manhwarecap discontinuity. What the heck, are you kidding me? The next afternoon, the weather is ridiculously good. River God, you scammer. They said the foolish girl would definitely show her spirit today. At this moment, someone under the tree talked to Suchi. Why are you carrying an umbrella? Afraid of getting tanned and ruining your beauty? Suchi immediately retorted, what nonsense are you talking about? This is called being prepared for a rainy day. Better safe than sorry. Then look at the sky. I murmured, I've waited so long, and spent so much money. Silly big sister, please don't disappoint me. Hey, don't you think my suggestion for our class's haunted house event at the school festival was really brilliant? Who doesn't like something thrilling and quirky? The class president even put me in charge of the whole thing. Lately, videos of the beheading loop are getting more and more popular. I think this plan is definitely going to be a hit. Xia Yushu laughed to himself, full of anticipation. But on the other side, Suchi looked helpless. According to the group's thought magic theory, in this kind of situation, if nothing supernatural happens, that would be truly strange. Then you ordinary people won't be in danger. According to my depth, the only one unlucky enough to get hurt will be me. Oh, and about the group division tomorrow, I'll give you a backdoor, Xia Yushu said with a smile. The design team is responsible for designing the haunted house scenery, the appearance of the ghosts. The procurement team is responsible for buying all the materials and keeping the accounts. The production team is responsible for setting up the haunted house. They make clothes and props for the ghosts. Without thinking, Suchi said, I choose Chi. Schools, hospitals, and remote old villages are known as the 3 major haunted places. The procurement and production teams will stay at school until very late. With my bad luck, I'd better not get involved. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. Xia Yushu had a look of disbelief on his face. What a bolt from the blue. It's really going to rain. He teased Suchi, you're a prophet. You could compete with the river god. Suchi's lips curled slightly. Looks like the fisher girl didn't run off with the money. Now we're just waiting for the great use preparation. However, let's go back to the day before. Miss River God, what are you doing? The river god impatiently said, don't bother me, I'm praying for rain. But this is the shrine for praying for children. The rain god's shrine is across from here. A man and a woman stroll in the rain. 2 people sharing one umbrella. An indescribable sweetness. A love so sweet like this. Does it make your heart flutter? As the heavy rain starts to fall, Sukiwi smiles gently. This rain is just in time. Then her expression changes, mumbling, he's here. The next second, Jinyu appeared behind Suchi. Suchi had to pretend to be calm. What a headache. I have to go through this process every time. It's exhausting. Alright, Suchi walked forward, while paying attention to the movement behind. The process is complete. He should follow along. Shortly after, Jinyu began to move. Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. Now it's my turn to perform. Time to test my acting skills. Suchi slightly relaxed his arms. In the next second, Jinyu started to sway. Just follow along. If you don't come, I'll suffer a big loss. I can't afford to hire another heavy rain. To fulfill his wish, I can't openly invite him. To avoid him discovering that I can see, he needs to feel like it's my invitation. It's so hard to grasp these subtle feelings. Then Suchi unintentionally moved the umbrella closer to him. I never expected this. Sharing an umbrella. That special ambiguous atmosphere suddenly appeared. A human and a ghost walking side by side. This must be one of the world's greatest wonders. At this moment, Jinyu sighed and said, teenage love is so wonderful. After speaking, Jinyu's body slowly began to disappear, a look of satisfaction appearing on her face. Then she burst into happy tears, saying to Suchi, thank you. Watching Jinyu disappear, the stone in Suchi's heart finally dropped. The mission was accomplished. Finally resolved his obsession. Then I saw something floating in the air. So Suchi reached out to grab it. Is this his divine item? I wonder how much it can sell for. It looks pretty cheap. Should I keep it for myself? The moment he encountered the divine being, Su immediately understood the divine being's adolescence. Its effect is still unknown. Forget it then. This thing with unclear function. Let's just sell it at a second-hand store. But in the next second, the sacred item suddenly disappeared. Su-chi was shocked. Where is it? My huge crown of thorns? Then he inadvertently saw the mirror beside him. Frightened, Su-chi hurriedly threw away his umbrella. Then Su-chi started to panic. What's going on? I didn't even move. It seems alive. It's running inside my body. No, I can't control it. It's running automatically. So its purpose is rebellion, born from human ignorance. Then Su-chi became restless, his furrowed brow intertwined with this thing. What's worse? The next second the mooring line snapped, scaring Su-chi into screaming. It's over, it's over. Its function is to cut the mooring line. Then Su-chi's heart started pounding rapidly, almost about to burst, sinking to the bottom of the endless deep sea. There is endless knowledge here. A low rain sound quietly echoed in Su-chi's ears again. Su-chi's heart was ashen. This familiar feeling came again. Damn, I'm losing control again. What should I do? I'm losing control again. The deep sea was pitch black. Nothing could be seen. I can't even breathe. Su-chi is sinking deeper and deeper. His body is gradually turning into a ghost. Last time I lost control, it was Alice Lee who saved me. What should I do this time? I can hardly hold on to the last shred of my humanity. Who can save me? This was the last glimmer of hope in Su-chi's heart. Suddenly, Su-chi felt there was light in the depths. He murmured, "This time we're saved." Then he rushed towards the red light. Not long after, Su-chi saw a gigantic creature. It was an octopus monster. Then something caught Su-chi's attention. Is this a piece of meat? After speaking, Su-chi touched it with his hand. In the next second, his hand was cut off. Then Su-chi grabbed it in his hand. He looked confused. Then a voice came from afar. Su-chi heard someone calling him. He looked shocked. Who's calling me? Then Su-chi's body quickly floated upwards uncontrollably, moving farther and farther from the octopus monster. The next second, Su-chi suddenly opened his eyes. With a look of terror, Su-chi murmured, "Am I back?" Looking at the familiar surroundings, he confirmed it was the same place as before, and everything around was still normal. Su-chi collapsed powerlessly to the ground. Was it because of that strange statue that he woke up? Recalling the scene that just happened, Su-chi felt a wave of fear, letting the rain fall on him. Looking at his empty hands, Su-chi murmured, "The tentacles are gone. The flesh is gone too. They are not in the real world, probably just like the corpses of the original owners, all from the deep sea." Could the octopus statue be related to those giant whale tentacles that appeared during the first dawn? Then he looked at himself in the mirror, unexpectedly found that the thorn ring had stopped moving. Even the only hairline had returned. Why did it suddenly stop functioning? Until now, Su-chi still doesn't know why. Then Su-chi grabbed the umbrella. He sighed that the star god's token was too dangerous. He didn't know when it would start operating on its own again, occasionally giving me a jolt, cutting off Mao Ding's line. No matter how many lives I have, it's not enough to play with. It's like a ticking time bomb. We have to think of a way. Then Su-chi came to the black gate. Seeing Su-chi soaked to the skin, Anderson handed Su-chi a towel. "Quick, use this towel to dry off, and have a cup of hot tea, or you'll catch a cold." "You just said your talisman is uncontrollable. This is really rare. Did he cause you a lot of trouble?" Anderson asked. "Trouble? More than that. I almost lost my life." Su-chi looked helpless. Then Anderson proposed a solution. "How about you try including him in the moting ceremony? After joining, his connection with you will be closer, and easier for you to control. Will it work?" Su-chi looked worried. "You have to try it. This situation is rare. There's no reference case," Anderson casually said. "And there's one more thing. I saw a strange statue today. Do you know where it might come from?" Taking this opportunity, Su-chi wants to find out what's going on. "What kind? Draw it for us to see." Then Anderson handed over a notebook and pen. "I don't really remember it clearly either. I only remember the general idea." So Su-chi started drawing. In just a few minutes, Su-chi finished drawing. "It was this thing?" Anderson asked. "Where did you see it?" Su-chi didn't say anything. The next second, Anderson understood and said, "I get it. You don't need to explain. I'll help you check the information on Black Gate. but it might not yield any results. There are too many indescribable things. Then Suchi stood up, and bid farewell to Anderson. I'll leave first. Still have to work at the law firm. You're soaked like this and still going to work. Hurry home and rest. Anderson comforted. Suchi waved his hand. You don't understand. Our ultimate determination as workers is to fill our wallets by working hard. Don't be careless. Anderson immediately laughed and said, that's a good slogan. Discuss it with the Lee family another day. Write it down and hang it in the living room, to motivate these lazy guys. As well, when you're fast asleep at night, suddenly a small hand emerges from under the floor, secretly climbs onto your bed, and grabs your arm. Let me ask you, are you scared? Will you dare to sleep alone next time? At night, Sue lay limp on the bed, exhausted from the whole day, feeling completely drained. Today was like a roller coaster, thrilling and explosive. First, flirting with a ghost girl. Then I was nearly killed by a suicidal divine being. Almost lost my life. At work, I still had to deal with difficult clients. At night, I had to handle that time-punching maniac. Living on the edge of death like this is worse than dying. When will it end? After a while, the exhausted Suchi fell asleep. In the dead of night, a hand suddenly reached out from the floor. Thus, the opening scene occurred. At this moment, Suchi was in the deep sea. Let's see what rank he is today. This look gave Suchi a big fright. It's already as high as 25,000. What the hell is going on? Today we even went over the quota. Then he calmed down. Anyway, it's already the last shipment. 20,000 or 25,000 doesn't make much of a difference. Then he remembered that strange statue. Could it be something from here? Suchi looked around. I found the surroundings completely empty, murmuring, not here. It seems that statue belongs to the most inexplicable category in the deep sea. Then looked towards the anchoring county. Must hurry and do the right thing. Started building my anchoring consciousness. Although the anchoring line is pitifully few, it's better than nothing. So Suchi started to build with great effort. After a while, Suchi exhaled heavily. More than half of it was done. Now it's time to start embedding the divine items. The anchoring ritual includes a structure to provide divinity. The divine items need to be woven into it. Each layer can construct a ritual. Each ritual can encode a divine item. Anchoring divinity in this world. Misunderstandings and mystics influence each other. Divine items can amplify evolution. Mystics can also be affected by them. Suchi looked at all his current divine items. Which one should he choose? Then Suchi fell into thought. The Book of Songs and Dr. Idealism. The foundation of everything. Surely, they wouldn't understand. Not even Shipfire and Frankenstein. These two are key tools for recruiting followers. And neither Painting Skin nor the Holy Sword. We rely on them for survival. All of these must be ruled out. After looking around, he found that only the newly collected divine object was left. Then he took out the crown of thorns, and embedded it into the ritual. It was finally successfully integrated. Suchi was overjoyed, but the next second, a halo appeared above Suchi's head. He closed his eyes and felt it. Then he said, I see, I understand. Now he can use it freely. And he won't feel any reluctance. It's like a part of his body. So Suchi tried to turn it off. Sure enough, the ring on his head was directly turned off. Suchi also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that it can be turned off. Carrying such a bomb is really dangerous. This ring seems to have other hidden skills. Although I really want to know what functions it has. But now it's already daylight. Then Suchi opened his eyes, muttering that the first day of manhwa has finally begun. Then Suchi suddenly saw a scratch on his hand. What the heck is going on? Taking a closer look, it turned out to be a child's handprint. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound outside. So Suchi went to the bedside to investigate. As a result, Suchi's pupils instantly dilated. What does losing your voice mean here? Outside, a gigantic hand was floating in the air, with claws bared, looking terrifying. Suchi sighed, saying this world is doomed. What exactly did he see that scared the fearless Suchi out of his wits? Blood started flowing from all 7 orifices. It was only Suchi's first day at the Mohorovasic layer. In the 1,000-meter-high clouds and mist,
a giant hand is faintly visible, with a mouth and eyes growing on it. In Su-Chi's eyes, the world is no longer the simple games of the past, but a more bizarre existence, completely overturning Su-Chi's understanding. Is this the manhwarecap discontinuity? The 3 stone statues that appeared at first, in front of these ghosts and gods, it's like a small witch meeting a great one. Countless giant ghosts and gods hover above the clouds, eyeing the city below like tigers watching their prey. At this moment, Su-Chi finally understood that this is the stone lion table from the boss's crash diary. Now that things have come to this, Su-Chi still has to continue living cautiously, but he feels very helpless inside. The world has become like this, and I still have to go to school. What a grand plan indeed. On the way to school, the ghosts and spirits around have also leveled up a lot. Then Su-Chi heard the creaking sound again, but Su-Chi didn't dare to look up. He just secretly observed everything above through the phone screen. He saw a giant hand slowly approaching him. What's going on? Su-Chi muttered while staring at the screen. Then, a ghostly hand suddenly fell from the air. At this moment, Su-Chi's heart was pounding wildly, his face full of fear. But for the sake of his own life, Su-Chi quickly calmed himself down. Absolutely no reaction. Then Su-Chi noticed a little fat ghost next to him looking confused. He wondered why it wasn't all logical. But what I saw was, just as he finished speaking, the next second, the little fat ghost was grabbed by a giant hand. With a snap, he was crushed. Such a scene unfolded. This made Su-Chi clench up instantly. It was so sudden. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Su-Chi was terrified, but driven by curiosity. Su-Chi still sneaked a glance out of the corner of his eye, only to see the giant head suddenly open its eyes, staring intently at Su-Chi. Su-Chi was so scared that cold sweat was pouring down. Gotta hold on. Don't turn back. Su-Chi could only quickly calm himself down. After a while, the giant head slowly rose and returned to the sky. Su-Chi took a deep breath of relief. No wonder the boss's diary repeatedly says not to look up. I don't want to be grabbed by the ghost hands and made into a skewer. The ghosts above are constantly eating at all times, randomly selecting lucky spectators. Corpses floating in the air are being grabbed piece by piece, eventually becoming their meal. Su-Chi had no choice but to take the subway. I was secretly relieved that I would never see those creepy things again. It was simply too good. My neck was stiff. Then Su-Chi raised his head. Outside, he couldn't help but glance around. It was just too thrilling. That claw machine like big hand even had eyes. This is so fucking terrifying. And what are those things dining in the cafeteria? Are they higher level ghosts or gods? I've never seen such a horrifying scene. It's like hell on earth. So terrifying. Even now, Su-Chi is still retching. What just happened was absolutely disgusting. I've never seen the world so insane. It's like the entire human world is a breeding ground for ghosts and gods. Then Su-Chi's eyes tightened. Breeding ground and humans. What exactly is the connection between them? The greatest fear in this world is the food chain. Humans think they have climbed to the very top. Therefore, fearless. Little did they know that once they realized ghosts could pull humans down from the top and devour them at will, this immense fear could submerge the entire world into the deep sea. All of humanity would become their fodder. The next second, Su-Chi's head throbbed with pain, as if it were the prelude to losing control. Su-Chi sensed something was wrong. He quickly closed his eyes to shift away. Attention cleared. All distracting thoughts have finally settled down. Su-Chi breathed a sigh of relief. Just arrived at the wood cargo level. Saw too many bizarre things in a short time. Felt like losing control whenever I started thinking deeply. It's really hard to survive in this world. I need to clear my mind to stay safe. But before that, let's write these down first. They might be useful in the future. What should we use to record them? Ordinary recording tools might get lost or damaged. Suddenly, Su-Chi thought of an excellent method. Then Su-Chi used the ideal pot. Let's set it up outside the mysterious hall first. Whoosh! A wall appeared. Su-Chi stroked her chin and murmured, "It should look like this. Lifelike and vivid." Although I didn't dare to look closely, I vaguely saw above the clouds something strange like a black cabinet. This must be the eerie thing mentioned in the diary. The scene shifts to a confession. An abandoned city. In front of a mysterious gate, a woman slowly appears. She is covered in wounds. It's unbearable to watch. Then she takes out the philosopher's stone, quickly decomposed and absorbed. In the next second, the body began to heal at a visible speed. Then she took off the mask, murmuring that the new body is pretty good, except the spirits used for alchemy inside are too many. Suddenly, A portal slowly appeared. The woman immediately sensed someone coming. Then she picked up a stone and crushed it. In the next second, it turned into a cloak and draped over him. The visitor was a black man. He slightly bowed and said, "Great alchemist Lin Wei, chaos in custody greets you." Lin Wei glanced at him and said indifferently, "No need to repeat such a long greeting every time. This won't help you fill in the part of the spirit that's missing." The black man chuckled. He laughed and said, "Humans say etiquette is a kind of camouflage. I don't want to be eaten by you." Then Lin Wei clenched his fist and slowly opened it again. A test tube appeared out of thin air in his palm. The black man exclaimed. He didn't draw an array. Nor did he use a seal. He completed the alchemy ritual barehanded. He's truly beyond the realm of humanity. The next second, Lin Wei warned, "Don't think about things that don't concern you, if you still want to live." Then he handed over the test tube. "This is the 3 drops of sage's time you wanted. Now tell me how you plan to get me into Luodu." The black man said, "I have prepared an immortality ritual for you in Luodu. Although I don't understand the point of a long life, there are people in Luodu who are interested, so I gave them a little hint." Hearing this, Lin Wei's outstretched hand stopped, then sternly stated the rules of the door. "All things are equal. The ritual of exchanging lives must be paid with life." Then took the philosopher's stone back. "I don't want to get into this kind of trouble. If this is what you call the best plan to go to Rakdo, then I'm very dissatisfied. Let's cancel the deal." The black man got anxious. He quickly said, Wait, I know this situation. Alchemists always see life as a forbidden ritual. But don't worry. This is not a life exchange. It's just an exchange of punishment. He won't lose his personality, and you won't get into trouble." Lin Wei looked at the black man's harmless smile, threatened him with the consequences of deceiving me, then gave him the sage's matter. Learned that the black man could start soon after. Lin Wei said he would wait here, then disappeared from the spot in the next second. Watching Lin Wei's disappearing figure, the black man chuckled. Lin Wei, a human soul with a body made by spirits. Really interesting. What is this? 2 demons appeared, holding hands in the subway, jumping around, so warm and cozy. It made Su Chi feel so embarrassed. In the mysterious hall, Su Chi looked at his proud creation with satisfaction. Now it's foolproof. Then he exited the ideal blog, remembered everything he needed to, adjusted himself well before leaving the subway, then lift your neck and move around. Suddenly an incongruous scene appears. 2 kidneys appear in front of Su Chi, and so we have the opening scene. Su Chi sighed. "Enjoy your carefree time." He suddenly turned to look at the crowd nearby. Su Chi exclaimed, "What is this? Why do they all have an upward pipe on their heads? There are various incomprehensible symbols inside." Then he found one on his own head. Then he touched it with his hand. This thing is still invisible. Every human has one on their head, but those 2 long-legged deities don't have it. Why is that? Could it be that this tube is unique to humans? So what is he transmitting? Is it thoughts? Or something else? Ghosts and gods on earth are caught in the heavenly cafeteria. So does this pipe lead to a confessional? This is absurd. This scene is too bizarre. All humans are transmitting certain thoughts from their minds upwards. It's like confessing to a black person. Is it really like that? What a headache. I can't keep thinking about it. Otherwise, I'll lose control again. The scene changes. Soft and fully armed Su Chi looks terrified. He says in panic, "Wait a minute. What are you rambling about? I just heard a bang." Su Chi was directly blown away, but it wasn't over yet. Scheherazade's next strike came. With a thud, Su Chi was hit again, heavily falling to the ground. Su Chi, with a tearful face, reached out and pleaded, "Stop, stop, stop. Don't hit me. I admit defeat. Isn't that enough? What's going on? Why are you so absent-minded today?" Sharzad noticed something was off with Su Chi, and quickly asked. Su Chi took a couple of quick breaths. "Maybe I'm not used to the deep sea yet. I made up an excuse to get through it." Scheherazade comforted me, saying I should pull myself together. "The abyss level will indeed be more challenging for you. Take it slow. We will all help you." However, Su Chi felt a wave of helplessness inside. If only it were really the abyss level. I'd trade anything for that. I don't even know how long I can endure the cafeteria and the confessional. Seeing Su Chi's dejected look, Scheherazade felt it was time to give some encouragement, so that Su Chi could pull himself together. Then Scheherazade said, "Hang in there a bit longer. I'll take you to a nice place after training. To learn how to fight, You must first learn to take a hit. You have a great physique, but your technique is poor. Maybe getting beaten up a few more times will help you improve. Su Chi looked speechless. If you want to use me for practice, just say so. No wonder he's the strongest fighter in Blackgate. No wonder Mr. Green has been hiding from him since he got beaten up. Then Su Chi got into position. He sternly said, "Come on." Then from a distance, Su Chi's voice was heard saying, "Go easy on me. You can't hit below the belt. And you can't hit the face either." The scene changes. Tian Shui Commercial Street. Looking at the scenery ahead, Su Chi murmured, "I haven't gone shopping since I arrived in Luodu. It's so lively here. And why are we here?" Scheherazade giggled, with a playful look. "You want to know, huh? Buy me a taiyaki, and I'll tell you." Su Chi looked helpless. Really knows how to boss people around. Not long after, Su Chi brought over 2 taiyaki. Su Chi imitated Scheherazade and said, "Do you want to eat? If you want to eat, just tell me. Why are we here then? I'll give it to you." Scheherazade's face instantly darkened. He shouted, "Are you sure you want a 1-for-1 trade?" Su Chi was scared stiff. Take it, whatever you say goes." Scheherazade picked up a taiyaki and started eating it. It was pure satisfaction. Then he said, "I have a contact here. We're going to talk about that cursed website and the wand mage. These people have no names. They are usually called something like Mage of such and such street, or they use fake names. Because in this line of work, if your real name is known, you might get cursed. Besides, if those doing superstitions get reported, it's easier to run with a fake name. This thing looks good but isn't practical. The taste is just so-so. Are you looking for the master?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Su Chi turned around and saw a doll appeared behind him. Su Chi was shocked. "Oh no." I looked at him, and even responded to him. Su Chi was shocked. "I was spotted by the ghost." Scheherazade gave a look. "Calm down. This is the stick master's apprentice," pointing at the person. "Follow me." Then they came to a place. "Is this where Master Bang lives? This is so creepy. Could it be that these paper figures are?" Before Su Chi finished his sentence, all the paper figures turned to look at him. Su Chi's heart tightened. It didn't make complete sense. They probably weren't ghosts. Just pretend you didn't see it. So he took out his phone to divert his attention. Then Su Chi and the others reached the end of the room. An old woman spoke up. "Who do you want to curse today?" Su Chi took a look around. This old lady sure is eclectic. A blend of East and West, always mastering the latest in charlatan techniques, striving to grasp both tradition and modern flair. I still have much to learn from them in the charlatan arts. "You're the sorcerer of Tianshui Street, right?" Sharzad asked. The old lady didn't answer directly. "The curse ranges from 50,000 to 5 million per person. Don't complain about not being given enough travel expenses. The gods won't take any." "Is this related to your mage organization?" Scheherazade showed him the curse website. The old lady glanced at it, and remained silent. Then he said that the gods are watching us. We must not cross the line. Then he raised his hand. Su Chi wondered what he was doing. Scheherazade understood immediately. She didn't expect the wand mage to bargain like this. Then he reached into his sleeve. Su Chi was confused on the side. "What kind of move is this? I don't understand it at all." "I'll give you a reward for this tree." Scheherazade directly named a price. The old lady didn't agree. "Add another 10%. The old lady still didn't react. Scheherazade got anxious. "This is the maximum. Not a cent more. Deal." Then the old lady pulled back her hand, naturally took out her phone. She even had the payment code ready. Su Chi sighed. Sure enough, money is almighty. Deng. Received the wallet payment. Once the 588,888 yuan arrived, the old lady's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. She calmly said, "I know this website is controlled by the Spirit Descending Society. They once invited me to join, but I refused. About a year ago, I met a very terrifying spirit child at the annual psychic gathering." "What is this divine sense?" Su Chi asked in confusion. "It refers to the degree of closeness between a mystic and a deity. The higher the divine sense, the stronger the psychic inspiration," Shanruzode immediately explained. Then the old lady continued. He established an organization called the God Summoning Society to help those willing to pay the price to fulfill their requests. For this, he is gathering capable people. "Why did you refuse to join at the time?" Scheherazade asked curiously. "The reason the stick wizards were not eradicated is because we are disorganized and have a low profile. Once there is plundering, it is different. A high-profile organization of stick wizards, it will inevitably attract official extermination. So at that time, many peers opposed the Descent Society until that female spirit child suddenly killed 3 master-level figures on the spot. It shocked everyone. She seems to be a ruthless character, Scheherazade said indifferently. Indeed. Some say that the female spirit child is with the god of evil. The possessed cannot resist. Therefore, since that day, although there is a way to join the possessed society, but most people, to protect themselves, have already fled Luodu. To be honest, there is almost no way in Luodu now. Yes, I also plan to leave in a while. Hearing this, Scheherazade made it clear who we are. You know in your heart. Tell us everything you know. We can help you leave safely. But the old lady here was in a cold sweat. I can't say, he's too terrifying. Trembling all over, she seemed extremely afraid of this matter. Another charge received. The old lady's attitude changed immediately after the payment arrived. I believe you have this ability. Su Chi was speechless. Is this superpower? Such money-hungry people. Then the old lady took a wooden box from under the nearby table. As soon as the wooden box was opened, a large amount of bright red blood gushed out from the wooden box. A massive amount of bright red blood suddenly spurted from the box. Su Chi shouted loudly, "Why is there so much blood?" It had already started spreading to Su Chi's feet, and was increasing even more. By now, it had become a sea of blood. Suddenly, a burst of flame appeared next to Su Chi. Then the flames sank into the sea of blood, and a blazing fire ignited. Seeing this, Su Chi cried out for help, but the next second, a bucket of cold water poured down on Su Chi's head, and then Su Chi returned to reality. It turned out that Scheherazade had awakened Su Chi with a cup of water. Scheherazade comforted him. What's wrong? Did you see something? Su Chi took a deep breath. Blood was seeping out of the box, filling the whole room, and there was fire. The burning felt so real. Hearing this, the old lady immediately said, "Young man, your inspiration is stronger than anyone I've ever seen. Are you interested?" I hadn't even finished speaking when Shanzhou interrupted me. "Don't even think about targeting my people." The old lady gave an awkward smile. This half-length wide sleeve is said to be one of the most popular styles. What is this thing? Su Chi and the other person exchanged glances. You don't even know this? Is your organization this uneducated? The old lady looked at them with disdain. Hearing this, Su Chi and the other person got angry. Shut up. Seeing their fierce expressions, the old lady instantly deflated. Let me explain. The Guangzhou fire is officially recorded as the Luodu fire. It happened 400 years ago. At that time, Jingyang Temple was conducting a ritual for a young girl who died of a serious illness. After the ritual, her body was cremated. Suddenly, a strong wind blew. It swept away a burning sleeve from the body, and ignited the building. No one expected that this fire would nearly destroy Luodu at that time. It is said that the casualties were countless, like hell on earth. Could this be related to Guangzhou and the descending god? Scheherazade looked inquisitively. The old lady immediately responded that it was related to that female medium. After the Great Fire, Luodu was reconstructed. Many places were relocated and rebuilt. Tianshui Commercial Street was one of them. There is a saying about business relocation that prosperous areas have already given birth to spirits. When the commercial street is relocated, the spirits must be relocated as well. For exorcists, spirit relocation can lead to backlash at best, and death at worst, so none of the local exorcists dared to take the job. After a long time, a foreign exorcist accepted the task. The commercial street thrived even more after relocation, but the exorcist disappeared afterward. Scheherazade boldly speculated, could the spirit medium from the Divine Summoning Society be related to this powerful wizard from 400 years ago? From the clues, the spirit medium might be a descendant of that wizard, but my friend couldn't continue the investigation. Why not? Scheherazade quickly asked. The old lady had a look of sorrow on her face. Because he died 6 months ago. Cursed to death. Su Kier was shocked. Cursed to death. Could it be the work of the spirit descendants? This is unclear, but he only had time to deliver this wide sleeve to me. They said we might find some clues here, but I didn't find anything. Wait here for a moment. I'm going out. I'll be right back. Su Chi sighed. We really did uncover something incredible. Scheherazade touched her chin and said, this event is quite unexpected. The situation is more dangerous than we thought. Then he took out his phone. I reported to Mr. Li. Let's see if we can get some advice on how to deal with it. You be careful lately too. Su Chi muttered to himself. Descending gods and mixed female spirits. Sure sounds intimidating. But the power of the mystic comes from spirits. It's unpredictable. The risk of failure is too high. After a short while, the old lady came back. Before you leave, let me give you one more reading, she said. Consider it a gift. Then she took out a tortoiseshell and talismans. Then the ceremony began. Su Chi's pupils instantly dilated. There were no markings at the center of the ceremony ground. This is the power of the spirits. Then a hand reached out from the void. Su Chi looked curious. He didn't know what this array was for. He decided to remember it first. Maybe it will come in handy. But Scheherazade picked up the box and said, "We don't need the bitter melon. We don't believe in this." Then she turned and left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to mention something about leaving Luo Du. Someone will contact you. However, shortly after they left, the old lady took out a pen. He immediately changed the runes. The next second, a coin suddenly appeared in Ghost Hand's hand. Then with a clink, it fell onto the table. It is said that 400 years ago, in a mansion in Luo, a Taoist priest was scattering blessings around a fire, performing a ritual. The lady of the house watched the scene unfold. She murmured, "My husband, I'm a little scared." However, the man was fearless. He told her, "You should go back first. This is a big event for the family's protection. I must stay." So he had the servant throw a dog into the pit. The puppy wailed. Seeing his pitiful look, the mistress left in tears. She hadn't gone far when she heard the command, marching to this sound. The mistress was suddenly stunned. Then a servant, with a snap, raised the knife and struck. Before the dog stopped breathing, they quickly drew its fresh blood, then brought a bowl of warm dog blood, and said, "Master, drink this bowl of blood, and the dog spirit will protect the family for generations. No disasters will come." The man of the house didn't hesitate. Gulp. Drank it all in one go. The scene changes to Su Chi's side. "When do we start investigating the shaman society and that woman? It's more troublesome than I thought. We'll need help from professionals. We'll have to wait until tomorrow." Scheherazade looked helpless. "By the way, we spent so much money on Anderson this time. Will he go berserk?" Su Chi asked cautiously. "Don't worry, we'll make it back with one auction." "Still too young." Scheherazade looked reassuring. The old lady here picked up the coin on the table and examined it. Then she started to chuckle, and her body suddenly began to swell, accompanied by a sound. A man actually emerged from the old woman's body. "The person before me was a member of the Divine Assembly. Did you get their personal belongings?" Then another voice came from behind. It was from Inumaki, a member of the Divine Assembly. The coachman turned his head and said he only stole because this old lady's body is too old to control well. Even drawing a teleportation ritual is difficult. Qianming coldly said, "There's no choice. We'll have to kill them one by one. Let those foreign mysterious organizations witness our local power. Break this old thing. I'm going to start drawing the array." "What's the name of the useless owner of that coin?" Che Fu says. "He's called Su Chi. I just secretly took a photo of him." Then the dog spirit started chanting, "Yoda attacks. The dog god's curse." After the ritual was completed, the dog spirit immediately took off the mask and said disdainfully, "I'm really sorry, Su Chi. My dog god is hungry." On the way back, Su Chi looked depressed. "What happened? Why is there a coin missing? I shouldn't be remembering it wrong. This machine doesn't support mobile payment. It's really making my head spin." At this moment, the alarm suddenly went off. Turns out the clock in Maniac is coming soon. Su Chi had no choice but to go home first. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back. Then he started trembling all over. What's going on? Where did this sudden cold wind come from? Suddenly, a foot appeared behind Su Chi. However, Su Chi's sixth sense kicked in again. Something's not right. Then he immediately turned around. A huge dog man appeared behind Su Chi. His face twisted. He was baring his teeth at Su Chi. What exactly happened? That even made Miss Mary go on a killing spree. "Shall we wait here?" Shefu asked the Quenling. "Of course, I want to experience the ritual. And the thrill of connecting with the 400-year-old dog spirit. Do you know the thrill of tearing into prey? The way muscle fibers rip apart between your teeth, shredding strand by strand. The sensation and warmth are addictive. The antelope trembles as if under a spell, quivering with excitement. I just turned my head, and this demon entered feeding mode." Su Chi was terrified. The kobold closed in step by step and bit at him. Su Chi quickly used the skin painting to save his life, while huffing and puffing as he ran forward, not giving Su Chi any time to react. The kobold swiped at him with a paw, kicking up a large cloud of dust. But Su Chi was completely bewildered. Why is he still chasing me? Does the face-changing trick not work on this big dog head? He clearly isn't a normal spirit or ghost. Then Su Chi realized, he's coming straight for me. I've never encountered this before. Is this a specialty of the manhwa lair? Then the phone fell to the ground. The moment it hit the ground, Miss Mary's call came through. Su Chi ran desperately. The dog-headed man was chasing wildly behind. Su Chi felt a strong sense of unease. This time it's really over. However, at the alley exit, Miss Mary appeared grandly with a large knife. "Hello, I am Miss Mary. Where are you?" Seeing this scene, Su Chi's heart filled with hope. Muttering, That's great. The dog-headed attack halted abruptly. At the same time, the skin disguise also lost its effect. Found you. Miss Mary, who discovered Su-Chi, raised her sword and slashed towards Su-Chi. Seeing the sword coming at him, Su-Chi quickly dodged, but the slash directly severed the dog-headed man's hand. The dog spirit controlling from behind also suffered a backlash. Then he angrily shouted that my hand was damned. Where did this crazy woman come from? Is she that useless guy's partner? Humans and ghosts. How is that possible? The dog-headed man with the severed hand let out a violent scream. I love the taste of blood. Miss Mary grinned. Seeing this scene, Su-Chi peed his pants. Oh no, his desire to kill seems to have been activated. Because the skin painting failed, Miss Mary's attack came again. Su-Chi cursed. He was busy watching the show and forgot to use the skin painting, then immediately used the skinning technique again and loudly said, you should kill that big kobold coveting your food. The kobold here got angry and said through gritted teeth, you blackgate trash. What nonsense are you spouting? I'll kill you first. Then the kobold lunged at Su-Chi, but Miss Mary with a horizontal slash cut off the kobold's other hand. That damned scoundrel over there in Kwanlin actually cut off my other hand. That useless fool even mocked me. This is absolutely intolerable. Just as I was about to launch another attack on Su-Chi, Miss Mary over here was ready to strike. Then she slashed down with one stroke, followed by another 2, 3 stabs. 4 stabs. Miss Mary is getting more and more excited as she chops. The more she chops, the more thrilled she gets. Su-Chi, who is cowering aside, is terrified, mumbling, oh no. Miss Mary, she's gone mad with killing. After a while, the battle is over. Rather than a battle, it was more like a one-sided slaughter. At this moment, Miss Mary was carrying a large knife, like a goddess of death descending. The large kobold was now just ahead, lying quietly on the ground, watching the already frenzied Miss Mary. Su-Chi didn't even dare to breathe. He was scared and sweating. Then he swallowed hard. Only 2 disguises left. What should he do? To protect his food, he would kill anyone in his way, man or dog. It was really terrifying. I wonder if chopping up the dog counts as part of his work hours. Su-Chi collapsed to the ground. A murderous ghost who wants to eat me every day actually saved me twice. What a ridiculous irony. Hello. I'm Miss Mary. I can't find you. I'm heading back. See you tomorrow. Then Miss Mary disappeared on the spot. Finally, she's gone. Su-Chi let out a heavy sigh. That was fucking dangerous. If he had stayed 1 more minute, I would have been done for today. Su-Chi stood up, looking at the big dog head on the ground. It's really too tragic. The head was chopped off. You asked for trouble. Serves you right. Then I started reflecting. Since I came to this world, I've always been cautious. How could I be targeted? Where did things go wrong? I need to take this back to Blackgate for a thorough investigation. Might as well run a test. No personal imprint. Let's see if I can drive the crystal Tai Yishi. Then Su-Chi began to chant a spell. Unexpectedly, it worked. It seems it is indeed possible to drive the Yishi without a personal imprint. Su-Chi intentionally solidified the system. Looking at the cube in his hand, Su-Chi smiled slightly. Then he picked up his phone and called Shenju Zuos, saying that something happened here, and he hoped he could come over. The scene shifts. I have dealt with the old man's body at the wizard's shop. Are you done? At this moment, the coachman walked in from outside, but he suddenly saw the shattered dog on the ground. He was stunned. How did you end up like this? After a while, Scheherazade came over to Su-Chi. Oh wow. Such a big dog head. This should be the dog god often seen in folklore. It's an evil deity. It's a powerful killing tool. Does someone want you dead? Shanluzode looked at Su-Chi and said, the dog god is controlled by its handler. Those who die from the dog god's curse have many bite marks, as if gnawed by dogs. Legend has it that dogs raised for many years are buried in the ground. After beheading, use the horse for a sacrifice. This can invite the Inagami to guard the house. Generations have raised Inagami as family heirlooms. The longer they are kept, the more powerful the Inagami curse becomes. Su-Chi was shocked upon hearing this, terrified by the Inagami and its curse. The Inagami master and the curse. Have I been cursed? Scheherazade is very sure. Yes. Look at this big dog's face. This canine god envoy is quite powerful. Su is crying and laughing at how fierce it is. It's actually domesticated. Look how plump and strong it is. It must have been an old vicious dog. Miss Mary KO'd it just like that. I bet the dog god is heartbroken. I heard from Anderson about your Miss Mary. I wish I had one too. Who doesn't love a lowly enforcer? Scheherazade teased Suchi. A look of helplessness. It's the lowly with the machete. I really want to give this blessing to you. Then Scheherazade gave a look. That's right. Such a heavy hand. Do you have any suspects? Then Suchi rubbed his chin and thought. Today's daytime training. Then we went to Tianshui Street to see Monk Bang. Suddenly Suchi's eyes lit up. Wait. Monk Bang. Suchi immediately said to Scheherazade. That Monk Bang. He's got a problem. Scheherazade asked back. What's the problem? Tell me. So Suchi said. Do you remember? He went out at that time. After coming back, he always seemed different. Like he had become another person. But I couldn't tell exactly what was different. No rush. Take your time. Maybe there are some tiny differences. Scheherazade said calmly. Then Suchi began to ponder. What's wrong exactly? When he saw the red channel on Scheherazade's head, Suchi immediately realized. Yes, that's it. I overlooked this pipe. I can see everyone's unique features. The way back was, his features change. I just didn't notice it at the time. Could it be that because we were investigating the Weeping Angel, the Divine Descent Society found out, and cursed me to death? That's most likely the case. If it weren't for your Miss Mary, you'd be the one lying here. Then Scheherazade's face turned grim. He shouted sternly. How dare you touch a Blackgate person? This General Shen needs to teach you what rules are. Then Sanluzad turned to Suchi and said, I'll send you home first, then I'll go back to Tianshui Street to take a look. Suchi looked melancholic. This is killing me. When will these days ever end? In the dead of night. Damn. I've sunk another 1,000 meters. If this keeps up, in less than a month, I'll reach the Gutenberg layer. If I haven't lost control by then, no point thinking about the future now. Let's focus on weaving a safety net quickly. Scene change. The next day at Dushan Law Firm, Suchi stretched. All the work is done. Let's do an experiment with the remaining time. Then she took out her phone. This is the teleportation array of the Weeping Angel from the theater last time. Let's see if we can replicate it. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Then Suchi started drawing intently. Looking at her work, Suchi couldn't help but complain. This doesn't look right at all. After several attempts, her hand was sore. She finally drew a simple outline. Then she took out an eraser. It can drive the anchoring type 1 and tie type 1 without a personal seal. I wonder if I can manually replicate this bootleg teleportation array. Suchi closed his eyes and focused. Then he began to operate it. With a buzz, Suchi looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He didn't expect it to work on the first try, but only half of it was transmitted. Suchi murmured. It seems that my makeshift ritual formation is still not stable enough. I will slowly fix it in the future. Anyway, it has already achieved the teleportation effect. It seems I really have a special constitution. Whether it's a mystic or an esoteric's lost formation, I can activate it. Suchi tidied up the blueprints on the table. The Divine Descent used this trick to bring the Weeping Angel to Luodu, since they can teleport things at will. So the coins that mysteriously disappeared might have been stolen by the Bangmaster using a teleportation array. Just identifying them led to their curse killing. What exactly is the Shen Society trying to do? Hey, little beggar, what are you daydreaming about? Let's go eat together. Lawyer Du said to Suchi. The scene changes. The food at this restaurant is indeed quite good. Suchi praised. Didn't expect to see you here. It was Lawyer Beitong. He then said to Suchi, when will you come to my firm to hear some stories? Recently, my cases have been quite lively. Suchi gave an awkward smile. I'll definitely go next time when I'm free. Then the restaurant door opened. Sorry to disturb you esteemed lawyers while you're eating. The newcomers were Officer Kurikawa and Officer Shiraishi. We have a very tricky case lately. The higher-ups are putting pressure on us again. Brother Beitong, please help us out. Then Officer Kurikawa took out the files. The files were then opened. In a large plastic bag filled with water, there was a corpse soaking inside. It felt like a baby floating in amniotic fluid. Beitang Ya frowned and said, Brother Hey Mew, next time I'll set aside a free consultation time just for you. Don't bring photos like this during mealtimes anymore. It's too disgusting. Hey Mew smiled and said, I'll rely on you in the future, Brother Beitang. This time, everyone will have to make do. This is a vicious serial murder case. In just 1 week, there have been more than 10 incidents in Luodu. Every case is very similar. The victims were disemboweled and then sewn back up. But the most bizarre thing is, when the forensic pathologist opened the victims' chest cavities, they found all the internal organs had been removed. Instead, there are 5 pairs of the same organs. These are 5 stomachs, 5 pairs of kidneys, 5 pairs of livers. Lastly, These are 5 hearts. This little guy has quite a strong endurance. A promising talent indeed. Kuroki looked at Tsuchi and said. Tsuchi looked helpless. These are far worse than ghost play. Then the narrator said that all victims were in this condition. Forensic examination. The organs in these bodies were taken from other corpses. Some bodies were missing organs. There are likely undiscovered victims. Now journalists have somehow gotten ample evidence. We're all being watched by them. I had no choice but to use having a meal as an excuse to meet you. Lawyer Beitong looks very serious. If this kind of vicious case gets reported by the media, it will cause panic. That would be terrible. So why did you see a lawyer? A lawyer can't help you solve the case. Heimu immediately said. We caught a suspect. But the murders are still happening. At first, we thought we caught the wrong person, but he confessed to the crime. Could it be a gang crime? Beitong's lawyer asked back. Heimu looked at Beitong's lawyer. It's a possibility. And when we interrogated the suspect, his behavior was very strange. He was talking all crazy. Then he opened the file. Look, here it mentions gods and immortality. Suddenly, Tsuchi's phone rang. It turned out to be a message from Scheherazade, finding a way to send him back to Tianshui Street. Tsuchi made up an excuse to leave. The scene changes. On the bus, Tsuchi, resting his head, thought for a moment. The recent case was very similar to the previous Cunning Bird case, both creating panic through criminal activities, along with corresponding rituals, thus achieving the purpose of communicating with spirits. Although the police have blocked the news to prevent panic from spreading, they still have to inform Hyman. Then they took out their phone to report. Soon, Tsuchi arrived at Shahrazade's place. Tsuchi looked around. It doesn't look any different outside. Scheherazade said calmly. The surprises are inside. Take a look. What Tsuchi saw next shocked him. What's going on here? There were bloodstains everywhere. Tsuchi murmured. Is the old woman dead? Scheherazade beside him said the body was hidden in another room. This is the first scene. Your previous reasoning and evidence were disguised by someone. The other party used a technique similar to manipulation to get inside his body. The suspected array left by the killer is a complex version of the Weeping Angel teleportation. Sure enough, it's the same group of people committing the crimes. Tsuchi takes out his phone. Kaka started filming the ceremony, but inside, he was bursting with laughter. No wonder it sounded so much like my rubber teleportation array. Filming it for future improvements. Not bad, not bad. What a nice discovery. Looking at the coins and Tsuchi's photo on the table, Scheherazade explained that this was the ceremony of the dog god's curse killing. All this blood in the house must be from Miss Mary's slaughter of the Inagami, causing the Inagami to backfire. Scheherazade joked, but it's an Inagami. At least an abyssal-level demon, and he could counter-kill. I'd love to meet him. Such a fierce creature. I didn't even have time to dodge. And you still want to meet? Tsuchi had a bitter expression on his face. Then, Scheherazade calmly said there should be 2 of them. One controls the old mage. The other cast the dog god curse on you. The one who suffered the backlash was taken away by his companion. Tsuchi felt something was wrong. I always feel like something is missing. Then I turned to look at the camera behind us, muttering, is it possible that they have one more person? One more person? Why do you say that? Scheherazade looked puzzled. How do you think Zhang Shen found us? Tsuchi asked back. There are too many possibilities. Betrayed by this old woman. Or maybe I leaked information while gathering intelligence. It could even be a coincidence. Scheherazade shared her opinion. Tsuchi stroked his chin. Could it be a hacker? Sir told me about it. There's an organization called Matrix. Their hackers are very skilled at obtaining information and intelligence. I suspect the hackers have infiltrated here and sold our information here to the Kamigami Association. Scheherazade also agreed with Suxi's opinion. It's indeed possible. Previously, we were considering the mystics. We didn't expect there might be other mysterious entities involved. Then Tsuchi said that the Matrix is a branch under the wisdom system. Vertical angels are also managed and contained by the wisdom system. If the problem comes from within the wisdom system, the possibility is also very high. With a snap, Scheherazade seemed to have a sudden realization. With this explanation, the logic is closed. Then Scheherazade patted Tsuchi on the shoulder and said with a smile, Anderson was right. Your brain is indeed very useful. It's time to report our results. Then the 2 left. This is the Kuromori block that attacked Tsuchi. Staring at the cube on the table, Scheherazade said loudly, Great. The mage started targeting the black gate. Then Alice's face darkened. Call Grim back. Seeing Alice's expression, Anderson immediately knew what was going on. Lee was angry. Then Alice said coldly, It seems these camel natives have been too peaceful. It's time to teach them a lesson. Anyone who dares mess with my black gate is really like lighting a lantern in a toilet, seeking death. Scene transition to Luodu 2U gate. Working night shifts is really tiring. A 2U gate intern is yawning. Suddenly, two figures, one big and one small, appear in the distance. He mutters, "What is that?" The people who arrived were Green and a little girl. Green said calmly, "Little Red Riding Hood, you need to control yourself later. We're here to negotiate, not to fight." Then Little Red Riding Hood ran off into the distance, scaring the intern. It was so late at night. Are these two here to cause trouble? Quickly took out the divine ball, chanting a spell under his breath. Then the divine ball turned into a paper crane and flew away. Then Green said, "I'm looking for your leader. Or please bring out your superior." "It's too late. Where did you come from? You should go back there." The inexperienced intern wanted to decline, but the next second, with a boom, a violent explosion occurred outside. At this moment, the intern panicked. "What are you guys trying to do?" Grim looked disdainful. "Get your boss out here. Otherwise, next time it'll be your foreign pipes that get blown up." Hearing such a threat, the intern could only helplessly plead, "Please show some mercy. The heavy rain is coming soon." But Green on this side was also very panicked. His hands were sweating from fear. This brat is completely uncontrollable. Luckily, the foreign pipes didn't actually get blown up. Otherwise, we'll have to run away again. After a while, Daeon came over. He also handed Green a roster, saying that this roster contains information on all the staff magicians they have in Luodu. After getting the roster, Green immediately turned around and left. As he was leaving, he didn't forget to remind them of something. Hey Men has a newcomer named Su Chi. Please be mindful of your actions as usual. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The scene shifts, intending to surprise Mr. Anderson. This is the list of stick mages you requested. Then the host also took out a list and handed it over. Mr. Anderson, who received the list, reminded again that Hey Men has a newcomer named Su Chi. He is my student. Please take care of him in the future, master. But the scenery at the Grand Cathedral in Lodo is different. Everyone here is civilized. Let's talk things out. I've given you the roster. At this moment, a man looks terrified. The hot-tempered Sharzad is threatening me with the roster. There's a newcomer at Black Gate named Su Chi. If I find out who messed with him, I won't let them off easily. Scene changes. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night at Black Gate. All the significantly sized known mystic organizations in Luo will receive visits from the three-story kings of Black Gate. Black Gate's message, they will definitely understand, Alice said with a playful expression. However, at this time, Su Chi was leisurely taking a small bath at home, completely unaware that the outside world had already changed because of him. Looking at the drawings on the table, Su Chi fell into deep thought. The teleportation array had been modified many times, but there were still many imperfections. Aside from only being able to transport inanimate objects, they often go missing. The only consolation is that the transported items are finally complete. In the blink of an eye, it's already 10 o'clock. Su Chi closes his eyes. The ideal kingdom opens. Lord of the primordial gods, slayer of old evils. In the next moment, the four of them appeared neatly in the hall. Long time no see. You too. I've missed you. Hugo is as lively as ever. It looks like everyone is on time. Su Chi felt very gratified. How are you, Mask Face? Did you get the body? What was the result? Hugo asked as soon as he spoke. Got it. All thanks to Mr. Mouse. By the way, did you receive the dew? Ju Tu asked Shu Tu. Mr. Mouse replied, the dew was delicious. Hearing this, Hugo was shocked. They actually managed to break through Scheherazad's blockade and retrieved the corpse. Wow, that's really impressive. Scheherazade is one of the three great storytellers of the Black Gate. His power is off the charts. To break through his defenses, Mr. White Mouse, you're amazing. I didn't expect Mr. White Mouse to gain two little fangirls in such a short time. Let's talk about business first. I had a bit of a drink. The lady who summoned the Weeping Angel is named Qianshu. I got some information from his corpse. He wanted to take revenge on the theater. He bought the Weeping Angel and the instructions from a cursed website. You all know what happened next. He summoned the Weep. The Tear Angel ended up losing her life in vain. Did you take any photos of the ceremony? Give me a copy. 9 Heads said they could send it to you, but Hugo said it wasn't necessary. You can just give it to me as planned. Then he asked Mr. Truth if he could get some paper and a pen. Su Chi smiled faintly. Hugo is really active. That's good. It will better promote the development and construction of the Hall of Mysteries. Then he threw out the head. With a thud, it landed face up. Then the paper appeared in front of the three of them. Hugo picked up the paper. Can it be done just by imagining? Hugo gave it a try. What he imagined appeared on the paper immediately. He immediately exclaimed, "Oh wow, this is great, this is so interesting." Seeing this, Mousehead also picked up the paper. This instantly caught Ninehead's attention. What exactly did he draw? Upon closer inspection, it turned out the paper was covered with cheese drawings. Juto looked helpless. The world of the big shots is truly different. Seeing everyone trying, Su-Chi started talking to himself. It was really the right decision to make the table bigger back then. I wonder how long the mysterious town will last. I don't know how many people will join in the future, but these traces and memories left on the round table will accumulate over time and gradually become a ritual and mystery related to me. Later joiners will sense the mystery and leave behind the mystery. In this way, it will repeat. Even if time passes, it won't disappear. The accumulation and passage of people and time are the ways to build something grand and mysterious. The previous script for the tabletop RPG session is complete, so this time, I'll present a new script. A pen then appears. Seeing this, the three of them immediately understand that a new task has arrived. Then, information about the cursed website appears out of thin air. Hugo stood up and said with a smile, "Big Cheese, Masked Face, are you too interested in this mission? There's some information behind this that I want to know." However, deep down, Hugo had other thoughts. If he could use Mr. Truth's clues to catch the mastermind behind the Weeping Angel with the big bounty from the wisdom system, we can exchange it for a better host. In that case, I'll join too. Maybe I can find information about the Pioneer Church. Find out who killed my parents sooner. Juto immediately expressed his stance. Then the two of them looked at Shutu together. Ask him what he means. However, Mousehead only said 2 words. Done it. Time is always so short. This opportunity's time is up. The mystery returns to destruction. Submerged for 7 days. I've never seen such a shameless person. He himself is a demon. You actually said you're afraid of ghosts. There really are all kinds of strange things in this world. Exited the mysterious hall. Su-Chi started gulping down water, then let out a sigh. Although they can grant creation permissions to the people of the ideal country, it depletes the water in their bodies. If it weren't for the limitations on medium and quantity, I'm afraid they'll drain us dry tonight. Propose a new task. On one hand, to boost our presence among the believers. On the other hand, 9981's capabilities are really impressive. Give them some time to refine their skills. They'll definitely become great. Besides, the divine summoners are being so high profile. They make a perfect target and went all out against yourself. So you have to reciprocate to be fair, right? Cut to the next day at high school. Seeing the scene in front of them. Sha Yushu, are you out of your mind? Is this really all the members of the design team you mentioned? Yes. Why? Is it too much or too little? Sha Yushu said seriously. It turned out that the 3 people from the design team were all Su-Chi's old acquaintances. A shrine maiden, the school beauty, and the ghost killer. The only normal one was Su-Chi's little fangirl, Ji Yu Shui. Su-Chi looked helpless. What kind of situation is this? You've managed to gather all 3 stones from the mysterious world, you scoundrel. Sha Yushu patted Su-Chi on the shoulder and said, the design team is responsible for the initial preparation. It will only be busy for a few days. We don't need too many people. Hushwi is the team leader. You guys talk. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Sha Yushu turned and ran off. The lake blushed and said we need to quickly come up with a plan, so that it will be easier for the later students to make props and set up the scene. If anyone has any ideas, feel free to share. Then we can discuss them in detail. The river god immediately took out his phone and said nonchalantly, can we sell merchandise? Amulets and jade hands. A haunted house should have these, right? And also an evil warding phone case. I had a moment of speechlessness with Su-Chi. I knew getting up early was pointless. No wonder he came. However, Sha-Ji flipped her hair and looked embarrassed. Sorry, I don't really understand ghost stories, and I'm a bit afraid of ghosts. But I do know a bit about painting and music. I wonder if this will help. Hearing this, Su-Chi immediately said you are afraid of ghosts. You are scarier than most ghosts. Then Ji Yu Shui said, in that case, Su-Chi and I will gather ghost stories. Write the event plan. Xiaozi will be responsible for costumes and set design. River God produced a list of merchandise. Then, shyly asked Su-Chi if he had time after school. I know a place that might have the ghost story material we need. Su-Chi, also embarrassed, said no problem. I'll wait for you after school. After school, they went to a video store. Unexpectedly, Ji Yu Shui actually liked those nostalgic videotapes. Then Gushwi greeted Uncle Mew. I'm here to rent some videos. The shop owner thought she brought her boyfriend. Immediately said that the adult section is on the innermost shelf. Gushwi blushed with embarrassment. Shaking her head, she explained it was just a classmate. Then the two went inside. There were many things here, eliminated by the market, but it's still well maintained. A popular thing from the last century. Could it be haunted? Sure enough, the next moment it was found nearby. Is Suji Pan good or not? I think this story is perfect for a ghost story. Ji Shui brought one over. The Ring. Sure. This is a classic horror film, but Su Chi felt something was off, so she sent a message to Anderson to ask about the behavior and logic of ghosts in videotapes. Anderson replied that ghosts using media as a medium usually have normal logic, but their behavior might be a bit strange. In theory, Su Chi could settle this kind of spirit using Wa Pai or Miss Mary, but Anderson still suggested Su Chi seek a professional. Maybe she could even obtain a divine artifact. It just so happens that a mysterious sage of the wisdom system visited Black Gate a few days ago. He should be able to help you. Then he sent over the address. Su Chi saw the address and murmured, "What a coincidence. I'll go check it out in a bit." Bushwi suggested we finish it today. We need to come up with a plan soon. I have the equipment at home. Hushwi looked expectant, but for safety's sake, Su Chi said it's not necessary. I know someone. Could you take us there to see it? Then the two arrived at a dense forest in Cyber Temple. A pale arm stretched out from an old dry well. Then a woman slowly climbed out from it, dressed in white, with disheveled hair. She looked terrifying. She walked forward step by step, and then slowly crawled out from the screen. "Manager, there are customers," Hugo shouted inside. "Big guy." The manager came out. "It's you. I'm here to see something with Hugo." Su Chi laughed. Seeing this biker gang member, manager Ji Shui hid behind Su Chi. Su Chi is so obedient at school, yet knows gang members. "Stop standing there in a daze. Come inside with me," Hugo shouted. Then Su Chi followed him. Before leaving, he reminded them of something. "Hushwi, wait for me here for a moment. Young lady, sit down and have a cup of tea." Facing the manager's enthusiasm, the poor, weak, and helpless Hushwi had no choice but to nod in agreement. "Come in. This is my territory now," Hugo said proudly. Suki looked around and couldn't help but sigh. Hugo looks like a shut-in girl. But unexpectedly, she's a hardcore techie behind the scenes. "Let's formally meet. I'm Hugo." Then she extended her hand. "Hi. I'm Su Chi. We've met once before. You were still investigating that catatonic case." Hugo started asking questions. Su Chi had to play dumb. "You saw it too. Did you find any clues? I can buy it." Hugo made up an excuse to brush it off. "I haven't figured it out either, and that shrine has been missing recently, so I can't help." Hearing Hugo's response, Su Chi said it was a pity, but inside she was honest. "You're quite cunning. Keep acting. I'll keep watching." Then Su Chi changed the topic. "When did you know I was from Hyman?" Hugo said while typing on the keyboard. "Nice to meet you for the first time. After you left, I did some investigation, and found out that Black Gate had restarted. Lodo specifically went to say hello. Our Matrix hackers are pretty loose-knit. Everyone does their own thing, and there's no staff, so I have to establish friendly relations with the Black Gate. Mutual reliance. That's right. The Black Gate thinks so too. More friends mean more opportunities." Su Chi chuckled foolishly. Then he took out the horror video The Ring. "This thing is trouble. I want to help him pass on. Mr. Anderson recommended I come here. He said you could help me." Hugo took a look. "Oh wow. There's an extraordinary guy living in here. I have a way, but the success rate, well, it depends on how you operate." Then Hugo put the videotape into the computer mainframe. "He advised you to step back. Don't get hurt." Then he initiated his neural navigation system. Several mechanical arms were continuously tapping on multiple keyboards. Then the computer started running non-stop. After a while, Hugo set up the barrier ritual. "Then indicate that you're ready. Don't get scared." Hugo then clicks play. Hugo Cinema. For an immersive experience. Su Chi murmured, "Here come the ghosts through media." Then a dry well appeared, so that brought us to the opening scene. Seeing the ghost girl crawling out of the screen, Su Chi couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" It really felt like being there. This is on a completely different level from regular cinemas. Just then, the ghost girl in white suddenly stopped. Could she be stuck? Hugo started explaining that these mediated spirits are limited by the medium in their actions. We can temporarily confine it within the screen through certain rituals, like we are doing now. This is our Matrix hacker specialty. So what should I do to release it? Su Chi asked. However, Hugo showed a cunning expression and chuckled. "This is not urgent. Let's talk about the price first." Su Chi didn't understand. "Price? What price? This is not a charity. Of course, there's a fee. At this moment, Su Chisai finally reacted. It turns out she's just another little money grubber like Shen. The two of them would definitely become best friends. As long as you put on the VR glasses, you can enter the movie and interact with the characters inside. Doesn't that excite you? Tell me, what's your price? Su Chi looked distressed. He better not ask for too much. For the sake of appeasing Jing Yu, I'm really broke now. Broke as can be. But Hugo waved his hand. I don't want money. It devalues too quickly. I know Blackgate has been investigating the tram theater incident lately. I want to exchange clues with you in this regard. Hearing this, Su Chi was stunned. To think that digging for information would lead to the quizmaster. Seeing Su Chi hesitate for a moment, Hugo said calmly, if it's inconvenient, then let's call off our deal. Su Chi gave a look. I can tell you some things. Actually, this isn't really classified information. Behind the train theater incident is a sorcerer organization called Zhongshenhui, led by a very powerful female sorcerer. Under her command, there's a sorcerer who can teleport and possess others, a sorcerer who can cast selection spells, and a suspected hacker with a wisdom system. Hearing this, Hugo immediately asked, "Are you sure?" Su Chi frowned and said, "Based on the clues, the probability is as high as 90%. This information is enough." Then they shook hands. The deal was made. I need to find you some equipment. Then Hugo started rummaging through the boxes. Su Chi murmured to himself, why does this feel like moving from the left hand to the right hand? In the end, I got it for free. I put this on myself. Hugo took out something and handed it to Su Chi. Why do I need to wear this? Su Chi looked confused. Just wear it. Why do you have so many questions? But Su Chi muttered to himself, hey, I am your leader, you know. Then put on the glasses. I heard the voice of Yugu in my ear. This ghost god was born from the movie plot. One way to exorcise him is to enter the movie and change the plot. Stop him from becoming a ghost god. Fortunately, my modified equipment is advanced enough to perform this operation. Su Chi touched his glasses and said, the screen is on. A large screen appeared in front of Su Chi. Hugo reminded him, now you should see a progress bar in front of you. Drag it to choose the time point you need to enter the plot. Su Chi tried it. It worked. Now this is convenient. If you're scared, don't pretend to be brave. We don't have diapers here. Hugo couldn't help but tease. That's enough. Come on. This movie is about the birth of this ghost. I've seen it countless times before. I'm very familiar with the plot. It's so easy for me. Before he was dragged into the well, saving him should prevent him from becoming a ghost. It shouldn't be too difficult. So Su Chi dragged the progress bar and entered the movie the next second. Then Su Chi thought for a moment. The plot is about a girl who was envied and framed because of her beauty. She was injected with a virus and thrown into a well. In the end, she turned into a vengeful ghost to retaliate against society. Then a voice came. You are a devil. You must die. A woman holding a knife charged towards a girl. The girl pleaded bitterly, please, don't come any closer. With a bang, the door was kicked open. Su Chi used the holy sword to hook the woman's hand and said calmly, let go of that girl. I don't want to hit a woman. The rescued girl said thanks to Su Chi. That's it. Is it that simple? Su Chi was confused. Suddenly, a black fog appeared behind him. Su Chi was so scared he sat on the ground. What the hell is this? A female ghost in white emerged from the black fog and grabbed the girl. She pulled her straight into the black fog, then dragged her step by step toward the dry well. On the side, Su Chi muttered, what is this? It seems this place won't work. We need to change. This time go when he's being injected. So Su Chi started dragging the progress bar again, successfully preventing it afterward. This time it should be fine, right? Suddenly the black fog appeared again. Damn, it's back again. What the heck does this mean? Su Chi looked speechless. Dragged into the well again. Isn't there some kind of mistake? Try again if it doesn't work. Su Chi saved the girl once again. Who knew the girl would be dragged away again? After several attempts, all ended in failure. Su Chi took off his glasses and impatiently said, this is totally cheating. Forcing a correction like this. No matter how many times I start over, I can't change the plot. Hugo had a sudden idea and suggested maybe you saved his life, but didn't redeem his soul, so the ending won't change. Su Chi looked puzzled. Should I go to an earlier world? But he wasn't in any danger back then. What am I supposed to save? You stubborn straight man. Hugo looks bloodthirsty. The heart of saving a maiden. Nothing's easier than making him fall in love, right? Su Chi immediately retorted, but he's a ghost. That's why I said, whether this can be solved well, depends entirely on how you handle it. Alright. Then Su Chi put on his glasses. Isn't it a coincidence? I'm just good at this. After all, it's not my first time dating a ghost. Bring the ghost over. Let the storm rage even harder. Sadako crawled out of the screen. Opening her bloody mouth, she bit towards Suchi. What's going on? Is our Suchi going to die just like that? There was a loud bang. What the hell? I just moved the progress bar. Suchi quickly took off his glasses and looked. The next second, Suchi was no longer calm. Oh crap. The previously motionless hazelnut started slowly crawling out of the screen. And what's worse, Hugo, who was sitting on the chair next to him, had disappeared. Suchi suddenly had a bad feeling. While shouting, Hugo, he quickly ran over. But Hugo suddenly emerged from behind the screen and shouted loudly, "What are you yelling about? I'm not dead yet." Seeing Hugo safe and sound, Suki also breathed a sigh of relief. Nan said, "I thought you were eaten." Then Hugo said, "Maybe because you chose a critical moment." The spirit in the videotape became unstable. Even worse, my barrier ritual is about to fail. You'd better deal with him within 5 minutes. You must be joking. Suchi said seriously. So how long is 5 minutes in the movie? Hugo was also helpless. Maybe a few days. It could also be a few hours. If there's an inserted shot, then it will be shorter. Suchi looked speechless and frustrated. Why are you only telling me now? Then Hugo turned and left. I'll go out first. I won't disturb your time alone. Hugo came out. Hu Shui asked Suchi in confusion. Where is he? Did something happen? It's nothing. He'll be fine in a moment. Very soon. Hugo then closed the door, but he looked worried. This ghost is more dangerous than I imagined. In 5 minutes. Whether we save lives or collect corpses depends on Suchi's skills. Suchi puts on his glasses again for 5 minutes. He's going all out. Let's start from here. By coincidence, the two of them accidentally reached for the same book. I'm sorry. I was too reckless. The girl immediately apologized to Suchi. Suchi smiled knowingly. He said lightly, "It's okay. What a coincidence. I'm reading this book too. How about you read it first?" "Hello. My name is Suchi." Then Suchi handed over the book. The girl took the book and timidly said, "Hello. My name is Sadako." They met because of a book and gradually became friends. Then they became confidants who talked about everything. Finally, one day, Suchi confessed to Sadako. Unexpectedly, Sadako blushed. She shyly said, "I like you too." However, Suchi couldn't afford to stop for a moment. The screen cracked again. Hugo's ritual was about to collapse. He had to speed up. In the real world, Sadako's body had mostly emerged and was steadily approaching Suchi. Their life as lovers was full of endless fun. Then there was a loud bang. The last screen shattered. Am I going to die here today? Suchi was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Sadako has already come to Suchi's side. At this critical moment of life and death, Suchi decides to fight back with all his might. Then he takes Sadako's hand and says to her with deep affection, "If we can truly be reborn, even if it goes against fate, I will stay by your side and be with you forever. If all of this is a dream, I hope when I wake, you are still by my side. Even if the morning sun reveals my true self, I still want to say I love you. If I must put a limit on this love, I hope it is 10,000 years." At this moment, Sadako is in tears. Suchi, "Thank you. I am very happy." Then she slowly disappeared in front of Suchi. The whispers faded away. The icy feeling enveloping his body was also gone. Could it be successful? Suchi sensed the situation around him. Hey, how's it going? Then Hugo suddenly opened the door and saw a sinister black mist emanating from Suchi. Hugo looked shocked. Damn. Don't scare me like that. Then he immediately ran over. Suchi took 2 deep breaths, touched his head and smiled. "Thanks to you, I'm still alive." But in the next second, Hugo stared intently. "My baby. Years of my hard work." Then Hugo touched here and looked there. With a sobbing voice said, "It's all broken. The hard drive is ruined too." Suchi looked embarrassed and said, "I'll compensate for the loss. Take a look at this. Do you know what this is?" Then Suchi opened his palm. It was a wriggling ball of flesh. Hugo calmed himself down and said, "This is a spirit's heart letter. I can try to identify it. This time, no charge. You've ruined so many of my babies. I want to see what this divine relic can do. Then please appraise it for me. I'll find a way to compensate you for the loss here." Suchi looked helpless. This ability is too overpowering. No matter how seriously you're injured, just take a look at the ghostly deity and you'll immediately recover. Hugo fell to the ground, but luckily I still have a device. Then I started identifying the divine relic. After a while, Suchi sat on the chair and lazily asked, "How's it going, Hugo?" Hugo looked impatient. "I'm busy. Don't bother me. Big sister. It's already been 45 minutes. Can you do it or not? Hugo also looked helpless and gave up. I can't decode it. This thing is more complicated than I thought. The current software and hardware can't decode it. Then he turned to Suchi and said, if you could support me with some money to buy more advanced decoding tools on the server, maybe it would be possible. Suchi quickly asked how much. Hugo held up 5 fingers and said 5 million coins. Hearing this, Suchi waved his hand and said goodbye. Don't open a shop anymore. Go rob instead. Seeing Suchi about to leave, Hugo hurriedly shouted, don't go. Otherwise, just use it directly. You'll know its effect once you use it. Anyway, it's not easily deciphered. It must be something good. I also want to see what it can actually do. Then they handed the divinity to Suchi. Suchi thought about using it himself. The lesson from the last thorn ring is still fresh in his mind. Seeing Suchi hesitate, Hugo walked over and said, if you don't want to use it, you can sell it to me. You can just treat it as making some pocket money. Suchi isn't stupid, taking advantage of the situation, thinking it through nicely. If it can't be deciphered, it must be something good. Better to use it myself. It can't be more dangerous than cutting the anchor bolts. Then Suchi started using it. Suchi has been inside for a long time. Could something have happened? Should I knock on the door and ask? Or should I just barge in? The person outside looked worried. Come on, little sister. Have a cup of milk tea. I personally made this green pepper, avocado, and wasabi flavor. The store manager was eagerly hydrating, hastily declined, saying no thanks. This is already the 8th cup. I really can't drink anymore. Then Ji Yushui shouted, come in. He agreed to lend us the equipment to watch the videotape. It's a complete mess inside. Lake looked shocked. Did you smash it in here? Back home, Suchi took out an alcohol lamp, holding a knife in one hand. Although he roughly guessed the purpose of the talisman, he still had to give it a try. First, disinfect. If we don't die at the hands of ghosts and spirits, we end up dying from a viral infection. That would truly be the greatest irony of all. Then I heated the knife over the fire, and made a small cut on my finger. Blood immediately flowed from the wound. Since this thing comes from a horror movie, it should work against things that cause fear. Let's find some horror videos to watch. Then he took out his phone. After searching for a long time, Suchi muttered, oh dear, this level is child's play. It can't scare me at all. I need to feel terrified, or else this wound will heal naturally. Suddenly, Suchi had a bright idea. Right, if there's trouble, ask mom for help. At this time, the old couple should be in the kitchen. Then he walked towards the kitchen. Looking at them, Suchi remained calm and composed. Then he started experimenting on them. Suchi felt something. The effect isn't great, but at least it has some effect. Then he left the kitchen. When he looked at his injured hand again, he found the wound had healed. He carefully tried again. Then he cut himself with the knife. This time the wound was much larger than before. This kind of wound, probably for ghost parents. That little scare is no longer useful. I need to find something bigger. So Suchi went to the balcony, and secretly looked at the sky. Couldn't take it anymore. This level of fear. I guess 2 seconds is enough. Then Suchi looked at his hand. Sure enough, it was completely healed. Not a trace left. Until now, Suchi fully understood the power of the divine relic. The power of the divine relic's ring virus. Leak of the ring world. Curse rebirth. Through the recent experiment, Suchi already has a clear answer in his heart. The ability of the ring virus is cell regeneration. Since it's a curse rebirth, it's definitely not simply promoting cell division. Then wouldn't I have immortality? It feels awesome, like having cheats. Suchi showed a slight smile. I'm just overthinking. Anyway, with this ability, serious illnesses and minor ailments will be far from me. Maybe besides self-healing, I can even influence other organisms' cell regeneration. This is the most terrifying and absurd divine ability I've gained. Luckily I didn't sell it to that swindler Hugo. Then Suchi yawned, and in his dream, he found himself in the deep sea again. Suchi looked back with a helpless expression. It was already 27,000 kilometers today. The sinking was faster. Then Suchi touched the lines on top of his head and wondered, what are these? Where did so many Van Morning come from? Have I become famous recently? Isn't it just because the Divine Descent Society is targeting me? Suchi counted. There are already 120 demon sounds now. The previous 5 lines only provided a total of 20 demon sounds. These less effective Van Morning actually provided Zhengguo. Who cares where they came from? With these, I can complete Zhao Guangcheng's anchoring ceremony tonight. Then Suchi started setting up the ceremony. After a while, The ceremony was basically complete. Su Chi crossed his arms and murmured, "Only the core power is left to fit in. A normal mystic would choose a seal. Remember, I have a special constitution. I can activate a lifetime without the origin mark. If I create another mark, will the two powers conflict? So is there any other way to replace the mark?" Su Kizi thought over and over. Suddenly, he thought of a brilliant idea. "Right, little detective, it's similar to the matter of ghosts and gods. It is I who communicate with the believers and grant them power. It represents the unique mark of the Lord of Lodu and Mr. Truth, belonging solely to me." Then, the small shrine was placed into the ritual. It settled with a snap. Work completed. Su Chi shouted to Zhao Guangzhang, "Start the ritual." Then the water in the deep sea started boiling and churning. The puberty on top of my head also started to spin inexplicably. Su Chi looked incredulous. "What the heck is this?" The magic sound anchor grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 150. 160, 200, 300. Then it stopped. The anchoring ceremony of the light layer was completed. The magic sound increased to 300. Although for my depth, it's still a drop in the bucket, but it's ultimately a good start. Then intermittent sounds came from the deeper sea. Su Chi tilted his ear and listened carefully. What he heard seemed like someone. Suddenly, Su Chi's eyes widened. He said in shock, "It's the old ones." Thinking of this, Su Chi looked terrified. In an instant, the memory returned to the previous life. At the moment of the car accident, Su Chi suddenly opened his eyes. Terrified, he broke out in a cold sweat. He looked out the window. It was already daylight outside. The scene shifts. Two men are walking towards each other on Wanshi Street in Luodu. One of them said that Mr. Long, the boss of the big old city, has arrived. "Let's all go and greet him." "Who is Mr. Long?" Another person looked puzzled. "You don't know?" Mr. Long became famous in a 4-against-1 fight on Illusory Sun Street back in the day. He turned the East City Association from a small gang into a large organization. And he only took 2 years to do it. He established the Tojo clan's dominance in Kamurocho, and then retired while at his peak, becoming a legend in the underworld. So why did he suddenly come back to the clan today? Isn't it obvious? Something big must have happened. Kamurocho is about to change again. At the Tojo clan's entrance, a man slowly stepped out of the car. The henchmen nearby all bowed deeply. In unison, they said, "Hello, Mr. Long." "Where is Big Boss Cheng?" Mr. Long asked calmly. However, Big Boss Cheng looked terrified. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Long, what brings you here?" Mr. Long took out a photo and slammed it on the table with a loud bang. "The money is gone again. Find it for me. If one day you could control ghosts and spirits, what would you do?" Luodu Tuyu Gate Headquarters. Someone picked up their phone and opened the group chat. This is the group chat of the top 10 outstanding spiritual ability users. This person is Tuyu Mun Zian. He arrogantly sent out a message. "Have you heard? Recently, there's an extremely arrogant outsider group called Black Gate. There's a newcomer named Su Chi. However, regarding this topic, everyone is very sensitive and expressed that they didn't want to get involved. I don't want to cause trouble either. A bunch of cowards." Tu Mun Ji also cursed the river god. "Aren't you in the same class as Su Chi?" Then Zia asked the river god and called him out in the group. Asked about his background, but there was no response for a long time. Li Liuli of Tianmen Mountain explained that the little river god recently started an e-commerce business and gained popularity. He was reported. Yu Jingshi also hurriedly advised Zia, "Listen to me, the owner of the lost item. Don't clash with Hyman. This is the 8-directional light source. It's useless to jump out. Yisho, senior brother, you can't dissuade him. After all, Haemung set off fireworks on his roof." Yu Mun Ji was also anxious. "You guys should have some ambition. After all, we are the top young spiritual power users in Luodu. Are we just going to be looked down upon by outsiders like this?" Not long ago, I learned from an information-selling hacker that Su Chi had just recently contacted Haemung. He's easy to deal with. I'll scare him with Shishin. I don't believe the Black Gate would come after me because of this. You're on your own now. The people in the group echoed in agreement. Ji was furious, gritting his teeth. "Just you all wait. Looking down on me? This time I'll make sure you see what I'm capable of." The scene shifts. Su Chi is on his way to school. Thinking of last night's dream, Su Chi falls into deep thought. Mao Ding Yishi is a hub connecting the mysterious and the 10 personal truths. When the mysterious establish and conduct the anchoring ritual, some anomalies might occur, like hearing unknown whispers, or seeing unfamiliar images. There has never been an exception in history, but I clearly heard it last night. The past and the car accident before reincarnation. What is this? Does it have any special meaning? Forget it. I can't figure it out right now. Finally, Zhao Guangzhang's life was built, formally stepped into the threshold of the mysterious. There are still matters of light and darkness, and the abyss to be dealt with. There are a lot of things waiting. Ever since I embedded puberty into the anchoring ritual, now I can control him at will, disconnecting parts of the anchoring line, and he has evolved new functions. Then Su Qi closed his eyes, using adolescence to sever some fixed lines, and twisted them into a white circle, prepared to find a ghost for an experiment. He looked at the approaching girl. Su Qi smiled slightly. I'll save you. Reflective ghosts are best for experiments. Go ahead. Catch it. Su Qi then threw out the white circle. Then it landed directly on the demon's head. Su Qi began to drag the demon, starting to ascend. At this moment, the girl finally reacted, shouting, "What is that?" A writhing black shadow. Looks like I was right. Mao Ding County is dragging the demon, surfacing. Even ordinary people can see it. Then Su Qi calmly said, "Anchor return." The ghost began to slowly disappear from the girl's sight. In the evolved adolescence, I can lend my anchor line to let the ghost surface and use it for my purposes. Su Qi showed a hint of slyness. In class, Su Qi stared blankly ahead, thinking about the organ case from a few days ago, wondering about the progress. As soon as the class bell rang, Hushwi came over with a notebook, saying it was the script he wrote after going home yesterday, asking how it was. Su Qi opened it to take a look. The ghost story is interesting. The scenes are scary too. You did a great job, Lake. Hearing this, Gushwi immediately blushed. No, I'm not that good. At this moment, Suki also felt awkward. I felt embarrassed to say I was working on the design, but I didn't help at all. However, Gasui smiled and said that wasn't true. You watched the video with me, and that was already great. I'm going to find the sand scene now, and then ran off blushing. It seems there's romance in the air. Suddenly, a lucky bag appeared in front of Su Qi. Then the river god emerged from behind Su Qi. Come. My new amulet will ensure your love life goes smoothly. Want to try one? Then Sha Yuzhu quickly jumped on the stage. Don't listen to his nonsense. This guy tried to sell it to me all morning with no effect. Now he's trying to fool you too. Then the two started arguing, each saying their piece. However, in an unnoticed corner, a figure suddenly appeared. Grinning, they said, "It's him." Su Qi felt like someone was watching him. Then Su Qi glanced towards the door. Who's that at the door? Do you know them? Don't tell me it's another fangirl who's secretly in love with you. There's a vertical machete below. However, the river god recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the eye of Tu Yuman from downstairs? The guy from Yin Yang Taoism. Tu Yuman. He's in my generation. One of the top 10 outstanding young spiritualists in Luodu. He ranks 6th. He's one of the top 10 con artists, right? Do you guys even have a ranking system in this field? Sha Lushu said disdainfully. Who are you calling a con artist looking for trouble? With a smack, the river god slapped a lunchbox onto Sha Liushu's face. Do you know him well? Su Qi asked the river god. If you mean he's always tattling to the teacher and getting my divination tools confiscated, then yes, I know him well. In that case, we know each other quite well. Tomoya isn't very bright. You'd better not get involved with him. Low intelligence can be contagious. To be judged by the river god like that, he must really be a brainless brat. Su Qi immediately had the answer in his mind. Suddenly, the next second, 2 snakes appeared on Su Qi's arm, bearing their fangs and claws at Su Qi. Snakes being snakes, frightened everyone nearby, causing them to retreat. Sha Yushu immediately reminded Su Qi, don't be afraid. If you don't move, the snake might not bite you. Are you kidding? Just the ghosts and spirits here. Which one isn't scarier than this ghost? Su Qi looked disdainful. Then the snake bit him. However, Su Qi wasn't to be trifled with. He grabbed it with one hand. Then Su Qi just threw it on the ground. The 2 snakes escaped immediately and slithered away. Are you okay? Did it bite you? No, but it's a venomous snake. You actually dared to grab it with your bare hands. Sha Yushu lifted Su Qi's arm and checked it. I'm fine. I wasn't bitten. I now have the ring virus in hand. If I got killed by a snake so easily, that would be a real disgrace. This is all Shen Shiji's doing. That guy is messing with you on purpose. The river god said sternly. Do you have a grudge against him? I don't even know him. Maybe something's wrong with his brain. Su Qi looked speechless. The psychic treaty clearly states no attacking ordinary people, yet he dared to scare people like this. Indeed, he turned around arrogantly to leave, but Su Qi grabbed him. It's okay. I'll talk to him myself. I'm really good at communicating with people. It's just a brat, right? I can handle it. Su Qi is smiling on the surface, but the little devil inside has already awakened. He needs to be taught a lesson. The scene changes. Under the big tree at school. This squirrel is really devout. It offers tribute regularly every week. They're both small animals. Why is there such a big difference? Su-chi looked at the lazy black cat and got more and more annoyed. It must be a runaway pampered cat. Only the most foolish owners would spoil you into such a lazy creature. Suddenly, a snake leapt out from the tree. Su-chi swiftly drew the sacred sword. With a thud, the snake was struck down on the spot. There was nothing new about it. Then, the snake slowly turned into a snake staff. It became rigid. Then, Su-chi picked up the snake staff from the ground, muttered, "What good is taking this snake staff back?" Seeing this scene, Ziano, hiding in the corner, looked embarrassed. It seems he has some skills after all. Now I have a reason to go a bit further. So he raised his fingers, ready to cast a spell. Suddenly, a whisper came to his ear. "You can see me." He turned his head to look. A gigantic creature appeared behind him. Frightened, Kai Yi screamed, "What the hell are you?" The ghost god calmly said, "You can see me." "Eat you? Help." A desperate cry for help came from the corner. It turned out that Su-chi had used a divine object. Teenage Su-chi had a mischievous smile on her face, murmuring, "You little rascal, I brought a ghost up here to play with you. I thought I had everything under control, but it turned out to be like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind." Seeing the ghost behind him, his composure was gone. At this moment, he was like a startled bird, trembling as he said to you, "Don't come any closer. I have a magical weapon in my hand." But his own hands had already betrayed him. "You can see it. After eating you, the ghosts and gods opened their bloody mouths." Seeing this scene, he was scared to pee himself. He even dropped the magical weapon that could save his life, hysterically shouting, "Don't come any closer. Help. I want to go home to my mom." Seeing that the spirits were about to succeed, Ji closed his eyes and awaited death. But after a while, there was no movement at all. Ji cautiously opened his eyes, and found everything calm and peaceful, as if it had all been a fleeting illusion. What the hell? Where did that terrifying ghost god go? Surviving by a hair's breadth, Master Ji is gasping for breath. Even the ghost king of Luo City back in the day wasn't this scary. This is so fucking terrifying. However, Su-chi over here is gloating, because he is the mastermind behind all of this. The disappearance of the ghost god was because he shut down the divine artifact puberty. After all, he is one of the top 10 young secret weapon users in Luo City. I was worried the ghosts in the abyss wouldn't scare him. At this level, this is too low, right? Too scary. At this moment, Shino looked like a lost, dazed dog. He kept repeating this sentence, looking at Shino in the distance. Su suddenly lost interest. "I thought it would be a back and forth fight. I haven't even started, and you're already finished." The scene changes. 10 years ago, the Yuman mansion in 2 was echoing with explosions. That was when Shino first saw the Ghost King of Luodu. The Ghost King's terror made the secret keepers present forget to cut. But behind them was the city of Luodu. If we still can't suppress them, the consequences will be unimaginable. So countless mystics can only fight to the death. Against the Ghost King's immense destructive power, countless mystics fell before Chie. At this moment, Chie felt helpless, crying out, "So many ghosts. Mom and Dad, help." "Ah, Shino, finally found you. Don't be afraid, I'll take you away." Suddenly, a voice came from behind. It was Shino's playmate, Asahi. Then he took Shino away. But suddenly, a flying rock separated them. "Shino, are you okay?" Xiao Shu quickly ran towards Shino, and then reached out his hand. "It'll be alright. It'll be alright soon. I'll take you out." But Shino showed a terrified expression, stammering, "Xiao Shu, behind you." Hearing a whisper behind him, Xiao Shu tightly gripped the prayer beads, continuously comforting Shino, then started chanting a spell. But in the face of the powerful demon, those prayer beads seemed so weak. Helpless Shino shed tears of pain. Then Shino woke up from the nightmare. 10 years later, that tombstone is still unforgettable. That time the Ghost King appeared. "Xiao Shu saved me, and left forever. I thought learning all those spells and god-slaying arts would make me fearless. But then Master Ji denied me. That shouldn't be my fault." Today's was definitely the Ghost King. Master Ji had cold sweat all over his face. "Shouldn't we hurry and notify father? The Ghost King has appeared in Luodu again. This is a sign of a great disaster. We must be on alert immediately." Scene change. The Yamamura residence in Tuyuman. "Hurry and help me contact father," Chino pleaded. "Urgent matter. A Ghost King has appeared. If you don't believe me, you can test me with divine detection to see if I'm lying." Then Shino took out the memory chip. The intern immediately plugged it in. The memory is the organ that records what the Shikigami sees and hears. Once it is removed, the Shikigami, trained by the Onmyoji, will die. This is no joke. Chino's expression became serious. I'm serious. Chai watched the projected image. Everyone was shocked. Ghosts are real. A ghost very close to the Ghost King. The intern panicked immediately. Is the ghost disaster coming again? What should we do? Experience comes with age. Daring calmed down quickly, stood up and comforted, saying stay calm. Send out all the alerts to the entire psychic network. Say that the Ghost King is coming again. The Ghost King is about to appear. Is another disaster about to occur? Countless carrier pigeons carried this message in all directions. Meanwhile, Su Chi was leisurely watching the sky. Suddenly, a voice called out to Su Chi. I've finished painting the haunted house set. Come and take a look. The source is indeed Sand Valley water. Su Chi looked for a moment, and said, Sand, your painting skills are excellent, but such a delicate set. Do we have enough budget for it? It was Gashui's script that was well written. I drew everything according to his description. Shaw revealed a ghostly face. Su Chi looked helpless. What a good girl. What a pity. Upon hearing about the budget, Gashui immediately said from the side, don't worry about the budget. My neighbor threw away a lot of furniture and decorations in this style. He said we could use them as props. Gashui, you're really mature and reliable. Su Chi praised Gashui enthusiastically. It's nothing. Gashui blushed shyly. Then Su Chi looked out the window. It's been really calm lately. No incidents with the green lock or the black door. The teleportation ceremony has also run perfectly. Although it can only transport objects the size of a can of cola. It's enough for now. Next, we'll wait for the mysterious town to open. Let's see if they can use the ritual I established. Endless cultural records. Some small creations. This is what normal life is about. Su Chi showed a long-lost smile, and then sighed. If only there weren't these scary things, the world would be perfect. Seeing Su Chi's blank stare, Hushui and Ren immediately asked Su Chi, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the script? Su Chi immediately felt awkward. Nothing much. I was just walking by. The scene changes. Blackgate Su Chi. How have you been lately? Green greeted Su Chi. Mr. Green, long time no see. Su Chi smiled. Anderson immediately joked that someone had gone on a field assignment. He just dared to come back to catch his breath. In front of the newcomer, can you save me some face? Grimm showed a helpless look. There's something. The divination house notified us that a few days ago, Lodo was unusually lucky. They created a new file after their divination. Then Alice came in, sitting in a wheelchair. First to the church and the seance again. These two files haven't been investigated yet. Green immediately started to complain. So who are you planning to assign to investigate this file? Alice said lightly. Do all of us have to go? Green looked incredulous. Then Alice became serious. The divination results were very confusing. This is not a good sign. Even the divination results before the Radiant Lord's rise were not this chaotic. We need to investigate this matter. Before things get worse, the Radiant Lord, isn't that the demon that wiped out the Blackgate Front Division in Lothar? It's even more troublesome than that. Wouldn't it be very dangerous? Su Chi also became nervous. No wonder Luo Du is a remote place. Such terrifying, unspeakable things appear every few years. Grimm sighed helplessly. Then he took the file and looked at it. The title clearly read, Revival of the Ghost King of Luo Du. Green said while flipping through the files. The results from the divination house are usually vague, so the rewards in the files are often the most direct indicator of danger level. The more expensive, the more dangerous. So what about the reward? Alice explained. This time there are two tiers of rewards. The first tier is for clarifying the source of the anomaly. The reward is a Deep Abyss exchange voucher plus 5 million lock coins bonus. The second tier solves anomalies. The reward is a Mo cargo exchange voucher plus 20 million lock coins bonus. Hearing this, Su Chi's mind was filled with gold coins. The reward is ridiculously high. As expected of the style of the Mysterians, Su Chi, take a look too. Then he handed the file to Su Chi. Alice then said that the Order of the Mystics had also jointly sent a letter to the Cabinet Office, saying that a major supernatural disaster might occur in Luo City, and asked the relevant departments to be prepared for emergencies. The file contained news of the Ghost King's arrival. The earliest report came from the Onmyoji Bureau of the Tuyu Gate family in Luo City. Seeing this, Su Chi felt a strong sense of déjà vu. Wait. Fishing Gate family. This doesn't seem right. Su Chi seems to have discovered something significant. Then Alice next to her took out her phone and said, they also provided a video. Take a look. Seeing this video, Su Chi felt even more embarrassed. I never expected that a secret mission would be so terrifying. I randomly pulled a ghost, and it became the Ghost King. Su Chi, Revive. Tell us about the Ghost King of Luodu. Alice looked at Su-Chi. Su-Chi's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that my prank has been discovered? Let me tell you about the Ghost King of Luodu. How do I say this? It involves my secrets. I can't be honest. Su-Chi was covered in cold sweat. My adolescence has become part of my mystery. Revealing or disrupting it might put me in danger. Now in this situation, we can only mislead through the misunderstanding. Then Su-Chi said seriously that this filming location is at our school. There is indeed a student from the Tuyuman family at our school. I have a classmate who knows him. The best lies are often a mix of truth and falsehood. He is most likely the one who provided the video footage. Su-Chi thought to himself, he really is a genius. Alice considered for a moment. Since that's the case, I'll leave the investigation and evidence collection to you. I didn't expect that with just a bit of bluffing. I would get the task of evidence collection. Su-Chi was secretly pleased. But why did casually summoning a ghost to scare people end up triggering rumors of the Ghost King's resurrection? This really needs to be investigated thoroughly. Then he picked up the file. This isn't even a god of the abyss level. Even if he reaches the luminous layer, he's still a weakling. Why did the mystics conclude this is a demon disaster, and serious enough to revive the Demon King? Glynn said disdainfully. These local mystics have been living in this environment for a long time. It's not surprising that they're paranoid. Then Anderson began to explain. This was just one cause. Several similar incidents happened afterward. The mystics' deep sea, which is their inspiration, is mostly in the Twilight Zone, the spirits of the abyss. To them, it already belongs to the dangerous category. They have no source system, no esoteric knowledge. The power they rely on comes from spirits, full of uncertainty. This should be called mass panic syndrome. To put it bluntly, it's a symptom caused by mass panic. When a group believes something to be true, it can become real. Constant vigilance leads to overvigilance. If this file is influenced by mass panic, it can be forcefully imagined as the Ghost King's resurrection. Then Su-Chi looked shocked. In other words, whether the Ghost King exists or not, when the group's panic reaches a critical point, it will become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Hearing Su-Chi's conclusion, Anderson smiled and said, "That's very correct. Your insight is impressive." Alice said, "Since the divination house gave such a serious warning, it means it might be unavoidable. This matter is escalating too quickly. The seekers are like startled birds. Just because of a ghostly video." Su-Chi is deeply anxious. It's over. It's over. This might really be a big disaster. Then Green said, "It's not entirely. I suspect someone is stirring things up." Anderson looked at his phone and said, "We'd better find out what happened in the past 3 days. Maybe we can find a turning point." But it's undeniable he's an infant. Heaven and earth conscience. I really didn't expect them to be so weak. You really can't blame me for this. I can only say this world is too weak. Su-Chi broke into a cold sweat awkwardly. When he got home at night, the TV was broadcasting a news update about a robbery gang recently operating in Luocheng. The police are working hard to solve the case. Su-Chi wondered, could it be because of the organ case? I guess the case isn't progressing well. The number of victims is increasing. The police had no choice but to take this drastic measure. But lately, there have been a lot of wandering organs. I wonder if it's related to the organ case. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. I've walked all over the Xinjiang district and Tianshui Commercial Street these past few days. Built 2 new shrines, including the previous 3. There are 5 shrines in total. Let's take it slow and deal with the Demon King's revival first. If things really get out of hand, I'll be in big trouble. Let's meet that newbie tomorrow. Su-Chi had a bitter look on his face. I've only been here a few days. What's with this kid now? He must have been really scared. Su-Chi came to Ziyi's classroom and called him out. Su-Chi said, "You ran away suddenly a couple of days ago. I just wanted to ask why you put a snake in my desk." Ziyi pointed at Su-Chi and sneered, "You're an outsider from the Black Gate Star. I was just calling you out. Don't be too arrogant." Su-Chi looked confused. What's going on? First of all, I'm a local in Luo. Your Tuyuman family are the outsiders here. Secondly, I'm not arrogant. I don't even know who the hell you are. Hearing this, Ji got angry. Stop talking nonsense. I don't know this liar. And you even had someone set off fireworks on my roof. What fireworks? What is he talking about? Su-Chi was stunned on the spot. The river god was right. This guy isn't very bright. We need to communicate with him differently. Su-Chi coughed twice. How about this? Since you know I'm from Black Gate, can you tell me about the Demon King's revival? At this moment, Ji was fuming. Why should I tell you? Then who do you want to tell? Su-Chi retorted. I didn't mean it that way. What I meant was, I was trying to say that. For a moment, Ziyi's brain completely crashed, mumbling. couldn't form a complete sentence. Su Chi was speechless. Even the top 10 outstanding leaders couldn't compare to Shu Ji's level. The psychic circle really has a bleak future. The Black Gate can offer you help. Su Chi directly stated his purpose. We can handle it ourselves. We don't need help from outsiders. Shi also waved his hand. Refused. Alright then, if you're not interested in information about the Ghost King either, then I'll pretend I didn't say anything. Su Chi turned around and left. You have information about the Ghost King. Hearing this, Ji got excited immediately. Of course, you should know Black Gate has special means. Su Chi gave a look. Kid, you still want to mess with me? Just wait, I'll deal with it. What kind of information is it? How did you get it? Seeing Ji also ask like this, Su Chi knew he took the bait. So he said, I told you, it's a special method. How could I tell you? It seems we need to fan the flames to lure the wolf into the trap. How about we make a deal? I'll give you the information we have on the Ghost King, and you tell me what you know. Wait, let me think about it. Gino quickly started using his poor little brain. The information I have has already spread. Trade something worthless with this Blackgate rookie. I'll make a sure profit. No matter what he says, I won't respond and just walk away. Not only will I get the information, I'll also piss him off. I'm such a clever guy. Every now and then, laughter came from Gino's side. What's this guy laughing at by himself? Is there a screw loose in his head? Su Chi looked at Gino as if he were a fool. Then he said, how about it? Have you made up your mind? Gino turned his head and said, I'll switch, but you have to tell me the information first. I need to see if it's worth the trade. Su Chi took out his phone and said calmly, okay, I have several coordinates of suspected Ghost King predecessors, but I can't give them to you all at once. What if you take them and run away, without giving me the intel? Hearing Su Chi's response, Shino immediately pondered for a moment. Smart move on his part. He can contribute about 1/10. I just regret not being able to get something for nothing. Oh well. Exchanging information isn't a loss for me. Then I stated that at least half of the coordinates were needed. No problem. I have the coordinates saved in my phone. I can take you to verify one. The closest one is on the rooftop of the school building. Meet on the rooftop after school. Do you dare to come? Su Chi teased Sha Jian. Anyone who doesn't dare to come should go. If you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Shi Yi started to threaten. The scene shifts. School rooftop. Hey, hey, hey. Where's the Ghost King you mentioned? Looking around restlessly. It should be nearby. I'll look for it. Su Chi starts using his divinity. The moment his finger touches the ground, the ritual on the ground instantly activates. Then Su Chi shouted, I found it. Come here quickly. As Zia stepped into the ritual clinic, he immediately felt something was wrong. Then he started sweating profusely. His eyes widened instantly, and he trembled, saying, what is this? A huge ghost appeared out of nowhere in the air. Then Zia suddenly thought of something. Then I screamed out loud, oh my god, it's the Ghost King. A giant rat head suddenly appeared on the school rooftop. Zia, who was unaware of the situation, was scared and quickly backed away. The next second, he backed out of the ritual. Zia said in horror, it's gone. Did you see it just now? A huge Ghost King. This is the image I left from the fire. You're falling for it. Watch how I trick you. Look at Zi's little expression. Su Chi said seriously. This might be the source of the anomaly. Where the Ghost King might appear. I'm not sure either. I heard the word possible. Akano was stunned. How many other places like this do you know? Su Chi said calmly. Not sure. We only found part of it. Alright. It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Gino asked immediately. What do you want to know? I heard it was your Yin-Yang Bureau that first discovered the anomaly. Who was the first to discover it? Our Yin-Yang Bureau is the most sensitive and alert. We were the first to discover it. Of course, it was me. Shino had a smug look on his face. I want to punch you so bad right now. Sensitive and alert my ass. So you are indeed the culprit behind the rumors. Kicking you a few times wouldn't even vent my anger. Su Chi finally understood. I heard that almost everyone in the psychic community is on edge now. It's just one ghost. What's there to be afraid of? They sighed and said, you don't understand. This is not an ordinary ghost. It was a ghost disaster. Ghosts appearing frequently. Once they appear, it's a night parade of 100 demons. Everywhere they pass, all living things perish. Under the joint suppression of the Lyman and the mystics, the frequency of ghost disasters decreased in modern times. Now they're even rarer. So why did it happen again 10 years ago? Su Chi expressed confusion. No one knows the reason. Kai Yan felt embarrassed because he wasn't sure either. Are you the only one who doesn't know? Let me guess. Is it because adults don't tell kids these kinds of secrets? Upon hearing this, Ji immediately got anxious. You're the brat. I am one of the top 10 outstanding young leaders of Luodu. I am ranked 6th. I've answered all your questions. Fine. But don't think you'll get the coordinates of the other Ghost Kings. Su Chi shrugged. Then he poked him in the head with his finger. Don't think of finding them yourself. You won't find him. No one will tell you except me. He was also stunned. He didn't react for a while. As expected, this guy's brain doesn't work well. He still hasn't realized who's controlling this conversation. So what else do you want to ask? Hurry up and ask. Then give me all the coordinates. I have to compromise on this. Su Chi inwardly chuckled. Playing mind games with me? You're still too naive. Then he asked about the ghost from 10 years ago. Do you have detailed information? I heard there's something about the top 10 Ghost Kings. I want the information. Can you give me that ability? Hearing the disdain, Shi Yi immediately retorted. Of course I have the ability, but why should I give it to you? Do you still want the coordinates? If you want them, give me the information. Why should I? You give me the coordinates first. Deal. Su Chi suddenly said. Hearing this, Ji was terrified inside. You idiot. Once I get the coordinates, I'll dump you immediately. So what if you're good at studying? You're still being played by me. I need to stay calm. Don't let him notice. However, from Su Chi's perspective, every bit of Chie's little scheme was written all over his face. This fool is hopeless. Then Su Chi pretended not to see it. You must keep your promise. Otherwise, it won't be good for anyone. After all, you don't know what other information I have besides the coordinates. What? There's other information. When Akano heard this, his face immediately changed. He then made a decision at once. This Black Gate guy obviously has more information to dig up, so let's not fall out just yet. Fishing for a big catch, huh? Yes, exactly. Everything is under my control. Using my brilliant mind, I get all the information out. The vision starts to blur. Then everything goes black. Almost tricked them into selling themselves. And she's still acting all pretty. Su Chi looked speechless. Then Su Chi coughed twice. I'm going to start talking now. Make sure you remember. The first place is this rooftop. The second place is the alley you get to by taking 2 lefts and then 2 rights after exiting the school. The third place is the easternmost part of Xinjing district. The 6th one is the second entrance of Rongshu Park. So many calls. Slow down. Slow down. Ji records tirelessly with his phone. The 20th one is a bit off. Su Chi was interrupted by Ji before finishing. 20 already and still not done. Humans are going extinct at this rate. How about this? After school tomorrow, I'll go with you to find them one by one. Su Chi waved his hand. Goodbye, you clever person. I've told you so much. The rest you'll have to figure out yourself. Jujian stayed in place, talking to himself. It's over, really over. Now it's my turn to work. I need to run across Luodu before school ends tomorrow. Create the Ghost King with the fire transmission in these places. Looking at the densely packed points on the phone. Although reviving the Ghost King wasn't my intention, I still have to take some responsibility. I have some ideas now. I'll take the initiative and give them a try while I still have the upper hand. There are no intact eggs under a revengeful net. If there's really a major change, I'm definitely the first to suffer on the last shipment level. Considering I faked illness to take leave and ignite the fire. Shino, oh Shino, please pick up on my hints. Don't let me down. Soon Su Chi will finish the fire here. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Perfect for passing on what I want to convey. I set up 9981 Ghost King coordinates throughout Luodu. Connecting them forms my Luodu Divine Master Seal. Su Chi's lips curled up, his face full of anticipation. Then he took out some chocolate and started eating. Really about to die of exhaustion. Covered in blood all day. If it weren't for the Huan virus, it's long been exhausted. Then he muttered, 99 to 81. You need to get back on track quickly. As the boss, I'm always worrying and working hard every day. I hope this time, 99 to 81 can truly take the stage in Luodu, so I can comfortably reap the benefits from Luodu citizens. Then Ji slowly walked towards Su Chi. Why do you look so pale? Were you scared by what happened on the rooftop? It's okay, brother. I understand. Seeing Zia with a knowing look, Su Chi looked at him like he was a fool. You big fool. If you had hundreds of tubes of blood drawn every day, you'd be like this too. Then Su Chi stood up and said, let's go quickly. It's getting late. I'm used to going home before dark. We can't look at many coordinates like this. Ji also said angrily. Su Chi turned back and said to Ji, then what should we do? Why don't you go check the rest yourself? But do you have the guts for it? Su Chi underestimated him. Ji immediately got anxious. Who says I don't dare? I'm just afraid you'll mess it up. Let's go. Let's go. The scene shifts to a commercial building in Luodu. The two arrive at the rooftop. Gino yells out, why aren't there any ghosts? Su mutters, How would I know? He doesn't inform me when he leaves. In front of Gino is an empty ghost king's throne. Gino looked at the demon king's throne and murmured, "What does the shrine mark mean? And what on earth is 9981? Then Gino went to the back. He looked at the picture on the back. Gino was bewildered. Then he took out his phone to take a photo, but the phone was completely empty. Suki immediately explained, "It can probably only be seen by people. Other media might not be able to store it. Let's go. Let's go. We'll head to the next place." Then the two of them arrived at Kaigu. Oh my gosh. Looking at the scene in front of them, Gino immediately shouted. Watching the show from the side, Sue muttered to himself, taking advantage of his stunned state to try out my teleportation droplet plan, then took out a bottle, and also used fire from the ship. After practicing the teleportation array for so long, this is the first actual battle. It has to be precise. The scene shifts. Hugo is typing frantically on the keyboard. Suddenly, a drop of water fell on his hand. What's going on? Could it be a leak? Then it dripped on his head. He looked up. A message suddenly appeared in midair. Could it be Mr. Truth? Hugo was puzzled. This is the first time I've sensed Mr. Truth outside of the mysterious town. Then Hugo shouted, "Mr. Truth, are you there? Can you hear me?" Seeing no response for a long time. Could it be one-way communication this time? A word and a coordinate. And the coordinate is right next to us. Mr. Truth contacted me proactively. I should probably go and do something about it. Hugo quickly understood. Come and take a look. Maybe there's something fun. Then Hugo picked up the hanger. The message got through. So what will you do next? Hugo, don't let me down. If you had such a cute guardian spirit, how would you play with it? Chino looked at the giant ghost throne before him and foolishly asked Suchi, "What's the pattern of this ghost's appearance? Why are there ghosts on some thrones, but not on others?" Suchi replied irritably, "You ask me. Who should I ask? It's my first time here too." "What do you mean it's your first time here too?" Ji immediately turned around, showing confusion. "Then how do you know these coordinates?" Su Chi looked down and said calmly, "I found them by chance while investigating a shrine earlier." Upon hearing this, Ji immediately came over. "What shrine?" "Seems to be some kind of deity shrine." "Oops, I let it slip." Little did he know that Su Chi intentionally leaked this information. Then he impatiently said, "What's it got to do with you? Get lost." Ji, standing to the side, showed a proud smile. This guy really is hiding something. I'm just so damn awesome. With just a casual question, I got the truth out of her. If those 9 in the group saw this scene, they'd be so jealous. Then he started laughing by himself. He. Suki on the other side looked speechless. This fool is just too self-aware. I haven't even dug the pit yet, and he's already jumping in. Then Ji also regretted, saying it's a pity they couldn't take a photo. "Did you draw it then?" Suki suggested. "There are words on this. Such a ghost king's throne might not be as rare as you said." 81. Could there be 81 of them? Ji seemed to realize something. His face suddenly turned pale. Then he shouted at Suchi, "If that's the case, then it's not just the camels. The whole world will be doomed. Next, it's my turn to perform." Suchi's expression changed in an instant. Tears and snot are flowing. The whole world is going to be destroyed. What should we do? You are one of the top 10 leaders. You have to do something. Looking at Su Chi's exaggerated expression, Xie was dumbfounded. How is this guy's reaction more ridiculous than mine? Then he took off the blessing from his ear. Li Sheng said, "Don't rush. I'll try a few demon-suppressing talismans first. Let me think about how to place them." Then Ji Yi squatted on the ground and started tinkering, operating as fiercely as a tiger. One look at the score. 0 to 5. It was really unbearable to watch. This guy actually ranked 6. Su Chi was dumbfounded. Zia was seen running around here and there, muttering to himself. No, it should be from left to right. What's the mnemonic again? Su Chi just quietly watched the show. His worldview seriously challenged. I thought there was only Shen Shi, the slacker, but now it seems all 10 of them are probably idiots. Then he mumbled. What's with this fishbone? Why is there no movement? Suddenly there was a sizzling sound. Su Chi thought to himself, it's here. When Gino released it, he was God. He also heard this voice, nervously surveying the surroundings. Seeing God in front of him, Su Chi suddenly had an idea. This God is quite interesting. Maybe I can trick him into telling me the method of creation and control. Then a spider appeared in the distance. The words, Luadu's divine lord narrowly won, appeared above his head, referring to silence. Then 2, 3. Finally there were spiders everywhere. Looking at these spiders, my vision was scared senseless. However, Su-chi smiled knowingly, as expected of Hugo, making such a big scene. Now it's up to my acting skills. Seeing Gino's guardian spirit instantly knocked down, Su-chi's expression was ready, shouting loudly, "Spider! The spider is coming. Do you have any other tricks? These two iron clowns are clearly unreliable. Aren't you one of the top 10 psychics? Think of something quickly, otherwise, we'll both be cut to pieces." Then Su-chi grabbed Zeno's arm, and started using his powers on him. Seeing Su-chi coming closer, Zeno turned his head and angrily shouted, "Can't you fight at all? I don't have any other tricks." I hadn't even finished speaking, when Gino's eyes widened. "What the hell is this? This guy, let me go." Seeing the giant spider approaching, Gino was scared out of his wits. He closed his eyes and randomly threw a Pokeball to call out Pikachu. The next second, Pikachu charged straight into the pile of spiders. There was a series of crackling sounds, and a path opened up. Chie shouted, "Now's our chance. Run." Suki followed closely, imitating perfectly. The way he fled for his life was so practiced, it was heartbreaking. Zia kept shouting, "Run, run. The spider is going to eat us." They saw the spider above crawling towards them. Zia took off running. Su-chi, "What are you standing there for? Run. If you get eaten, I won't care about you." Watching them leave, the spiders all returned to their box. Hugo said calmly, "So it was just two cowards after all. Isn't that Su-chi from the Black Gate? Have they targeted Mr. Truth again? How about persuading him to stop, so as not to cause trouble for Mr. Truth?" After some consideration, I decided against it. Mr. Truth surely has his own ways to deal with it. Then I picked up the suitcase and prepared to leave. Unfortunately, I stepped right into Ceremony Town. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hugo immediately laughed and said, "Oh my, this is too interesting." At this moment, Zia was running wildly. "It's too scary. Run farther, farther away." Suki said, panting heavily, "I can't run anymore. They're not chasing us anymore." At this moment, Zia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the dispirited Zia, Su-chi thought to himself, "This guy is really scared. It seems the mental pollution effect of passing the fire is quite good, but my blood is burning like it's free." Daoyi perfectly fits the state of being terrified. "Is that a human?" Zia suddenly asked. "Are you stupid?" "Of course not." Then Su-chi's expression turned serious. "I'm done. I'm quitting. I'll give you all the coordinates. I have nothing to do with this anymore. There's definitely a big conspiracy behind this." That was clearly a warning from the Lord of Luodu. "This is a mess you Luodu people need to clean up. Don't drag me into it." Then he threw the paper full of coordinates to Ziying. He waved his hand and said, "I don't want to risk my life. Don't come to me again. We don't know each other. Did you hear me? Hey, coward. Check it or not, I don't care." The scout mumbled something, got the coordinates, and just kicked you out. Outsiders can't be trusted at all. Damn it. The throne scrolls draw the 9981, Luodu God Lord, plus the Ghost King's resurrection. Luodu is in danger. We need to inform everyone quickly. Gino immediately made up his mind. Now let's look at Su-chi. Today's scene was quite successful, and the benefits are multifaceted. First, it deeply imprinted the terror and mystery of the 81 trials into that fool's mind. Second, it distanced myself from this matter. After all, doing this behind Hyman's back is very risky. This self-assured guy Gino will definitely take all the credit for himself. He's the perfect smokescreen. This is a flawlessly logical loop. The rumors spread by the conspirators didn't involve me at all. As long as the information I have is from Gino's investigation, the Black Gate won't be able to trace it back to me no matter what. Finally summoned by the artifact to me, let him see some of my arrangements. He will definitely bring it up in the Hall of Mysteries conference room. Then I will just go with the flow. Let the other two join the throne I arrange. 1 moment, 3 seconds. Perfect. I really am a genius. The news brought back by Ji. The entire Linglong circle was in an uproar. Over the next 2 days, psychics in Luo City sent people to investigate. Following the clues left by Su-chi, they quickly deduced more coordinates of the ghost thrones. They found 81 thrones, 78 of which were empty. 3 had ghosts. 1 was a rat-headed man, a Spider-Man, a 9-headed man, all recorded through paintings, including 81 scroll paintings. Scene change. We've been discussing the Black Gate's intel for a long time. We paid a high price to get it. Luo's psychic circle is very exclusive. The information they provided is very limited. Most of the intelligence was provided by you. Well done. Su-Chian Anderson is very satisfied. Looking at Su-Chi, Su-Chi awkwardly smiled and said that the 2U Gate's questioning was quite easy to get information from. Then Scheherazade came in. "It's bad. The Ghost King's throne is missing. I flew to every coordinate. Nothing was left, Anderson murmured. From discovery to disappearance. Just 2 days. How could this be? At this time, Sukion Island. I set the boat fire retention time to only 2 days. With time, someone will inevitably find clues, Sanluzo said from the side. So, now we can only play a deduction game. With the intelligence provided by those local informants? Anderson stroked his chin. The clues point clearly to 99 and 81. We have had contact with this organization once before. So you're saying they orchestrated and pushed forward the resurrection of the Demon King? What's their purpose? Scheherazade immediately retorted. Could it be Maoding County? This is unclear. Then Anderson looked at Alice. What did the fortune teller's shop say? Alice said she's still waiting for the results. If it really is that old organization, the divination results should point to an existence not of this world. But now the divination results are still nothing. This means we are still missing some key clues. Hearing this, Su Chi became puzzled. The divination results didn't point to 9981. How is this possible? Could there be a mistake somewhere? Then Green suddenly appeared in front of everyone and saw that Scheherazade was about to release. Green immediately said, "Calm down. Don't make a move yet. Listen to me." Then took out his phone. Check out this blogger's new series of videos. Top 10 Ghost Kings. Che Fu. Why are you digging a pit? Quanling, trembling in the wheelchair, looked terrified. Che Fu coldly said, Quanling, you've been backfired this time. Not only has your dog spirit been completely destroyed, but also your family's 400 years of effort has turned into bubbles. Ying, now you can only move your eyes. You can't move anything else. You're truly useless. Shuiling is scared and sweating. We've known each other for a long time. So the great Ling Tong specially entrusted me with this task. Seeing Shefu slowly approach, Quan Ling panicked. You can't do this to me. When you're no longer valuable, he will treat you the same way. Then, Che Fu picked up the spirit dog and threw it into the pit. He muttered to himself, you've raised a dog for so long. Guarding the house is a contribution too. Why does it have to be made into a dog spirit? Then Che Fu started to laugh. Do you know why so many people come to the curse website, wanting to curse and kill? Because of class antagonism. It's like you were born into a landlord's family, and my family were tenant farmers. The class between us is filled with resentment and hostility. We were born differently. You will never understand the greatness of Master Lingtong's thoughts. Then he took out the remote control and pressed it for the boundless world we seek, where all things are equal. However, at this moment, the spirit of the dog in the pit was weeping bitterly and crying out, please, I beg you, don't turn me into a dog god. Then a pair of feet slowly appeared in everyone's sight. As a figure descended, the dog spirit cried out, young lord, I was wrong. I failed your expectations. The source was indeed the young lord. The spirit child coldly said, I never had any expectations of you before. Hearing this, the dog spirit was disheartened. Spirit child, was my past existence so worthless? The spirit child then said, but everyone has the right to choose a new life. Then the spirit child used a secret technique on the dog spirit. The dog spirit kept howling in pain. The entire body was engulfed in roaring flames. It seems the Lord has completed his constellation. The coachman lifted the dog spirit. Then he removed the cloth from its head, revealing a beast-eared girl underneath. At this moment, the dog spirit, terrified, looked at its own paws, muttering, I can actually move, and I turned into a beast girl myself. Master Ling Tong really has a wicked sense of humor. At this moment, a member of the Shamanic Association walked over. Our people were wiped out by the Black Gate. No one is available now. That's your opportunity. Che Fu looked at the dog spirit and said, then impatiently said, there's no time for dawdling. The Holy Child has given us a new mission. We'd better hurry. The mission is to revive the Demon King. The scene shifts to the decapitation cycle, the 10 great Demon Kings. The ancient organization of 81 days. It seems many want to use the Demon King chaos for their own ends. Alice said calmly. Then she put down the file. Our current target is to investigate the decapitation cycle. Find out who this person is. Terminate their operation. As for 9981, do not respond for now. Su Chi asked back. Why don't we investigate 9981? Alice sighed and said, we know too little about the old organization. It's too sensitive at this time. The situation is unclear. Taking risks on purpose. Su Chi thought secretly. It seems that the Li family must have a new plan. Then he started to ask, so we're ignoring the 81 trials? Alice pondered for a moment. We need to wait. The False King's revival event won't end in the short term. If they plan to seize the anchor point, there must be further disruptions. We need more intelligence to respond cautiously. I am Lee. I must be responsible for my members, and avoid meaningless sacrifices. What do you think about this beheading cycle? At this moment, Anderson raised the question. Green said that from his technique, it belongs to the clumsier kind. His imitation is too obvious. In earlier years, there were mystics or occultists who created contradictions by spreading rumors for themselves or their deities. A famous case in this regard is the Black Dahlia and Jack the Ripper. Suki immediately asked if this method was against the rules. Anderson immediately explained, as long as it doesn't break the law, it's not impossible. It's just that this method is too risky. If not handled properly, not only will you fail to achieve anchoring, but you might also create terrifying spirits. Therefore, it is generally prohibited in the occult community, unless there's a record in the mystic court. Su Chi looked puzzled, telling others about the plan. Wouldn't that destroy the mystery? No. Because the mystic court is not an organization, it's a spirit deity. Hearing that it's a spirit deity, Su Chi was shocked. The mystic court that judges whether mystics violate rules is actually a spirit deity. Su Chi took a deep breath. Grimm immediately explained. He was a ghost transformed by a great mystic from Blackgate. A judgment was embedded in his feeding logic. The mysterious court simulated the possibility of creating ghosts. If the information provided by the mystic could lead to the birth of new ghosts, it would trigger his feeding logic. Su Chi said, wouldn't that mean getting eaten? Grimm smiled and said, if you don't make any preparations, then that will certainly be the case. After all, the mysterious tribunal is also supernatural. It just has some judgment rules implanted for our use. So to use the mysterious tribunal, you must be fully prepared. The reason why Blackgate knows the functions of most divine items is through deciphering with the mysterious tribunal. Su Chi suddenly realized, it's just a supercomputer of gods and ghosts. I'm telling you, this mysterious court. Then Grimm was about to whisper something. Bang! A teacup was thrown over. It hit Grimm right on the head, only to see Shan Luzad fiercely scolding if Su Chi was interested. I can take him to visit Misty City, but right now, let's get back to the point. If you go off topic again, it won't be just a cup I'll throw next time. What else have you found out? Grimm rubbed his head and answered painfully. The other party isn't an organization, at least not an experienced one. Shan Luozo roared. Speak plainly. He's either an amateur or a novice. I agree with Green's analysis. It seems now he should be a semi-beginner. Scheherazade pointed at Su Chi and said, like him? Su Chi was frightened and stunned. Anderson rested his head on his hand. To be precise, it was him before joining the Black Gate, one who has awakened. Shanghai might even have divine beings, but they haven't found an organization yet. They haven't contacted the orthodox mystical sects since we've started the reasoning test. Let's give it a try. Maybe we'll gain some new insights. Then Sharzad took out a pile of papers, and everyone started talking at once. The video style is very trendy. It matches the aesthetics of our age group. So, the age shouldn't be too old. There is definitely something divine in his video recordings. Many parts are clearly not just special effects. The video recording is very steady. The shot composition is good. He should be good at photography. The videographer must be male. The video shows behaviors and traits typical of men. 2 hours later, the analysis results came out. Scheherazade murmured, then let's investigate based on this criteria. Then stood up. Then I'll leave first. There's a lot to investigate in these areas. Suddenly, Green shouted, wait. Decapitation Loop has posted a new video. Hello everyone, I'm Decapitation Loop. To thank you all for your support, I'll be starting a brand new story series, Luadu's Top 10 Ghost Kings. And this time the situation is a bit different. Things have gotten serious, Grimm said coldly. The video needs to reach a certain number of views to generate enough hype, thus meeting the conditions to form a ghost god. His true intention is to turn fiction into reality through the livestream. Create further panic. Seeing Su Chi so depressed is killing me. Why does everyone want to steal my Mao Ding? I need to think of something quickly. I can't let anyone take it. And what exactly is his goal? Whether he's a mysterious person or an enigma, we should start by investigating according to the profile. If there's no result, then when the next video comes out, there will definitely be clues. Days have passed in a flash. We haven't found anything these days. Is our direction wrong? Or is the decapitation loop hiding too well? Then Su Chi's eyes opened wide. The beheading loop has been updated. The first demon preview. It's actually the Tengu. About the Tengu, there are many legends. Like the Tengu, in October, The Tengu god beheading loop will create the first ghost that's so well known. They really put a lot of thought into this. And then the next preview was also released. Summoning the gods brought misfortune. Students in the class disappeared one by one. The exorcist was devoured instead. Those taken by the Tengu vanish from the human world. It's clear that the Tengu is not simple. Dealing with such ancient spirits is the hardest. Lu Chuangang has a vivid imagination, but lacks any real capability. God knows what kind of terrifying thing will come out in the end. Then Su Chi put down his phone and murmured, "Those gatekeepers." Seeing the preview video of Tengu, the consequences are imaginable. Such an outcome, Su Chi could completely foresee. For example, on Wednesday night, a street psychic in Luo City is fiercely battling a Tengu demon. The beheading cycle is live-streamed online. The psychics paid a heavy price to achieve victory. The beheading cycle lightly presents the next demon opponent. They use online public opinion to create demons, while the local forces in Luo City risk their lives to fight demons. Such a tough but foolish act is utterly senseless. If this continues, don't mention 10 Ghost Kings. Less than 4 spirit power circles in Luo will be annihilated. By then, the Black Gate will be involved too. We must find a way to break this beheading cycle. After all, these 81 Ghost King thrones are my hard work. I can't let others take advantage. I checked my phone. It's almost time. It's time to get down to business. Then the mysterious hall opens. Surprisingly, all 3 showed up without exception. Then Hugo asked Ju Tu if he had received those few books on mysticism. Were they helpful to you? Ju Tu said they were very beneficial. Thanks to his books, he had reached the threshold of the mystical world. By the way, I saw you drawing anatomical diagrams last time. Very professional. Are you a doctor? 9 heads answered, but the response. Hugo grinned. The scholar's style suits the intelligence system well. Although I belong to a different branch, I can also obtain scholars from other branches. If you have good trading terms, we can make a deal. 9 heads said it was a pleasure working together. Then turned to Su Chi and said, Mr. True, I want to set up an item entry for the order of exchange. As usual, Su Chi took out a coin. Predictably, it landed heads up. Then out of thin air, a trading vault appeared. Seeing this, Hugo was overjoyed. Great, we can input the tradable items. Even if we can't trade them now, there will be opportunities in the future. Su Chi was very pleased with 9 heads' performance. Then he took out the pyramid. Seeing the floating pyramid, Hugo immediately asked, is this the first time for the pyramid? Mr. Truth, what are we doing this time? This is a mystery. Su Chi provided a location. Seeing this, Hugo immediately exclaimed that this is the location of the throne. A few days ago, I received a divine message from Mr. Truth. A throne was discovered in the Kaigu district. After a few minutes of explanation, the other 2 also roughly understood what was going on. Juto asked if the thrones you arranged in Luodu were part of a ritual. I heard that there are rumors of the Ghost King's resurrection circulating among psychics. This is likely to cause a lot of conflicts. Is your ritual aimed at creating a large-scale mystery through this rumor? Upon hearing this, the pyramid suddenly rotated. Seeing the pyramid move, Hugo knew he was on the right track. Then he mentioned that I could provide good methods and means in building large-scale mysteries. Maybe I could help. The pyramid didn't move again. Maybe he wasn't specific enough. Then Hugo started to speak freely, knowing that human society has something called a cell phone, which he can carry with him. There are many convenient features. Using the mobile phone as a medium, I built a large, mysterious yet simple function. Then Hugo started drawing. After he finished, Hugo picked up the paper and calmly said, this is the mobile game Luodu Ghost God. Have you ever seen such a super mobile game? Once you've seen it, you'll understand what it means to be enthralled. Then Hugo started explaining. First, you register to enter this grand mysterious ritual. The mysterious power provides players with corresponding functions. I previously deciphered some functions of the doll and added them to the game's main program. You control the doll within the specified range through the game to complete game tasks or instances. Can ordinary people in reality see these dolls? Will we be exposed? Juto immediately asked. Hugo smiled. Don't worry. These dolls are similar to spirits and gods. They can appear on the shallow level. They can also appear on a deeper level invisible to ordinary people. On the deeper level, they can't affect the shallow level. So, does the difficulty of the instance increase with depth? Hugo said theoretically it can. But currently, the deepest our server can reach is only the twilight layer. If we had money, anything is possible. Ordinary people would just see it as an interesting mobile game. There's no need to worry about exposure. Su Chi, listening nearby, couldn't help but praise it. It's no wonder it's Yu Guo. Amazing. This game really exceeded my expectations. Times are changing. Technology is the primary productive force. The decapitation cycle is the best example. A massive player base will be key to influencing the mystery. If we further optimize and package this game and spread it widely, enough to become a major mystery, and it has strong operability. In short, this game can help us collect premium threads. Hugo slammed the table with a bang. The more loyal the players, the better quality threads they provide. It can also open dungeons. Let a vast number of players participate. 9 heads asked us what we need to give. Then Hugo smiled. We only need to give some virtual rewards, such as level equipment. And the players give us money, time, and a lot of loyalty. Well done, Hugo. We need to give him more temptation and incentive. Then Su Chi moved the pyramid. Seeing the pyramid move, Hugo reached out his hand, but it was just a little too short. What's going on? The pyramid moved. This means my plan was approved, but it still lacks a successful case. So if you want to obtain the pyramid order, it must succeed once. But how should it be done? Hugo fell into deep thought. Then Su Chi pointed at the decapitation cycle and said, ignorance is disturbed. The mystery of truth. Hugo suddenly realized, just use the game to solve this guy. Build a large mystery. Thus, I will harvest the anchorage. Then I can obtain the pyramid order. Next, Su Chi took out the Tian Shui. I know about this street archive. Hugo immediately jumped out. I got some news from the Black Gate. Behind the Curse website is a group of wizards. They are called the Descendants of God. The current known situation is, the founder of the Shaman Society is called Spirit Child. There is a stick sorcerer under him who uses the dog god curse, a stick sorcerer who can control the human body, and a hacker from the Matrix organization. A few days ago, I used hacking techniques to track the Shaman Society, but failed. They have anti-hacking technology. We can confirm they have at least one hacker. The crying angel should be provided by him. Then the two looked differently at Mousehead. He picked up the paper. Hugo smiled and said, Mr. White Mouse is drawing cheese again? Mousehead shook his head. A few minutes later, Mousehead finished drawing. He stuttered out the words, Spirit Summoning. Hugo picked up the paper and looked at it. He was stunned. Is this what the members of the Spirit Summoning Society look like? Impressive. How did you manage to get this? It's said that in the land of Qingluan, there's a 9-tailed fox demon. Its powers are formidable. It brings disaster to the nation and its people. Although he was later suppressed by the High Monk, it didn't completely destroy him. So it's said that the 9-tailed fox brings peach blossom luck. Hugo followed the rat's finger to look at the map. Oh my god, are you saying this is the base of the Descent Society? You actually found them here. Oh my god. You are truly forever a god. Rat pointed at these 3 again. In Luodu's Jinhua district, Sijin. Then this person left, heading north. Arriving at Haidong Town, Hugo wondered why a member of the Descending God Society went to Haidong Town. Is there something there? Juto pondered for a moment. Could it be the kingdom of Qingluan? In the northern suburbs of Luodu, there is a place called Haidong Town, which is also the legendary kingdom of Qingluan. Due to historical reasons, it has now become a tourist destination. Hugo then spoke up, saying that wherever legends gather, there will inevitably be ghostly phenomena. Masters have a method called Qianshan. To put it plainly, it's summoning a deity. Su Chi immediately remembered that the old shaman had mentioned the tether before, to save the heavenly water realm. When it comes to the method of the tether, could it be related to the female spirit medium of the Summoning Association? Hugo was shocked. Could it be that the Summoning Association wants to seize the hairpin that revives the Ghost King? To tether a deep ghost deity with 100 years of history to Luodu? If their plan succeeds, and they bring up a deep-level demon, then Lodo will become a living hell. Hugo was so furious that he slammed the screen. Then Rathead pointed and said, as soon as the 9-headed pool of Seaport Harbor arrives. Are you saying the other 3 took a boat to a port? Rathead shook his head regretfully. Hugo immediately understood. They went to the naval port in the west. Regarding this answer, Rathead was very appreciative. He casually said, well done. Then Hugo shouted, Mr. Truth. The territory of the fallen citizens. This cult attempted to incite panic, to create fear, stealing your conflicts. Su Chi fell into deep thought. Indeed, creating panic can also generate conflicts, but it's chaotic and unstable, easily eliminated. Only when humanity is stable and prosperous can a large orderly god be constructed. Cannot let Zhang Shenhui succeed. The White Mouse provided new clues. We need to store the collected clues and findings, to prevent loss or leakage. Then Su Chi waved his hand, and a bookshelf appeared out of thin air in the hall. On the shelf was a copy of Macbeth. Then Ju Tu opened it, and found it recorded the previous mission files. Su Chi murmured that every future file would be witnessed and recorded by Juju Ba Shi Yi. No matter who controls the mystery town in the future, it will be a valuable heritage for the world. The time is almost up. Everyone then left the Hall of Mysteries. When the Hall of Mysteries was first established, finding suitable people to enter was really clever. It's just too water-consuming. After Su Chi finished drinking water, he muttered about the next step being to start constructing the 9981 King's setup. Then he turned and left. Suddenly, Su Chi froze in place. A whisper reached his ears. Su Chi clearly heard two words: enlightenment. What the hell is this? Who exactly is speaking? The sudden whisper left Su Chi at a loss. This whisper was different from before, like a life emerging from an embryo, hearing the world's sounds for the first time through amniotic fluid and skin. But what does enlightenment mean? Su Chi couldn't understand for a moment. Forget it. Lying in bed, Su Chi had 1,000 thoughts. The construction done by the Ghost King is crucial. All actions must prioritize building this large mystery. It's unknown what the purpose of the deity's summoning ceremony is, but it certainly isn't anything good. Tomorrow, pass this news to the Black Gate. Let's see what Director Alice's attitude is. Then Su Chi fell asleep. In his dream, Su Chi returned to the deep sea. The magic sound increased by 50. It's now 350. The anchoring ceremony of the luminescent layer can finally be set up. But currently, Su Chi doesn't have the ceremony formation for the luminescent layer. Sigh, the resources are gathered, but there's no manual. The Book of the Kingdom from the Gentleman only has the formation for the illuminated layer. But what about the light layer? Apply through Black Gate as well. I can't explain the origins of these anchors. If they find out I'm related to the 81, it won't be worth it. Can't go through Black Gate. I need to think of another way. Suddenly, Su Chi thought of a clever idea. The next day, Su Chi found Hugo. What do you want? Haunted by another female ghost? Hugo asked while typing. Suki calmly said, message me. I need information on the summoning ritual. Hugo glanced at Suki. How do you know I have it? It's very expensive, you know. Then Suki raised two fingers. I also need the anchoring rituals for the light and weak light layers. Prove that this transaction requires confidentiality. Hugo looked puzzled and asked why you need this. The anchoring ceremony is strictly controlled. I can only give you what our wisdom system has. But as someone from the Wangbo system, you probably won't need it. Suki waved her hand and said it doesn't matter. After all, I'm just studying. Just calculate it. How much in total? At this moment, Hugo smiled and suggested, I have a better deal. Are you interested? I need a divine artifact. See if your Black Gate containment facility has something to trade with me. Su Chi looked helpless. Do you think divine artifacts are that easy to get? That's too casual. My demands aren't high. Something that can disguise or transform will do. I need to decode and unpack. Add it to the program I recently developed. Then Hugo persuaded me that this plan is cost-effective. If I didn't urgently need it, you wouldn't have this chance. All right, deal. Su Chi also agreed to the plan. Then Su Chi arrived at Black Gate. He found that no one was there. Just then, Alice came out. They all went out for field investigation. Bring the passport to Green for me. He's currently lying in the hospital. Mr. Green is in the hospital? What happened to him? Su Chi looked puzzled. It seemed like he was bitten by a dog. That's what he said. Then Su Chi went to the hospital and saw Green's condition. Su Chi awkwardly said, you really were bitten by a dog. Green looked helpless. Not a real dog. It happened while I was investigating the Divine Descent Society. I was attacked by an infected person. Almost bit my handsome face. Suki-nan. Could it be? Could it be that beast? Neong is your princess. Praising the skirt. Lin suddenly withered. They don't come out. They're afraid of dogs. Then Su Chi went to the pharmacy. He sighed. For someone like me from the Manhwarecap discontinuity, the hospital is incredibly difficult. Ghosts and spirits formed by various diseases linger around me. Suddenly, Su Chi saw someone familiar ahead. Isn't that Senior Tian Jing? What a coincidence. Why are you at the hospital too? Tian Jin asked Su Chi. Su Chi said he was here to see a friend. Then he asked the chairman in return. And you? Tian Jin looked melancholy. My sister is hospitalized here. She is 2 years younger than me. She was supposed to come to our school. A vegetative state caused by acute injury. She's been in a coma for a year. Su Chi awkwardly scratched his head and apologized to the president. I didn't know. Can I go visit him? Su Chi quickly asked. Tian Jin said it was fine. Looking at his sister in the hospital bed, Su Chi asked, your sister used to be very lively, right? Tian Jin said everyone who met Xiao Feng would say that. Zhao Feng is an extreme sports enthusiast. During one practice, he had an accident, which led to a coma. I've always been very timid. I'm afraid to ride a bike, and I'm scared of heights, afraid of everything. But Zhao Feng is different. So in my heart, he has always been dazzling. He loved skateboarding and rollerblading since he was a kid. When he grew up, he went bungee jumping and diving. In 9th grade, he even went wingsuit flying without telling his parents. His parents were furious. They grounded him. I secretly covered for him, so he could participate in the competition. Unexpectedly, an accident happened. It was my fault. Then Tian Jin, with veins bulging on his hand, lifted Su Qi and patted Tian Jin on the shoulder. He comforted him, saying, I think Xiao Feng wouldn't blame you. If it weren't for you, he might have missed his true self. After a while, Su Qi came out. Suddenly, Su Qi felt a chill down his back. Su Qi wondered, is it a ghost or spirit? Something feels strange. Zhao Feng, you will wake up, Tian Jin said, holding her sister's hand. Then a voice came from the void. Yes, he will wake up. What people seek, the haunt calls. Where did you go? I thought you were caught up by that mad dog too, Grim said angrily. Su Qi awkwardly apologized, ran into a classmate, talked for a bit. By the way, can you sell me a voucher for the light layer? Green said okay. Do you need any sacred relics? Sort of, but it's a secret that can't be told. Su Qi scratched his head, feeling quite awkward. Then Green instantly understood. After getting the voucher, he then exchanged it and made a deal with Chameleon and Hugo. When she got home in the evening, Su Qi carefully studied the diagram for the next life. She found that the anchor constructs of the two systems were mostly the same, with only slight differences in the connection hubs. However, the structure of the origin marks was completely different, similar to the principle of power sources and machines. The anchor constructs of different systems are like machines, but the power sources are different. The machines are different but belong to the same system at different levels, but the power source is similar. The issue of origin marks is not a problem for me. The universal socket. Su Qi was in a good mood. He calculated the time. It would take about 10 days to set it up. The next day, Su Qi watched the trailer for Beheading Cycle. He murmured, if this data is calculated correctly, so, the large-scale anchoring demon should have been made by now. It will surface as soon as it gets dark on Wednesday. The more the onlookers imagine his power, the more terrifying the demon will be. Su Qi sighed. Click. Su Qi heard the sound of a camera shutter. He then realized it was Qian Mu taking pictures of him. Su Qi is upset. This is killing me. My damn trypophobia. Suddenly, Su Qi's phone starts playing. Hello everyone, I'm Decapitation Loop. Qinmu suddenly leans over. Do you like this video? Su Qi looks helpless. It's okay. I'm not very interested in horror genres, but the special effects are really well done. Qinmu calmly said, that's not special effects. Then pointed to himself, because I shot this video. I shot the Beheading Loop video. As soon as he said this, Su Qi was struck like by a bolt of lightning. It was you? Su Qi looked incredulous. What the heck is going on? After searching for so long, the Decapitation Loop was right beside me. Then Su Qi asked, are you the uploader of the Decapitation Loop? No. He asked me to shoot this video, and then bought the video from me. Su Qi gave a bitter smile and said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. What the Decapitation Loop did should be very clever. A person who is good at organizing plans and stirring public emotions. But the one in front of us couldn't be more different. Looks completely dejected, and somewhat slow-witted. The initial profile of the Black Gate was based on one person. It seems the initial direction was wrong. Not one person, but two people. If we consider the filming technique and the behavior pattern of the decapitation cycle as two different people, then it matches up. Next, he asked, do you know who the decapitation cycle is? How did you film these videos? I don't know him. He always appears wearing a mask. One day he found me and said he needed to hire a cameraman, and then lent me a camera. Su Qi took it and looked. Wow. This is actually a divine object. No idea where Decapitation Cycle got it from. Then Su Qi asked if they always asked you to shoot with this camera. Is it anywhere random or in a studio? Qinmu said they specify the time and place each time. Then Su Qi picked up the phone and asked if he could see those strange ghosts when shooting. Are they made by humans? Not really. Qian Mu hesitated and said, I feel like I'm filming something strange. I'm not sure. It's just a hunch. It's like I have many eyes on my body, watching. I can see images from different angles. Chinmu is a human ghost. So can human ghosts feel the ghosts on themselves? What kind of abilities does this give them? This camera seems to have the ability to capture deep-level ghosts for shallow-level humans to see. But why doesn't Decapitation Cycle use it themselves? They have to find someone else to shoot. It can't just be because of photography skills. It should be due to the limitations of the divine tree. His lack of deep-sea skills means he has to work with others. The previous analysis of him was correct. He's a beginner with very shallow deep-sea experience. Then Su Chi returned the camera to Qian Mo. I want to meet him. Can you get in touch with him? I haven't seen him many times either. It's all been over the phone. Finish recording the video and send it to him. He won't show up in person. These are the ones I recorded. Then Chinmu took out his phone and pointed at it. As expected, all the ghost videos were shot by Chinmu. It seems the beheading cycle indeed didn't capture the deeper spirits. For the shallow viewers, it had to be entrusted to Chinmu. Su Chi already has a clear answer in his heart. Are only the two of you involved in these videos? Qian Mu nodded. Live streaming is not needed. Qian Mu. That means the Decapitation Cycle himself appears on site for the live stream. This is a great chance to catch him. Oh, right. Suddenly, Qian Mu seemed to think of something. Come on, hurry up and say it. Seeing him dawdling, Su Chi got anxious immediately. At this moment, Qian Mo said slowly, I occasionally heard him talk. He always mentioned a name. Mephisto. The scene changes to the West District Naval Port Park in Luodu. Damn that Black Gate bastard. He actually burned my tail. The man beside him said, didn't you bite him too? That evens it out. Quiet down. Ling Tong's soul guiding technique is too complicated. I need to calculate precisely to set it up. Shower Niang immediately asked, Master Ling Tong, if this ghost deity is moved to Luodu, can he achieve his grand vision of equality for all beings? I don't know if equality for all beings can be achieved, but I do know, if this thing crashes into Luodu, the sky over Luodu will collapse. Dark night. High winds. When you're walking alone on a dark road, and suddenly a huge monster appears behind you, just ask yourself, are you scared? Ji Yu Shui. How about this slogan for the omnipotent amulet handmade by the Shrine Maiden? What do you think of this ad copy? Wu Shui immediately shook his head. No. This kind of superstitious slogan will definitely get us a warning from the dean. The river god looked resentful. This won't work. That won't work either. How are we supposed to make money? Then Su Chi picked up a book and started reading. Unexpectedly, he was choked from behind by Sha Yushu. School's over. Why are you still reading? Then he took a look. Why are you reading children's picture books? God and the devil Mephistopheles made a bet. The devil believed that humans would eventually go astray under temptation. God, however, believed that a human representative like Faust wouldn't succumb as the devil said. So the devil approached Faust, agreeing to fulfill all his desires. In exchange for his soul, Faust asked the devil to fulfill his desires, to perceive human happiness and sorrow from beginning to end. Faust never fell into the devil's hedonism and opportunism. What exactly does Thousand Woods Mephistopheles mean? Is it a divine token or a contracted spirit? Then Suki closed the book. Could it be? Let's check out the other clue Chinmu gave us. The scene goes back to a day ago. Chinmu mentioned that he once had to reshoot a video. He said it was because of the female ghost's outfit. At first, it was our school's uniform, but he said the costume design was wrong. This would cause a mismatch in the character, so he paid to reshoot it once more. The image doesn't match. What do you mean? Su Chi didn't understand, but Qian Mu didn't understand either. There are two key points in Qian Mu's other clue. First, there's a discrepancy in the appearance compared to the actual ghost, afraid of misidentifying. Second, the beheading cycle. I know about the legend of the transfer student in our school. Only later did I realize the uniforms were different that year. Su Chi suddenly had an epiphany. The decapitation cycle could very well be a teacher or student from our school. So Su Chi took out another list from the desk. It was a list from the previous prison investigation. Then he started checking it, but Su Chi's hand suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Su Chi's face was covered in cold sweat. Is it really him? I'll ask him in person tomorrow. Whether it's him or not, it's not the primary target now, because there are already enough rivets for the beheading cycle. The ghost might have already appeared. We need to deal with Tiangu first during the Qingming festival. The scene changes. Tuesday in Ledu district, Luo City. A girl is walking on the street. The girl talks to herself, saying it's good that she rushed here right after school. She got the limited edition Qianshu CD. Seeing him up close, he's really handsome, and he has such a nice voice. She even shook hands with him. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. The girl immediately felt something was wrong. What's going on? Why did it suddenly get so cold? Then the streetlights went out. Frightened, the girl hurriedly jogged home. Suddenly, she lost her balance, fell directly to the ground. What the heck is this? Why is there such a big hole in a perfectly good road? Suddenly, the girl inadvertently looked up. She saw a giant dog appear in the sky. The girl screamed in terror. What is that? Seeing its exposed fangs, the girl looked utterly despairing. Kids should go home early after school. Suddenly, a voice came. The girl turned around. The person coming was Anderson. At this moment, Anderson had already used divine power, steadily protecting the girl. Anderson calmly said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the station." The Tengu across the way let out a low growl. But at this moment, Anderson ignited the divine object. With a gentle expression, he said to the girl, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the station." The girl looked terrified. She held onto Anderson and slowly walked toward the station. Soon, they arrived at the subway station. At this moment, the girl suddenly turned back. But Anderson beside me had already disappeared. Alibaba, open sesame. Scheherazade was blocking the roads non-stop at this moment. Su Chi joked beside him. Are you going to block all the roads out? We promised Black Gate we'd give support. We promised them. No choice, Scheherazade said helplessly. Just unlocked that one. Once Anderson gets the last two people out, I can completely block off this alley. Before long, Anderson had sent everyone out. Scheherazade clasped her hands. The passage behind Anderson immediately closed. At this moment, the Tengu was not to be trifled with. It frantically attacked the honey in front of it. But there's no effect at all. Scheherazade said calmly, I have to seal him in, not let him out. As long as everyone is evacuated, we can retreat. He'll disappear after dawn. I often participate in the sealing work. Very experienced indeed. Su Chi asked, puzzled, we leave at dawn? Do we have a way to deal with this guy? A ghost god from the abyss layer. If we really want to deal with him, it's not impossible. It's just that there are other issues. Su Chi asked, is it about capturing the decapitation cycle? Scheherazade raised two fingers. That's just one part of it. Secondly, Alice Lee told the leader of Luo about the appearance of the Tengu, and asked them to deal with the Tengu, while we assist from the side. Su Chi was extremely frustrated, and muttered to himself, is Lee really serious about this? Handing this matter over to those fools. Aren't you afraid they'll mess it up? Or is it that Lee wants to take the opportunity to stir up the water? And by the way, disrupt my 9981 plan. You're really smart, aren't you? Shahrazad suddenly hit Su Chi. Su Chi's head was buzzing, but this was just a test from Lee to see 9981's reaction. Before deciding the next step, Su Chi's face was covered in cold sweat. If the revival of the false king gets ruined, that would be terrible. No, we have to save it. Otherwise, we'll suffer a huge loss. Seeing Su Chi standing still, Scheherazade said calmly, what are you thinking about? Su Chi looked embarrassed. Deal with that guy. Shouldn't we prepare? Of course we need to prepare. In case the psychics in Luo do mess up, we'll have to clean up the mess. Is there a plan? Su Chi immediately retorted. Then Shahrazad spread his arms. He confidently said, I'll be responsible for sealing off the scene. Anderson will be responsible for evacuating the crowd. Then just throw Grimm over. Upon hearing this plan, Su Chi could only silently pray for Grimm in his heart. He couldn't just watch the plan be disrupted. He had to find a way to break this deadlock. Then Su Chi suggested, I have an idea. I can't do it alone, but I need some support. The beheading cycle performance is like a magic trick. The greatest charm of magic lies in its mystery. Once it's exposed, Su Chi hadn't finished speaking. Scheherazade suddenly realized, you mean the reveal? Su Chi echoed, that's right, we're going to be saboteurs. Unveiling the beheading cycle. Wow, that's so interesting. Do you have any plans? Scheherazade looked at Su Chi and said, hearing himself being acknowledged, Su Chi immediately got excited. I need channels with the same exposure as the beheading cycle. To put it simply, I need to buy traffic. Buying hot searches, Scheherazade said. It's not difficult. Just spend money. Superpowers. We are professionals in this. Su Chi asked cautiously. Can we apply for operational funds for this? You can submit an application. Have the board send it to headquarters for approval. But the beheading loop is starting trouble tomorrow. Headquarters approval takes at least half a month. Scheherazade looks helpless. Damn. By the time headquarters approves it, it'll be too late. Su Chi's heart tightened. Shanru Zuo sighed and said that Black Gate has been financially tight for the past 2 years. A few days ago, Headquarters even issued new regulations to avoid using the sage's matter against ghosts and gods above the abyss level. We thought Black Gate was rich, but it turns out they're just pretending to be what they're not. The past is vividly clear. No wonder Mr. Anderson resorted to auction scams. Then Scheherazade made a phone gesture and said, "Try calling the Lee Company first. There might be a miracle." With no choice, Su Chi reluctantly dialed the Lee Company. He explained his thoughts and plans. Looking at Su Chi, Scheherazade showed a gratified expression. Alice heard Su Chi's plan and raised both hands in agreement. Spending money to boost rankings is totally doable, and we can directly use the advance payment from this file. Hearing this, Su Chi immediately beamed with joy. "Okay, Lord Lee, no problem. It's settled then." Sean Ludo patted Su Chi on the side. "Look at you. I knew it was a done deal. Of course, someone will reimburse. No worries at all. Lee Shijun cares about his subordinates. Anderson has already evacuated the people. With my blockade in place, at least tonight is safe." Scheherazade gave a reassuring look, but also showed a bit of worry, not knowing if the Celestial Hound will appear here again tomorrow night. The next day Su Chi came to school and found out that President Tian Jing called in sick today. At such a critical moment tonight, it seems the least desired event has happened. Su Chi's face was filled with worry, not knowing what to do. Then Su Chi arrived at the Black Gate. Seeing everyone there, Su Chi was very surprised. Anderson explained that today is the day to capture the beheading cycle. Su Chi came to Grimm's side and quietly asked if they could talk in private. "Since when did they get so close?" Anderson murmured. "Su Chi, there's a plan. It probably needs that guy's help." Scheherazade seemed to see through everything. She said with a playful look, "But I think no matter what the plan is, it's best not to let Green get involved. He'll definitely mess it up." 10 minutes later, it's time to go, but there's a small ceremony before departure. Then Alice picked up a bowl of wine and said lightly that Su Chi is still in school. "We drink juice because we are a law-abiding organization. Should I drink this or pour it on the ground?" Su Chi was at a loss. "Wish everyone a successful expedition. Welcome back safely. I'll drink first as a toast." Then Alice drank it all at once. Everyone else followed suit. You couldn't tell that the lowly boss could hold her liquor so well. "This ceremony is quite interesting." Su Chi smiled knowingly. The scene changes. Luo Du's Yule district is already at this hour. Are the secret agents not coming tonight? Before finishing his words, Anderson said, "Aren't they here now?" They saw a few people slowly walking towards them from afar. The people coming were the top 10 youths of Luo Du, including Yu Menji. In Tianmen Mountain, Lu Li Yu Jing was resting at ease. A few people in the distance walked over in a grandiose manner. Su Chi had a wry smile on his face. These secret society members dressed like this, in such a crowded place. Aren't they afraid of embarrassment? As long as they aren't embarrassed, the embarrassed ones are others. And for secret society members, it's like a work uniform. It's a kind of ritual. It can enhance one's psychic abilities. Green said that all the attendees are young people. The older generation refers to those the head priest of the temple is secretly overseeing. Anderson calmly said that letting the younger generation scout is a tradition for psychics. 10 years ago, when the Ghost King descended, too many young adults have died. Those who survived are now the heads of their families. They won't come out easily. Su Chi, let's go. Let's go and talk to them. Chie, did you really see the Ghost King last time? The one speaking is Li Liuli, daughter of the head of Tianmen Mountain. She also looks unsure. Of course, I saw it. I even had a fight with him. It ended in a draw. You're just bragging. Look at you. If you really met the Ghost King, you wouldn't be beaten to death, but scared to death. Li Liuli had a disdainful look on her face. Kai Yi shouted angrily, "Damn it, you actually look down on me." Just as the two were facing off, Mu Shu spoke. "Amitabha, focus on the important matters." Then, the compass in their hands reacted. This is it, the gathering place of the wailing ghosts. Li Liuli immediately turned around and asked in horror, "Brother Yisho, is it really the Ghost King?" Yisho replied, "With this level of wailing ability, it's undoubtedly the Ghost King." Hearing this, Li Liuli was terrified. "If I remember correctly, you are the disciple of the abbot of Yujing Temple, Master Ikkyu." Then Hans Christian Andersen also came to their side. "Mr. Collector, long time no see." Ikkyu put his hands together and immediately realized, "During the last raid on the cult of the bewitching bird, we were lucky to have you with us, allowing us to retreat safely." Andersen said with a smile, "I was just doing my part. It was your proper response that allowed us to annihilate the cult." Suddenly, Suki felt a chill down her back. She turned around and saw. Even Seiji looked over here. This idiot is here too. This guy is so handsome. Suddenly a voice came through. It was Li Liuli beside us. Smitten said disdainfully. Li Liuli, is he as handsome as me? Are you blind? However, Li Liuli ignored the doubts directly and hurriedly asked, do you know who he is? Which shrine or which organization? Shino replied angrily. I don't know him. I've never seen him. Just the next second, Su Chi greeted Shino. He even waved at you. You still say you don't know. In a fit of rage, Li Liuli kicked Ji Yan away. Then she threw a punch at him. Dare to lie to me? Do you want to live? Spare me. Heroine. I only know him. He goes to my school. I really don't know anything else. A desperate Ziya could only beg for mercy. Hearing this, Li Liuli let him go. It's unscientific. How can an idiot like you go to the same school as a handsome guy? Forget it. That's not important. Do you have his contact information? Ziya said he really doesn't. Useless at everything. With a bang, Ji Yi was kicked and flew out. A wise man knows when to retreat. Jino quickly said his name was Su Chi, mentioned in the group chat before. That new guy from Blackgate. He is the legendary Su Chi. Li Liuli showed a shy expression, then proudly said to Jino, you said last time you went to find trouble with him. Did you get beaten up? I told you, your intelligence isn't enough, but you just wouldn't believe it. Jino immediately retorted, don't talk nonsense. It wasn't like you think at all. He didn't even finish his sentence before his view was kicked away. Li Liuli righteously said, let me tell you, handsome people never lose. Watching them playfully fighting, Su Chi looked puzzled. What are these people doing? Are they normal? Then Anderson spoke up. Master Ikkyu, can you confirm the direction the Tengu will appear from? Ikkyu replied, right at this intersection. Approximately in 4 hours. Lehigh Su exclaimed in amazement. Anderson looked worried. If the ghost appears in the bustling city, it will definitely cause widespread panic. We will block off this area. Evacuate the crowd as much as possible. Then Su Chi and the other person left. Afterward, Anderson gave Su Chi a look to lift his spirits. Our war is about to begin. They say a man chasing a woman is like crossing a mountain, but a woman chasing a man is like a thin veil. Suddenly, a beautiful woman enthusiastically strikes up a conversation with you. Would you reject her? Alibaba, Sesame, close. As a voice sounded, the passage was completely sealed off. Looking at the local psychic of Luo City, Su Chi asked in confusion. The psychic community in Luo City has a history of 100 years. Hasn't anyone studied more advanced methods? Scheherazade explained while casting a spell. They are indeed technically backward, mainly because of the ghost incident 10 years ago from which they haven't recovered yet. Half an hour later, the crowd had gradually been sent away. At this point, the psychics had already started taking action. Should we go take a peek? Su Chi immediately made up his mind. Along the way, all the major psychics displayed their unique skills. They began various seals. Su Chi saw everyone was busy. He wanted to study the methods and abilities of the psychics. No one paid attention to him. It seemed hopeless. But suddenly, he turned around and saw doubt in their spellcasting. Su Chi immediately revealed a wicked smile. How could I forget this fool? Questioning Su Chi shouted. But Li Liuli from the side quickly flashed over, greeted Su Chi immediately, shook Su Chi's hand and said, hello, I am Li Liuli from Tianmen Mountain. My name is Su Chi. Su Chi politely introduced himself. Seeing Li Liuli's excessive enthusiasm, Su Chi felt extremely awkward. You're Ziyi's friend. Rounding it up, that makes you my good friend. From now on, I'll call you Aki. You can call me Xiao Li. How about that? Li Liuli looked at Su Chi with sparkling eyes. Su Chi could only reply helplessly, I just got here, and I'm not very familiar with the local organizations in Luodu. Liuli smiled and said, it's okay, you'll get familiar with them over time. If you have any difficulties, just let me know. I'll help you. Then she took out her phone. Let's exchange contact information. This is mine. But the mole on the side objected. Immediately grabbed Liuli's phone. I don't agree. He is from an outside organization. How can you just pull him in to grab my phone? You have some nerve. Then a kick followed. Kicked G 10 meters away on the spot. At this moment, Liuli said casually, how dare you interrupt me flirting with a man? You're asking for death. She then immediately changed her expression and said to Suki, how about it, Aki? Suki thought that she might have to deal with this circle in the future, and being able to infiltrate their ranks would be very beneficial for her. So she took out her phone. But suddenly, the phone screen went blurry. At this moment, Yisho exclaimed, Something's wrong. The compass suddenly shifted. The Tengu is going to appear earlier than expected. Everyone was shocked. They heard a series of clicking sounds. A burst of demonic energy appeared out of thin air in front of them. How is this possible? Why is the Tengu appearing earlier? Ghosts and spirits act strictly according to behavior and logic. They appear at fixed intervals, just like Miss Mary. Could it be human interference? Su Chi picked up his phone and looked. Damn, sure enough. It's the decapitation cycle. He started streaming. Chie suspiciously asked why every time he starts streaming, the Tengu appears. Could it be that he raised the Tengu? Liu Li irritably said, "Shut up, will you? Can you have some common sense? Don't embarrass us, Lyman." Decapitation cycle. This is relying on the Tengu to guide the masses' thoughts. Such a massive flow of information. Any message will be overly decrypted, affecting people's thinking, thus seizing the initiative and the right to speak. Su Chi was in a cold sweat. At this moment, Anderson walked over. Su Chi was right. Now, what did the decapitation cycle say? The truth no longer matters. Even though he can't control spirits, through widespread rumors, he shapes the spirits into what he needs. We evacuated the crowd. 4 hours later, the audience was gone. By then, what's the point of the Tengu appearing? Therefore, broadcasting live now is the only way to achieve his goal of creating panic. Everyone looked into the distance. A huge Tengu had already appeared in front of them. At this moment, a girl covered her mouth and with tears in her eyes, hid behind a big tree. But the Great Tengu suddenly noticed her. Isn't the Great Tengu supposed to be a dog? Why does it look like this? Everyone was dumbfounded. The Tengu advanced step by step towards the crowd. The uninformed masses could only scatter. However, some onlookers even took out their phones. This is too realistic. Let's take a picture and post it on social media. It will definitely go viral. With a snap, the Great Tengu's attack abruptly stopped. The onlookers suddenly realized, this Great Tengu is real. Hurry up and run. At this moment, Anderson hastily said, with Alibaba's blockade, unless Grimm and I take them, no one can get out. Green and I will try to evacuate as many people as possible. Suki, be ready to take cover at any time. The rest is up to you all. Arrange everything properly. Anderson then left. At this moment, the Tengu was attacking wildly all around. The road was in chaos. Cries and screams were everywhere. The pedestrians could only run while shouting for help. Occasionally, some unlucky people were hit directly by the Tengu. At this moment, a girl was so scared that she could only hide behind a big tree. Unfortunately, she was still discovered by the Tengu. Then it struck her with a blow. The big tree was broken in half. The girl was terrified and ran away with her head covered. But the sound behind her caught her attention. She looked back and saw a car flying towards her. The girl showed a look of despair. However, at this critical moment, Anderson appeared and saved her by holding her tight. To avoid being discovered by the Great Tengu, Anderson immediately used a lighter to block their presence. Suddenly, the presence disappeared. The Great Tengu was dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze. Then a few spirit balls flew to his side. It turned out to be Chie's doing. Heaven and Earth mystical sect. Root of all Chi. Manifest instantly as decreed. Then the divine orb suddenly exploded violently. Next, Chie quickly shouted, "Hurry up, I'm out of options." Liuli, nearby, said, "At least you were of some use." Then Liuli took out a talisman. She chanted the incantation. 5-star 3 swords. Bagua ghost slash. Then charged towards the Tengu. The sword pierced straight into the Tengu's head. Then Liuli leapt, and immediately escaped. Next, she bit her finger, and drew in her palm, shouting harshly, "By the order of the law, subdue evil." The Great Tengu was immediately subdued to the ground. There was a terrible scream. Damn! Li Liuli's talisman is so powerful. Su Chi watched in terror. Shanruzode explained that it was a talisman from Tianmen Mountain, made from rooster and black dog blood. It's the most effective at warding off evil. Hearing this, Su Chi suddenly understood. But suddenly, there was a booming sound. Su Chi looked up. Wow, it was actually a dragon's roar. A green giant dragon was wrapped around the Great Tengu. You can't possibly imagine. A dog and a dragon actually started fighting. Watching this scene, Sherazade explained that it's called guardian spirit protecting food. Psychics can't see these. They can only see the Tengu injured by the peachwood sword. This is the method of psychics. Performing rituals, inviting and summoning spirits. The reason they can harm ghosts and gods is because they are already possessed by spirits. Su Chi immediately understood. The power to harm spirits comes from spirits. This is what they call psychic energy. It's just that they can't see it themselves, so they call it psychic energy. This dragon belongs to Tianmen Mountain. It should be the spirit that Li Liuli and his group anchored. They use a unique anchoring system and rituals. Apparently, they can make such deep spirits affect shallow reality. Anderson and Grimm came over. The situation has changed. The development of things is a bit beyond our expectations. Just now, they evacuated more than 400 citizens, but now there are still about 200 ordinary citizens in the lockdown area. Half an hour is already their limit for such an extent. We originally thought we had 4 hours to evacuate everyone, minimize the risk of exposing the mystery, achieve the goal of containment. But what everyone never expected was the beheading cycle intervened, causing the Tengu to arrive early, and due to the immense attention, the Tengu's appearance and power changed drastically. The scene shifts. Removed from the rooftop, beheading cycle watched the scene from afar, and then murmured, "Not enough. We need more." Then the beheading cycle began. Live broadcast. Welcome to my live room. It's 8 p.m. Lodo time. Tengu has already appeared in the Yule district. Tonight, I will bring a feast of terror. Then the camera focused on the Tengu. The scene looked like a disaster. Such a realistic scene attracted more onlookers' attention. Since the Tengu had already reached the shallow area, it was clear that the onlookers in front of the screen could see everything clearly. More and more onlookers on the subway joined in. The realistic live broadcast of the beheading cycle immediately caused a sensation. It quickly reached the top of the trending live streams. However, viewers soon noticed a problem. This time it felt different from previous videos. The previous horror videos were subtle. This one is way too direct. More and more people sensed something was off. Viewers actually saw a dead body, but their companions reassured them that it was definitely fake. Someone died and they're still live streaming. How powerful is his backing? It must be special effects. I'll send a comment and ask. Seeing this comment, Zan Shou Shuan Huan gave a cold snort. Then he pointed the camera at himself and calmly said, "My friends, it's not special effects. The movie is a commodity. It's a real live broadcast. Tonight's live broadcast will unveil the secrets of this world for you. Let everyone see clearly. There really are ghosts in this world. Is it true? My friend just came from Yule Station. Traffic there has already been controlled. I'm nearby. It does seem like a shocking mistake. There really is a ghost. Are you talking nonsense?" One after another, the bullet comments keep coming. Panic starts to spread from a single shot, instantly spreading across the whole world. He's known as the 6th of the top 10 outstanding psychics in Luodu, but in front of the Tengu, it was completely powerless. Is it doomed to be eaten as well? The appearance of the Great Tengu and the beheading cycle were live streamed. People's fear and unease quickly reached a climax. While the onlookers were watching the drama, they soon realized the seriousness of the situation. Could there really be a Tengu? My friend is also there. He also recorded a video. Su Chi picked up his phone and looked at the live stream angle. The beheading cycle is probably very close to us. Could he also be in the lockdown zone? Sherazade immediately retorted, "Impossible. There's Alibaba's blockade. The live signal can't get out." But when Sherazade saw the video, was utterly shocked. How is this possible? Green, who was nearby, also came over. "Hey, wasn't your Alibaba supposed to be unbreakable?" Anderson spoke up. "Every unbreakable divine object has a nemesis, and that is a wish-granting divine object." A wish-granting divine object. What is that? Is there another way to get through Alibaba, besides cracking the pattern? This touches on Suxi's blind spot again. Wishing-type divine beings can forcefully transcend all uncrackable rules by paying an extremely high price. No wonder we could never catch him. The decapitation loop might also have this. Hearing this, Su thought of the previous investigation. This wish is like the story of Faust. The devil Mephistopheles made a pact with Faust to become his loyal servant and fulfill his wishes. Once Faust was satisfied, the devil would take his soul. Suddenly, a loud bang. A voice came. "Oh no." Li Liuli's demon-slaying sword was shattered. Then the Tengu resumed its actions, trying to pull out the demon-slaying sword from its head. With a hiss, the demon-slaying sword was pulled out. Then a fist clenched. He crushed the sword with his bare hands. Li Liuli was in disbelief. This was the most powerful demon-slaying formation of Tianmen Mountain. Then, at a visible speed, the Tengu rapidly healed. Seeing this, Anderson shouted, "This is bad." The atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew even more tense. The Tengu's fur grew thicker and thicker. He will become harder to deal with due to the increase in anal hair. Tiandu's appearance also changed drastically. His size doubled again from before. A giant pupil stood on his forehead. Tiandu opened his mouth. With a roar, strong shockwaves swept out in all directions. This noise is too piercing. Everyone covers their ears, showing pained expressions. Damn it. All our efforts are wasted. Liu Li kneels on one knee, showing a face of despair. After the shockwave, the transformation is complete. Then the Tengu stood up. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Liu Li murmured, "Oh no, my body can't move at all. Is this the pressure of the Ghost King?" Speaking of which, enemies meeting are especially envious. Then the Tengu charged towards Liu Li. It's over. There's no way to dodge it. Liu Li was shocked. Boom. An explosion. The attack of the celestial dog landed. At the critical moment, Liu Li was fiercely pushed away by someone. The pained Liu Li struggled to get up, wanting to see clearly who it was. After the dust settled, he realized that the one who saved him was the very coward he had always mocked, now vomiting blood. With great difficulty, he spat out 2 words. Run. Then he was grabbed by the great Tengu, who opened its mouth to swallow him whole. Witnessing this scene, Liu Li hysterically shouted, "No!" The Tengu grabbed Ji and was about to swallow him whole. Despite Liu Li's hysterical shouting, it didn't make any difference. Watching from the side, Suki realized things had gotten serious. He thought to himself that this was bad. Then he took out the holy sword and immediately charged at the great Tengu. This fool got dragged into my Ghost King revival plan. I can't let him die here. Seeing Su Chi recklessly charging forward, the others panicked too. They immediately followed. Su Chi quickly reached the Tengu's feet and struck hard with the holy sword. Because the Tengu was affected by the holy sword, at this moment, he stood still on the spot. Su Chi shouted at Gino, "Wake up." Not sure if it was Su Chi's shout, but Gino slowly woke up. Then he saw a bloody mouth coming at him. Gino was scared out of his wits, so he tried to struggle and escape, but it was useless. In a moment of crisis, Ziya took off the talisman from his left ear and slapped it onto the Tengu's hand. Regardless, he listened and started chanting a spell. Unexpectedly, the Tengu's hand loosened. Ziya fell from above. Scheherazade pulled Ziya over with a flying carpet, looked at Ziya and said, "Little friend, you barely escaped with your life." Then, Anderson arrived. He quickly used the lighter to help Su Chi leave the place safely. On the way, Anderson said calmly, "You were too impulsive. Next time, give me a heads up." Seeing that Gino was still alive, Liu Li burst into tears. "You fool, just now, I thought you were going to die. It scared me to death." At this moment, Scheherazade suddenly said, "Look over there, there's someone. Who would come in at this time to get themselves killed?" Su Chi mumbled. When he saw the person's figure, Su Chi suddenly realized something. Could it be the decapitation loop? Grimm looked puzzled. Could he be here to seek death? He went through great trouble to create ghosts and gods, then used the power of the 10 Ghost Kings to create this Tengu spirit to devour himself. Anderson explained that this is the price of wish-granting divinity. He might have done it to fulfill a wish more important than his life. At this moment, Su Chi suddenly had an answer in his heart. Could it be for him? Well, I have to help out. Then Su Chi said to Shan Lu Zuo, "Let's follow the plan. Without this gamble, how can we give up halfway?" At this moment, the decapitation loop is still live streaming. How about it, friends? Have you seen enough on this journey? Look at these people who disrespect the Ghost King. Look at these ridiculously dressed so-called psychics. Then look at our fierce and ruthless Ghost King. What do you think about this new world you've never seen before? Wow. There's no sign of editing at all. It's real, right? The Tengu has grown bigger again. Viewers, don't you feel both terrified and thrilled? People watching are buzzing with discussions. He won't come here, will he? That guy just now almost got eaten, right? Ghosts really eat people. I saw a girl so scared she dropped her phone. She was squatting on the ground in terror, holding her head. Even more shocking, after seeing a friend's video, she was instantly terrified. It's true. The Tengu Ghost King is really eating people. Then more and more voices of doubt emerged. I said it must be true. The special effects are just amazing. Why isn't the admin of the live stream cutting off the signal? Such a big incident happened. Why isn't it being reported in the news? Dao Shaw immediately reported it. Out of nowhere, a flock of crows perched over the city and flew in one direction, cawing loudly. It was terrifying. Decapitation loop holding a camera. Look, this is the truth of the world. And the number of people in the live broadcast skyrocketed. Tien Do's power is constantly getting stronger. Anderson's face changed. We have to hurry. We can't let him keep rising. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Decapitation circulates easily on the internet, spreading terror worldwide. It has gathered a large number of onlookers, thus creating more conflicts. These conflicts come together from all over the world. It will bring immeasurable power to the spirits. Look, Tendo's wings have closed. Someone suddenly said, and everyone immediately looked over. After a flash of dazzling red light, Tendo's form changed once again. It has evolved into a human shape. Then it gently waved its right hand. A terrifying shockwave swept towards the decapitation loop, instantly kicking up a huge amount of dust. As the dust settled, a person suddenly appeared in front of the decapitation loop, blocking the Tengu's attack. Looking at the familiar figure, the decapitation loop was shocked. How could it be you? Blocking in front of him was Su Chi, holding the holy sword, forcibly blocking the Tengu's attack. But at this moment, Su Chi was not in good shape. The shockwave twisted his left arm like a pretzel. This strike not only injured his arm, but almost shattered his internal organs. At this moment, Su Chi was barely holding on, not collapsing. Even after the beheading loop, he didn't give up. He picked up the camera and continued live streaming. Su Chi immediately turned around and angrily shouted, "You jerk! Stop it!" He grabbed the holy sword, and with one swing knocked the camera flying. The camera fell far away to the side, and the live broadcast signal was immediately cut off. The sudden interruption of the live stream left the viewers stunned. Why did it cut off? What happened to that student? A friend nearby replied, "Probably dead. This is clearly not special effects. It's too real. A ghost really appeared. That student must have just died." To gain views, someone even pre-recorded the screen. The uploaded video has now reached hundreds of thousands of clicks. Guys, the government has already sent the military to support. Tomorrow the military will take over Luodu. Even such rumors have spread online. The truth of the live broadcast has gradually distorted among the truths passed on or imagined by netizens countless times. The Tengu is a rumor created by humans themselves. Grim the monster got anxious immediately. This rumor is spreading everywhere. Is the Lodo government really not planning to do anything? Anderson said helplessly that they had already issued a statement to refute the rumor. But no one believes it. They were too careless. Because of that wish-granting divine being, they can't even shut down the servers and signal towers now. At this moment, Scheherazade said it was almost time. We should go catch the influencer Su Chi now. He should have already been stopped from continuing his livestream. Green was very satisfied with Su Chi's performance. I have to say, this newcomer is really good, learns quickly and is brave. Seeing his apprentice being praised, Anderson looked relieved. Is it something like this? It depends on talent. Hurry up. I'll distract the Tengu. You join up with Su Chi. Proceed with the next plan. Then the two of them left on a flying carpet. Scheherazade said sternly, "Hold on tight. If you fall, I'll feed you to the dogs." At this moment, the decapitation cycle begins. He carefully picked up the camera and checked it. He found that the camera wasn't broken. He looked relieved. Su Chi, on the side, was too injured to hold it up. Just as the decapitation cycle was about to go live again, he was suddenly pulled away by the flying carpet. At this time, Scheherazade and the others had already reached Su Chi's side. Scheherazade said, "I'll leave this guy to you for interrogation. I'll go take a look." Meanwhile, Anderson on Su Chi's side also stepped forward. He took out a match, struck it. This is his divine artifact, the girl's match. A faint light, illusions intertwine. Then Anderson said calmly, "Look over here." The little dog. Anderson struck a match and said calmly, "Good dog. Look here, don't move." Immediately, the heavenly dog became rigid and stood there motionless. Then Anderson turned to Liuli and said, "You need to pull yourself together quickly. Take your companions and leave here. Leave the rest to Black Gate." "Young man, you don't look well." Looking at Su Chi on the ground, Shan Luozwo's expression became serious. "At first glance, most of the joints in your body are shattered. Your internal organs are also severely injured. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been long dead." Su Chi is still somewhat conscious, and difficultly said, "Can you help me up?" Scheherazade didn't quite understand why he was still moving in this situation. "What do you want to do?" Su Chi coughed twice. "The recovery speed is too slow now. How can it be sped up?" Suddenly, Su Chi thought of something. "How could I forget this?" Then he said, "I need to trouble you again. Help me lift my head up." Scheherazade was confused by his words, but still did as asked. This might be related to his mystery. Su Chi lifted his head. His pupils instantly widened. After seeing those terrifying ghosts and gods, fear once again filled Su Chi's entire heart. Then he used the divine artifact virus. A flash of light appeared. The recovery speed was indeed much faster. "I never thought that unbearable fear would become something that saves lives. Prioritize the virus to repair blood vessels and skin. What I need most now is a normal shell." Then Su-chi lowered his head. Almost there. Can't stare for too long. Once the canteen finds out, it's all over. Under the catalysis of fear, the effect of the ring virus is brought to its peak. The bones and organs inside are still in chaos. We need to let the ring virus repair them slowly. Then the arm slowly recovered. Su-chi clenched her fist and said there was no time left. We must quickly proceed to the next step of the plan. Seeing Suki instantly become lively, Scheherazade was stunned. That's better. Suki gave a reassuring look, then said it's enough to see the decapitation cycle clearly. No need to film it too clearly. It wouldn't seem real otherwise. Scheherazade assured, leave it to me. Then took out his phone and started taking pictures of Suki. Then the decapitator played by Green appeared. The camera then focused on the decapitator and started recording a video on the screen. The decapitator took out a stack of bills and said calmly, this is your appearance fee. This scene was really well acted. Thank you for your hard work. Then I shook hands with Su-chi. It was a pleasure working with you. I hope we can work together again. After recording the video, Scheherazade looked puzzled. Are you sure this will work? Compared to the big movie decapitation cycle, this so-called insider information seems too simplistic. Only a few photos and secretly filmed videos. Then Green took off his mask and said that taking such a big risk only created this small loophole of coming back to life. Will it really work? Green was also doubtful. Suki, standing by, explained that of course it would work. Think about it. The person who died in front of the camera at the end of the livestream actually came back to life. He also received a performance fee. This proves that everything is fake, just acting. This is the flaw he can't cover up. With this flaw, we can use public opinion to overwhelm him. This is the key. Su-chi looked into the distance. The internet is all about influencing trends and setting the pace. I myself am the best example. Humans can elevate gods, and they can also bring them down. Su-chi collapsed to the ground. It really hurt so much. Even if he risked staring directly at the cafeteria ring, the virus couldn't completely repair his body in a short time. Then he was gasping for breath. Su-chi really put his life on the line for this operation. He had done many experiments before, testing how long it takes for different wounds to heal. He even tried jumping off buildings. Which organs regenerate slowly and which regenerate quickly. He tested repeatedly. He knew it all. Now comes the main event. Spread the truth. Then Su-chi sent the message to everyone. These are all hype chasers. All just to grab the hype. Shameless marketing accounts. It didn't take long to get replies. To add credibility, Su-chi also used this evidence. The account collecting the high fees is specifically for the Blackgate operation. Even if someone tries to investigate later, they won't find anything. Scheherazade immediately asked why we were charging money. Aren't you afraid they won't buy it because of the cost? Su grinned. No. The fact that it costs money is more misleading than being free, and most will think the informant is only in it for the money. I won't speculate about other motives anymore. These people are only focused on exclusive sensational news, harvesting traffic. They don't care about anything else. Soon, I received notifications of the transfers. Su-chi chuckled. This is the current state of traffic media. Now, the Tengu incident is top-tier traffic. That's why there are so many rumors and sensational misinformation. There are even rumors about alien-made dogs. Then Su-chi sent them the video. Su-chi looked at his phone and murmured that the plan has gone smoothly so far. The truth will soon spread. The onlookers are always fence-sitters. The truth about the Tengu's appearance. They will make the right choice based on the evidence. Then Su-chi took out some chocolate and started eating. There's still a crucial step left, but that was planned long ago. Now, with the event approaching, there's nothing we can do. We can only wait and see the result. Your ability is impressive. You can even come back to life. Now you're basically a walking paradox. Grim patted Su-chi on the shoulder. Su-chi coughed up blood from the pain. Take it easy. He's still badly injured. Scheherazade immediately flicked Grim on the head. After handling the matter, the three of them left. They saw the match in Anderson's hand glowing brightly. Where the light shines, everything is restored as it was, without a trace of damage. Su-chi is still in shock that everything is completely restored. Blackgate is indeed professional, Anderson explained. This is the restoration of the Ruoguang layer. The initial spell is very useful for covering up traces of spirits. You can learn it once you reach a certain level. Su-chi asked, what about this guy? How long can your divine power hold him? 3 matches, 10 minutes. During this time, he will be like a lifeless statue. Only 10 minutes. Grim looked worried. Can our fabricated truth really ferment? Scheherazade scolded angrily. Why are you the only one who can't stay calm? I'm just worried, okay? Although it's only a matter of time before he goes down. If it takes more than 10 minutes, we'll have to think of a new plan. Then call out your princesses. Isn't there Beauty and the Beast? Can you read more books? That's from the copyright maniac's house. Using it once could bankrupt me. Anderson looked at the two behind him, speechless. Suddenly, a voice came. Is there a way to retreat? We still want to do our part. The one speaking is indeed Ikkyu, who sees the three of them walking over with worried faces, because it was confirmed that the Tengu's descent was a farce. The conspiracy of the decapitation cycle was dismantled. The Tengu will soon sink. But something strange happened. The bodies of those extras are disappearing. They're all gone, as if they never existed. Not a trace left. Grimm said, this method is really peculiar. I'm becoming more curious about who's behind this. Su Chi murmured as he finished changing. It's almost time. Then with a loud boom, everyone turned their heads in unison to see a giant spider appear out of nowhere. Xian was so scared he collapsed to the ground, stammering, "Oh my god, it's him, the great Ghost King of 81. Watching as the spider got closer and closer. This is panicking. The Ghost King is awakening. The real Ghost King has arrived. Su Chi pretended to be shocked and said, so it was 81 after all. It seems they are the masterminds behind this grand scheme. But he was actually very pleased inside. It had been a long night. Finally, it's my turn to step in. Green also exclaimed. 81. Is that the mysterious organization that left the coordinates to revive the Ghost King? Anderson replied. That's right. They are suspected to be from Joran Mountain. Ruzad suddenly understood. They appeared at this moment, probably wanting to take over the Tengu problem directly. What a clever plan. Of course. I've been planning for a long time. Su Chi tentatively asked. Should we stop them? Anderson immediately stopped him, saying we absolutely should not. Destroying the mystery of a secret organization is equivalent to becoming their enemy. Decapitation cycle. Threatening the lives of ordinary citizens violates the fundamental rules of Black Gate. So we took action. But facing this unknown secret organization, we now have to consider the consequences of our actions. Su Chi looks puzzled. So we do nothing at all? Just let it go like this? Anderson explained that we still need to observe, and any of our actions need to wait for the director's instructions. Before that, as long as 9981 does not overstep, we just need to respond conservatively, because they are related to the past. This is the first point. Importantly, they haven't shown overly dangerous signs. The Filian Angel incident was prevented from escalating further due to their timely report. We should just keep monitoring, unless absolutely necessary. No need to make enemies with them. I didn't expect Juto to write a letter to the police station back then. By sheer luck, it inadvertently influenced Hyman's view and attitude towards 9981. Anyway, not being listed on Hyman's danger list is already a very good situation. Suddenly, Zia shouted loudly. The Ghost King moved. He opened his mouth and emitted a strong, piercing shockwave. Everyone quickly covered their ears. Liuli, standing nearby, asked Zia, did you really fight him to a draw? Of course, it's true. If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. Still stubbornly denying it. Then the spider suddenly grew a pair of arms. Anderson looked worried. Could it be evolving? The Tengu has already been proven fake. Where did he get the mouthing line from? Su Chi looked pleased. Not bad. Causing such a commotion. Then the spider raised its finger. Just a single finger. With a bang, a hole was instantly made in the Tengu's body. How is this possible? A single finger pierced through the Tengu. Is this the true power of the Demon King? Ikkyu and the others arrive at the scene. If there are any other means, we still want to help a bit more. Scheherazade appreciates your intention, but you should leave quickly. It's too dangerous here. But Ikkyu said worriedly, we also know a bit about mysterious matters. The crisis with the Tengu Demon King might not be completely resolved yet. Anderson said that's indeed the case. But there's nothing we can do now. We can only wait and see. Along the way, the streets destroyed by ghosts and gods have been completely repaired, as expected of Black Gate. It's truly amazing. Then Chino grabs towards Suki's side. Pinch over there, said in confusion. I clearly saw you die. Are you really okay? Su Chi said she was really okay, then asked, how about you? Are you hurt? Ji's old face flushed with embarrassment. I'm such a genius. It's not that easy to get hurt. And thank you for rushing over to save me. This guy is adorably silly. Su Chi mumbled. Su Chi, this is for you. Then handed something over. Li Liuli, standing beside, explained that this is a secret medicine of Tianmen Mountain. It can heal wounds. I'll give it to you. Thanks. I'll take it then. Then Su Chi poured out the medicine. What the heck, is it glutinous rice balls? Then Su Chi took a closer look, and noticed something was wrong. This thing should be related to spirits. It doesn't seem ordinary. Liu Li smiled and said, you can try one. How does it taste? Su Chi immediately felt nauseous. He awkwardly said he couldn't eat right now. Who could stomach these disgusting bugs? Go ahead, eat. Don't be reluctant. I have plenty more here. Then he stuffed everything into Su Chi's hands. Take these home and eat them slowly. They're really good for your health. Su Chi held the jars of medicine, looking helpless. Grim checked his phone. It was already 8:20. The truth video Su Chi posted should have gone viral by now. But why is there no movement? Then came a cracking sound. Everyone turned around and looked. What's going on? Why are there so many people? Could these be citizens who haven't evacuated? They were holding lights and cameras, slowly walking forward. Kyushi muttered, so many people, not a sound. What are they up to? Then Liu Li pointed ahead. Look quickly. They're heading towards the Tengu. Aren't they afraid of death? Their eyes were dull, and their manner strange. They slowly approached the Tengu. At this moment, Su Chi said they don't look quite normal. Then they stopped. After setting up the camera, they pointed the lens at the Tengu and started filming. Scheherazade noticed something unusual. They definitely aren't normal people. They're like puppets on strings. Their movements and reactions are terribly slow. Su Chi immediately interjected. Their actions are so synchronized. It's as if they are being controlled. Then he sensed something was wrong. There must be someone nearby controlling them secretly. Everyone immediately became vigilant. Everyone checked around and found nothing unusual, but Su Chi felt something was wrong, but couldn't pinpoint it. Strange. I always feel there's someone else nearby. Su Chi looked worried. Suddenly, Ji also shouted, look quickly. The bodies of the citizens killed by the Tengu earlier are all gone. Everyone took a close look, and it was really gone. Just now, it was still there when the scene was restored. Then Anderson's face tightened. Could this be a theater? From the beginning, these citizens were the extras in this grand play. The person who created this theater fooled the beheading cycle. They fooled the audience outside. Even we were deceived. At this moment, Scheherazade realized, could it be before the blockade of Yule battle? He had placed these puppet actors among ordinary passers-by from the beginning. Beheading cycle. Thought he directed a horror drama. Little did he know he was also just a pawn. It seems there is an even more troublesome mysterious organization hidden in Luo. But what is their purpose? Meanwhile, on the internet, a bombshell news broke out. A headline caught everyone's attention. Major reveal. 300 photos of Luo's Tengu taken on site. Scheherazade said with a smile. No wonder your message disappeared without a trace. Turns out there was this big show. Hearing this, Su Chi sighed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Everyone was taken into account. Because of this explosive news, the threads holding Tengu's fur together are starting to snap. Anderson shouted. It's not safe here. We need to get farther away. Scheherazade remarked. The decapitation cycle took months, and it created Tengu in one go. But now, its collapse only takes a few minutes. Anderson said calmly that times have changed. In an era when communication was underdeveloped, whether it was spreading or refuting rumors, everything happened very slowly. Now, in the age of information explosion, people have become accustomed to being overwhelmed by vast amounts of information, gradually becoming numb. People have also started to adapt. As the anchor lines decrease, Tengu will soon sink, and over time, as online discussions dwindle, he will be lost in the deep sea forever. Su Chi looks disappointed. It's a pity that I risked my life but couldn't truly stop him, and I didn't expect there to be another organization. Green patted Suki on the shoulder and comforted her, saying, don't be discouraged. Although you made a small mistake, the other party is obviously an experienced old fox. It's normal to feel frustrated. You really did well this time. Even we were taken in this time, let alone you. The game among the mysterious ones is like this. They often think they're in control of the situation, but there's always a deeper mastermind behind the scenes. In the end, they find out they're just pawns in the game. Thank you for your comfort. Su immediately felt much better. Then he left to find some clothes to wear. Watching Su Chi's departing figure, everyone couldn't help but sigh. He came up with a good plan, but was taught a lesson by the big fox. This blow was too much. He's still just a child. Anderson said to give him some space. He still needs to grow. However, Suchi's face suddenly changed after leaving the crowd, revealing a triumphant and cunning smile. What's going on? He pierced through Tiangu with just one finger. Then Anderson smiled without saying a word, as if he saw through everything. 99 times, such a clever plan. Just in time for the Mao line to break. The moment the Tengu's body is about to disappear, take advantage of this time difference to mislead the shallow depth seers. Make them believe it was the Ghost King who killed the Tengu. At this point, the Tengu's body starts to gradually sink into the deep sea, entering depths beyond the seer's vision. In their view, the so-called truth is just a meticulously planned performance. In order to harvest the spear shaft, this 99 and 81 is really meticulous. However, in Suchi's world, even if the spear shafts of the heavenly dogs all collapse, at most, they'll sink to the bottom layer. Anyway, he can still see them. It's really maddening. After a while, Ji also shouted, "Look, the sky dog is gone. The Demon King took it out." Moments later, the lights on the entire street started flickering again, just like when the Demon King appeared. Then the Spider Demon King started to disappear. Soon the Spider Demon King was completely gone. The damaged areas have also cleared up. It's really touching. Tonight was truly terrifying. First the Celestial Dog, then the Ghost King. Even my father and great-great-grandfather probably never encountered this. Suchi rubbed his chin. He smiled knowingly. Tonight's show looked quite good. We, the 9981, orchestrated this grand scheme to harvest the psychic Mao Dingxian from beginning to end. We used a counterplot to behead him. The cycle never ends. It became part of our plan. We cleverly factored in the blockade of the Black Gate. My resurrection distanced me from the 9981. These local psychics will continue to spread the influence of the Ghost King of 9981 for me, from actors to stage. Finally, with realistic props, every detail was meticulously arranged. It was all part of the grand, mysterious creation of 9981. At last, 9981 made its grand debut in front of the audience. The scene changes. 3 p.m., 5 hours before the appearance of the giant Tengu. A shut-in game blogger named Kojima is playing on his phone. Suddenly, a message popped up. It turned out to be a new game test by Spider. A new version of Ghosts of Luodu was released. Then I looked at the game introduction. This is a world with ghosts. Here, you will play as a novice investigator, investigating ghost incidents. According to the game prompts, you can get corresponding gift packs, experience, and bonuses after completing tasks. Kojima looks excited. Then he starts talking to himself about how Spider's previous games were quite interesting. This one shouldn't be any worse. So he clicks on the registration link. After creating his character according to the instructions, he begins customizing the avatar. The details of the face sculpting are very intricate. It's like molding a real person. After painstakingly finishing, we're ready to enter the game. At this moment, the online player count in the backend of Luodu Ghosts and Gods has already exceeded 500. Appearing in front of the backend control screen is Hugo. With his hands on his hips, he said, "Creating so many virtual citizens at once is really quite a project. The creation of one puppet represents one player logging into the game." Then, Kojima's puppet was also generated. Looking at all these dolls in front of him, Hugo beamed with joy. The chameleon talisman from Suchi was really useful. It could transform the game characters to look like the players themselves. This made blending in with real citizens much easier. Success or failure depends on this. Tonight, leave it to me. At this moment, Kojima had already started entering the game. Looking at the game's appearance, Kojima complained while playing, "Why is it like this? I want it to be like I just shaped it. This game. I'll write this in the feedback later." Suddenly, a notification popped up. Tonight at 7 p.m. Complete the event tasks for substantial rewards. Complete to be rewarded. It should be a big gift pack for the beta test. There must be good stuff. We have to join. It's almost 7 o'clock. Why hasn't the event started yet? Xiao Dao is anxiously waiting. Ding ding. A sound rings out. Suddenly, a message pops up. The event has started. The event is called Ghost Catcher. Players need to hide. Don't get caught by the ghost. Kojima takes a closer look. Is the one holding the lamp a ghost? It's really interesting that the ghost uses a lamp to catch people. But this ghost catches not only players. It also catches NPCs. What's this operation? Then a game rule popped up. If the player is caught by the ghost, the character will die, and the game will end. You can't log in and start the game again. So if you die, you can't continue playing. Kojima immediately became cautious. All of this was carefully arranged by Hugo. He hacked the amusement area's cameras, quickly pinpointed Anderson's location, and projected his real self into the game, becoming the position of the lamp ghost, then issued a mission to make players avoid him. We can't let Black Gate discover these virtual citizens, but plans can't keep up with changes. The Celestial event occurred earlier than expected, causing the number of players in the quarantine zone to drop by more than half. Fortunately, there are still 128 players. Hugo took advantage of this and started a new setup. Then he used the divine artifact. The neuromancer started working with a crackle. Let's show them the power of the spider. When Xiao Dao dodged the ghost with serpentine movements, he quickly received a new mission notification to protect NPCs from the ghost while evacuating to a safe zone. For each NPC he protects and evacuates, he will receive a high reward. The character controlled by Xiao Dao walks through the amusement area. Oh wow! This ghost is pretty powerful. Its attack range is quite wide. Even a slight touch will eliminate you. But he quickly realized something was wrong. He always felt that this mission was very sudden. It was like an emergency. There was no logic to it. It was unpredictable. This had never happened in any of Spider's previous games. Forget it. Stop thinking about it. New games always have some weird gameplay. But overall, this game is really good. At the same time, when Tengu was immobilized by Anderson, Hugo directed the photography team to move out. The players quickly gathered together with the props in their hands and walked towards Tengu. Although the props were a bit crude, you will receive experience rewards upon completing the task. Soon, with the concerted efforts of many players, over 300 on-site photos were successfully taken. Then Hugo spread these photos and information throughout Los Angeles. The target audience was users and media outlets covering the decapitation Tengu incident. Soon, a large number of notifications reached the general public. Currently, rumors about the Tengu incident are flying everywhere. Videos debunking the rumors are not lacking in popularity and attention. It has caused quite a stir. Then public opinion completely collapsed. The heavenly dog starts sinking. Seeing the effect it's achieved, Hugo's mouth starts to curve up, waiting to go back and get the reward from Mr. Truth. Many thanks to Black Gate for their help. We need to hurry back and report. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they left. Before leaving, Liu Li reminded Su Qi to visit Tianmen Mountain when she had time. Su Qi's face showed embarrassment. She indicated that she would. At this moment, Anderson calmly said that the psychics organization in Luodu would surely be restless tonight because of the revival of the 81 Ghost Kings. They definitely won't be able to eat or sleep. They'll be up all night. Since Tengu has sunk, let's leave as well. We still have to report back to the Li family. But Su Qi suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Then he took out his phone. "It's almost time on my side. Miss Mary is about to arrive." Su Qi grinned. An idea suddenly came to his mind. "You go ahead. I'll catch up with you soon." The once arrogant great Tengu probably never thought that his fate would end up like this one day. "You guys go ahead. I'll be right back. Take care." Anderson cautioned. Because of the deep sea, Su Qi stared at the Tengu opposite him, murmuring that it was time to deal with him officially. Then the 9 o'clock alarm rang. After feeling Su Qi's gaze, the Tengu suddenly entered warrior mode and attacked Su Qi. But just as the claws were about to hit Su Qi, the Tengu's palm was slashed open. The pain made Tengu wail loudly. At this moment, Su Qi had already used the divine mist skin. Standing next to Su Qi was the check-in maniac, Miss Mary. "Hello. I am Miss Mary." The attacked Tengu was furious. Then it spat out a shockwave towards Miss Mary. Miss Mary raised her knife and retaliated, executed a horizontal slash. The shockwave dissipated. Then the Tengu launched a second shockwave, but Miss Mary leapt and instantly appeared beside the Tengu. But the next second, Miss Mary was caught by the Tengu. The Tengu then fiercely slammed Miss Mary to the ground. With a loud crash, the ground was smashed to pieces. While Su Qi looked shocked, Tengu's arm suddenly flashed with light, and then was chopped into pieces. Miss Mary's angry roar, her eyes red, was on the verge of going berserk, then once again soared into the air and came face to face with Tengu, not giving Tengu any time to react. A backhand slash was directed at Tengu. The blade fell, and the Tengu incident finally came to an end. The Tengu incident caused by the beheading cycle ultimately ended in regret. The struggle for the anchor point begins with the resurrection of the Ghost King. It is expected to have a long operational line, and the failure of the beheading cycle can only be considered the first sacrifice in this grand mystery, but it will not be the last. Seniors, I have returned. After handling everything, Su-Chi came over here. Anderson immediately asked, is it done? Su-Chi nodded. After fastening their seatbelts, Scheherazade started the car and set off. At this moment, Grimm suddenly said, the Tengu is no longer visible. It seems it has completely sunk. Looking out the window, Su-Chi murmured, yes, it's completely out of sight. They didn't realize the outside scenery was exceptionally dazzling. At this moment, the Tengu was seen chopped into pieces, scattered all over the sky. Su-Chi couldn't help but remark, Miss Mary is really straightforward and brutal. Now it's time for the final cleanup. He then said, President, it's time to take off your mask and talk. The beheading loop continued on the side. Asked back, how did you know it was me? Then slowly took off the mask. It was the student council president, Tian Jin. Previously, Qian Mu told me about the transfer student changing videos and uniforms. If I remember correctly, you have a sister. She also graduated from our school and was in the same class as senior Jing Yu. I went to school to look for you today, but you took a leave. Then I confirmed it was you. Actually, I was holding onto a glimmer of hope that the person scared by the mask wasn't you. Then Su-Chi asked helplessly, was it for Zhao Feng? Suddenly hit by Su-Chi's question, Tian Jing's face immediately turned ugly. Then he let out a long sigh. At this point, there's nothing more to hide. Then he took out a mirror. What's this? Su-Chi looked puzzled, as expected. You can see it too, huh? Then Tian Jing explained, this is Mephistopheles. Seeing Tian Jing take out a mirror out of thin air, Su-Chi looked surprised. This is the devil from Faust. Tian Jing said calmly. It seems you've done your research. He said that as long as I paid a sufficient price, any wish could be fulfilled, even Zhao Feng. But I failed. I still underestimated his greed. Anderson immediately asked what the price was. Tianjing said it was human panic. The more, the better. Then Grimm said loudly, I can't believe you thought of that. Using the anchor to accumulate popularity, just to achieve today's horrifying reality show. Scheherazade said angrily, Grimm, shut up. Nobody thinks you're mute. If you can't hold it in, I can help you. Green immediately smiled and said, don't be like that. This is a compliment. Aren't you all curious? We investigated your background. Logically speaking, you have nothing to do with our world. I won't become a mystic either. So where does your divinity come from? And you shouldn't know the rules of the mystical world. How do you know that you can create spirits through anchors? Faced with these questions, Tian Jin directly ignored them. Then she directly asked, how will you handle me? Everyone remained silent. After a while, Anderson said, you should be thankful that your wrong actions didn't cause serious consequences. So we won't consider you a true mystery criminal. Then Tian Jin pleaded, I don't understand your world. But can you help my sister Zhao Feng? I am willing to pay any price. At this moment, Anderson became serious. You can't, child. Even Mephistopheles can't. You must get rid of this mirror. Otherwise, it will completely destroy you. The so-called wish fulfillment is just a trap to fill the demon's desire. Then it gets urgent. You can't take him away. He said once the contract is established, no one can separate it. In the end, he will take my soul. Anderson said calmly, no, he won't. Child, we will save you. We will remove this demon from your body, and you will be an ordinary person again. Su-Chi looked worried. Can we safely retrieve this divine object? Anderson said it depends on him. Then they arrived at a dock. Su-Chi looked puzzled. Is there something in the sea that can help the president? Anderson turned to Su-Chi and said if we want to retrieve the divine object, we need his full cooperation. I'll make some preparations. You should talk to him first. Then Su-Chi said that thing would kill you. We want to save you, but we need your cooperation. However, Tianjin said, do you remember that question about pursuit? Su-Chi thought for a moment and then said, of course I remember. You said you envied Xiao Feng for having something you love passionately in life, and tirelessly pursue it. When I signed a pact with the devil to save Zhao Feng, I thought I had found my purpose. I thought I could devote everything to this purpose without hesitation, even my life. But just now, when I stood before the Tengu to face death, I was scared. When you shielded me from the Tengu's attack, I even felt a bit of relief. Tian Jin became more and more ashamed, realizing that his so-called pursuit beyond life was actually so cheap. Su-Chi immediately retorted, you can't say that. I've always believed that no matter what you sacrifice for your pursuit, even if it's your life, you must also be responsible for yourself. No matter what you do, you have to face the consequences of your actions, and you must not implicate others. Hearing Su-Chi's words, Tian Jin's expression became heavy. Su-Chi looked helpless. Did I speak too harshly? But after a moment, Tian Jin immediately said, you're right. I might never become Zhao Feng. Then he pointed to this demon inside him. Can you really take it out? What do I need to do? Why does it feel like you're not following the script? I haven't even started counseling yet. Su Chi looks worried. Don't say you'll cooperate now, and then change your mind later. Tian Jin looks at Su Chi with a determined expression. Don't worry, I won't joke about my own life. I have to stay alive until Zhaofeng wakes up. After a while, Anderson came back. After learning that Tian Jin was ready, Anderson led them onto the boat. Then he said to Su Chi, "You untie him first." Then he instructed Tian Jin, "Lie down here. Close your eyes. No matter what happens, don't open your eyes. Do not respond. Definitely don't get up. There might be sounds. There might be indescribable things happening. But no matter what happens, you must not respond. As long as you do nothing, nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will never return." Tian Jing immediately understood, because he would tempt me to respond. He even imitates your voices to confuse me. Anderson repeatedly said, "Just lie still. Leave the rest to us, until we drag you ashore. Once you're ready." Tian Jing lay down. Then Shahrazad shouted, "Set sail. Let's disembark." Then Su Chi asked what that ritual was for. Anderson said it was a timer that would shut off when time was up. The ship would drift on the sea, waiting for the ritual to complete. Shahrazad pulled the ship back again. Hopefully, everything goes well. Su Chi silently prayed in his heart. After a while, the ship stopped. Then, a thick fog slowly approached. Su Chi watched the ship disappear before his eyes. Suddenly, a sound came. Su Chi's face changed dramatically. What is that sound? It sounds just like the divine cafeteria. Su Chi looked uneasy. What exactly is that? Anderson calmly replied, "That's the mysterious court." Su Chi suddenly understood. It's that incredibly powerful ghost deity, transformed into a ghost deity computer by some mysterious expert. Can he help Senior Tianjing extract the divinity by mistake? Grimm immediately said, "Theoretically, it's possible, as long as there is enough computing power. In this world, there's no problem that can't be solved, unless the ability is insufficient. Then wouldn't that make one a god?" Su revealed a trace of fear. So the boss put restrictions on him. We call it the offshore agreement, which means the Tribunal of Mystery can never set foot on land. Su Chi looked puzzled. Not allowing the Tribunal of Mystery to set foot on land. Is it because of its immense destructive power? Anderson shook his head. That's not the reason. His computational power is too strong. The boss is worried that he might learn and master this world through enough exposure. So they set up an offshore protocol for him, preventing him from accessing the land, artificially creating a knowledge blind spot for him. Su Chi finally understands why this thing is in the sea. But getting him to surface to a depth that can affect the world should take quite a bit of effort, right? Anderson said helplessly, "I'm not very clear on the specific operations either. These were all done by the enforcers from Blackgate headquarters. It is said that the mysterious court is now fixed between the Abyss layer and the manhwa layer, but its influence range is very wide, enough to reach the shallow world. Although the computational power it transmits has been greatly reduced, it is still much more advanced than the current human supercomputers." Su Chi was deeply moved. Clearly a ghost, yet used as a tool by the Blackgate. Suddenly, Su Chi's vision went dark. A strong pressure hit her face. Su Chi staggered, almost falling. "Su Chi, what's wrong?" Everyone around her rushed to ask. After Su Chi calmed down, she said she had some saliva. Among those present, only Su Chi was at the bottom level. She was the most affected by the mysterious court. There is something unspeakable lurking in this sea. It will drag people into the deep sea and dismember them. It drives those who approach it mad and out of control. Half an hour later, Scheherazade senses something moving. "Can you handle it alone?" Anderson plans to go up and help. Scheherazade shouts angrily, "Shut up, come back to me." Then, with a forceful motion, suddenly bursts out a tremendous power. The chains suspended over the sea instantly tightened. The dense fog over the sea began to dissipate. Ships in the distance also started to slowly approach. Scheherazade exerted her strength again. The ground was stamped into a big pit. Soon the ship was pulled back. It docked at the pier. Su Chi immediately ran up. He checked Tian Jing's condition. Suddenly, they noticed a mirror next to Tianjing. It looks like it worked. Anderson continued, "Quick, wake him up." Su Chi shook Tianjing, trying to wake him up, but there was no response. Grimm, standing by, performed a ritual to seal the divine artifact. Su Chi noticed many scratch marks on the edge of the boat. It looked like some indescribable horror had left marks while trying to climb aboard. Scheherazade, standing nearby, said maliciously, "You can't do it like that. You're too gentle." Then she extended her hand, and with a snap, a big slap landed. Su Chi was so scared that he became a meme. Tian Jin was directly knocked flying and crashed into Jie Lin on the side. The two immediately had a close encounter. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. The scene was so eye-popping. Then, Anderson explained that those returning from the mysterious court would fall into a deep sleep. They must be forcibly awakened immediately. Otherwise, over time, ordinary people will become demented, and mystics will lose control. What kind of existence is the Court of Mysteries, that it can instill such fear in a person? Su Chi was drenched in cold sweat. Green was worried Tian Jin might be slapped to death. Then, Scheherazade stepped forward to check. Then he pried open Tian Jin's eyelids. The next second, Tian Jin's previously dilated pupils immediately responded. Regaining consciousness, Tian Jin screamed, "Don't come near me." How could this be? Su Chi was instantly at a loss. Anderson reminded, "We must calm him down quickly." Then he used the Divine Emperor's new clothes to invert reality and illusion. "Forget everything on the ship. Hurry up and wake up." Then Tianjing slowly calmed down. Everything was fine. "We'll take you home." Then we drove Tianjing to her apartment building, and Suki got out of the car, ready to walk Tianjing to her door. Suki said, "This time there were no casualties. The Black Gate won't punish you. And Zhaofeng, we'll be fine. I'll find a way to help you. Don't do anything foolish again, okay?" Then Tianjing got serious. "They sent you to talk to me, right? They want to know who gave me this damn thing, right?" Su Chi smiled awkwardly. "I wanted to talk to you myself." Tian Jing thought for a moment and then said, 3 months ago, after I visited Zhaofeng, a mysterious person gave me a devil's contract and that camera. He didn't have any distinguishing features, and I can't remember his appearance clearly, and since that time, I've never seen him again. But one thing is clear, he was wearing a jade bead bracelet. As expected, things are not that simple." Su Chi thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you know his name?" Tian Jin said, "That man said his name is Heshi." After that, Su Chi and Tian Jin parted ways. On the way back, Su Chi sat alone on the subway. Mephisto was removed. The chairman returned to being an ordinary person. The beheading cycle should be over, right? What to pay attention to now is that man called Heshi. Thinking about the big trap he and 9981 planned together. One should think about the mysteries of the world with a conspiratorial mindset. He gave an ordinary person such a dangerous divine artifact for no reason. The chairman was influenced by the divine artifact and caused massive panic, which ultimately brought the Tengu demon out from the deep sea, resulting in the Tengu's descent. Was all of this part of his plan? The fitting of the Magatama. That's all the clues we have. No clues at all. Suddenly, Su Chi felt something was off. The whole carriage was empty. It was too quiet. Although there were usually few people on the tram at night, there wasn't even a ghost now. Suddenly, a strange sound came. Such a strange sound. It sounded like some kind of whispering. Su Chi began to be cautious of everything around. Then Su Chi looked outside. Outside, visibly, there were tombstones everywhere. Clearly written on them was, "Tomb of Su Chi." Su Chi was shocked. Moreover, this strange sound was like distorted bronze bells. It seemed like an ancient and primitive ritual, as if something was about to emerge from the old tombs. Su Chi was sweating profusely, his whole body filled with inexplicable panic. However, Su Chi, who was used to seeing ghosts and gods, didn't find the ancient tombs and burial figurines frightening. So what was Su Chi afraid of? Suddenly, Su Chi had an epiphany. This is the source of this fear. It comes from ancient, eerie, and terrifying funeral rites. Who is this person suddenly approaching us? He is shrouded in a black aura, so eerie it gives you goosebumps. What are funeral rites? They are the oldest rituals in human history, carrying a heavy sense of history accumulated over generations, can easily crush any insignificant ant in the course of changing times. The birth of funeral rites. Is it the primordial reverence for life and death by living beings? Or because someone needs such a lie? Su Chi couldn't figure it out. If funerals were a grand mystery constructed by a mysterious figure at the dawn of human civilization, then in the repeated layers of historical change, this grand mystery has already acquired the power to transcend eras. The miracles that span history have deeply embedded themselves in human civilization, and have even become events. The more Su Chi thought about it, the more serious she realized it was. Suddenly, Su Chi clutched her chest. What's happening? Su Chi felt dizzy. Her vision blurred. It felt like something was weighing down on her chest. Su Chi suddenly understood. This was a sign of losing control. With a splash, Su Chi fell into the deep sea. The water pressure was dark. A variety of craziness attacked Su Chi. Su Chi held his head, trying hard to stay calm. I must not lose control. First, I need to empty my mind. After a while, Su-chi opened her eyes and shouted, "No, I can't do it." At this moment, Su-chi couldn't hold on anymore, slowly sinking into the deep sea. As she sank, Su-chi also gradually lost control. Her entire body slowly transformed into a ghost. Suddenly, a red light flashed underwater. Su-chi murmured, "It's that light again." Then she reached out her right hand and slowly approached the red light. Within her reach, it was densely packed with tentacles. It was quite eerie. When Su-chi got closer, he discovered that the red light was from a giant octopus. Its eyes were like rubies. At this moment, just like last time, Su-chi grabbed a tentacle, and there was a click. The tentacle was severed. Then the tentacle turned into a red liquid, and slowly disappeared. Immediately, a strange phenomenon arose. Su-chi was carried up by streams of water, and rapidly moved further away from the octopus. With a bang, Su-chi heavily slammed into the door. At this moment, Su-chi has returned to reality. She actually managed to come back from losing control. Suddenly, a voice was heard. Su-chi's eyes widened, unaware of when. There was suddenly a person in front of Su-chi, holding a book. It was very eerie. I saw this person speak again, saying that since you could return, you must have accessed divine knowledge, and have the potential to surpass others. Should I kill you now? Or... Su-chi's expression changed. It seems the visitor has ill intentions. It's better to strike first. Su-chi immediately drew out the holy sword. But in the next second, Su-chi suddenly couldn't speak, as if someone had grabbed his throat. Then the opponent's finger moved slightly, and Su-chi felt like 1,000 pounds were pressing down on him. Completely unable to move, Su-chi gritted his teeth and held on. Is this the end for him? Completely crushed. At this moment, the opponent spoke. Thinking you had some skill. Turns out you're just an ignorant ant. Then Su-chi suddenly saw the jade on this person's hand. He immediately understood. He is the right one. Forget it. Killing you is useless. Better to leave you to the old lady who plays with blood immortal bugs. Then he suddenly disappeared on the spot. The next second the carriage returned to calm. Alright, Su-chi, I've been looking for you for a long time. And you're here. Then slammed the medicine jar on the table. Sha Yushu angrily said to Su-chi, "Look at what you've done." Summer Yushu's hair stood on end. He looked at Su-chi, who seemed absent-minded. Summer Yushu was furious. Damn it. You said this was Tianmen Mountain's secret ancestral medicine. It could cure hair loss, and also make me handsome. Look at me now. I look like my head was blown up. It's all your fault, Su-chi, with that helpless look on your face. Indeed, an average person couldn't handle this. Who told you to drink it all in one go? Too much bitterness. If you have nothing to do, help me feed the cat. Sha Yushu immediately refused. The cat you saved. Feed it yourself. Su-chi calmly said, "Don't regret it. I've been studying recently and need to look up some information. I don't have time, so I asked Shazi to take care of him. Considering the time, he should be there soon, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, Sha Yu's expression immediately changed. Her eyes lit up. She turned around and walked away excitedly, happily running off to find the cat. "I'm always ready to help. You focus on your studies. Leave the cat to me," Su-chi said helplessly. Lust is a knife above a young man's head. Then Su-chi opened the book, looking over the history of the East, the era of closed-door policies, the period of capitalist sprouting, the flourishing period of inventions and poetry, the period of technological inventions and cultural dissemination overseas, the era of trade connecting countries, the era of unifying the world, the era of 100 schools of thought contending and reform debates. In a period of advanced bronze casting, there should be something to find. Thinking back to the previous scenes, the mere display of mystery by the He family made me completely lose control. If it weren't for that strange octopus stone statue, I would have been done for. Plus, experiencing puberty once again. That stone statue has pulled me back from losing control for the second time. Just by touching its tentacles, it can help me resist losing control once. Then Su-chi immediately shook his head. This is not what I should be thinking about right now. She is. Su-chi suddenly remembered seeing Bei Mihou on the jade earlier. What does this mean? Then he picked up a book to check it out. Bei Mi ignored. The legendary Eastern Ying Yayoi period wrote about the Queen of Yamatai, the founder of the Eastern Ying orbit religion. Yayoi period, which was the agricultural period. There was no concept of recorded history yet. Bewitched by Eastern Ying, just like the legendary figures Yao and Shun from the chaotic era of ancient civilization. These records are placed in the same period as the Yayoi era. But which book should we look for? Suddenly, Su-chi had a flash of inspiration. There is one more book, the one he is holding, the records of the 3 kingdoms. In no time, he found the book. The founder of the mysterious Toho ghost cult once sent an envoy to Wei named Nan Sheng Nyu Su Chi Nan. Could it be that the ghost cult from ancient times really existed? It looks like we need to investigate. At that time, Toho frequently paid tribute to the Jin dynasty, seeking support while also making their presence felt. Because of the frequent exchanges between the two countries, more and more cultural customs are beginning to cross to the east, including funeral customs. If Nanshengmi is a mystic, then after witnessing Suzuki's funeral customs, would he find that his own country lacks them, but they have the potential to become widespread rituals? So he brought this custom back to his country, promoting it as his own mystery. This artificially constructed grand mystery lasted for 200 years during the fervent ancient tomb-building craze, and reached its peak. This large-scale mysterious construction pattern from 1,500 years ago doesn't seem much different from modern-day media manipulation. Both rely on the mob. It's surprising that it was like this 1,500 years ago, and it's still the same 1,500 years later. Boy, am I. What is this exactly? The name is so strange. Su Chi draws a diagram of the characters and events, reasoning repeatedly. Everything points to this name, but the time doesn't match up. He lived 1,500 years ago. Suddenly, Su Chi has a brainstorm. You can ask Alice. Lee then sent a message to Alice asking if Timebound can live for 1,500 years. But just as the message was sent, Alice immediately replied. She said no. Timebound also have a lifespan. Su Chi immediately felt relieved. If there were Timebound who could live for 1,500 years, just thinking about it is terrifying. Since it's not a time guardian, there must be other possibilities. Then Su Chi decided to look for more clues. But suddenly, another message came. It boldly stated, Transcendent One. The birth of a Transcendent One requires the nourishment of an era. They possess the longevity and knowledge to transcend eras. A notebook recorded related content. Su Chi felt a tightening in his heart. He spent the whole morning researching. The findings were superficial. The occult book given by Blackgate mentioned that among the 10 primordial systems, there is one called the Crown System. It is said they possess divine knowledge. There is knowledge that transcends time, era, and all things that have an end. It is the most unique existence among the 10 fundamental systems of knowledge. Other systems of knowledge require their own foundational schools and mystics to summarize and uncover the corresponding knowledge, eventually forming a system. However, although the Crown System exists, there has never been a foundational school for it in history, nor have any mystics used its related knowledge. Thus, for a long period of time, there are many doubts among mystics about whether the Crown System truly exists. Transcendent knowledge and divine knowledge are considered legendary. Over 100 years ago, the Western mystical world explored the mysterious Eastern history. They encountered a mystic whose rituals didn't belong to the other 9 original systems. For the first time, they witnessed the knowledge and rituals of the Crown System, and felt the terror of the Transcendent Ones. Information about the Transcendent Ones, most of it was left behind during that period. Based on today's clues, he might be someone who transcends, and he shows a complete disregard for life. The side he reveals is like another creature beyond human beings. Humans are just nourishment to him, tools that provide him with anchoring. Su Chi rubbed his head. He said yesterday that after returning from losing control, he would have the qualifications to become a transcendent. Forget it. The more I think about it, the more confused I get. I should go to Blackgate and discuss it with them again. Su Chi, come and help. The school festival is in a week. Suddenly, there was a sound of something falling from a tree. Su Chi looked helpless. We had no choice but to do the heavy lifting. Ji Yu Shui said the old furniture needed for decorating the haunted house has already been moved to the sportswear house. Let's go check it out together. They arrived at the gym. Both were stunned. Isn't this way too much? Did Ji Yu Shui rob his neighbor's house? Sha Yushu complained while moving things. You said these furniture pieces are quite ugly. The taste of the old water neighbor is quite heavy. Su Chi echoed. Yeah, they are really ugly. In Su Chi's world, it's a different scene. It makes Su Chi's hair stand on end. The weather is so hot. Still had to be dragged by Sha Yushu to do hard labor. Still had to carry this dead heavy piece of junk. Su Chi got angrier the more he thought about it. Then he kicked the stool. The stool cried out in pain. This guy's muttering to himself. Did I not kick it hard enough just now? Su Chi stared expressionlessly at the stool in front of him. The ghost then slammed the box down heavily with a bang. I'm exhausted. Then Su Chi kicked the chair again. Su Chi felt a wave of relief inside. What's the use of just being angry? Who's making you stay here? Because of the haunted house. The ghosts and spirits on campus started getting restless too. Sha Lushu said gleefully. What are you standing around for? There are several more boxes. Don't even think about slacking off. An hour later, they finally finished moving everything. Sha Lushu was panting heavily with exhaustion. However, Su Chi was lost in thought. I just kicked that guy. Even though he's already left the scene, the situation now is kind of weird. These old pieces of furniture have human faces. Their limbs and organs seem to be disassembled and then roughly put back together. Why would the neighbor by the lake use such furniture? If it were just one piece, I wouldn't mind. But if they're all like this, then there must be a problem. Since that's the case, it's necessary to investigate. Su Chi immediately had an idea. That night, Su Chi went to the Black Gate. At this time, the Black Gate only had Alice and Scheherazade. Alice explained that Anderson and Grimm went to track down the Birth Society. We were delayed by the Tengu earlier. Now we have to speed up. Su Chi immediately questioned if it had been 3 or 4 days since they got the information. Could they still track it down? At this moment, Shanlu Zuo said the Western military port surely couldn't find their traces. But the 9-tailed fox in Haidong Town might have some clues. But we need to keep our phones accessible. If they encounter any problems, we need to support them immediately. By the way, Mr. Lee, there's something I want to ask you. The school is having a campus festival, and our class brought in a batch of old furniture. But on these, Su Chi then took something out of the bag. As soon as this item appeared, everyone looked at each other in dismay. Alice said indifferently, is this a ghost attached to the objects? Suki nodded. That's right. All the furniture has ghost images. They're attached to them. Unable to leave, Scheherazade looked for a while and said, these ghosts are not truly merged with the objects. They're just restricted. Their actions can only occur within objects. Su Chi immediately retorted, are these spirits naturally occurring or man-made? Sharzad picked one up and looked at it. Both are possible. In one case, it's the spirit of an object. You usually call it Mei. It was recorded in ancient books. Mei Lao Wu Jing. To put it simply, it's an item that turns into a spirit after 100 years. It becomes a ghost or a god. So does every item over 100 years old become a Lao Wu Jin? Is this the mystery created by humans? Alice says anything is possible, as long as you believe. Old Wujin will appear, but now old Wujin is rare, except for those ancient antiques. Few objects can last 100 years. Due to its unique mysterious logic, old Wujin has formed a pantheon, also known as the Great Transformation God, the God of Creation. Su Chi was drenched in cold sweat. Wouldn't that make them increasingly formidable? Sharzad immediately rejected the idea. You can't understand it like that. They're just widely known. That's all. And having a pantheon means they're interconnected and communal. Encountering one could provoke a group. But I'm not very familiar with the Lao Wu Jing. You might need to ask the local experts in Luodu for specifics. Su Chi picked up the teacup and looked at it. So this is a Lao Wu Jing? Not necessarily. There's another possibility. And that's an even worse scenario. Look at this plate. The center is empty. So this thing isn't an old ebony formed over 100 years, but rather, Su Chi asked in confusion. Then how did they do it? Among the 10 great systems, there is a merciful bone school. It's a branch that masters merciful knowledge. This school has restorers, the legendary human generals. Su Chi suddenly remembered that Sharzad had mentioned before. His arm was blown off, and he had to find a repairman to fix it. That being said, he should be quite familiar with repairmen, but it's a thorn in his heart. Who dares to ask him? That's just asking for trouble. Su Chi is in a dilemma. At this moment, Scheherazade looked at Su Chi. She asked, what's wrong with you? Su Chi immediately felt uneasy. He hurriedly said, it's nothing. But the next second, Alice said, you've dealt with the restorers quite a lot before. You should tell Su Chi about it. Alice had a mischievous grin. The scene instantly became very awkward. Scheherazade said resentfully, it's all that bastard Grimm's fault. I'm actually quite familiar with them. They can disassemble and reassemble the human body. They can heal bodily injuries, but they can also torment a person to the extreme. Oh my. Why does this sound so scary? They have the benevolence of a healer, which makes them saviors. But if they harbor evil thoughts, their conscience will be destroyed. Without sufficient qualities to control it, it is very easy to stray from their original intentions, leading to a rampage, becoming a terrifying hypocrite. Wait a moment, I'll go get something. Then Scheherazade stood up. 5 minutes later, Scheherazade came back with a box, then put the mask in it. It's not sturdy enough. Let's first reinforce it with the imperial physician's seal. Then Scheherazade started chanting a spell. Sure enough, the ghost was indeed trapped inside. Then Scheherazade said, Ali Baba, open sesame. With a crack, the chains broke. Then the tumor burst out all at once. Su Chi immediately covered his nose and mouth. Damn, the smell is unbearable. Scheherazade said calmly, look, this is the work of hypocrites. There's so much of it, it completely exceeds the capacity of the plate. This is the result of the hypocrites using limb consciousness. They dismembered the victim and stuffed the parts into the furniture. The victim, in extreme terror, witnessed their body being broken into pieces and placed into the furniture. Ultimately, this fear and dread manifested into a furniture-based haunting spirit. Alice added that this was both a physical and psychological torment. They used brutal and horrifying torture to kill. This induced extreme fear in the victim, thereby enhancing mental activity. Summoning spirits. Su Chi looks puzzled. What's the point of doing this? It's hard to say. Maybe it's for some experiment, or there could be some conspiracy behind it. It might be some kind of ritual, or simply the thrill of killing. Su Chi looks shocked. Isn't this just a pervert? You are still too young. There are many mentally unstable people in this circle. They have a twisted sense of aesthetics. Among them, there is a group that makes luxury goods from human bones or organs, like wallets made of human skin and watches made of human bones. This is a black market industry chain. It's controlled by a notorious fashion designer. His name is Sea Lion. Our Fog City distribution has been tracking Sea Lion for a long time, but we've faced a lot of resistance. Su Chi asked, why is that? Is someone protecting this pervert? Alice said calmly, it's his clients. Blackgate has been investigating Sea Lion, but the resistance we encountered was immense. Among them were politicians and nobles. There were even mysterious individuals, making the investigation very difficult. Progress was extremely slow. Those so-called big shots might just be some of his clients. All of them are hypocritical scoundrels. Then Scheherazade took out a bottle of oil and poured it directly on the previous demon. To be safe, she reinforced it again. Then she used a secret method, immediately igniting a blazing fire. The furniture ghost was instantly burned to ashes. Su Chi was shocked that this could eliminate the ghost. What Scheherazade said was an artificial old witch spirit. As long as the object of his clothes is destroyed, he will disappear along with it. According to Eastern mystics, they say, after the object of his clothes is destroyed, they will return to the embrace of the Buddha. Su Chi stared for a while and found that the traces of the ghost had completely disappeared. Scheherazade said indifferently, how many more of these things do you have? Su Chi was quite helpless. A whole bunch more. But because of the deep sea, they currently can't affect ordinary people. There shouldn't be any problems. Sanluzo said to wait until after your school event is over. Then we'll figure out how to handle the furniture. Let's leave it at that for today. Seeing Alice getting ready to leave, Suki immediately called out to him. I have something important. Got some news from the decapitation cycle. The true mastermind behind the Tengu incident is called Heshi. As Alice ate her cake, she asked if he met you by chance, or if he came to find you on purpose. Su Chi said it didn't seem like a coincidence, and also discovered that he exhibited a large-scale mystery. Even I almost lost control. He originally intended to kill me. After discovering that I wasn't out of control, he mentioned something about the blood fairy worms. Then he disappeared. His mystery lies in the vast ancient tomb clusters. Then Su Chi took out a notebook. Inside were his own investigation notes. Could he be the avant-garde messenger who wrote about Queen Matia of Bennu? That is, the one who transcends. It's because of this. During my lunch break, you were in a hurry to message me. Alice looks at the notes. Indeed. Longevity and the era's mystery. All actions seem reasonable after surpassing others. In the mysterious East, anything is possible. Su Chi tried asking. Earlier, you mentioned there was a notebook about the transcendent person. Can I borrow it to take a look? To my surprise, I was directly rejected. Then Alice said calmly, that thing isn't mine. It's not even in Blackgate's hands. I knew it would be like this. Su Chi looked helpless. Then Alice said that she had the chance to see that notebook when visiting its second owner before. She was lucky to have seen that notebook. Then Alice closed the notebook. With a playful look, she said, what do you want to know? I can tell you what it contains. Alice put down the notebook and said with a smile, I've seen that notebook. However, I heard there's a shop with delicious cakes, but you have to wait in a long, long line. If someone could buy me a carrot cake. Su Chi immediately caught the hint. He quickly raised his hand and said, I'll go tomorrow. Seeing Su Chi's quick response, Shan Lu Zuo de laughed. Then Alice said, "That notebook doesn't have much in it. Its first owner just recorded the unspeakable horrors and ghosts he encountered during the Eastern Gold Rush. It led to the destruction of the entire team. He almost died as well. However, at the critical moment, a passerby used a very strange method to instantly deal with the ghosts, and many parts of the notebook are blacked out. It seems like he's trying to write something, but this indescribable mystery simply cannot be recorded. In the end, it only ends in failure. He can't even remember what the incredible method was. To figure out what was going on, he followed that Eastern mystic for several days. Finally, he made some discoveries. He learned about the existence of the crown system and transcendent knowledge from the ritual array. After paying quite a price, we got some information from this mysterious Oriental. We learned that he is a transcendent of the crown system, possessing knowledge and lifespan beyond the era. But does such a thing really exist? Su Chi quickly asked. Alice nodded. Only a transcendent can perceive transcendent knowledge, but not everyone can become a transcendent person. Did he get anything else? Su Chi asked. Alice raised a finger lightly. And an obscure model. No one knows what price he paid for it. The notebook even recorded the method to become a transcendent person. Nearby, Scheherazade also got interested. What kind of model is it? Are there any pictures? Did it ever get deciphered? Alice shook her head. Until he lost control. He never deciphered anything until his death. Until the notebook fell into the hands of the second owner. As soon as he got the notebook, he started researching. Turning the ineffable mystery into a more direct experimental theory is how we come to understand learning. He named this experiment Skinner. Su Chi's face changed, and he blurted out, "Is it the Skinner box?" The Skinner box is an experiment proposed by the famous psychologist Skinner about animal behavior and psychology. A white mouse is placed in a box with a lever device. When it presses the lever, it gets food. After repeated operations, the lab mouse learned how to obtain food. In layman's terms, this is operant conditioning. For example, by training a dog, it learns that bowing to its owner can get it a treat. If this experiment is related to those who transcend the mysterious, then it is very subtle, especially for those who use mystery to gain anchoring as deification practitioners. If the world is a fragrant silk scarf, humans are all guinea pigs, and those who transcend are experimenters. The mystery constructed by those who transcend will stimulate them to learn a behavior and develop a habit. When every human has formed a habit, it becomes the mystery of an era. How did the earliest humans know that planting seeds in the field would yield food? How did they know about sericulture? Because their predecessors told them to do so. Who was the first to propose this method? What was their purpose? Did they also set up a lever for humanity to press? It's terrifying to think deeply about it. Clothing, food, shelter, and hunger. It's human instinct. It's understandable that it drives humans to invent these behaviors. But what about other insignificant behaviors, like funerals? When a person dies, why bury them in the ground? And why hold a funeral ceremony? Looking at it now, it's normal to bury the dead. But in the beginning, wasn't it strange to bury a body in the ground? How did the first person to bury a body explain it? Was it because a god told them that doing so would bring salvation? But who is this god? And what is salvation? Su Chi rests his chin on his hands, thinking carefully. There are so many strange things in this world. At present, it's very difficult to rule out conspiracy theories. According to the original historical process, human burial methods might be cremation, water burial, or sky burial. There might also be other ways beyond current concepts, but the transcendent person manipulates chance from behind the scenes to achieve the results they need. For example, in the Kofun period, Alice took a sip of coffee and then said that Su Chi was right. That's exactly what the snack and fragrance experiment is about. The notes say, this is the way to become a transcendent person. If the world is a snag and incense, then the transcendent one is the experimenter. All humans are the incense subjects in his eyes. The transcendent one uses the era as incense, and humanity as the main, leading this experiment. So that's what it means that the birth of a transcendent one requires the nourishment of an era. Su Chi felt more and more terrified. Suddenly, a sound of flowing water came to his ears, and his head hurt a lot. Damn! Su Chi felt something was wrong. This is a sign of losing control. Scheherazade noticed Su Chi's abnormality. She stepped forward and shook him, but found that Su Chi didn't respond. At this moment, Alice screamed, "Oh no, he's going to lose control." Su began to sink step by step into the deep sea. Suddenly, a voice emerged. It was a nursery rhyme. Daddy's daddy is grandpa. Mommy's mommy is grandma. A thought suddenly flashed in Su Chi's mind. What is going on? Is this a nursery rhyme? Then a giant creature appeared in front of Su Chi. What the heck is this? Su Chi was startled. Then he came to his senses. Su Chi shouted, "What an ugly rocker." Su Chi was sweating profusely. The music was noisy, but it distracted me. And it didn't hurt as much. Scheherazade quickly asked Su Chi, "Are you okay?" Su Chi smiled awkwardly and said, "Sorry, I almost lost control." At this moment, Alice looked very seriously at Su Chi. "Su Chi, you need to increase the conflict quickly. Your deep sea is probably near the abyssal zone. There's not enough contradiction to support it. This is too dangerous." Su Chi gave a wry smile. "If only it were just the abyssal zone. Eat this." Scheherazade handed over a chocolate. She looked at Su Chi and said with a smile, "Anderson bought this. He told each of us to give you this when you were weak." But Su Chi suddenly wanted to ask the second brother just now. But Scheherazade righteously said that the situation was urgent just now, so he just played a random song, feeling extremely embarrassed inside. "I wouldn't let him know. My favorite songs are children's songs. It's okay now. Let's continue." At this moment, Alice said lightly after reading the notes, "Sneakin' and I gave this mystery a name. We called it Era Mystery." The phrase about nourishment can be understood like this. If a mystic can build an era mystery, they can perceive beyond knowledge and become a transcendent. The ancient tomb era also has a certain degree of randomness, making it a snaken's fragrance, becoming the mysterious cradle of an era. The one you met named the suitable mysterious person is indeed likely to be a transcendent being. The burial customs of the ancient tomb era are his era's mysteries. Scheherazade, standing by, looked at Su Chi and smiled. "Since Mr. Li also thinks so, let's just consider this as someone who surpasses the ordinary. He threatens our lovely newcomer. Should we treat him as a dangerous person and get rid of him? Then raise his fist and solemnly said, 'I can teach him a good lesson.'" Su Chi hurriedly stopped him, saying, "Calm down." Alice on the side also disagreed with this approach. This transcendent being is very dangerous. The results from the divination house will come soon. Before that, make sure to protect yourself. Especially you, Su Chi. We still don't know why he is looking for you. Su Chi nodded. This he has lived for 1,500 years. Now he is trying to create chaos in Luodu. What is his true purpose? Alice said calmly, "Time." When someone lives long enough, what is their greatest wish? Now he is creating chaos in Luodu. His purpose is probably time, whether it's the transcendent one. Even the passage of time is a family. Their lives are all finite. Even gods and spirits can be forgotten, eventually fading away. No one can achieve true immortality. As for why he is so persistent, the fundamental reason might be his fear of death. The longer he lives, the more you know, the stronger the fear you feel. Scheherazade, however, had a look of sorrow. Was he afraid that one day he might die? Alice shook her head. He was afraid of dying in ignorance, so much so that he wouldn't even find the door in the end. A mystic, even without losing control, you can't escape it in old age. Instead, you fall into the anxiety of not finding the door. You've just entered this circle. You can't possibly understand the mystic's yearning for the door. It's a physiological instinct. It's uncontrollable. It's like a gambler. Desperation took over, so he increased his bets, hoping to recover everything in one go. But he just got deeper and deeper, until he couldn't extricate himself, and finally went completely mad. The foundation of the Transcendence mandate might lie in the mysteries of the era, or even be related to the door. Now cremation is becoming more popular. Burial is gradually being abandoned. If the ancient tomb era was created by Mr. He, then its mysterious nature would be destroyed. Su Chi listened with a face full of cold sweat. Is this a natural trend of history? Or is someone targeting you by replacing ancient tomb culture with cremation to break his mystique? This is a typical mystery game. Ultimately, it's still about competing for territory. Like the previous beheading cycle, it's undeniable that Ho's mystique has a problem. As for the outcome, it's still unclear. It may be related to the transcendent scholar. Maybe the Kofun period has less and less influence on him. He might need to create a new mystical era. If that's the case, the connection between the He clan and the revival of the Ghost King makes sense. But Su Chi raised a question. The impact range of the Ghost King's revival is limited after all. It's very difficult to spread superstitions and the like nowadays. This kind of thing only spreads among leaders. Scheherazade also agreed with Su Chi's statement. This kind of mysterious impossibility, Even transcendents might not invest in it. Alice immediately put down her cup. There's nothing wrong with scattergun investing. You have to know transcendents have long lifespans. That's their advantage. Even if they fail, it doesn't have much impact. Maybe they have also invested in other mysteries. What if one of them becomes their mystery? Then Alice takes out a file. It records someone attempting to create a mystery, but the fermentation time is quite short, only about 100 years. Moreover, the current results are not very satisfactory. The world's largest diamond supplier, De Beers, 90% of the diamonds on the market come from them. Scheherazade chuckled. They are heartless monopolists, raising the cost of marriage, creating the diamond scam, tying diamond rings to love. The custom of proposing with diamonds was artificially created. To put it bluntly, it's just a marketing scam. The worst part is that this scam is on a global scale. Everyone longs for love. Even the big gems on rings are highly coveted. But what you didn't expect is, it's just a marketing ploy. Scheherazade looked at Su Chi and smiled knowingly. The little guy is still too young. Then he plans to educate Su Chi on the history of world-class swindlers. Seeing this, the adjutant immediately removes his right arm. Then a clicking sound comes from inside. A piece of wood emerges from his arm. It turns out the adjutant's arm hides a secret. Then he opens the other half of his arm. Images appear one by one on the screen. Although diamonds are more expensive than gold, this is not actually the case. If all the diamonds in the world were mine, everyone could get hundreds of carats. As for why everyone is so eager for them now, the fundamental reason is still De Beers. At that time, the Silver Kingdom implemented anti-monopoly, but he continued to monopolize mineral resources under those conditions, just to control the production of diamonds, and set prices as he pleased in the future. Whenever news of a diamond mine surfaced, De Beers would be negotiating with him by the afternoon. There were also competitors at the time. The Bear State tried to challenge the dominance of diamonds by producing synthetic diamonds, and the cost is very low. But no one buys synthetic diamonds. They're looked down upon. That's the brilliance of De Beers. They educate people on how to distinguish fake diamonds and synthetic ones. Although they have the same composition, synthetic diamonds are cheap, and they devalue quickly. Natural diamonds are valuable due to their rarity, and are a symbol of status. Therefore, De Beers ensured diamond sales through marketing campaigns. By associating diamonds with love, this is an unparalleled world-class marketing strategy. A diamond is forever. It will pass on for generations. Thus, this slogan has been popular for over 100 years. Not only does it satisfy the vanity of both parties, but it also creates a world-class marketing legend. It even constructs a large-scale mystery. Thus, it seems that the era of mystery is an enhanced version of the large-scale mystery, and mystery itself is also a scam, harvesting conflicts through the diamond scam. This is simply a terrifying conflict harvester. Dale Biss was noticed by Blackgate 50 years ago, and it was Alice who took on the case. But it was discovered too late, and there were no traces left. The scam had already become routine by then, and the mastermind didn't even need to intervene, so there was no way to investigate. This file is what remains from that time. It's been shelved until now. Then Su Chi picked up the file and looked at it. Dale Biss's diamond scam. Can it be considered a mystery of the era? Alice explained. The file recorded some investigations in Weizhou. At that time, Hyman encountered an indescribable terror and mystery. They even lost 2 investigators. It was also a remote place where ghosts and spirits ran rampant. The Black Gate even set up a distribution there. A great price was paid to obtain this investigation file. There was a prime suspect at the time, a diamond merchant from the last century, suspected to be a founding member of the Delbus Company. It's said that he later disappeared, as if he vanished into thin air. Su Chi thought for a moment. Diamonds could indeed be a mystery of the era, and this Moses might have become a transcendent person. Although diamond marketing is a world-class mystery, that doesn't mean Moses can become a transcendent person, because becoming a transcendent person is not that easy, and it may not necessarily be a mystery of the era. The diamond scam, though surpassing a large mystery, but it still falls short of becoming a timeless mystery. Although its scale is broad enough, it lacks uniqueness and irreplaceability, because the diamond wasn't created by the mastermind, and not every timeless mystery can succeed. Besides the right time, place, and people, luck is also indispensable. The conditions to form a timeless mystery are far more difficult than we know. Otherwise, the transcendent would no longer be just a rumor. Su Chi found these words immensely beneficial. He took another step closer to unraveling the mysteries. Every mystery has its limitations. Even the mysteries of an era are no exception, and no mystery can last forever. Eventually, all will fade away in the river of history. Next, Alice gave Su-Chi some advice. A fitting mystery doesn't necessarily succeed. Instead of destroying his mystery, the primary task right now is to protect yourself, because confirming him is extremely dangerous. Their long lives have made them indifferent to life, and they won't respect the law. Suddenly a call comes in. The caller is actually Green, the one who suppressed the nine-tailed fox. The demon forces from the Qingluan kingdom have reached Daegu Park in the lower Victory district. Su-Chi suddenly remembered that not long ago, the Descending God Society went to the Qingluan kingdom. It must have been their doing. Alice gave a faint smile. Didn't expect them to be so quick. You two go support them. Remember, safety first. Then Scheherazade took out the magic carpet. The magic carpet moved forward at supersonic speed. Scheherazade was afraid Su-Chi might fall off, so she wrapped Su-Chi up tightly like a dumpling. Just as Su-Chi was marveling at Phaeton's skill, Scheherazade chuckled. This magic carpet is quite rare. Back then, to obtain this magic carpet, he has been in Zhongzong for more than half a year. Are there still many people coveting him now? Su-Chi, you are really lucky. Not many people have ridden this magic carpet. Not even his ex. Speaking of his ex, Scheherazade was filled with anger. She then started chattering away in complaint. Su-Chi also looked helpless. Shanlu Zuada is fine with everything, but whenever talking about her ex, she becomes inexplicably irritable and quickly dives down. Su-Chi wasn't prepared at all, instantly turning into a meme. Soon, they arrived at Daegu Park. Then we immediately met with Anderson. At that moment, Grimm shouted loudly, "Something's wrong. Follow me quickly." Then everyone followed Grimm and ran over. They saw an enormous stone mysteriously appear before them. It was a strange stone. Those with trypophobia would be creeped out, only to see the cracks in the stones filled with countless eyeballs, continuously falling down. Anderson and Grimm followed the clues to this place. This thing was brought by the Seance Society, and the Seance Society's actions had long attracted attention from Ikkyu, so they wanted to cooperate with Black Gate to eliminate this organization. Just as he finished speaking, the demon stone began to move. The eyeballs on his body started falling off in a flurry. As soon as they hit the ground, they started rooting and growing. At this moment, Anderson shouted, "Don't touch those eyeballs, and don't look them in the eye. These things are very sinister." After saying that, he handed Su-Chi a handkerchief. "Quick, cover your nose and mouth with a handkerchief. These red hairs look like fox fur, but actually, they're not. This is just the demon stone triggering the feeding logic target." Su Kixon wondered what would happen if he accidentally inhaled it. Suddenly, there was a thud. A bird fell down. Then all the eyes around turned towards him. In the blink of an eye, the little bird was completely devoured. Su-Chi was horrified by what he saw. He didn't expect that it could interfere with the real world. Scheherazade quickly pointed out that the demon's influence is extensive. We deep-sea dwellers are very close to it, easily affected by it. Even a slight touch can lead to a horrible death. Then use divine items. Alibaba starts blocking. Didn't they say that the activity of ghosts and spirits follows strict rules? For example, Miss Mary, her behavior is set for 9 p.m. But such a large demon stone is still in the distant Haidong town. How did the spirit summoning bring it over? Then Yisho immediately explained that it's a method used by psychics. Ghosts and spirits indeed have their own activities and patterns. They generally don't change easily, unless special means are used, such as the Thousand Spirits technique of Master Bang. The Thousand Spirits technique has long been lost. Previously, Luo Do Bang Master didn't have this ability at all. I'm afraid this is the method of that female spirit child. When the method arrives, to put it bluntly, it's a devious path. Originally, there were 3 ways to eliminate the female spirit child, one of which was to establish the judging committee. But that's just hearsay. There's no evidence left at all. Grimm expressed confusion. All stick mages are crooked. They often harm others without benefiting themselves. Why don't the psychics eliminate them? Yisho hurriedly explained that there are evil laws, and there are evil people. There is inherent sin in the world, but this has nothing to do with the absence of the staff technique. Information about the staff technique has always been under Yukin's control. Upon hearing this, Jelen looked indifferent, so he reminded Suki not to reason with monks. They have 100 ways to make you doubt your life. Then they pointed at the demon stone and said if we hadn't discovered it early, if this thing had entered a busy area, the consequences would be unimaginable. How could you just watch? Before finishing the sentence, he was interrupted by Yisho. He looked embarrassed and said that he couldn't see the thing at all. The air instantly froze. Grimm initially wanted to blame the little monk for being ineffective. Unexpectedly, he couldn't see it at all. At this moment, Scheherazade over here also completed the seal, stating that they can now breathe freely. Ikkyu put his hands together. Although he couldn't see, he could feel the presence of spirits, and died together with that bird just now, and the death was tragic. All of these indicate the seriousness of the matter. Su-Chi saw that everyone hadn't taken action for a long time, so he asked if we didn't need to handle the key. Anderson looked straight ahead, indicating it wasn't necessary, because someone had already taken over. In the distance, a car appeared out of nowhere. Then someone got out of the car. A strange person appeared suddenly. Everyone was stunned. This person was the legendary scion of a famous family, a genius among geniuses. Gong Wu-mo, with his extraordinary talent, was skilled in using 3 blades. Thus, he is known as Wu-mo 3 Blades. After the ghost calamity 10 years ago, he left his homeland and wandered the world to find a way to slay ghosts. The long blade at his waist is called Yufeng. The short blade is Feiyu. He usually uses the 2 blades together. The one on his backpack is called Mountain Crasher. So far, no one has seen him use it. He was leisurely watching the waist-high stones in front of him. As eyes were about to fall on him, he drew the saber from his waist. A flash of green light was seen. All the eyeballs within his range were blasted. Seeing this, the demon stone immediately lifted its foot and stepped towards Gong Wu-mo. At the critical moment, Gong Wu-mo dodged backward. Seeing this, Su-Chi immediately asked if we should go help, but Anderson denied it. At that moment, Bo Dance leapt forward and charged towards the demon stone. He slashed at the demon stone with a swift stroke. His attack was so fast that even Shanlu Zuos beside him couldn't see it clearly. This person is truly extraordinary. However, something strange happened. A large number of eyeballs burst out from the wound on the demon stone, charging towards Gong Wu-mo, but he did not panic. Holding a knife in his left hand, forming a seal with his right hand, a giant phantom appeared behind him. He gripped the long knife and slashed towards the demon. The long knife traced an arc in the air. After the slash, Gong Yongmo landed safely, but the demon stone behind him was shattered into countless pieces. Grim sighed at the sight. The Eastern allies are truly formidable. Slaying demons was as easy as cutting vegetables. Seeing Grim so awestruck, Scheherazade scoffed at him. Truly a disgrace to the Black Gate. Yisho beside them also sensed the disappearance of the ghostly presence. After dealing with the demon stone, Gong Wu-mo appeared before everyone. This place is not safe. You should leave quickly. However, Su-Chi carefully observed that when he had just slain the ghost, the bloodlines on his body converged onto his blade. Could those bloodlines be his ghostly power? But no one else present noticed. Could it be that only he can see it? When Miyamai saw Ikkyu among them, he immediately declared his escape. However, Ikkyu put his hands together and quickly apologized. My abilities are limited. I definitely can't handle this spirit alone. He then explained that this was a mysterious agent from Black Gate, entrusted by the government to help us deal with supernatural events. Upon hearing this, Gong Wu-mo suddenly understood. So, it's an external organization from Black Gate. Immediately, his tone became severe. You can't spread poison anymore. Get out of here now. This kid is too arrogant. He actually told the Black Gate to leave right in front of them. This is intolerable. Scheherazade immediately got angry. You brat, who are you telling to leave? Don't think just because you killed a ghost god that I'm afraid of you. Gong Wu-mo also looked embarrassed. I didn't expect my tone to cause such a misunderstanding. You can't fight against spirits. The Lord of Radiation in the early years caused significant losses to Black Gate. Rodo is not a safe place for you. Anderson quickly stepped in to smooth things over. We are cooperating with the government, and we are professionals. Even though this guy has good intentions, but this guy's attitude is just begging for a beating, and he seems to have some understanding of the mysterious ones. Gong Wu-mo immediately changed the topic, saying someone just escaped. I suspect it's the ghost he controls. Do you have any clues? Seeing this, Ikkyu immediately responded. At that time, the method of the Divine Descending Association was, they summoned the spirit to the Luodu Palace using the Divine Summoning method. Wu silently realized what had happened. He said he would take full responsibility for this matter. Then he looked at Yisho. He had heard that the Ghost King of Luodu was resurrected and planned to visit the abbot of Yujing Temple. He hoped to get an introduction to Yisho. Wu Yan took him away from the place. They watched the departing male and female cats. Su-Chi is deeply moved. The bloodline and background behind him seem quite extraordinary. At this moment, Scheherazade angrily states, this guy has some skill, but he's too arrogant. Hans Christian Andersen sighs. Perhaps his strength has made him arrogant. After all, We can't directly fight ghosts and spirits like he does. Besides, the method just now doesn't have any limits. He must have made ample preparations to escape. At this moment, Su-Chi suddenly received a message. It was actually from Alice. She asked them to return to Blackgate Hall number 2 within half an hour. Su-Chi looked puzzled. What kind of place is this? And what did you do there? Anderson suddenly became serious. Meeting room number 2 is the backup location for the Black Gate. Once it's activated, it means the Black Gate is taking action. At midnight, the park was silent. Suddenly, a hand appeared, picking up an eyeball from the ground. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an unknown can. Moreover, there were several of them scattered in the park. At this moment, one of them placed its eyeball on its face. Then, as the eyeball bulged, it instantly covered the entire head. The monster made a chirping sound. Soon, countless hairs grew out of its head. Then the monster stood up again. At this moment, a couple passed by, but they didn't notice it. Watching their backs as they walked away, the monster seemed to be thinking about something. Then a flash of green light appeared. The monster's figure underwent a huge change. It slowly transformed into a little girl, an unknown monster. Just because it picked up an eye, the next second turned into a beautiful girl. Then she walked out of the park naked. A woman by the roadside was on the phone. Seeing this woman, the white-haired girl looked fierce. "I like your clothes," then extended his right hand. Suddenly, green hair sprouted from his hand. With a snap, the phone fell to the ground. The next second, the woman had already been stripped of her clothes. Lying on the chair, the white-haired girl, now dressed, left the place without looking back. In no time, she arrived at the bar street. A drunken man in the bustling area approached to flirt. He asked the white-haired woman for a drink, but after a closer look, he realized she was flat-chested and flat-bottomed. Except for her face, she had nothing else going for her. So they immediately turned around to look for the next target. The white-haired girl lowered her head and looked. It seemed she understood something. Moments later, another drunk came up to her in a small alley. At this moment, the white-haired girl seemed like a different person. Curvy where she should be curvy. Slim where she should be slim. The man looked at the woman in front of him with a lecherous face. Then the three of them walked towards the depths of the alley. A few minutes later, the white-haired woman slowly walked out of the alley, with some liquid still on her lips. The lecherous man from before was lying on the ground, lifeless. The white-haired woman revealed a satisfied smile. Continue searching for the next target. At this moment, the white-haired woman has turned into a man. This time, targeting a woman. With just a glance, the woman was completely captivated. Then the two of them walked to a secluded corner. Before long, the white-haired man came out. Meanwhile, Anderson and his group arrived at the number 2 council hall of the Black Gate. The enormous and luxurious building greatly shocked everyone present. Unexpectedly, it was also the first time for Grimm and Scheherazade to be here. After verifying their identities, Anderson and his group went inside. Unexpectedly, it was pitch black inside, but Alice had already been waiting there for a long time. Immediately, Alice's expression changed. "The reason we called everyone here is because when he was attending the cabinet meeting, the Blackgate Council Hall in Shinjin District was invaded by the Descending Gods Society. It turns out the Descending Gods Society used the tactic of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Taking advantage of their time dealing with the Demon Stone in Dagu Park, they attacked the Black Gate Club. Judging from the photos taken, they were likely seeking revenge, because not long ago, Hyman just captured a group of Jingshenhui members. The council hall in Xinjiang district was exposed. From now on, all the files will be discussed here." Suddenly, the wife on the table moved. Su-Chi felt a chill behind him. He was about to turn around, but Alice immediately stopped him. The chess pieces moved on their own without wind. Some even flew into the air. This scene scared Su-Chi quite a bit. Alice quickly reminded him not to look up. Su-Chi was momentarily at a loss. Then everyone turned their heads away from the chessboard. What on earth is going on? And this inexplicable sense of fear. A sound. The piece fell on the board again, then slowly moved forward, followed by a stuttering sound. He came and took the fire. The fire ignited the fighter's revolution. Just as he finished speaking, the piece stopped. Alice signaled to everyone that it was okay. The piece that just moved was the gray one. However, it was previously mentioned that the gray piece represents the members of the Luo Du branch who sacrificed themselves. Could the pieces be the spirits of the predecessors? Alice didn't know how to explain it either. Maybe Su-Chi wasn't wrong. But then Su-Chi expressed confusion. Wasn't the old Black Gate seal supposed to block spirits? Scheherazade immediately explained that spirits couldn't pass through that door. Those inside couldn't get out, and those outside couldn't get in. Moreover, These things were left by the predecessors. No one knew why the wife understood. But what exactly did she mean just now? Everyone began to analyze. Just at this moment, Scheherazade looked at Alice. Lee is indeed that one, right? Alice gave a definite answer. It turned out that what they were talking about was exactly the thing Scheherazade and Su Chi retrieved from Tianshui Street earlier. It was precisely that half-burned long sleeve. After the attack on the Black Gate, during the inventory check, the discovered half-sleeve robe was stolen. Su Chi began to slowly recall. The mage from Tianshui Street once said that the half-sleeve robe is crucial. It is related to the female spirit child of the Zhongshen Society. It is even connected to his later curse by the dog spirit. Unexpectedly, at this Black Gate banquet, the Zhongshen Society had other intentions. Lure the tiger out of the mountain. To move the demon food. The goal was actually to steal half of the wide sleeve. At this moment, it seems Grimm also understood. If the cowardly methods of the Summoning Society are implemented, what does the fighter's fire seed mean? Alice immediately explained that it is literal. Before this, the divination house delivered a prophecy. To ensure safety, it was sealed away. Then I removed his clothes. Unexpectedly, his abdomen was hollow. Inside was a three-eyed crow. Then Alice formed hand seals, chanting words under her breath, preparing to release a spell. The next second, the crow spoke human words. The fire of the heart ignited. All class orders and game rules would be burned to ashes. A restart of equality would begin. The sky darkened. Everywhere within reach was full of demons and monsters. Su Chi and Grimm leisurely walked down the street. However, Su Chi endured everything silently alone. These gods and spirits in the sky, could they be like the fairy tales Lee mentioned, constantly tracing back through time, eating all the way to the past? And do the legendary old ones truly exist? Then Su Chi looked at Green. Do you want to delve deeper? Green was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. To be honest, he doesn't really care about it. If he could have a drink with an elegant lady, he would be satisfied. But after all, he's in the minority. Most people have a supreme yearning for deeper mysteries. They are obsessed with profound knowledge, especially with the elusive gates, which they yearn for, because they believe if they find the deeper gates, some changes can happen. But after so many years, it seems that not many people can cross the homo layer. So few people know what lies beyond. It's like something has closed off the lower passages. Su Chi became puzzled. Deep sea descent is a one-way street. Could it be that the ones who descended first sealed the way? So much so that later generations couldn't glimpse more of the mystery. Grimm nodded with satisfaction. This wish is not simple. It is really interesting. The deeper the sea, the richer the mystery. Ordinary people's lives are too short to digest it all. They don't need to take up space without doing anything, because it's pointless. Su Kiwen agreed with Green's opinion. They might not be that greedy. But who can be certain about human nature? Then the two of them went their separate ways. Before parting, Green reminded Su Chi to be cautious if encountering a deity. I will notify Ji Rong immediately. After returning home, Su Chi began to meditate. Currently, Luodu is almost completely fabricated. The shrines have also been placed in their proper locations. But Su Chi was still a bit puzzled. What was the black cloud over the city all about? It had been there ever since he saw the cafeteria. It was as if it was blocking his observation. If the god's cafeteria is a means to prevent someone from sinking deeper into the deep sea, then it is a barrier between the deep and shallow layers, isolating those who sink from peering into more mysteries, satisfying the greedy's desire to monopolize the mysteries. He had just been meditating for a few minutes when Su Chi found himself losing control. Then he quickly calmed himself down. Can't think anymore. Without sufficient basis of certainty. No more peeking easily. Better to keep my life safe. Immediately headed to the bathroom for a shower. But during the shower, suddenly, with a snap, Su Chi felt his arm being grabbed. Take a closer look. It's this kind of lowercase signature again. What the heck is this? It's been here since last week. No idea when it showed up, and it only appears when I'm at home. Could there be other unknown spirits in the house? Anyway, still need to adhere to the principle of caution and low profile. Before a breakthrough, always maintain your daily habits. At midnight, Su Chi, who was sound asleep, came to the deep sea again. He intended to see how deep he had sunk. Unexpectedly, he saw a whole 30,000 meters. Su Chi never thought he would reach 30,000 meters so quickly. But the primary issue now is anchoring oneself. It's now at 700 magic sounds, doubling right after last week's mysterious hearing. It should be due to that major event involving the celestial hound. That significantly increased the anchoring. It seems taking the risky move to establish the 99 and 81 was indeed wise. Once stabilized, many things will proceed more smoothly thereafter. As long as 9,981 one can steadily harvest conflicts. Su Qi only needs to manage a few subordinates, and the risk of exposure will be greatly reduced. It's just that there are still very few conflicts now. It seems necessary to bring in fresh blood. These past few days, through interactions, Su Qi has already identified suitable candidates. Then Su Qi went to Hugo to inquire about information on Tiangu. But Hugo was very impatient. There really isn't any. Do you think we hackers are omnipotent? Many things are inconvenient to handle. A lot of eyes are watching. Before taking any actions, we buy a certain level of concealment protocol to ensure we won't be exposed. But now we're almost broke, so there's no way to know more about Tiangu's affairs. Su Qi looked disappointed. He greeted and was about to leave. Just as Su Qi left, Su Guo stretched lazily. Newcomer from Black Gate, huh? You probably can't imagine that the Tiangu incident was actually my setup. I guess that's just luck. Otherwise, you would have discovered Xiao Shenton that night. I didn't expect Hugo to be so sharp. He's so tight-lipped. He didn't reveal any information about the 99. This time he came over to clear his own suspicion. Who would investigate themselves for no reason? Then he received a text message. It turned out to be from Scheherazade, asking him to come for gun training. The scene shifts. Sanruzad holds guns in both hands at the shooting range. A series of actions. Each bullet leaves a hole on the target. Then he looks at Su Qi. Your turn. Are you confident? Su Qi smiles. I've been studying hard in my head. He said he already knew how. Then he struck a pose, but with a flurry of moves. The score was dismal. Scheherazade teased him. You really are talented, not hitting even once. Then Su Qi asked about the situation with the Divine Assembly. Scheherazade said they couldn't locate them before, but they left a clue with Guangsu Shi. Basically, it can be confirmed they're in Tianshui's business sector, and that child prodigy is also in Luodu. Those psychics said the dissension would endanger Luodu, so they volunteered to eliminate them. Su Qi's heart tightened. Why didn't they do this earlier? Why are you so proactive this time? Did Fish Liang give them courage? Scheherazade let out a cold laugh. That hero who just returned went through a lot. After an afternoon of training, Su Qi returned home. In the dark at 9 p.m., Miss Mary called right on time. Got beaten up by Scheherazade in the afternoon, and still have to entertain Miss Mary in the evening. It's just impossible to get through the day like this. A few minutes later, Miss Mary finally left. Then Su Qi opened the mysterious hall for the 5th time. I wonder what surprises today will bring. They arrived at the mysterious hall. Hugo and Nine Heads greeted each other as usual. At this moment, Su Qi suddenly asked why they were spying on his mystery. 9 Heads turned around to look. It turned out that there were newcomers, and there were 2 of them at once. The scene shifted back to 2 days ago. Qian Mu was taking pictures of a black cat under a big tree with his camera, but from every angle, the photo didn't turn out well. Suddenly, a burst of white light appeared nearby. Looking closely, wasn't this the small shrine he had photographed before? Then he touched it with his hand. Suddenly, an indescribable mystery entered his mind. When he came to his senses, a doll appeared out of thin air in front of him. Just as he picked up the doll, that mysterious force echoed in his mind again. Sunday night at 10 p.m., unveiling the unspeakable mystery. Little did he know, Su Qi was watching from a distance. If he relied on himself to discover the mysterious entity, he would probably miss the chance. So, they might as well skip those steps. Others have to be mysterious for life when joining, but this guy is as slow as a tree. Whether he wants to join is up to him. Anyway, it won't be a loss for himself. It's just an additional choice. Then leave. Prepare for another attempt. Scene changes. The affiliated hospital of Luodu University and the talisman of Shenmai inspired me. This thing is not only a means to enhance faith, but also a better way to disguise myself. Then I put the doll into the amulet's neck strap. Now it's up to fate to decide whether it's connected with that person. After the elevator arrived, Su Qi stepped in. The ghost beside me kept babbling non-stop. Before long, Su Qi came down from the elevator. Not only is this guy ugly, he also has terrible breath. It's killing me. Earlier, Su Qi had placed an altar at the door. Then he put the blessing jade hand he just prepared into it. The shrine is in place. The puppet is ready. Hope everything goes well. Then he opened the door. At this moment in the ward, Tian Jing was staring blankly at his sister on the bed. Although the last Tengu incident failed, he never gave up on his sister in his heart. Instead, it grew stronger. Su Qi put away the protective jade hand. Then he entered the ward. Tian Jin saw Su Qi, immediately exposed his arm. Although there were no casualties in the last Tengu incident, the Black Gate still monitored him. Moreover, This monitoring device lights up whenever it approaches anything mysterious. At the same time, Hyman will also know that the glow is due to Suchi. It seems necessary to instruct Anderson to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Do you still want to try unconventional means to wake up Zhaofeng? I can help you. There are indeed some other means in this world. Perhaps waking him up is not impossible. This way, you can avoid getting involved in mysterious events. At least you won't be used by others like before. Tian Jin looked at Su Chi and thanked him. After staying for a while, Su Chi prepared to go home. On the way, Su Chi chuckled. If it's just about setting up a shrine, theoretically, he doesn't need to show up himself. Today's visit was mainly to confuse Hyman's surveillance targets. After sending Su Chi off, when Tian Jing returned to the ward, suddenly, a mysterious voice surged into his mind. Pray to me. State your wish. Awaken the sleeper. Then a little detective appeared. Tian Jing's heart tightened. Why is this here? Tian Jing hesitated for a moment. Then he rushed over. For his sister. He decided to fight once more. After the small shrine disappeared, only a jade hand remained. Looking at the monitoring ritual on his hand, it seems I've encountered the mysterious again. Then I tried it on my sister. Found no reaction at all. Tian Jing smiled wryly. I'm really grasping at straws, willing to believe anything. At this moment, the two people appearing in the mysterious hall are Qian Mu and Tian Feng. Su Chi looks at Tian Feng. His heart burns anew. It seems Tian Jing successfully got the imperial hand and gave it to his sister. The reason for inviting Tian Feng was just to experiment with the puppet. It seems he's still in a coma. The puppet can still be controlled. Why do you pry into my mystery? Su Chi asked the two again, but Tian Feng ran around like a lunatic. The next second, he jumped onto the table. This scene scared the people present. 9 heads quickly stopped Tian Feng from getting closer. The great mystery does not allow offense. But Tian Feng was full of excitement. I tried dying once before. It was such a marvelous feeling. That extreme sensation surpassed all previous challenges. Then I looked at Su Chi. This body is a gift from you. It's truly wonderful. Tian Feng, on his own, looked like a fool. Hugo was stunned. Could this person be crazy? Even Su Chi began to have doubts. It looks like Tian Jing's sister, though. Could Tian Feng really be a madman? The originally silent, mysterious hall was filled with noise. Because of Tian Feng's presence, Su Chi watched Tian Feng go berserk. His language logic was chaotic. These are all typical signs of a mental disorder. Did his previous injury damage his brain? Or is he in a deep coma? Unconventional puppet operation made Tian Feng's puppet mentally unstable, and he just said he died once. Could it be that he has already died once using a puppet before? But it takes at least 3 days for a puppet to revive. Then how did he get in here? Could his puppet revive in less than 3 days? Let's research it later. The most important thing now is to get back to the main topic. Then he began asking the previous question again. This time Tian Feng actually answered the limit. I only like this if it can offer me limits beyond life itself. But before the words were finished, the chair was slowly pulled back. But Tian Feng didn't pay any attention and kept on babbling incessantly. At this moment, Hugo couldn't take it anymore. Hurry, come hold this lunatic down. In the next second, Su Chi gently raised his hand and directly immobilized Tian Feng, casually tossing him onto the chair. Although Ju Tu looked bewildered, since Mr. Truth had given him a position, he must have met the requirements. However, Su Chi was inwardly cursing, although it was just for an experiment earlier. But this is too ridiculous. The doll has already been given away. We can't ask for it back now. Then Su Chi looked at another person. Why are you spying on my secrets? At this moment, everyone turned around, looking at each other in dismay. Tian Feng was really too noisy just now. By comparison, this guy is really unnoticeable. I almost forgot about him. Shang Jitu had a blank expression. I just came here by chance. I don't even know what I'm doing here. Hugo shouted at him. Shang Jitu, come sit over here. Then Ju Tu took out the golden scales. This is used to trade for everything in order. You can register or trade goods here. And Yi Wu has 2 opportunities to go out next week. We can have 2 physical trades. Seeing such excellent employees, Su Chi was very pleased. Su Chi nodded. He expressed satisfaction. Then everyone wrote down their needs and abilities on paper. 9-headed fishbone and chickenhead were providers, while Boss White Mouse was in need. Cheese was his only need, and Tian Fengman's mind was full of challenges. 9-headed mentioned a recent case. Just not sure if it's related to Zhongshan society. It's a vicious serial murder case. So far, there are already 20 known victims.